Love a Mystery, a Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 5 o'clock in the evening in a Seattle hotel somewhere on the edge of Lake Union. The three comrades, Jack, Doc, and Reggie, are at the jumping-off place in their new adventure. The new adventure consisting of a manhunt with $1 million at stake. They have been assigned by a big insurance company to bring back alive Alexander Archer, declared legally dead by order of the court. The court says he's dead. The insurance company says he's alive, and the three comrades have been assigned to the task of proving the insurance company right. The trio arrived in Seattle an hour ago by Stratoliner and registered at their hotel less than 20 minutes ago.
Well, I'll tell you hombres one thing. We're working for the right people. Look at the size of this room. You could swing a hipponoceros by the tail in here. Hey, Jack, you're sure this here's the hotel we was told to come to?
This is it.
Well, doggone, if it's going to be like this, I hope our manhunt don't go no further than right here in Seattle.
Not a chance.
What you mean, not a chance?
This afternoon, or tomorrow morning, we get a telegram from the insurance company in New York, and we're on our way.
On our way where?
Into the wilds of the Pacific Northwest.
Is that all the information we got?
Until the telegram arrives.
I say, Doc, look here. We'll ride over Lake Union.
We are? Well, I'll be doggone. Jack, we're on the second story right here over the lake.
How about you two getting changed?
Changed?
Well, you can't go down to dinner here looking like that.
Is the victuals we eat on the company, too?
Oh, by all means, Doc.
Well, son, just watch me do some expensive eating. Say, that insurance company don't care how it spends its money, does it?
It'll be worth it to them if we bring Alexander Archer back alive.
Yeah. Imagine them giving one man $1 million worth of insurance money.
Well, it was all right when they did it. Archer was one of the most substantial men in New York. Then last year, he lost his pants in a series of financial disasters.
Yeah, I know that. And I still say $1 million smackers is a lot to put on one man. If I had... Hey, company. I'll get it.
Oh, please. I'm sorry.
Hey, don't be sorry. Come on in.
How dare you?
Well, doggone it. What you go rapping on people's doors for if you don't want to come in?
What is it, Doc?
A babe and a honey, what I mean.
You're insulting. I made a mistake.
Oh, no, you didn't.
No.
Come on in here.
Help! Help!
There.
You let go of me.
Look at what I got me, Jack. You fellas can fish for your own.
Doc, are you crazy?
Well, look at her and ask me that again.
But I say, grabbing girls out of the hole?
What kind of gorilla have you got here anyway?
What's it all about, anyway?
I came to your door by mistake, and this...
Sippy cat's a good word, sugar.
Doc.
If you'll please open that door.
Oh, no, you don't.
Doc, behave yourself, will you?
Quite. This is no time for romance.
Romance, my grandma. This little old she-girl's a carrying a shooting pistol.
That's not true.
Look at the shape and sag of her coat pocket and tell me if it's true or not, Jack.
Why did you come to our door with a gun?
I tell you, it was a mistake.
You should ought to be ashamed of yourself. Nice girl like you carrying pistols and telling lies.
You let me out of here.
Who are you?
When the management of this hotel hears about this...
Never mind the management. Who are you?
3 men kidnapping a girl.
Get her, Reggie.
Righto.
No. Let go of me.
Get the gun, Doc.
If you don't let me go, I'll scream.
Scream and we'll gag you.
Got it, son.
Anything else in her pockets?
No. Let me alone.
Yeah, here's a handful of junk.
All right. Let her go, Reggie.
You'll be sorry for this.
Sit down.
Oh.
See that she stays down, Reggie. I want to see what Doc's got here.
3 great, big, brave men.
Nevertheless, you heard what Jack said.
Nothing but a lot of female junk. Powder puff wrapped up in a hanky, lipstick, bunch of keys, compact.
Here, let me see that.
Compact?
Yes.
Help! Help!
That's it. Keep your hand over her mouth, Reggie.
Quite. Now sit there and act like a lady.
Find anything, Jack?
Yes. Look at this. Telegram.
Telegram? What's it say?
From New York to Linda Joyce. It says, Packard, Long, and York arriving Seattle today. Will register at Crawford Arms Hotel. Stop the sign, Nick.
Well, what you know?
But I say, Jack, no one was supposed to know about us arriving in Seattle.
Apparently everyone knows about it. Take your hand away from her mouth.
Righto.
You're Linda Joyce, I suppose.
Supposing I am.
How did this Nick person in New York know we were arriving in Seattle?
How do I know?
Why does he want us stopped?
Yeah, and what's he mean, stop?
When the police hear about you kidnapping and manhandling me, I think you'll be stopped plenty.
This will never get to the police, and you know it.
You think not?
I know it won't. Who are you spotting for?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. You came to our door to be sure we'd arrived and to get a look at us.
That's not true.
I think it is. I also think you felt pretty certain you'd get away with that gag about coming to the wrong door. Otherwise, you'd not be carrying this telegram around with you.
Was it very smart of you, Sugar?
Smart guys. Figure everything out.
I say, Jack, there's one thing I don't like.
What's that, Reggie?
I don't like the way she's taking it. We've caught her with the goods, and yet she doesn't seem a bit worried.
Yeah, what does that mean? She thinks of...
There's your answer.
Yeah, more the same kind of company.
Reggie, keep her in that chair. Put your hand over her mouth. Doc, get behind the door as I open it.
You betcha.
Yes, I'm coming. We ready? Here goes.
Good evening, sir.
What do you want?
You're Mr. Packard, aren't you?
Yes?
May I come in for a moment?
Why not?
Thank you.
Okay, you're in. What do you want?
So, my daughter is in here.
Your daughter?
That's right. By the way, would you mind having that young man standing behind me remove himself?
I'm doing okay, Grandpa.
Yes, but it makes me nervous to have someone behind me.
Frisk him, Doc.
You bet. Hold still, mister.
Pretty desperate treatment, isn't it, gentlemen?
Nothing bigger than a pocket knife on him, Jack.
All right, but keep an eye on him. Now then, who are you? What's your business?
I want you to release my daughter, naturally.
Oh, you do?
Yes, would you mind having that young man take his hand away from my daughter's mouth?
First, what's your name?
I'm Richard Cooper.
Cooper. This girl's name is Linda Joyce.
Linda Joyce? Oh, you must be mistaken.
The heck we are.
What is her name, then?
Laura Cooper. Please have that young man release her.
All right, Reggie.
Quite.
Oh, thank goodness you came, Father.
Laura, how many times have I told you to keep away from strange men?
But it was a mistake. I came to the wrong door.
I'm afraid you're a very naughty girl, Laura.
That's it. You always think the worst of me.
Past experience, my dear. Past experience. Now, if you gentlemen will allow me, I'll take her back to her room. I assure you she won't annoy you again.
You promised that.
Indeed I do.
Well, you better keep an eye on her. Doc's gone for her in a big way, and I won't be responsible.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. I've had so much trouble with this girl. Come along, my dear.
Yes, Father.
Which one of you is Doc?
That's me, Grandpa.
Red hair. Laura's very fond of red hair. Women are weak, my boy. Weak. I beg you not to take advantage of her. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, I'll be a two-tailed hipponoceros.
But I say, Jack, the telegram. That girl's more than just a flighty female.
Sure. But that was a great act they put on. Kindly old father and his wayward daughter.
Doggone if it wasn't. The old guy acting like he was on his last leg.
I say, he did look on the trembly side. I felt sorry for him.
Sorry my eye. When I went over him looking for a gun, I felt muscles like steel. That guy could lick his weight in wildcats.
But, Jack, why did you let them go?
Why not? We got everything we could out of them. We can't be bothered with prisoners.
Sure, we know the gang's on our trail, and we know what two of them look like. Hey, who you phoning to?
Listen and you'll find out. Hello. I want to send a wire. Ready? The Viking Insurance Company, 1440 Broadway, New York City. Who is Nick? He tipped off gang in Seattle of our presence. The fight's on. Signed, Jack Packard. Thank you.
Why didn't you tell them to rush them final instructions so we can get out of here?
What's the hurry? If we stick around, we may meet some more of the boys and girls.
Yeah, I wonder if they got any more little old she-gals as pretty as Linda Joyce or Laura Cooper, whatever her name is.
Good looking, but a little bit on the scratch cat side for me.
They can be anything they want to be just as long as they're pretty. Boy, did you notice how she filled out that dress she was wearing?
Doc, listen.
Hey, somebody's picking our lock.
Get over there by the door, Reggie. Doc, get in the bathroom.
Okay, son.
Give me the gun.
Okay, catch.
Hey, they've got it open.
Watch.
All right, stick 'em up, you mugs.
Hello, boys.
Shut the door.
What can we do for you?
We'll take care of that. Where's the third guy?
What third guy?
I got this guy covered. Sam blasts that guy by the wall if he makes a move.
I say, a bit drastic, don't you think?
Shut up. Mac, look in the bathroom for that other mug.
3 tough boys.
Shut up. Anybody in the bathroom, Mac? I got him, Jack.
Get him. Get him, Reggie. Get that gun.
Whoopee! Got it, fella. How you coming, Reggie?
There, that does it. Now get to your feet.
Doggone, as pretty as you please.
All right, you. Stand up.
Hey, Jack, now we got him. What we gonna do with him?
Open the window.
The window? You mean we're gonna throw him out?
Why not? The lake won't hurt him.
Well, doggone. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Come on. Help me, Doc.
You done tootin'? Hey, I can't swim.
How'd he go?
Whoopee! Man, what a dive.
Next.
Out he goes. Whee!
Is the man in the bathroom unconscious?
Out like a light.
All right, throw him out in the hall. He might drown. Who is it?
Hurry! Let me in quick!
What do you want?
They're going to kill me! They're going to kill me!
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. With Frank Brzee as Reggie York. Others in the cast included Jack Lester as Mr. Cooper, Corey Seaton as Laura, your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery, a Carlton E. Morse audio novel. Featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 6 o'clock in the evening in a Seattle hotel somewhere on the edge of Lake Union. The three comrades, Jack, Doc, and Reggie, are launched on a $1 million manhunt. They had just overcome 3 gunmen in their hotel room when there was a knock on the door, and the girl's voice cried out, "They're going to kill me."
Get that door open. Doc, Reggie,
Hey, what's the matter?
sprawled on the floor outside our door.
I say, is she dead?
Where do we get her inside? Give me a hand, Reggie. Keep
Righto.
an eye on the hall, Doc.
Okay, here we go.
Easy with her. She's breathing. Shut the door, Doc.
Uh-huh. Nobody in the hall.
Right here on the bed.
Hey, will you look what we got this time? Darn if she ain't even prettier than the other girl.
What is it, Jack? What's the matter with her?
She must have fainted. Doesn't seem to be anything else the matter.
Well, that's a relief.
Looky, son, did you ever see anything prettier than them long eyelashes?
I'm more interested in who she is.
And why she came screaming to our door, saying they were going to kill her.
I'd just like to see anybody try killing her. You know, Jack, all my Texas chivalry...
Forget your Texas chivalry and go get a glass of water.
Just the same if I can fight for this little old gal's honor.
Will you get me a glass of water?
All right, all right.
Help me get her out of her coat.
Right. Hold her up a bit. There we are.
See what you can find in her pockets.
Dressed a bit on the expensive side.
Yes. Look at that diamond on her finger.
Water for baby, Jack.
Yeah.
I say, Jack, here's a letter addressed to Jeanette Archer.
Archer. Here, let me see that.
Quite.
Hey, look. We're hunting for a guy named Alexander Archer.
Of course.
Wonder if Curlylocks here is any relation.
Jeanette Archer. Do either of you remember the insurance company saying anything about a girl by that name?
Heck, I don't remember half them insurance guys told us.
Pour some of that water on this towel and bathe her forehead, Doc.
Now you're talking, son. That's a job I'd really like.
I wish those final instructions from the insurance company would get here so we could get out of Seattle.
Oh, I don't know. We ain't gonna find any gals as pretty as this up yonder in the woods.
But couldn't we go without the information?
I'm going to chance it if they don't hurry up.
She ain't showing no signs of coming around.
Give her time.
Haven't we got all the important information we need? We know that Alexander Archer had a $1 million insurance policy. We know that on evidence presented by his estate, he was declared dead by the courts, that the insurance company still thinks he's alive and hiding somewhere up along the Canadian coast.
Yeah, and it's our job to bring him back if he is alive.
And now we know more than that.
I say we do.
Well, we know that there's a group of people mighty anxious not to have us go on with this manhunt.
Ain't it the truth? First that pretty female girl that come in toting a pistol, and then that old guy.
Oh, look here.
Huh? What's the matter?
That chappie you knocked unconscious in the bathroom, he's still in there.
Hey, that's right.
There's too many things happening. Reggie, go throw him out in the hall.
With pleasure.
Well, there's one thing, son. We sure are popular. We've been in Seattle about an hour, and here at the hotel about half an hour, and looky at all the visitors we've had.
I wish I knew where this girl fits into the picture.
Well, if she don't fit in no place, can I have her?
You practically got her now. I didn't tell you to hold her head in your lap.
Well, dad busted, it's easier to bathe a forward this way.
Just dump him out in the hall any place, Jack.
Yes, why not? How bad is he hurt?
He's just sleeping off a sock in the kisser.
Throw him out.
Hey, you know something, Jack?
No, what's the matter?
There's something kind of indelicate maybe I ought to mention.
Indelicate?
Yeah. A real Texas gentleman don't see what he ain't supposed to see. But when we picked up this pretty little old honey out yonder in the hall...
Well, what about it?
Well, fella, to tell you the truth, if you was to look, not that I think you should, you understand, but if you was to look, I bet you money you'd find a little old stabbing knife strapped to this baby's leg just about her right knee.
You're sure?
It was an accident. I just couldn't help seeing it.
Oh, don't be a hypocrite.
Jack, I ain't no hypocrite. You don't say things like that.
Where's a knife, huh? The Linda Joyce girl carried a gun, and this one a knife.
Yeah. Looks like all the cats in the Northwest got claws, don't it?
She doesn't show any signs of consciousness yet?
Nope. Sleeping like a baby.
Jack, I say, Richard Cooper.
What about him?
He's coming down the hall.
Hey, you mean Grandpa's coming to pay us another visit?
I'm not sure. I ducked back in the room the moment I saw him.
Want I should frisk him again if he asked to come in here?
Yes. Just leave the wet cloth on the girl's brow and get over by the door.
Ain't much fun holding an unconscious girl head in your lap anyway.
I was wondering whether that was romance or your mother instinct, Doc.
How would you like a busting eye?
Doc, you're behind the door. Reggie, You open it. I'll have him covered.
Company's here.
Open up, Reggie.
Gentlemen.
I say, it's Mr. Cooper, Jack.
What does he want?
May I come in?
He wants to come in, Jack.
All right.
Please, step in, Mr. Cooper.
I'm afraid I'm getting to be an awful bother.
Hold still, fella.
Here, are you behind me again?
Looks like it, don't it?
Keep your hands out in front of you, Cooper.
Am I subjected to this indignity every time I come into this room?
It's not a bad idea.
Nope, he ain't carrying nothing, Jack.
What in the world gave you the idea that I might be armed?
Everyone else visiting us has been.
By the way, as I came down the hall, I noticed something rather unusual.
That so?
Yes, the body of an unconscious man. Rather out of place in a hotel of this distinction.
Did you call the management?
No, I never like to get mixed up in unpleasant matters of that nature. Besides, the management is upset enough as it is. 2 men dived into the bay from someplace up on this floor.
Dived in my grandma. We throwed 'em in.
Is that so? They said they dived in.
Well, never mind that. What do you want this time, Cooper?
I came for my daughter.
I say, your daughter?
Yes, she's a little bit eccentric. She has fainting spells.
Fella, you're just lousy with eccentric daughters, ain't you?
I beg your pardon.
That's what I said. First we grab a gal carrying a gun. In her pocket's a telegram saying her name's Linda Joyce. You come along and say her name's Laura Cooper. Next we find the girl outside our door in a dead faint after yelling somebody's trying to kill her. And in her pocket's a letter saying her name's Jeanette Archer. And now you say her name's Cooper.
That's right, Brenda Cooper. Now, if you'll allow me to carry the child back to her room...
Hold it, Cooper.
You mean you're not going to let me have her?
That's right.
But this is outrageous.
Maybe.
But the child needs medical attention. Besides, I object to leaving my daughter in this room with 3 strange men.
How do you account for the fact she's carrying a letter with the name Jeanette Archer?
Easily. Jeanette Archer's a friend of hers. In fact, they're roommates at college.
That sounds silly.
My good man, are you going to let me take my daughter back to her room? Or will I be obliged to call the police?
Say, that's not a bad idea.
Now, see here. I don't want trouble with you men. I'll admit my daughters are a bit wild. I'm not holding you responsible.
Don't move or open your mouth, Cooper.
A gun?
Yes, a gun. Doc, open the door a crack. If there's any funny work, Cooper's going to be sorry.
Okay, fella. Hey, it's a bellboy. He's got a telegram.
Take it and close the door.
Sure. Thanks, son. Here you are.
Got it?
You bet you.
Reggie, look up the number of the police department. Get them on the phone.
Now, don't be hasty.
You're the one who suggested it.
I had no intention of calling them. In fact, I have every good reason for not calling.
You ain't kidding now, mister.
Yes, my daughter's names have been in the papers before. Nothing serious, you understand. Wild parties. Please save them any further notoriety.
Here it is, Jack.
Get them on the wire.
You're going to insist on it?
That's right.
I say, get me Maine 4400, please.
In that case, I shall withdraw.
Suit yourself.
I hope you realize you're breaking an old man's heart.
I suppose there's a little old gray-haired mother with a shawl around her shoulders somewhere in the background, too.
Good evening, gentlemen.
We sure bluffed him out of that one.
Bluff nothing. What's the matter, Reggie? Haven't you got them yet?
They're on the wire, but they asked me to hold the line a moment.
Doc, let me see that telegram.
Oh, yeah. From the insurance company, you think?
Probably.
What's it say?
It's what we've been waiting for.
Oh, righto. Hold the line a moment. Here they are on the wire, Jack.
Let me take it. Hello. Listen, there's an unconscious girl by the name of Jeanette Archer up in room 232 of the Crawford Arms Hotel. Get here quick or she'll be kidnapped. Never mind who this is. Get here and step on it.
Hey, Jack, if we stick around here and get mixed up with the police...
We're not going to stick around. Reggie, tear all the sheets off the bed.
Righto.
But looky, fella.
Doc, will you stop asking questions, start tying these sheets together?
Okay, fella. But if I'm a flying hipponocer, if I know why...
Be careful of those knots. They've got to hold our weight.
I say we're going out the window.
That's just what we're doing.
But doggone it, Jack, the lake's down below us.
Then we'll get our feet wet.
I'll say we will. Clean up to our necks.
There, here. Move one of the beds over to the window.
Come on, Reggie. Doggone if things ain't getting crazier in a lunatic asylum.
You fellas get out of your coats and wrap some extra clothes in them and tie them to your backs. We're going to have to swim for it.
But why the heck don't we just walk out of the place?
Because you crazy fool, Cooper and his gang would see us. They'd see we didn't have this girl with us, and they'd break in here and grab her.
We ain't gonna take her with us?
You bet we're not. Let the police come and get her. There. That ought to hold our weight. You ready, Reggie?
Right.
Then out with you while I'm getting ready. We'll meet in those bushes over there beside the lake.
See you later. So long.
Hey, you know, that water's gonna be cold.
Never mind that. Watch Reggie. As soon as he drops into the lake, you go down.
Dad, rat it. I know these britches are gonna shrink if they get wet. Where do we go from here, son?
There. I'm ready. There's a motorboat waiting for us down on the Puget Sound.
Reggie's down. Here I go.
Hurry up.
You bet. Motorboat, huh?
Doc, they're here. Hurry up.
Hey, Jack. Something's giving way. Look out!
Oh, that's beautiful. Now I've got to dive. Well, here goes nothing.
Wee! Cuss these blame britches. They're choking me to death already.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. Seven o'clock at night on the waterfront of Puget Sound, somewhere at the foot of Seattle. On evidence presented by the estate of Alexander Archer, the courts have declared him legally dead, but the insurance company believes him alive and have hired the 3 comrades to find him and bring him back alive. There's a $1 million insurance policy on his life, and there is a vicious and well-organized gang trying desperately to block the search for him. Half an hour ago, they dodged members of the gang at their hotel and are now completely enfolded in fog and darkness on the Puget Sound waterfront.
Hey, I suppose you know where we're going, Jack?
Well, we must be almost there. We keep walking along the dock until we come to a warehouse saying, Belts Iron Foundry Loading Dock.
Well, that's silly. How are we going to see Belts Iron Foundry Loading Dock when it's so dark you can't even see the hand in front of you?
That's why I stopped at the drugstore and bought these flashlights.
A lot of good they do.
We're on our way to the...
On our way where?
I don't know. The telegram said we'd find a motor launch waiting for us at the dock.
Well, if we ever find it... Hey, Dad, blast it. Oh, I went and stepped into something. Well, if there's anything for miles around to step in, I'm the fellow that steps in it.
Oh, take it easy, old boy.
Well, blast it all anyway.
You don't know where the launch is taking us?
Nope. We're going to be run across Puget Sound to some little town, and after that, we're on our own.
Sounds a bit indefinite.
Well, after all, that's our job. If the insurance company knew where Alexander Archer was, they'd go get him themselves.
Well, what makes them think he's up in this part of the country?
I don't know, but they must be right. Because if we were on the wrong track, we wouldn't be having so much trouble with the gang that doesn't want us to find him.
Hey, I hadn't thought of that.
Hold it. What's this warehouse say?
You tell me.
Well, there's something up there. I can't read it. Hey, Doc, you're the lightest. Climb up on Reggie's shoulders. Hunch over, Reggie. Come on, Doc.
Think I'm some kind of a squirrel? Hey, hold still, Reggie.
I say, get your knee out of my neck.
I'll hang on to your feet. Now, stand up.
Yeah, so when I fall, I'll light on my head.
Doc, will you stop horsing around?
All right.
Can you see?
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, it says Belt Iron Foundry.
All right, this is it. Jump down.
Yep. What we need in this outfit is a trapeze performer.
Well, there's supposed to be a pier right out the front. The launch should be tied out there.
I don't see no pier.
Well, it's there. Come on.
First thing you know, we're going to be up to our armpits in the Pacific Ocean.
Not ocean. Puget Sound.
Well, it's just as wet. We would have to pick a foggy night.
Stop grumbling. Will you?
Why? That's all I want to know. Just plain why.
Because I'm tired of hearing you. That reason enough?
Reckon so, son. All you got to do is give me a reason. Hey, ain't them lights ahead? Down close to the water?
Quite. This must be it.
Watch out for steps going down to the water.
Fall down and bust your necks.
I hope you do.
Well, I probably will.
Oh, shut up.
Hey, you!
Who said that?
Here, you, Jack Packard.
That's right.
The launch is right down below. Watch the steps. Follow right behind me. Belay there. All right, into the boat with you.
Can't see a darn thing.
Just step down. You're all right.
There. Oh, yeah, here's a place to sit down.
All right, slide over.
Huh? Oh, sure.
All right, Bill. Turn her over and cast off.
Well, fellas, we're on our way.
How much of a trip is it?
Huh? You, talking to me?
Yes. How much of a trip have we got ahead of us?
Oh, a couple of hours.
As soon as we get across, we'll find a hotel and get a good night's sleep.
Hey! Hey there! Come back here! You got the wrong boat! You got the wrong boat! Come back! I got the boat you want!
Hey, what does he mean?
Yeah, what does he mean we got the wrong boat?
Crazy old fool. That's crazy French. Every time any other boat on the Sound takes out a load of passengers, he acts like that. Always trying to get a load for his boat.
Is that what it is?
That's it.
Sure acted plenty unhappy.
Can't stand here talking. Gotta go back and take over.
Jack,
Yes.
you don't suppose we could have taken the wrong boat, do you?
That's what I was thinking.
Hey, you think...
And I'm also thinking this is a fine time to find out about it.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's do something about it.
Sit down, Doc.
But look it, fella.
Sit down, will you? Let's figure this out.
Well, I didn't mind telling you, I don't like it.
This man in our boat called me Packer. So he was expecting us all right.
But see here, Jack, we haven't made a move so far that Cooper and his gang haven't known about beforehand.
I know that. But How could they have found out about our orders to come to the waterfront? We only got the telegram about 10 minutes before we left the hotel.
Well, maybe they seen the telegram before it was brought up to us.
Or that chap back in New York might have wired them. He certainly warned them about us arriving in Seattle.
Could be done all right.
Well, then, doggone it, let's make these hombres turn this boat around.
We might try.
What you mean, try? There's only 2 of them and 3 of us.
If they're part of the gang, they're armed. We're not. They could shoot us down before we could move.
In the dark? They couldn't hit the side of a barn.
What do you think, Reggie?
I'm for it.
Doggone right.
All right. Here we go.
You move and you're dead men. All of you.
Hey, who said that?
Never mind. Just don't move.
Well, you long-haired sippy cat.
Yeah, quiet.
What about it, Jack? Are we going to sit here and take that?
Looks like it.
Well, I'll be a 2-horn blue jay.
Doc,
Huh?
cut it out.
You mean we ain't going to do nothing?
That's right.
Now you're talking sense. Just relax and enjoy the ride.
Well, I don't mind telling you, fella. I just plain don't like your face.
How do you know? You ain't never seen it.
I can tell by the tone of your voice I don't.
You talk too much.
I ain't begun to say what I'm a-thinking.
That's so.
Yeah, that's so. And there's something else I just thought of, Jack.
What's that?
Well, looky, can you see this hombre we're talking to?
Nope.
Well, neither can I. Can you, Reggie?
No, I can't. And I've barely near strained my eyes trying to.
Okay. If we can't see him, then how the heck's he seeing us? Sure, and if he can't see us, how's he going to shoot us?
One of you bozos make one move.
Yeah, what do you think's going to happen?
Come on, try it. My trigger finger's just itching.
You think he's bluffing, Jack?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, why don't we chance it? At least we'd get some action for our money.
You got ants in your pants, Doc?
Yes, I have, Dad, blame it. How you and Reggie can sit there like a couple of pumpkins.
Jack, that killed the motor.
This is where you mugs get off. How do you like it?
Get off? I don't see no land.
It's there, though. About a quarter of a mile straight down.
You mean you want us to jump overboard?
Not until you're dressed for it.
Dressed for it?
Yes. You wouldn't want to get in the cold water unless you was dressed for it.
Hey, what the heck are you talking about? I ain't a horn to go swimming dress or no dress.
Now, you won't mind it with a sack over your head and a piece of iron bar tied to your feet. Not for long, anyway.
Well, I'll be a smelly onion if they're going to tie any arm bar to my feet.
All right, Bill, you ready?
Yeah, let's jump 'em and get out of here. Where's Jack?
He's bringing up the ropes and the hooks of iron.
How about a little light to work in?
No, any passing craft seeing a light drifting out here would get nosy. What's keeping Jake? Hey, Jake.
You better go see what's the matter.
Well, keep that rod on them fellas. They're mighty tricky.
You bozos hear that? Hey, you punks. Did you hear what I said? Hey, you guys. Joe, Jake, come here.
Well, what's the matter, Bill?
Come here. I think they've gone over this side.
What do you mean, over the side? Well, where were you and your gun?
What can I do in the dark? I didn't hear a sound. They were sitting right there.
Whoopee!
Jake, there's a hand here.
I'll give you a hand.
That's what you think. Get him. Get that man.
Hey, Jack, man overboard.
Here's some rope. Did you knock him out, Reggie?
I don't know.
Help! Help!
All right, here it comes, Bill.
Do it! I can't swim!
I did throw it.
Yes, I got it! Pull me in!
Help me, Reggie. Heave on it. That's it.
I can hear him. He's right alongside. Give me your hand, fella. There you are, you yellow-tailed polecat.
I can't swim.
I don't know why we didn't hold you under instead of pulling you out.
Tie him up, Reggie. I'm taking care of this other would-be tough guy.
Yeah, I sure landed right on his kisser.
Apparently you did. He hasn't moved since.
Hey, what about the other fella? The guy they called Jake.
He doesn't seem to like our party.
Yeah? Ain't seen hide nor hair of him.
There, that should hold our friend Bill.
All right. Let's go see what Jake has to say for himself.
You betcha. Shuckins, that other fight didn't hardly get my blood circulating.
Hey, Jake! Come on out. You might as well give up.
Yeah, fella. All's out and free.
Here, wait a minute. If we turn on some light, he'll be easier to find.
Yeah, if we know where they are. Hey, what's making them big waves?
Oh, Doc! Reggie! Jump!
Hey!
Run down!
Look out! Look out! Jack? Reggie?
Bill,
Everybody all right?
Yeah. Well, I can't touch bottom if that's what you mean.
I say, what hit us?
Big freighter. Went right on. Didn't even know it.
I say, what about Bill and those other two?
Well, that's their hard luck. The question is, what about us?
Well, if we got to drown, I don't know any prettier place than this here Puget Sound.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. "7 o'clock at night, somewhere in Puget Sound off the waterfront of Seattle. Tonight, the three comrades had orders to meet a launch at the Puget Sound dock, which would carry them on the first leg of their expedition. Gangsters kidnapped them in a second launch. Out in the middle of the Sound, they were run down by a big freighter, and at the moment, Jack, Doc, and Reggie are swimming around in the dark and fog, trying to keep afloat.
Well, there goes my underdrawers. I could be arrested for what I ain't got on.
Save your breath. We're going to need it if we keep afloat.
Me and Lady Godiva, only she had a horse.
Doc, don't you realize this is serious? 2 or 3 miles out here in Puget Sound, not the faintest idea which way to swim.
You know, Jack, I ain't swum naked since I was a tadpole back in Texas.
You can think of more useless information.
Well, why not? Here we are waiting either to get rescued or drowned. Might as well talk and enjoy ourselves.
Well, go ahead if you're enjoying it.
Well, ain't you?
Never mind me. I can stick my head underwater when I get full.
Me and my cousin Winnie Mae used to swim in flour sacks when we was kids down in Texas.
Flour sacks, huh?
Yep.
What's the matter? Didn't you have any water?
Oh, you know what I mean. Instead of store swimming suit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there was a pond on her papa's place. Hogs used to wallow in the mud around the edge.
Oh, that's a lovely picture.
No, we didn't mind them, though. We just waded through them and out into the deep water. It'd come up to our pistol pockets in the deepest place.
Wonder you didn't catch something.
We did. Tadpoles, water snakes, things like that.
I mean disease, you dope. Germs.
Heck no. Me and Winnie Mae were so tough, germs couldn't stand the sight of us.
Hey, listen. Quick, yell. Yell your heads off.
Help!
Help!
Help! Ship ahoy!
Help! Ahoy!
Ahoy there! Did you hear that?
Ahoy! Help! Help!
I hear you keep yelling. I'm coming.
He says keep yelling.
All right, take turns. You first, Doc.
Help! Over this way! Help!
This way! This way! Help!
I say he's got the light on us.
Well, doggone. Looks like we ain't going to be fish bait after all.
You see us? Here we are.
I see you all right. The bat's there, right? Don't run them down now. Cut the engine. Easy. Port there. Belay there. We'll have you aboard in no time.
Hey, you got a woman aboard?
You betcha. One woman. One grand sailor, that girl.
Oh, look here.
Hey, tell her to hide her head. We're naked as babies.
Maria, those eyes. Keep them forward.
Oui, Papa.
I don't see anything so dad blame funny.
Oh, never mind, Doc. Climb aboard.
Okay.
How you doing, Reggie?
I'm already in, Jack.
Oh, all right then. Here I come.
Huh? That is all, eh?
Yeah, that's all.
Hey, what about them other three?
What's the use? We haven't heard a word out of any of them.
3 more?
Yes, 3. We've been in the water half an hour.
Maria, start the engine. Circle round. Use the searchlight. There are 3 more.
Oui, it is too late, I think, though.
Here, you wrap up in these blankets.
Blankets? Doggone. Can I use one of them?
What happened? What you do out here?
Our launch was run down by a big freighter. They didn't even know they hit us.
You have lights on, blow whistle, and freighter hit you?
No, we didn't blow any whistle and the lights were out.
No whistle, no lights. Oh, mon Dieu, that is bad. Why not?
Because the 3 men you're looking for now had us prisoners.
Prisoners? Oh, by God. Your name is Jacques Paccard, I bet you my life.
Hey, are you the bird that yelled to us just as we pulled away from the dock?
That is right. When you go in another boat, I do not know what to do. Then I follow you.
Well, you certainly did the right thing. If you hadn't come along, we'd have been dead Indians in another hour.
Hey, Maria, these are fellas we're supposed to pick up tonight.
Oh, Papa, you tell me this?
Yeah, these fellas we look for. She's no good. We don't look no more.
We don't look for 3 other men.
No, they wicked folks. Let them go to shore best way she can.
Then how shall I set the course, Papa?
Wait, I will take the helm. Now, you fellas, make yourself comfortable. I will send Maria back.
Hey, what's he mean he's going to send Maria back? And us with nothing but blankets on?
It's the first time in your life you've been afraid of a girl.
Well, Dad busted. I ain't presentable. What about you, Reggie?
I say, tell her to keep away from me.
What's a she-woman doing on this boat anyway?
Hello?
Hey!
You boys look like Indian papoose wrapped in blankets.
Hey, would you mind sitting down over yonder by Reggie? You make me nervous.
Oh, I say, not over here.
Here, sit down here.
Oui. These other boys, they are afraid of women?
In their present state.
I think it's a very good thing we come along when we do.
I know it. You're Frenchie's daughter?
That is so. He is a fine man, my papa.
Well, he seems to think you're a pretty good sailor.
I am. I go with him on his boat everywhere.
Hey, was your papa hired to take us on this trip?
Yes. Then you get the wrong boat by mistake.
You're telling us.
This man with red hair talks funny.
Hey, what you mean I talk funny?
I think it's funny.
Well, it's good old United States, and don't let anybody tell you it ain't.
This nice boy with the blonde hair, he is English, I think.
Quite. Do you mind?
Oh, no. When I was in convent, I was very much in love with English boys. Oh, but I am not anymore. I am not in love with anybody anymore.
Well, that's all very swell, lady. But will you tell us where we can get some clothes, or are we going to have to go around here with blankets on the rest of our lives?
No, I don't think we will have to do that.
You don't, huh?
No. When we reach Port Force, Papa, I will go up to the store and buy you some.
Yeah? Well, I wear a size 38 underdrawers.
I say, Doc.
Well, blame it all I do.
This Doc makes me want to laugh all the time.
Now, look out for him. He's a Texas boy, and you know how a Texas boy is about women.
Oh, really and truly?
I'm afraid so.
But it's a very big place, I think.
You bet your sweet life it's a big place.
With lots of girls?
Yeah, but you have to run them down like you do jackrabbits.
Oh, me. I don't run. I don't run away from anything.
Oh, there, Maria.
Oui, Papa?
This boy, she called.
You give her a drink of brandy, huh?
No, I have not. I have forget.
Good name of Thorn. Where are you with? What kind of folks you think we are? Give it to her. Plenty much.
Oui, Papa, I will fix it. Papa is worried. He thinks you must have big spot of brandy. I will get it.
Say, I kind of like that gal.
No.
Well, doggone if I don't. Wouldn't you know I'd be wrapped up in a blanket? Something always happens to me when there's a pretty girl around.
There now. We'll fix you up plenty quick, I bet you now.
Maria, you say your father is taking us up to Port Forest?
Oui. Yes, monsieur.
Where is this Port Forest?
Way up the other side of Bellingham on the coast. We will not get there before dawn, I think. You, Monsieur Doc?
Thanks a heap, sugar. You tell your papa I think you're a swell folks.
What kind of country is it?
Oh, very wild.
Not many folks up there, huh?
No, just loggers and lumberjacks.
Lumber country?
Very much lumber. Very much trees. It is a very rough place, I can tell you those.
Doggone, I like hearing you talk.
That's funny. I like to hear you talk, and you like to hear me talk.
Maria, me and you ought to hit it off all right. I mean, when I get me a pair of breeches.
You say crazy things, I think.
Oh, there, Maria.
Yes, Papa?
Come up forward, take the helm.
1 minute, I come.
Hey, you gonna leave us?
Oui. When Papa calls, poof, I go. But I will come back.
When Papa calls, poof, I go.
Doc, if it wasn't for women, you'd be a top-notch sidekick.
What you talking about? I'm the best doggone sidekick a fella ever had.
Look at you. All you've got in your head is Maria.
Yeah. Well, what you hombres got in your head?
I say, not Maria.
Well, that's your hard luck. Hey, looky, I just thought of something. Have we got any money?
What do you mean, we?
Well, I ain't. Every cent I had is in my breeches pocket, floating somewhere out there.
What about you, Reggie?
I say, not a cent.
Well, ain't that a nice pickle?
Well, I guess it was lucky I was carrying our bankroll. I put it in my waterproof tobacco pouch and tied it around my neck.
Well, Jack, you're so doggone smart it's disgusting. Sometimes I just plain don't like you.
We'll need that cash. If we're going out in the woods, we'll need supplies.
Oh, I know that. Just makes me mad, you being a wise guy all the time.
What's the matter with these fellas? She mad?
No, he's just talking through his hat. What about it, Frenchie? Maria says we won't get to Port Forest before morning.
That girl Maria, she one smart girl. She knows this country like I do.
Well, what happens when we get to Port Forest?
You ask me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Oh, that is bad.
Why bad?
Because me, I come back here to ask you same question.
Oh, I see. You had instructions to take us to Port Forest, and that's all?
That is right. Then I am to get next information from you.
Frenchie, you know what this is all about? Why you're taking us up there?
No, I know nothing.
How would you like to make a fortune for you and Maria?
Money? You talk about money?
Lots of money.
Oh, you betcha my life. For money, I'd do anything.
That's a bet. You stick to us, and you'll have plenty of money.
Boom.
Now you're talking, Jack. Man, I can fight my weight in wildcats with that little old Maria looking on.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Script copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 5 o'clock in the morning at the landing dock of the tiny hamlet of Port Forest, somewhere up the coast from Seattle near the Canadian border. In their search for Alexander Archer, the $1 million corpse, the three comrades, Jack, Doc, and Reggie, have only now arrived at Port Forest. They were brought here in a tiny motor launch operated by Frenchie and his daughter Maria. Last night, the trio were kidnapped by gangsters trying to prevent them from finding Archer, and were carried out into Puget Sound in a small boat. The boat was struck in the dark by a freighter, and Jack, Doc, and Reggie thrown into the water. They were forced to shed all their clothes to keep afloat. That's how Frenchie and Maria found them and rescued them, without a stitch between the three of them. Frenchie gave them each a blanket, and now here they are, docked at Port Forest at the break of dawn, shivering in their blankets.
Billy, where's Frenchie and that good-looking daughter of his?
Down that little hole they call the cabin.
Well, doggone it, if there's any cabin, we should have it. We're the ones without clothes.
3 of us couldn't possibly get in it.
Well, 2 of us could. Look at the hair on my legs, frozen stiff. Break 'em off like icicles.
Well, anyway, it's getting light enough so we can see where we are.
So that's Port Forest.
Where's Port Forest?
Well, at least there's a few buildings scattered about up there.
Don't look very appetizing to me.
Well, don't forget, we're a long way from civilization. Port Forest is the last outpost on the edge of the wilderness.
Hey there, Maria. Up on deck with you. Those fellas, she plenty hungry, I bet you.
Huh. What's he yelling about?
He said he bet we were hungry.
Of course we're hungry.
Well, will you look what's coming?
Hey, food.
You betcha my life, food. Maria, she one good cook.
I think you need something very hot to warm you up, eh?
Oh, you never said a truer word, Marie.
Then we all gather round. Plenty tea, plenty hot bread, plenty meat.
Boy, howdy. Excuse my scanty panties, but I'm hungry.
Oui, I'm quite used to you three in these blankets. Papa, don't eat so fast.
Maria, she very snooty young lady. She go to convent.
Ah, Reggie, did you ever taste anything so good in your life?
A bit all right at that.
You bet your Sunday britches it's all right.
You talk about the breeches?
You're darn tootin' we are. I swear to my grandma, I never did know before how much comfort a pair of pants was to a fella.
Oui. When we have finished eating, Papa and I will go to the store and buy you some more.
You mean there's a store up yonder?
Oh, one fine store. She got everything in the world. That store, everything.
This is Port Forest, isn't it?
Sure thing.
Sure don't look like much. What's up there?
Big sawmill behind those hills. Big general store. 3 liquor stores for the lumberjacks when they come into town on Saturday night.
Oh, I see.
Plenty liquor, plenty girls, plenty fun on Saturday night, you betcha my life.
Papa, we do not stay here Saturday night.
Oh, by God. What you mean we do not stay here Saturday night?
No, we put out from shore on these boats Saturday night.
Ah, that is woman for you. I send you to convent, and now you say I have no fun on Saturday night.
You know, this is a beautiful little cove, protected from the ocean.
Oh, plenty deep water, too. Big lumber schooners. She come right up to dock here.
I say, then Port Forest is simply a mill town.
That it is. All the men are at the mill or in the woods now.
Are there any other towns in this vicinity?
Not for maybe 100 miles in any direction.
Hey, this place is 100 miles from any town?
And that is not all. By boat. It is only one way to get in here.
I say, we are isolated, 100 miles from the nearest town, and can only get in here by boat.
You wasn't kidding, Jack, when you said we was on the fringe of the wilderness.
Papa, we go now, eh?
Yeah, Maria. There's still tea in the pot?
No, we leave that for these three.
Here, there's plenty more.
No, we go buy you breeches. Come, Papa.
What you do with a girl like that, huh? She thinks she's my boss, maybe, huh?
Well, wait a minute. You want some money?
Huh? Oh, you got the money?
Yes, I managed to save our grub stake. How much will it take?
For 3 outfits? $50.
Papa.
Well, for 3 outfits, $50.
Monsieur, you give me $25, I will bring you back 3 outfits.
Hey, there's a lot of difference.
Yeah, you see? That's what I get for sending these girls to convent.
Here you are, Maria.
We will not be long. Come along, Papa.
Yeah, someday I show you who's boss here, I think.
I'll be smelly name if that old boy wasn't going to charge us double.
Oh, we'll be all right as long as we have Maria to keep him in line.
Doggone, ain't life wonderful?
A full stomach and pretty girl, eh, Doc?
Bet your life, there ain't nothing else a fella could want.
I'm beginning to get the lay of the land. If Alexander Archer is in this part of the world, and Port Forest is 100 miles from the nearest civilization, then he's got to come here for his supply.
Hey, then all we got to do is stick around Port Forest until he comes in to buy something.
No, it isn't going to be that easy.
Why not?
Well, first, he probably buys supplies for 6 months at a time. And then he probably doesn't come in Port Forest himself.
You think he don't?
Not if he's really in hiding. Even in this out-of-the-way place, someone might spot him. At least he'd rouse curiosity and people would talk.
Then we're just going to have to track him down.
Yeah, looks like it. I've got one hunch. It may not turn out if I can get well enough acquainted with the storekeeper up there to get him to let me look at his books for the past 6 months.
Quite. Find all the people who have bought large amounts of groceries during the past year.
Might lead to something.
Hey, fella, what about the gang that's been trying to stop us? You think we throwed them off our trail?
Well, that's too much to hope for.
What you mean too much? Shucks. Me, I hope we ain't.
You hope we haven't lost them?
Of course I do. The little set-to we had with them in Seattle and Puget Sound last night wasn't even a good beginning.
Oh, feeling your oats, huh?
Well, all I got to say is, get me a pair of breeches I can put on and then let the fireworks start.
Jack, I say, someone's coming down the dock.
Probably one of the natives.
Huh? Where? Hey, well, anyway, it's a female native.
Look at Doc's ears prick up.
Hope she's worth a looking at. Hope she comes down here where we can get a good look at her.
You're just full of hope, aren't you?
Oh, got on clothes that we look like this part of the country. Yep, she's a-coming this way. Hey, Jack, why don't you look?
Isn't one girl crazy monkey in this crowd enough?
How do you go about meeting a new girl dressed in a blanket?
She's dressed in a blanket?
No, but I am. Worse luck. Hey, Jack, I can see her face.
No.
Yes, I can. You know who she is?
No. Do you?
You're doggone right I do. She's Linda Joyce.
What's that?
As sure as I'm a-standing here barefooted, it's that little old female we met back in that Seattle hotel.
Well, there we are.
What you mean, there we are?
You asked if we were still being trailed by Cooper and his gang. It looks like they got here ahead of us.
Man, oh man, ain't we got fun.
If she didn't know it was us before, she recognizes us now.
Yeah. Howdy, honey.
Well, boys, welcome to Port Forest.
Yes, a great place, isn't it?
Wonderful country. But aren't you boys a trifle informal?
What you mean informal? Ain't this Indian country?
So I've heard.
Well, ain't you never heard when in Italy do like the Italians do?
I see. So you've taken to your blankets.
That's right. What you leaning up there on that rail for? Why don't you come down and be more sociable?
Why not? Oh, wait a minute first, though. You promise not to try and take me prisoner again?
Of course not. Will we, Jack?
No, we're not in the mood.
All right. Here I come.
Look out you don't slip. That plank's full of splinters.
There.
Sit down. Have a cup of tea.
No, thanks. Too bad you boys left the hotel in Seattle in such a hurry. I was hoping to see more of you.
No kidding.
Really?
Won't seeing more of us up here at Port Forest be just as well?
Just as well.
I suppose our old friend Richard Cooper is up here too, huh?
Oh, sure, he's here.
Looky, Linda, that old grandpa ain't really your father, is he?
Of course not. We did a beautiful father and daughter act, though. didn't we?
Yeah, almost had me in tears. Cooper had plenty of gall, though. Coming into our room the second time and trying to tell us that Jeanette Archer was another of his daughters.
Well, you'll have to give him credit for trying.
Well, she's safe from your gang anyway. The police will take care of her.
Is that so?
I think so.
But I say, Miss Joyce, who is Jeanette Archer? What relation is she to Alexander Archer?
You don't know?
No, the insurance company said nothing to us about any relative by that name.
You want to make a deal?
Let's hear what it is first.
I'll tell you who Jeanette Archer is if you tell me what became of the 3 men who took you out into the Sound in that other launch last night.
You mean you're admitting that you were in on that deal to try to murder us?
All's fair in love and war.
That wasn't war. That was murder.
Apparently only attempted murder. At least the 3 of you seem to be in fairly good condition this morning.
What you mean, good condition? We ain't got a stitch of clothes to our name.
Then you admit that Cooper and you and the rest of your gang will go to any limits to get rid of us?
We're getting away from the subject. What became of the 3 men who took you out?
They're dead.
You murdered them?
Don't make me laugh.
You won't laugh very long if you killed those men.
All right. We've told you what happened to them. Who is Jeanette Archer?
She was a plant. Cooper had her put on that feigning act to get you in the room and listen to your conversation while you thought she was unconscious.
I say, she was one of the gang?
Certainly.
Ho there! Breeches for monsieur.
Hey, here comes Frenchie and Maria.
What's your hurry, Linda?
I've stayed too long now. Papa and I buy out the store. Oh, who is this woman? Hello, Frenchie. What do you do on this boat? Little cat. You want me to scratch your eyes out? You get off this boat! Hold everything. I'm going. Get off, get off! I am so mad I'd kill you!
Hey, Maria, hold it, honey.
That woman is a bad woman. I will not have her on my boat. She's a little spitfire, boys. You're welcome to her. The bad name. The witch. The she thing.
Hey, what's the matter with her, Frenchie? What's she got to be so wild about?
She say all women in Port Forest is bad women. She do not like bad women very much, I can tell you that.
It is not funny. She come back. I kill her dead. She bad.
You bet she's bad, Maria. Frenchie, watch out for her and for anybody you see with her.
What I do is...
Because she's part of the gang worth fighting. She's one of those who tried to have us killed last night.
By God, she do that?
And Doc, Reggie, she lied about Jeanette Archer.
I say, you know that?
Certainly. I'm enough of a doctor to know that that girl wasn't shamming. She was really unconscious.
Well, boy, howdy. We really have got a mess of fighting to do, ain't we?
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the Northwest Trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This this is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 7 o'clock in the morning at Port Forest, a tiny lumber milling hamlet somewhere up the coast from Seattle near the Canadian border. Jack, Doc, and Reggie's search for the missing man, declared by his estate to be dead, is being hampered on every hand by a well-organized gang of men and women. The three comrades have fought their way up the coast to Port Forest, the only settlement within 100 miles in any direction and approachable only by water. Their only allies in this isolated settlement are Frenchie, who brought them here in his fishing launch, and his daughter Maria. Frenchie told the trio to meet him at the general store.
Here she come now, Bull. How there, fellows?
Well, here we are, Frenchie.
Where Maria? She do not come?
No. She said she'd stay on the launch.
Oh, she mighty fine girl, that Maria. Oh, Bull, those fellows I would tell you about. This one. She's Packard, Jacques Packard.
How are you, Bull?
Any friend of Frenchie's is a friend of mine.
Thank you.
This here, she Doc Long.
And welcome you are.
Mighty done nice of you to say so, Bull, old fella. And this here's Reggie York.
Hey, now wait a minute, no. Who doing this, you or me?
Sorry, friend.
You betcha. Bull, white-haired kid, she is Reggie York.
How do you do, Bull? Well, sonny, quite a lad you are, too.
And that one, she got muscles, Bull. Look out for her.
Well, what about it, boys? Pour you like a little nip?
Oh, I'm afraid not, Bull. Little too early in the morning.
Early in the morning, late at night, it's good whiskey. That's right, Frenchie, huh?
You betcha my life.
Oh, I haven't any doubt of that. But right now, Bull, I'm trying to get some information.
Well, you came to the right place, my boy. Nothing that's ever happened in Port Forest, or nothing that's going to happen, gets away from Bull McGinnis. I know every man, woman, and child in these woods for 50 miles around.
Well, then you're just the man we want to talk to.
And what is it you'd be wanting? Here, set yourselves up on the counter and be comfortable.
Yeah, thanks. Do you keep an account book of the sales in your store?
Carrie does.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie's me wife. And be careful how you speak her name, or you'll have her down on us mop and broom handle.
She nothing to laugh at, that Carrie. She one holy terror.
Hey, you talk about Bull's wife here like that?
Carrie's as fine a setup of a woman as ever wore a skirt. But I will admit a little might handy with a broom handle. Bless our cantankerous soul.
I say.
Well, look, Bull, I'm very anxious to get a look at those books.
You ain't got a Chinaman's chance, my boy.
Why not?
Carrie just won't have it.
Couldn't you get them for us without her knowing it?
Oh, by God, you ask Bull to put his head in the lion's mouth. You ask him to face Carrie McGinnis?
Hey, she ain't as bad as that.
Not a chance, me lad, not a chance.
Well, now, how about telling us where they are and let us take care of getting them?
What I tell you, Bull, these boys, she is not afraid of anything.
Hey, looky, Jack. Bull here says he knows everything that's going on around here. Maybe he could tell us what we want to know about looking at the books.
Maybe so. How about it, Bull? Do you remember making any large sales of groceries and supplies during the past 6 months?
Well, lots of them.
But I mean really big orders. Perhaps even 6 months' rations.
There's nothing out of the usual. Prospectors, trappers, all sorts of folks living off from Port Forest get their stuff here. Only place they can get it.
I say, this isn't going to be as easy as we thought.
Well, I guess that's that. Oh, wait a minute. You say you know everyone up in these parts?
I pride myself on it.
Well, do you recall any stranger laying in heavy supplies?
Why, no, I can't say that I have.
Oh, my goodness!
Oh, there she blows. Oh, we're sunk, all hands, and the captain.
Bull McGinnis, you no-count Irishman.
Oh, yes, me darling.
Drinking up our stock of liquor.
Well, bless your loving
And at this
heart.
time in the morning.
You can smell me breath.
I'll smell your breath with the whack of my broom handle.
Oh, Harry, me love.
Whoopee!
Outside, all of you. Scum, carrion, no good.
Oh, I say.
Ah, whoopee! Every man for himself.
That's a mean broom handle.
This is far enough, boys.
Boy, this ain't half far enough.
Scalawags, now you see that you keep outside of this store.
I say she bally near broke that broom over my head.
That's a pretty poor footwork, Reggie.
Man, what a woman. Where did Frenchie go?
He kept running. He must be down to the launch by this time.
Doggone. Hey, Bull, come here.
Yeah, it's all right, boys. Everything's under control now.
Boy, when your little old wife goes to work, she means business, don't she?
Best temper I've seen her in a week. I only got one black eye.
Yeah, you usually get two?
Yeah, but what's it all about, Bull? What do we do to make her so angry?
I've been living with that woman for 20 years now, and I still don't know what riles her.
Well, she sure was riled. No kidding about that.
Well, let's get back to business, shall we?
You see what I mean about getting the account books for you?
You betcha. And we don't blame you none either.
Hasn't there anything happened that you thought was queer?
Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, you got something?
Wait a minute now. Now, about 3 months ago...
Yes?
Jake Sims, come in here with a wad of money and bought enough supplies to stuff an elephant.
Who's Jake Sims?
No count bum. Lives on a log hut over next to the timber, down at the end of the street.
But I say, what was strange about that?
Because Jake Sims don't never work, and he's always broke.
And yet he suddenly comes in and buys a lot of supplies?
Enough for a fella to live like a king for, 5 or 6 months.
He bought them for himself?
That's just it. Them supplies melted away. After he bought them, he went on a week's drunk, and since then he's been begging meals around just like he used to.
In other words, he bought the supplies for someone else and got drunk on the money paid him for doing it.
Well, that's the way I figure it, yeah.
Bull, where can we find Jake Sims now?
Up at his place. He never gets up before noon.
Well, just where is it?
Well, not far. Just go to the end of the street here. Over across that stoppage, you'll see a log hut. And that's it.
Thanks, Bull. If you see Frenchie again, tell him we'll be back at the launch in half an hour or so.
Yeah, stop by the store on your way back. I'd like to buy you a drink.
With Mother McGinnis and a broom standing by? Not me, fella.
Wish you take it too much to heart. Carries the soul of hospitality.
Well, she sure got a funny way of showing it. Shall we go, Jack?
Yeah, just a minute. Bull, have you noticed any strangers in Port Forest the last day or so?
Nope, I can't say I have. That is, except them show folks.
Show folks?
Yeah, they're going to put on a show down at the town hall next week. Couple of women. Half a dozen actor fellas. They're staying down at the King Charles Hotel.
Thanks. We'll be seeing you later, Bull.
Well, don't forget to stop by on your way back.
I say, Jack, actors up here?
I suppose it's possible.
It might be possible, but I'll bet money they're not. It's Cooper and his gang just as sure as shooting fish.
We'll have a look as soon as we've talked to Jake Sims.
Well, here we are at the end of the street.
Some street, just one good block long, and weeds are growing up in the middle of it.
There's a log hut.
Huh? Where?
Over there, where the timber line begins.
I say, this path looks like it might lead over to...
Okay, let's go. Man, will you look at them stumps. There's sure been some big trees cut down around here.
Mm-hmm.
And all going to waste.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir, some mighty good burning wood for somebody's fireplace. Look at that. Everywhere.
Wood to burn, huh, Doc?
Okay. What do you think about this fella, Jake Sims, anyway, Jack?
He may be our man, all right.
I say, it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, buying all them supplies.
Hold it. We're getting too close.
Yeah.
Jove, what a pigsty.
Darned if Jake Sims ain't white trash of the worst sort.
What'd you expect? Bull said he was drunk all the time.
Yeah. All this pretty country and a fella has to come along and make this kind of a stinkhole in it.
Well, let's see if he's in. Hey, Jake. Jake Sims.
Probably sleeping off a binge. Why didn't we just bust in?
Might as well. There's no lock on the door.
Oh, push her open.
Is he in there?
Can't see him. We're this far. Let's go on in.
Sure.
Doesn't seem to be...
Jack, look there behind the bed.
Oh, I say.
Quick, move the bed away. That's enough. Too late. He's dead.
Stabbed in the back with a Bowie knife.
Ghastly.
Well, there's one thing. We were on the right track. But the Cooper gang got here ahead of us.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the Northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. O'clock in the morning in the little sawmill town of Port Forest, somewhere up the coast from Seattle near the Canadian border. Their manhunt has taken them to the edge of the great Northwest wilderness, the last outpost of which is the little logging town of Port Forest. They have had to fight the Cooper gang, an organization determined to keep them from finding Archer every step of the way. The gang's newest atrocity was the murder of Jake Sims, a native of Port Forest, whom the three comrades believed was Archer's contact with the outside world. At the moment, the trio are in the dead man's cabin.
Well, there ain't anybody ever going to be deader than Jake Sims is right now.
You know, it's interesting, too. He hasn't been dead over 15 or 20 minutes.
I say. Yeah, looky, that window's open over yonder. The killer might have climbed out of the window and beat it for the woods and back as we was a-coming up the path from town.
He was the man who bought supplies and delivered them to wherever Alexander Archer is hiding. As long as he was alive, Archer was in danger of being exposed.
Yeah, and Jake here was double dangerous after what Bull McGinnis told us down at the store. I say, you mean someone of Cooper's gang overheard? Yeah, ain't that the way you figure it, Jack?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
But look here, that means that we're being watched.
Not a doubt in the world of it.
Queer we haven't been aware of it. Yeah, what about that, Jack? Usually one of us spots a tail 2 minutes after he's on us.
Oh, we're out of our environment. Our senses are tuned to city life. They don't know how to react up here in the wide open spaces.
You think that's it, sure enough?
Well, we certainly missed fire this time. Something's the matter.
Doggone. And just because we wasn't on our toes, Jake Sims is a dead Indian.
There's no use staying here any longer.
Yeah. Reckon we ought to go down and report this dead body? Wonder if they got a police department up here.
We've got something more important to do than report dead men.
Huh? Such as what?
Didn't Bull McGinnis say Cooper and his gang were staying at the King Charles Hotel?
Yeah, passing themselves off as a troupe of actors.
Well, then the King Charles Hotel is our next stop.
But aren't we going to report the body?
What's the hurry?
But looky, fella, if somebody else discovers Jake here and reports it, and then Bull McGinnis remembers we was on our way up here the last he saw of us, ain't that gonna put us in one sweet spot? Quite, I don't like it.
Oh, you needn't worry about the body, gentlemen.
I say. Hey, Jack, it's Cooper.
Don't move, gentlemen, or one of you may find yourselves in the same unfortunate state as Jake Sims.
Pointing a gun at us through the window. Is that any way for a nice old man to act? Now, I ask you, fella.
I hope you'll all use good judgment, because my age hasn't anything to do with my shooting ability.
All right, Cooper. What do you want?
Just stand quietly as you are, while Frankie takes care of you.
What you mean, takes care of us?
Frankie, show them what I mean.
Yeah, you want me to go in through the window?
Now, you might get into my range of fire. Go around by the door.
Yeah, sure.
Now, ain't this a nice mess of potatoes?
This is all pretty silly, Cooper.
Oh, you think so?
Certainly. We're within 100 yards of the main street of Port Forest. It's broad daylight. What do you think you're going to gain by this sort of gunplay?
All right, Frankie. Go to work.
Yeah, you bet.
If any fuss starts, drop to the floor, so I won't hit you when I open fire.
Sure. All right, you. Put your hands behind you.
What about it, Jack?
You better do as he says.
Good common sense, Packard.
I say, Jack, he put handcuffs on me. Hey, Jack, are we just going to stand here and take this?
Can you think of anything better to do at the moment?
Yeah, this mug's not carrying a rod.
All right. Take the next one.
Come on, you. Put your hands behind you.
Hey, Jack.
Do as he says, Doc.
Well, darn it anyway.
Come on. You're wasting time.
Ooh, all right. But I warn you, fella, don't you ever let me catch you down a dark alley at night. Handcuffs. Now, we can't fight, Jack.
Just as well at the moment.
No rod on this bozo either.
Now, you see, Frankie, you boys insisted that these three were hard to handle. They're not only agreeable to get along with, but quite friendly about it.
I ain't either friendly, dadbunnit. I'm meaner than a he-mule in fly time.
All right, Packard. Your turn. Hands behind you.
Oh, why not?
Letting a pack of murderers truss us up like a passel of chickens without making a fight? What's eating you, Jack, anyway?
I just don't happen to like Cooper's gun.
Packard, I must congratulate you on your high type of intelligence.
No gun on him either.
All right. Take that rope and tie their feet so that they can walk decently but can't run.
Hey, the least you could do if we're going to be your prisoners is to carry us.
No, I'm afraid you'll have to do your own walking. After all, I'm quite an old man.
Darn if you ain't. Just a dirty old man.
I beg your pardon. I am immaculate.
Okay, have it your way. An immaculate dirty old man.
Does this red-headed young man talk all the time?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
And doesn't he ever say anything?
Hey, what you mean, don't I ever say anything?
No, I'm afraid Doc just likes to talk to hear his brains rattle.
Well, that's a nice thing to say about a fella to his face.
That's unfortunate. I detest useless conversation. Unless he can restrain himself, it may be necessary to use a gag.
All right. If nobody likes the sound of my voice...
Not too tight with those ropes, Frank. Give them a chance for a long, easy stride.
Yeah, but then they can run.
Did you ever see anyone try to run with ropes tied to their feet? Personally, Packard, you're more my type.
Thanks for nothing.
Oh, here, come now. I've been looking forward to some delightful conversation with you.
On what subject?
Well, personally, I like books, and I'm very fond of psychology.
I say, an intellectual murderer.
Oh, very unfortunate appellation, young man. Very unfortunate.
Truest thing that's been said up to now. Doggone murderer.
Frank?
Yeah?
When you've finished with those ropes, put a gag in that man's mouth.
Hey, look now.
That's your reward for talking out of turn.
Well, blame it all, he is a murderer, and there's the body laying right there to prove it.
As I was saying, I'm very fond of psychology, but my real hobby is medicine.
Oh, it's interesting.
Yes. My reports on you, Packard, tell me that you studied medicine at one time.
I never finished.
Oh, yes, 3 years, yes. I'm going to be very interested in hearing why you gave it up.
Well, if you got such a thorough report on my past, you should know why.
No, I'm afraid it doesn't tell me that.
All right. Their feet's done. This the guy you want gagged?
Oh, yes, that's the one.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Hold still.
What, Dad, blame you ornery loadout.
Come on. You might as well give up, Doc. You're not the least bit intelligible.
There. Hell, that'll take care of him.
All right. Heard them out the door, and around here to me. Better keep your gun on them.
Sure. Come on. You heard what he said. Round to the side of the cabin with you.
I say, Jack, bit on the idea of a chain gang.
Keep going and no talking.
All right. I'll hold them here, Frankie. Go get the body.
Yeah, I'll tie it up in a gunny sack.
We're taking the body with us?
Oh, yes, of course. If we left it behind, someone might think you boys had killed him.
I should think that would be what you'd want.
Oh, no. Then the police would be hunting you. Let's keep the police out of this as much as possible.
Suits us.
I say, you're taking this all very calmly.
Oh, not the least danger. I've studied the habits of the natives pretty thoroughly. The only ones about at this time of the day are the mill workers, and they're all at work. Oh, don't dally in there, Frankie.
Coming right along. You can get them started towards the woods if you want to.
All right, boys. We'll be moving along then.
You're leading the way?
Now, I think it's safer if I follow. You see that scarred pine to the north?
Yes.
Head for that.
All right.
Mark you, I don't want to shoot if I don't have to, so don't give me any trouble.
I say, looks a bit of rough going.
Oh, yes, you'll have to break through the undergrowth. It gets better shortly.
Yeah, well, it's bad with our hands handcuffed behind us.
You can make it.
Righto.
If the ropes on your feet get tangled in the brush, just stand still until Frankie or I can free you.
I say, Jack, bit of a go, what? Kidnapped in broad daylight?
Don't be misguided by what Cooper says. Be careful. He's dangerous.
Quite. What do you suppose he has in store for us?
I don't know, but I'll bet it isn't sitting in front of a fire discussing books and philosophy.
Too bad you're gagged, Doc. Oh, I say.
What's the matter?
Doc's hobble rope caught on a root, and he pitched head first into a bush.
Well, now, we'll take care of that. Up on your feet. Yeah. Now you're all right.
No, Doc will never be all right as long as he's got a gag in his mouth. And that fall didn't help his temper any.
Yes, he does look a bit indignant.
Indignant? The things that Texan's got stored up in his mind would inspire a mule driver.
You're wasting time. Move along.
We're at the edge of the timber. Which way do I go now?
Frankie, take the lead.
Yeah, you mugs follow me along here.
The going's easier from now on. It isn't far.
Isn't far to where?
My boy, the impatient man wastes the golden present in his eagerness for the counterfeit future.
I say.
You're alive and well at the moment. Let that suffice.
That's pretty uncomfortable philosophy for 3 men with their hands and feet tied and headed for uncertainty.
I'd like to discuss that with you at a later time. The philosophy of living each moment to the fullest without consideration of the next. But just now, I think we're coming to the horses.
Horses?
Oh, yes. Frankie, tie that corpse on the bay mare.
Yeah, That's just what I was going to do.
Yes, she's become resigned to carrying gruesome cargoes.
You expect us to mount these horses?
I'm afraid you'll have to.
No, that must mean we've got quite a trip ahead of us.
Not far. That is, not too far for comfort.
Yeah, there, that'll take care of the body.
All right, Frankie. Lead the roan up beside this stump for our red-headed friend.
I say, I was wondering how we were going to mount with our hands behind us.
Come on, boy.
Come on.
Whoa.
Up on the stump with you young man who talks too much.
I say, that's rubbing it in.
Frankie, untie the rope on his feet and then retie it under the horse's belly when he's on.
Yeah. All right, Texas, hop on.
Cooper, you don't really expect to get away with this, do you?
Oh, that isn't a very intelligent question, Packard. I'm surprised at you.
Look, we were sent up here on a mission. The minute we disappear, the people who are backing us will have the state police and federal department down on you like a ton of bricks.
Well, you talk in a way that makes me realize you don't know all the facts in this case. Your turn up on the stump, Packard. There you go.
There. I'm certainly not dressed for horseback riding.
Oh, you'll do.
What do you mean I don't know all the facts in the case?
Untie his feet, Frankie.
Yeah.
You came up here into these woods to find Alexander Archer.
That's right.
Hired by an insurance company.
Yes?
Yeah, get on the horse.
It's awkward. I made it. Go on, Cooper. We were hired by an insurance company.
Did the insurance company tell you they'd sent other men out to find Alexander Archer?
Oh, look here.
Did the insurance company tell you that some of those other investigators disappeared?
What are you implying?
Did they tell you that there's been a great deal of secret to do in official circles about these men who have never returned, and that nothing has come of it?
All right, York. Your turn. Up on the stump with you.
Quite. I say, Cooper, are you telling us that we're about to disappear, never to be heard of again?
Oh, there's that possibility, of course.
You must be crazy. We've left a trail behind us broad enough for a village constable to follow.
Yes, officials have followed all those who have come before you as far as Port Forest. But then somehow the trail comes to an end.
Oh, I say.
Yes. At this point, the men sent out by the insurance company seem to vanish in thin air.
Oh, beautiful thought.
Are we ready, Frankie?
Yeah, all set.
Up on your horse, then. We'll take the underground passage.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the Northwest Trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere high on a ragged mountain ledge, somewhere near the Canadian border. Jack, Doc, and Reggie are in the Pacific Northwest in search of Alexander Archer, declared to be dead by his estate, but believed to be alive by the insurance company who holds $1 million policy on his life. Every inch of the three comrades' manhunt has been opposed by a well-organized outfit come to be known as the Cooper Gang. This morning, in the isolated little mill town of Port Forest, they thought they had found a clue to Archer in the person of Jake Sims. But when they got to Sims' cabin, he was dead. Murdered. Right on top of this, Cooper and one of his gang appeared and at gunpoint tied them up and loaded them on horses. That was at 7 o'clock this morning. Now at 4 in the afternoon, they're riding on a high rocky ledge so narrow the horses must go single file.
I say, Jack.
Yes?
I feel very sorry for Doc.
Well, I've asked Cooper twice to take the gag off. He refuses.
Bloody swine.
You'd better sit still in your saddle. This ledge is too narrow for comfort.
Quite. Doc's horse up ahead stumbled a minute ago.
Oh? Well, if one of us goes over, we all go. We're all tied together.
Quite. Joe, this is beautiful country, though.
Yeah, I'll take my sightseeing in a different form. My arms have been bound behind me so long, all the feeling's gone.
I know. Wonder how much farther they're taking us.
You got me.
I say, the ledge narrows up ahead.
Narrower than this?
Oh, quite.
Well, hold your breath. It's 1,000 feet straight down if it's an inch.
Here we go. Hang on.
Get up. Get up. Get up there.
Jack, are you all right?
Well, yeah, I made it. Is my hair white?
Scared the wits out of me. When I heard your horse scrambling, I thought you'd gone over.
No, so did I. Maybe somebody likes this mountain goat stuff. I don't.
Call back of you and ask Cooper how much more there is of this.
Probably won't do any good. Hey, Cooper!
Yes?
I suppose you know kidnapping's a hanging offense.
My, aren't you informative?
How much farther are we going?
The worst is over. We drop down into a little valley just ahead. Then you'll get the surprise of your life.
Well, that doesn't sound very encouraging.
Oh, you needn't worry about it. Nothing's going to happen to you. Yet.
Not yet, huh?
No. I have taken quite a liking to you.
One of those beautiful friendships, huh?
Jack, the ledge is widening. We're going down into a tiny canyon.
Well, that's something. I'm getting tired of this eagle's nest department. Cooper says we got a surprise in store for us.
Something gory?
No. He says not to worry. Here. This path's taking on the elements of a shoot-to-shoot.
Bit on the steep side, all right. Steady, boy.
I hope the brakes on my horse are good, or I'll run you down.
Well, these horses are used to this trial. Just let them alone. They'll take care of you.
That's all right. But with our hands tied behind us, I'm having something of a problem keeping my seat.
Well, endeavor not to fall off, if you know what's good for you.
Oh, thanks for the warning.
Now we're down. Yes, it's an easy path to the other side of the canyon.
Well, look, how about calling up ahead to your old pal Frank and having him pull up for a bit?
What for?
Well, among other things, how about taking Doc's gag off? He's had it on all day, and that's pretty brutal.
I'm sorry. He brought it on himself.
Then you might be a little humane.
It's all part of the game, you know.
But it's so unnecessarily cruel. He can't do any harm with his voice here.
He talks too much.
I shouldn't expect anything more from you, I suppose.
I suppose not.
Jack, we're coming to a river.
Yes, I hear it. Cooper.
Yes?
I suppose you know your gang murdered that body Frank's got on the pack horse up ahead.
What are you so high and mighty about? What about the 3 men you killed in that launch out in Puget Sound?
Oh, come on, you're crazy. The launch was run down by a freighter. We had all we could do saving ourselves.
In the vernacular, tell it to the Marines.
I say, Jack, Frank's fully off.
Well, apparently we are going to get a rest after all. Whoa, boy.
Oh, boy. Hey, you ready, Frank?
And this is where you said to get rid of the body, Mr. Cooper?
Oh, yes. In the river.
Yeah.
Well, hurry up. We need to be at the cabin by 4:30. It's almost that now.
Yeah. It won't take me but a minute to get these ropes off.
Say, where does that river go?
It goes underground about a mile down the canyon.
Doesn't it come out again?
If it does, nobody knows where. I don't care to watch. Linda Joyce will guide you now.
Yeah, there. I'll be with you in just a minute. And that's that.
And that's the end of Jake Sims.
Yeah, just like he ain't never been. Now, look at you guys. We go into a cave up ahead.
Cave?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'll have a light up ahead, but it won't do you guys much good. Bend down over your horses' necks, or you're liable to get your head bumped.
A cave? So that's what Cooper meant about the underground passage.
Yeah, never mind about that. Now, just listen to what I'm saying. Do what I tell you to, because when we first go in, we follow along the river, and she makes so much noise you won't be able to hear yourselves think.
Just bend over in the saddle, and the horses will do the rest.
Yeah, that's right. Here comes Miss Joyce. Miss Joyce, I'll keep watching back as we go into the cave. If anything goes wrong, you signal me with your light. So let's go.
Here we go into the cave. No use trying to talk anymore.
Are we through with the river, Linda?
Yes. It goes off into the right.
What happens when we get through the cave?
There's a cabin on the other side where we'll spend the night.
You mean we've got more horseback riding to do tomorrow?
Of course.
Oh, that's great. I'm stuck to the saddle right now.
Yes. Fighting's bad if you're not used to it.
Great little comforter.
You boys might be interested to know that when you come out of the mouth of the cave up there, we'll be out of the United States and into Canada.
So that's what this is.
What do you mean?
This trail we've been following, a smuggler's underground system. Valley surrounded by crags, 2,000 or 3,000 feet straight up.
I thought you boys would like it. Canadian Rockies. They have a reputation, you know. See that smoke down there? That's our cabin.
Well, that looks better to me than all the Rocky Mountains in Canada.
Our first horse is for tomorrow.
Hey, Miss Joyce.
Yes, Frank.
Where does Mr. Cooper want us to dump this cargo?
Take them right up in front of the main cabin. Well, here we are.
Shall I dump them off?
Yes, untie their feet. You'll probably have to help them down.
Let them help themselves. All right, you. Down with you.
Oh, look here. You can't do that.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, there's no use in that sort of thing. Doc's bound and gagged. There's such a thing as decency.
Yanking him off and letting him fall?
Yeah, and your neck.
Here, what are you doing?
Come on.
Great guy, aren't you?
Jack, I say, I can't begin to stand. No feeling at all in my legs.
Hey, your neck.
Bally brute.
I'll remember that, Frankie, my boy.
I'll take the horses down to the stable, Miss Joyce. Can you see about these mugs?
All right. They don't any of them seem to be able to stand.
Okay. Somebody will be out to give you a hand, I reckon. Come on, you. Come on. Hit for the barn.
None of you is hurt, is he?
Well, we're certainly not in a pink of condition.
You'll get over it. Line your backs and kick your feet like you're riding a bicycle. That'll bring back the circulation.
Oh, that's going to be a wonderful feeling.
See here, will you please take that gag out of Doc's mouth?
No.
And you call yourself a woman.
Oh, stop crying. I thought you three were supposed to be tough guys.
Is that brute tied up?
Yes. That's why he's howling. He's only allowed loose when Mr. Cooper's around.
You still haven't told us what became of Cooper.
Oh, he'll be along.
But look here. Are we just going to lie here? What happens now?
I'll take you inside as soon as you're able to stand.
Oh, I say.
Circulation's coming back, Reggie.
Quite. Better off the way I was.
I'm beginning to have the same opinion.
Well, you better come along before you get too frisky.
But I don't think I can stand.
Oh, yes, you can. Come on. Get up.
Jove, I say.
Feels like I was walking on stilts with slivers in it.
Righto. Good boy, Doc.
Come on. This way.
Hello. What's in that enclosure over there?
Mountain lions.
Mountain lions?
Yes, some more of Mr. Cooper's pets.
Pets, huh?
Sort of.
But what does a blighter like Cooper want with mountain lions?
That you'll probably find out for yourselves before Richard Cooper is through with you.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. Seven o'clock in the evening in a wilderness cabin somewhere across the Canadian border in the Pacific Northwest. Here, the gang murdered the only man who could have given the trio a clue to Alexander Archer's whereabouts, and then in a quick, daring move, took the three comrades prisoners. All day, the Cooper gang traveled by horse with their prisoners by rugged, dangerous trails, finally crossing into Canada through a gigantic natural tunnel. And now, at 7 o'clock in the evening, somewhat recovered from the trip, Jack, Doc, and Reggie sit before a great fire in a strange wilderness log cabin with their host and captor, Richard Cooper.
Gentlemen, the necessity for keeping you handcuffed to your chairs revolts me.
Well, it don't revolt you no more than it does us, Cooper.
Yes. As your host, I deplore the whole business. As your captor, however, it seems only logical.
Oh, there's logic in keeping us handcuffed to our chairs, all right?
Oh, you see my point.
You bet. Because if we wasn't chained down here, we'd bust you wide open and get out of here.
Apparently you haven't yet learned your lesson, Mr. Long.
What lesson?
I kept you gagged all day because you talked too much.
Now, looky here, Cooper. Every man's got a right to say his piece.
Not unless he has something intelligent to say.
All right, I can take a hint.
I hope sincerely you can. For your sake.
Darn polecat.
Mr. Packard, you seem disinclined to talk.
Nothing to say.
I realize you all must be deadly tired. It was a pretty strenuous trip through the mountains for anyone not used to horses.
Yes, especially with our hands tied behind us.
And yet you all came through it much better than some of our other guests.
I say, you make a regular habit of kidnapping people and bringing them up here?
Oh, nothing regular about it, but there are occasions...
Other investigators before us who have tried to find Alexander Archer, I take it.
Some of them, yes, some of them.
Bit of an organization you have. I've counted 5 men about this cabin, not including myself and Linda Joyce.
Oh, yes. 5 men on duty at this station.
Station?
Oh, yes. This is the Midway station on the underground passage.
You know, I've been giving this some thought, Cooper.
I'm not surprised.
This thing's too well organized simply to be a means of disposing of people who get too nosy about Alexander Archer.
That's logical.
I mean, Archer's only been missing a year. Everything indicates this setup has been established for a much longer time.
Oh, it has, I assure you.
Am I right in assuming it's an underground railroad for smuggling goods between the United States and Canada?
Oh, no. Dear me, no.
That's a logical assumption.
Yes, it could be used for that very well, but never has been.
I see.
There's one thing that puzzles me a bit. I mean to say, aren't you running a considerable risk in bringing us over the trail in the daylight and allowing us to see where you're taking us and how we get there?
Young man, that question shows a pitiful amount of simple faith and youthful optimism.
But look here. If we ever get out of this mess, you know bally well we'll turn in the whole business.
You're darn tootin' we will.
Mr. Packard, don't you think it's time you explained to your 2 comrades the true state of affairs?
What the heck you talking about?
What Cooper's saying is none of us is ever going to be in a position to give him away.
Well, ain't that a beautiful thought for the day?
Quite. Furthermore, I'd say Mr. Cooper's inclined to be a bit on the optimistic side myself.
Well, that's the human mind. Hope rising eternally, each of us living with his own personal convictions.
Good of you to allow us our own personal convictions, Cooper.
Oh, please don't misunderstand me. I have no desire to threaten you, to make you more uncomfortable than necessary. Personally, I would never have brought up the subject of your future. That was done by Mr. York. Mr. Packard here is the only possible one of you who might have some small insight into the things which go on in my mind.
Not much. Beyond the fact that you're a very dangerous man.
Only dangerous because I'm intellectually your superior.
Perhaps that's true. All I know is that I sense something that warns me to watch out.
Speaking of sensing something, what's that raw, wild smell I keep a-smelling?
Quite. I get it, too. A bit like spoiled meat.
Oh, yes. That's my pen of mountain lions.
Yeah? I was going to ask you about that. We saw 'em when we first come. What the heck did Linda Joyce mean when we asked her what you kept mountain lions for?
What did she say?
That we'd probably find out for ourselves one of these days.
That girl is taking a great deal on herself. Linda!
Hello?
Linda, come up here.
There's that darn wolf dog again.
A fine animal. You haven't made his acquaintance yet.
Well, I made all the acquaintance I want to of him. When I see him from my window a-galloping around the house.
Quite. Big, ugly-looking brute. Biggest fangs I ever saw in a dog.
He's half wolf. There you are, Linda.
Yes?
Open the door and let Prometheus in.
Mr. Cooper.
Linda, open the door and let Prometheus in.
All right.
Prometheus.
He's coming.
Prometheus, there you are. That's York. Go over and say hello.
I say.
Prometheus, over there's Long. Go say hello.
You black devil, get out of here.
Prometheus, this is Packard. Say hello.
Hello, Prometheus.
Here. No, come and lie down.
You had a reason for having him make the rounds and smell each one of us, I suppose.
Oh, yes, indeed. He's intelligent. He'll never forget any of you. Watch this. Prometheus, go to Packard. You see, I just mentioned your name to him once. Come back in, lie down now.
So what?
Why, if it should ever be necessary to find one of you in a hurry, that's all.
I say, those fangs, they're positively beastly.
I've seen him tear the throat out of a full-grown bear with one slash of those fangs.
Oh, the throat of a bear.
Linda, you talked with these men about my pen of mountain lions?
Only that they were a hobby of yours.
Any mention of those animals is forbidden, as you have reason to know.
I spoke before I thought.
I'm afraid, my dear, that any more thoughtlessness on your part will have most unhappy results.
You're threatening me?
Nonsense, child. What a thought.
Yes, what a thought.
It's only natural for the human mind to relax. We all need to have our sense whipped into line now and again.
Yes, naturally. I'll be more careful in the future.
Good. Oh, then we can forget about it for something more pleasant. Oh, do you gentlemen play bridge?
Nope. Poker's my game.
Poker? Oh, splendid. I haven't had a good game of poker in a long while.
Yeah, just a minute, Cooper. Haven't we been given to understand that we begin another long trek on horseback early tomorrow morning?
Yes, I'm afraid that's right.
Well, I don't mind telling you, I'm dog-tired. Personally, I'd like to be taken to my room.
Oh, I'm sincerely sorry. What a bad host I've been. Shall we all retire then?
Well, very shortly. But I couldn't face cards tonight. If Doc here wants to play...
All according to what the stakes are.
Oh, I see. What stakes did you have in mind?
Well, now, just for instance...
Yes?
How about us playing for the limit?
I don't think I follow you.
You and me sit down and play a hand of draw poker.
Oh?
If I win, you turn us loose and give us half an hour head start before you try to catch us again.
And if you lose?
Well, if it's all right with Jack and Reggie, we'll guarantee to go along with you tomorrow without trying to get away.
A half hour of freedom tonight in return for good conduct tomorrow.
Well, you're a gambler, ain't you?
Oh, yes. That's no gamble. I've got everything to lose and nothing to gain.
Sure you have.
No, because you haven't the faintest possibility of getting away from me tomorrow. No, my friend. That's no proposition.
Well, what you got to offer?
Let's see. How about this? If you win, you get your half-hour freedom. And if you lose, you lend yourself to a little experiment of mine.
Oh, no.
Linda.
What you mean, a little experiment?
It really is a marvelous opportunity for you. Lend yourself to the advancement of scientific knowledge.
Doc, I think you're getting in over your head.
You mean let myself get bit by malaria mosquitoes, something like that?
Something, but not quite. Linda, I think you'd better leave the room.
Yes, I think I'm going to be sick.
Well, Long, what about it?
Yeah, well, that ain't exactly what I had in mind. But on the other hand, I'm a pretty doggone good poker player.
I won't consider it, Cooper.
The consideration is out of your hands.
I absolutely forbid it, Doc.
But if Cooper here was to give us half an hour head start, Jack, he'd never catch us.
Where's your good sense? If Cooper's taken all this trouble to bring us this far, you think he's going to take a chance of losing us for the fun of playing some one hand of poker?
Oh, I'll release you and give you a full half-hour head start.
You think you will, Jack?
Probably. But there's a catch in it.
Well, all I want to do is get free. I'll take my chances on the rest.
You seem very certain of winning the poker hand.
Of course I'll win. Ain't I told you I'm good at poker? What you say, Jack?
No. Positively.
Reggie?
Absolutely not.
Well, there you are, Cooper.
You mean you've decided not to play?
2 against 3. Majority rule in this outfit.
Oh, too bad. Apparently your two companions haven't the faith in your ability as a poker player that you have. Huh?
Hey, is that what you folks mean? You don't think I can beat this tin horn?
No. We don't mean you couldn't beat him. We're saying it's a trick. And you've got everything to lose and nothing to gain.
You're saying my good faith?
I'm saying your good faith is only good as far as it meets your convenience. Now then, if you'll release us from these chairs and take us to our room, I'd like to get some rest.
Jack, I still think
You never had a thought in your life. You want to play that hand of poker just to show off? Now shut up about it.
Hey, fella, you can't talk to me like that.
Jove, I say, Doc, we're all a bit on the nervy side tonight. Let's just drop the whole business.
Well, Dad, blame it anyway.
Cooper, will you stop fumbling with these cards and take us into our bedroom?
Oh, certainly. I'm sorry for all this unpleasantness.
Let it go.
I'll have to go call the men.
Well, go call them.
Too bad, yes. I'm afraid I've tried your patience too far.
Doc. Yeah, I'm sorry. But you didn't get the full significance of what he was saying. There was murder mixed up in that conversation.
Hey, what you talking about?
I know it. I saw it in his face.
I say, watch out. Somebody's outside the door.
Hey, it's Linda.
He mustn't catch me here. But don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again.
What do you mean, Linda?
It's just the chance he was looking for. Watch out for him.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. Five o'clock in the evening in a motor launch among the Pacific Northwest Islands, somewhere off the coast of Canada, Jack, Doc, and Reggie began this million-dollar manhunt in an attempt to find Alexander Archer. Yesterday morning, they were taken prisoners by the Cooper gang and transported across the border into Canada by horses. Last night, they rested at an isolated cabin with Richard Cooper, Linda Joyce, and 5 other members of the gang. All day today, their horseback trip continued until an hour ago, when they came down to the edge of the Pacific. Here, they were loaded into a launch, and for the last hour, they have been cruising through the innumerable uninhabited islands which mark this portion of the coastline.
Hello there, Mr. Cooper.
Linda, go up forward and see what Frankie wants.
Sure, why not?
We're getting close to our destination. Shortly now, and you'll be rid of these handcuffs.
Yeah, but what's worrying me now is, if this here launch should get wrecked or something with us handcuffed to the rail...
Oh, no danger of that, I assure you.
Just the same, if it should happen, we're gone goslings and no two ways about it.
I say, the thing that interests me, I've never realized before how many islands there were off this part of the coast. We've passed so many I've lost count.
Oh, yes, hundreds of them.
They got white folks on them?
Oh, dear me, no. Most of them uninhabited. Some have never known the presence of white men.
Mr. Cooper.
Well, Linda?
Frankie says we're at extreme high tide. We can make it through the outer reef now if you're ready.
Oh, certainly. What are you waiting for?
For your orders.
Oh, yes, of course. Tell him to go ahead.
Hi, Frankie.
Yeah, what's he say?
Go ahead. take us through as fast as possible.
All right, hold on to your hats. Here we go.
What's he mean, here we go?
We're going to cross the reef. It's quite rough for a few minutes. Unfortunately, you gentlemen out here on deck are going to get wet.
What about you?
Linda and I will go down into the cabin.
And leave us three out here handcuffed to the rail?
I'm afraid it's necessary.
There's consideration for you. Great, huh, Jack?
If we're crossing a reef, then that must be the island we're heading for over there.
Oh, yes, that's right. Another 5 minutes, and we'll be in. Come, Linda. It's beginning to get sloppy.
See you boys after the flood.
Huh? How do you like them apples? We're going to get a ducking, and we just got to stand here handcuffed to the rail and take it.
Well, there's one thing.
Yeah? What?
We're apparently penetrating right into the heart of the Cooper gang's stronghold.
We're penetrating in all right, but are we going to be able to penetrate out again?
I think you've got something there, Doc.
That depends a lot on what we find on this island, I imagine.
Just remember, we ain't the first folks to be brought on this island. And we got Cooper's word for it that nobody that's ever come here has ever left it. Hey, there's rocks are sticking out of the water.
Look out. Here we go.
Hey, that's no way to treat a fella. Folks will come right up and slap me in the face.
Well, handcuffed to the rail, at least we won't be walked overboard. Look out. Here we go again. Well, that's all. We're inside the reef.
I say, notice how quickly the water grows calm again? We seem to be in a sort of a lagoon.
Well, I don't mind telling you, I could wring out my clothes and start a good-sized ocean of my own.
Yeah, we're all in the same fix there, Doc.
What is there about me and water? Any of it in miles, and it either gets on me or I fall in it.
Well, just the same, I prefer this to riding a horse.
I say, don't even mention horses. From the seat of my pants to the top of my shoes, I'm one long blister.
And if you think this here salt water is doing them blisters any good, man, oh man, I feel like the seat of my pants was on fire.
Listen, you two. This may be the only chance we'll get to talk together alone.
I say, you think they'll separate us?
I don't know what'll happen when we get on the island. All I know is that Richard Cooper is a very dangerous man, and I want both of you to promise me to watch your step.
Righto.
Especially you, Doc. Everything you say antagonizes him. Just don't talk so much.
Well, I'll try.
I'd advise you to, for your own safety.
But, Jack, what's it all about? Do you think Cooper's bringing us to this island has anything to do with our search for Alexander Archer?
Yes, it's all tied together some way. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Archer is on this island.
Hey, then if we can escape from here with Archer, our job's done.
Mm-hmm. That's great, Doc.
Huh? What you mean?
Here we are being brought to the island in handcuffs, and already you've not only got us free, but escaping with Archer.
Well, ain't that the idea?
You're the kind of an egg who turns back and looks at the answer before he's even read the problem.
And another thing I'm wondering about. What you suppose Frenchie and Marie think about our disappearing from Port Forest?
They probably think we've run out on them.
I say, do you think they'll be worried and call the police?
I hope that's what they'll do, but I doubt it. They don't know enough about what we're into.
Well, they was hired by the insurance company to take us to Port Forest. Won't they report back that we disappeared right after we got there?
I hope so. But Frenchie looked to me like a pretty irresponsible old codger.
Watch it. Here comes Cooper.
Oh, nice and dry, and here we are wet as drowned rats.
Now remember what I said, Doc. Hold your tongue.
Well, gentlemen, you appear to have come through with no ill effects.
Yes. The wetting was just what we needed to whet our appetite.
Well, don't take that too seriously. Linda.
Yes?
Bring up that bottle of brandy out of the cabin. Drop it, brandy. We'll ward off the cold. 3 or 4 minutes now, and we'll have you out of this and into some dry clothes.
Oh, still the good host.
Oh, yes, I pride myself on it.
I got my own opinions.
Young man, I find your personality very distasteful.
Oh, you do.
Doc.
Well, Dad blasted.
Shut up.
Jack, I swear to my grandpa, if I don't...
Doc, if you don't stop talking so much, I'll personally wring your neck.
A most unfortunate young man. Just listening to his voice sets my nerves on edge.
Well, you'd have a very unfortunate time of it in the state of Texas, then, I'm afraid.
Is that what it is?
I say, Cooper, isn't your pilot taking a bit of a chance?
What's that?
Well, heading us straight for those rocks on the shoreline.
He knows what he's doing.
You wanted a bottle of brandy?
Oh, Linda, yes. Give each of them a drink. They find it a bit chilly.
Say, you do look like well-dunked donuts.
their hands are occupied. You'll have to hold it for them.
Sure. Here, Doc.
Looks like pretty dense forest on the island.
Yes, it's all heavily wooded.
Mr. York?
I say, thanks.
Is that reef we crossed all around the island?
Oh, yes, we're well protected from boats. Where we crossed is the only place a boat can get through, and then only at high tide.
What do you mean, protected?
Here, watch. You're going to see something very interesting in a moment.
I asked what you meant, protected.
Oh, did I say that?
Thanks, Linda.
My pleasure.
I say, look what's happening. We're running right into the interior of the island.
I thought that would surprise you.
Well, will you look at that? A doggone river.
Oh, not much of a river, but deep enough to take this launch inland quite a distance.
Well, we're almost there now.
Doggone, will you look at us? Chugging up a river with trees as tall as churches hanging right over us.
I say, beautiful.
Like it, huh?
I certainly do. I've heard about the natural beauty of the Northwest, but Joe...
Hey, what's that?
Oh, that's Prometheus. I've got him locked up down in the cabin.
You brought him along?
Oh, yes. He knows we're almost home.
I was hoping we'd left him behind.
No, not Prometheus. He's my right-hand man, right here on the island.
Right around the next curve is it.
Is what?
The landing pier.
Is that what you mean, Linda?
Why, yes, of course.
Jack, do you smell something queer?
Yeah, I do.
I've smelled it before. Raw. Wild. I say, mountain lions?
Hey, you got mountain lions on this island, too?
A few. Linda, tell Frankie to tie up at the lower dock.
Frankie?
Ahoy there.
Tie up at the lower dock.
All right, I get it.
Right around the bend, gentlemen, is our destination. And here we go around.
But this here mountain lion business...
Mr. Long?
Yeah?
Isn't it obvious that the matter is closed?
Maybe it's closed to you.
Doc, for the love of Mike, where's your good sense?
Huh? Well, all right, have it your way. Here we are around the bend. I don't see nothing.
I say, you don't see anything? Jack, will you look at that?
Stone castle?
A bit medieval, but we find it very comfortable. Tell Frank to cut the engines, Linda.
Cut the engines, Frankie.
Okay, all right.
A great medieval castle in this out-of-the-world island?
The story of how it got here is almost as amazing as the first sight of it. I must tell it to you sometime.
Hey, that mountain lion smells stronger than ever.
Linda, tell Frank to come here.
Frank, Mr. Cooper wants you.
You better come and take the helm, then.
All right. We're drifting in.
Doc, I warned you.
Huh? What's the matter?
What do you want, Mr. Cooper?
Put a gag in that man's mouth.
Hey, listen.
Ah, shut up. Open up your mouth.
Why, you darn ornery...
Oh, I say.
There. Yeah, that'll hold you.
All right. Now jump up on the pier and tie us up.
Yeah, 2 shakes.
Jack, did you ever see a more desolate pile of stone?
Does look more like a jail than a house. It's impressive, though.
There she is. Give me a hand, Mr. Cooper.
As soon as I'm up, bring up those 3 men.
Listen to me.
Oh, Linda.
Humor him if you want to stay alive.
Cooper?
Yes. As long as he finds you entertaining, you're safe.
What about Doc?
I'm afraid there isn't any hope for him. I'm crazy even to talk to you. Watch out.
Linda!
Yes?
Release Prometheus before you come up.
All right. That's all. Be smart.
Jack, what does she mean?
Watch it. Here comes Frank. Say, will you tell that Linda woman to keep away from us?
Ah, what's the matter?
Her smart cracks about us being dead men.
Quite. What kind of a she thing is she, anyway?
What do you care, pal? You'll be just as dead no matter what she says.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, sure. Got your gun on him, Mr. Cooper?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
All right. As soon as I unlock you from the rail, put your hands behind you, see?
Yes.
Behind you now. You're next, Texas. Behind you.
Here comes Prometheus.
Come here, Prometheus. Heel.
All right, that's all of you. Hop up on the dock.
Go ahead, Doc.
Gentlemen, we have arrived. From now on, you are my guests in the Phantom Castle. This castle sank into the ocean 2 centuries ago and no longer exists.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the Northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 6 o'clock in the evening in the Phantom Castle on one of the myriads of tiny islands off the west coast of Canada, Jack, Doc, and Reggie's million-dollar manhunt in an attempt to find Alexander Archer has ended with the three of them prisoners of Richard Cooper and his gang. The three have vanished from the outside world exactly as other investigators who have hunted Alexander Archer have vanished. The minute they arrived, their handcuffs were struck off, and they were escorted to a huge, musty chamber that apparently is to be their quarters.
It's utterly and ridiculously impossible.
Hi, Jack.
Well.
You should all come over here and look at this.
Yeah? You should come over here and look at this.
Okay. What you found?
Look at those windows.
Yeah, all the windows is barred just the same way.
I don't mean the bars. Look at the architecture, how they're built.
What you mean? What I know about architecture?
Well, I don't know very much myself. But if this castle isn't typically Russian architecture of the early 1700s...
Huh? When did you say?
I said early 1700s.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What was the Russians doing over here off the coast of Canada in 1700?
How do I know? Besides, it wasn't Canada in those days.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing in 1700. I mean, nothing but red Indian.
That's right.
So why would Russians go and build a big castle like this here?
I don't know. Where's Reggie?
I don't know. Hi, Reggie.
Hello there.
Where you at?
Coming.
He's a-coming. You know, Jack?
Listen now.
Huh?
Listen how Reggie's footsteps ring. Just walking naturally.
Yeah. Should be hard sneaking up on a fella in here.
These great chambers that do it.
Jack, this is really amazing, this place.
Jack was just saying this was built back in 1700.
Well, it's certainly been redone since then.
Everything but sitz baths and electric lights.
Yeah, they got vent outlets here for hot air furnaces. Wonder why they didn't put in electricity as long as they was going modern on everything else. Hey, what was that?
One of Richard Cooper's pet cougars.
Enough to chill your marrow.
Well, apparently he has them penned up all over the island, so we'll probably hear a great deal of them.
You know, I'm getting so I can't stand mountain lions. Every time I even mention him around Cooper, he slaps another gag in my mouth.
Which brings up something I want to talk about.
Yeah? Why is Cooper so touchy about his pet cougars?
No, it's about you I want to talk.
About me?
Yes. Doc, you've antagonized Cooper to the point where you're in real danger.
No more danger than you two, am I?
More immediate danger. You heard Linda Joyce whisper to me just before we were brought in here.
That we were safe so long as we amused Cooper.
Exactly. Well, Doc, you've annoyed him from the start. So whatever danger there is, you're facing it first.
What kind of danger? What's he going to do? Shoot me? Stab me in the back? If I had some idea...
No, we're not entirely blind to what's going on.
What you mean?
What one thing stands out above everything else?
Absolute isolation from the world.
Mountain lion?
You're both right. And there you are.
Huh. I don't get it. Doggone, I wish he wouldn't do that.
These are the facts that we know. We've been kidnapped and brought to an island of which the world is utterly unaware. It seems that other men have been brought here and have never been heard of again.
You're giving me goosebumps, but go on.
Our captor, Richard Cooper, is a highly intelligent man. He claims great interest in the psychology and philosophy of medicine. He has numerous mountain lions in cages about which he maintains the strictest secrecy.
Yeah, we know all that, Jack, but what's that got to do with me? What's my danger?
I think he gave a clue to it last night at the halfway cabin.
Huh? Clue to what's going to happen to me?
Yes. You remember him wanting you to play a hand of poker?
Yeah.
And if you lost, you were to lend yourself to an experiment for the advancement of science?
Hey.
But look here, Jack. You mean Cooper is using these mountain lions for scientific research?
Well, you can see for yourself that they're an important part of Cooper's life, if he's a scientist.
And you think he wants to mess me into his cougar experiments?
Doc, I really don't know.
I'm supposing something like holding a stopwatch to see how long it takes a hungry cougar to chaw up and swallow a red-headed fella from Texas. He wants to give me one of them big cat's brains so I'll go around yowling and a-spitting.
Doc, cut it out.
Well, you brought the subject up. Said Cooper wants me for an experiment.
No, Doc.
You don't think I'm looking forward to having Cooper whittle on me, do you?
Will you take it easy and listen, Doc? We're all in the same boat. Whatever is in store for you is probably in store for us at a later date.
That's a comfort.
That is, unless we can find some way of fighting our way out of it.
But we couldn't break out of here, Jack.
Not if we had pickaxes and 20 years to do it in.
Not if you had 30 years.
Hey!
Cooper!
Hey, Cooper. Where'd you pop up from?
Oh, does it matter? I'm here.
I saw you come in. Silly trapdoor business.
Yes, Packard. I didn't suppose you'd be impressed.
What do you want?
Why, you're my guests. I came up to bring you down to our evening meal.
You mean we're free to descend the stairs and sit down to your table, free men?
Oh, of course, of course. Dear, what did you expect of this place?
I reckon you'd throw some scrappings through the bars for us.
Long, if I allow you at my table, I must ask you to keep quiet.
Now, what have I said?
I simply despise hearing your voice.
Well, I'll be an overfed hipponoceros.
Doc.
Shall we go down then, gentlemen?
Isn't that half dog, half wolf howling?
Oh, yes. That's Prometheus. We tie him up at mealtime. He resents it.
That wasn't your wolf, Doc.
Oh, no, that wasn't Prometheus. Wait a moment while I unlock this door. Oh, that fellow seems to be a trifle hungry. All right, gentlemen. Wait for me, please. We'll all go down together. Now, follow me, please.
This is rather remarkable, Cooper. What's to prevent us from turning on you and making you our prisoner?
Oh, no.
Why not?
In the first place, men with loaded rifles are watching you. We'll continue to watch you, except when you're locked up in your own quarters.
Hey, that sounds silly.
It isn't, though. I spotted one of them already.
That's the immediate reason why it would be foolish to attack me. Now then, gentlemen, down these stairs, if you please.
Like a doggone palace.
The next reason for restraining yourselves is that you could not get out of this castle if you were free to try.
Why not?
There's a deep moat completely encircling the castle. The only means of exit is the drawbridge by which we arrived.
All right, then we'd use the drawbridge.
No. No, you'd never do that.
Why not?
No. Don't ask me to expand on the reason. My little secret, if you will. But I assure you, you'll never use the drawbridge without my consent.
Well, that was a doggone lot of marble steps, if you ask me.
Yes, that's all of them. Now, this way into the dinner hall. I think Linda has a throw rug or two in her quarters. That's all. Beautiful old tile floors. Why should they be covered?
But don't you get a little tired of the click and clatter of feet?
All the servants wear rubber soles. You won't hear them. Here we are.
Well, what you know. Looks like we're gonna eat anyway.
Yes. Now, if you'll arrange yourselves around the board. Packard, on my right, please. Just pull out the benches and be seated. There now. Go right ahead. Oh, you'll find the soup delicious.
Just smell that, will you, Reggie?
Quite. Eat heartily. I'd like to see that. And while you're so doing, I'll return to the matter of your escape.
Yes, do.
Even if you were free of the castle and loose on the island, you'd not get away.
You think not, huh?
I know. It's been tried before. Numerous times before.
What stopped them?
The reef that completely encircles the island. A boat would be dashed to pieces. A swimmer would meet the same fate.
But see here, Cooper. Your man Frank brought us through in the launch.
Oh, yes, there's one place at high tide, but I defy you to find it.
Well, I bet you I could come pretty close to it if I had to.
Pretty close is not close enough. It's certain death, and I'm warning you against trying it.
Cooper, this castle, is it as old as it appears to be?
Oh, yes. Early 18th century.
Then why doesn't the world know about it?
The world forgot about it nearly 200 years ago when it sank into the ocean.
You're really being serious about that?
Oh, yes, it's the truth. Less than 50 years after this castle was completed by a Russian nobleman, the entire island sank, castle and all. Oh, there's history to prove that.
But when did it reappear?
I don't know. But when I first saw it about 35 years ago, there it was. A great ruin entirely covered with mold and vines.
35 years you've known about this place?
Oh, yes. Another man and I discovered it on a fishing trip. We saw its possibilities and immediately set to work restoring it with numerous modern facilities.
Cooper.
Yes?
You said there were two of you.
Oh, yes, that's right. Of course, we had the help of many dependable men.
I'm only interested in this other man. Was he Alexander Archer by any chance?
Why, yes, now you mention it, it was.
Hey, fella, if Archer's half owner of this here castle...
Quiet, Mr. Long.
But doggone it, Archer must be right here in this castle now.
Don't make it necessary for me to gag you before this meal's over.
But, Cooper, what's so out of the way about that?
What Long said was perfectly obvious.
It's obvious that Alexander Archer's in this castle.
Yes, and I detest hearing the obvious expressed.
Jack, then we've found Archer?
Oh, you didn't find him. I brought you to him.
Still, we found him.
Several other insurance investigators had the same honor, but, dear, I'm afraid it did them little good.
I wonder if you're telling the truth.
Mr. Packard, I don't lie.
I want to see Archer with my own eyes.
Would you know him if you saw him?
I would. Well, when do I see him?
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Why?
Alexander Archer's a very sick man. I don't think he's going to last much longer.
Sick?
But, Jack, if he dies, then the insurance company is out $1 million.
Oh, yes. I'm afraid my old friend hasn't much chance.
Are you murdering Alexander Archer?
Oh, dear, such unpleasant conversation.
Well, you admit doing away with them insurance investigators, don't you?
Oh, yes, Long. I'm afraid I do.
What happened to him? What'd you do to him?
The same thing that's going to happen to you very shortly now, my talkative friend.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 7 o'clock at night in the great reception room of the Phantom Castle on an unidentified island somewhere off the west coast of Canada, Jack, Doc, and Reggie are prisoners of Richard Cooper. Here are the essential facts. The castle, built in 1700 by the Russians, sank with the island only to emerge from the sea some 150 years later. It was found and restored by Richard Cooper and Alexander Archer, unbeknownst to the world. About the island is a vicious reef, preventing any ship from approaching and anyone on the island from escaping. Immediately about the castle is a deep moat of swift water, so that the castle stands on a tiny island within the main island. And here, within these great rooms, the three comrades are prisoners. Doc is in particular danger, because he is disliked by Cooper, and whom Cooper dislikes, he destroys. And their captor host have just finished dinner and have retired to the great reception hall.
Well, that was a very good dinner, Cooper.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
How was it that Linda Joyce didn't dine with us?
Oh, she prefers to eat in her own quarters. Do sit down. Sit down, all of you. Make yourselves comfortable.
Look here, did I see you just now press a button?
That's right.
But that means electricity.
Oh, yes, we have our own power plant. A little bit incongruous in an ancient castle, I admit, but still we have it.
Then why not electric lights?
What's that?
You say you got electricity. Why don't you have some electric lights then, instead of these here smelly old oil lamps?
I beg your pardon. They are not in the least smelly.
Well, that's what my mama always used to say down in Texas. She used to say, darn a smelly, smoky old lamp anyway.
I prefer the old-fashioned virtues myself.
You consider the oil lamp an old-fashioned virtue?
I most certainly do. Oh, yes. Just one thought, gentlemen. Prometheus.
I say, that brute of a wolf dog.
On guard, Prometheus. Just in case any of you might take it into your heads that you can avoid my hospitality. I won't be long.
What's he mean he won't be long? Where's he going?
I say, I wish that bloody beast would stop grinning in this direction.
Prometheus? That's no grin. That's a leer.
Keep looking at me with those bloodshot eyes, fangs like a bear.
Yeah, more wolf than dog, if you ask me.
That bell he wears on his collar is a fine bit of irony in itself.
Well, gentlemen, I haven't been any longer than necessary. I hope you haven't been bored.
Oh, not in the least.
Hi, Frankie. Old sippy cat.
Never mind the bouquet.
Frankie?
Yeah, Mr. Cooper.
You have the handcuffs?
Handcuffs? Hey.
Yeah, here they are, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, yes, very good. Now, Mr. Packard, if you lay your wrists along the arm of the chair...
What's the idea, Cooper?
On guard, Prometheus.
What's the matter with you, Cooper? Tell that wolf to lie down.
Now, Prometheus stands ready until you're all handcuffed to your chairs.
Well, that's ridiculous. You've shown us that we can't get out of the castle, let alone off the island.
That's right.
Then why handcuff us to our chairs?
In due time, Mr. Packard, in due time. Your wrists, please.
I refuse to be handcuffed.
Frankie? Yeah.
Why, you low down...
Doc, don't move. Look at that dog.
Good thing you didn't move, Mr. Long. Prometheus would have been at your throat.
Yeah, doggone.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you, Frankie.
That's the second dirty blow you've given me, Frankie, my boy. Packard the pachyderm, they call me. Never forgets an injury.
Now then, Mr. York.
Doc and I could give him a bit of a battle.
With that wolf standing over Doc?
Yeah, one whiff of his breath makes me weak at the knees.
But at least we've got a fighting chance.
No use, Reggie. Save it.
That's good advice, young man. Good advice. Now, the other arm. That's it.
Valley well don't like it. I can tell you that.
All right, Prometheus. It's okay. Lie down. Now then, Frankie, bring that table with the lamp on it over here.
Yeah, sure. Table, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, ain't you gonna handcuff me the same way as you done Jack and Reggie?
Oh, that's right, Mr. Long.
Oh, yeah? But look here, why not?
Aren't you enjoying your special privileges? That's it, Frankie. Put the table right down here between us.
Yeah.
Look here, Cooper, I don't know what's going on, but could I ask one favor?
Oh, what's that?
Call off that wolf dog just long enough for me to get one crack at that polecat's mug.
What about it, Frankie?
Sure, why not?
Go ahead, Mr. Long. Nothing's holding you back.
You mean that? You won't sick that wolf on me?
Oh, I promise.
That's all I want to know. Here I come.
Well, come on. What's all this chatterboxing for?
Why not you come, huh?
Yeah, that's what I said.
All right. You asked for it.
Frankie, get to your feet. Get to your feet, you hear?
How the heck's he gonna get to his feet when he's sleeping like a baby?
I say, Doc, good work.
Well, what you think I was doing? Waltzing with him?
Well, this is interesting. Yes, sit down, young man. Sit down.
Why should I sit down?
Huh?
Yeah, I just knocked out Frankie, didn't I? What's gonna keep me from treating you the same way?
What is?
Yeah, what is?
Why, Prometheus here, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Lie still. Now then, will you sit down, please?
Yeah, okay, sure.
Now then, my boy, we're about to enjoy that little hand of draw poker we missed out on last night.
Poker?
Oh, yes. And here are the cards.
Now, wait a minute, Cooper.
Quiet, Packard. You're not concerned in this.
Now, just wait a minute, Cooper. I ain't said I'd play you a game of poker.
Oh, but you will, of course.
Well, I don't know whether I will or not.
I think you will. Now then, sit down and shuffle the cards while I explain the wager.
No, sir. I ain't touching them cards till I hear what we are playing for.
It's to be draw poker.
Yeah?
You are scheduled to be a part of a scientific experiment of mine.
Don't listen to him.
Quiet, please. There's no way out for you. You're my prisoner, and I shall use you any way I see fit.
What's that got to do with this poker game?
Oh, just this. You're going to gamble with me on how soon the experiment takes place.
Do what?
Yes. Yes, instead of money, these poker chips represent hours.
Hours, huh? 24 chips, 24 hours.
Oh, yes. At this moment, you are 24 hours away from your fate. Every chip you lose brings you 1 hour closer to the experiment. Every chip you win from me adds 1 hour to your life.
You mean if I keep on winning chips from you, I keep adding hours to my life?
That's right.
And when I win all the chips in front of you, what happens?
Oh, I'm the banker. I can keep on losing chips as long as it suits my humor.
Well, what's we waiting for? This is right down my alley.
But remember, if you lose your stack, when those 24 chips are gone, it's the end.
Start dealing the cards, Cooper. Win, lose, or draw. This is going to be one rip-snorting poker game.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. Midnight in the Phantom Castle on an unidentified island somewhere off the west coast of Canada. Jack, Doc, and Reggie are the prisoners of Richard Cooper, who has hindered their search for Alexander Archer from the beginning. Now that he has brought the three comrades to this ancient island castle, they have found out the following. Alexander Archer himself is apparently a prisoner in the castle also, and at the moment very ill. That no one brought to this island by Cooper has ever left alive. That Cooper, besides being interested in keeping the outside world from finding Archer, is engrossed in some kind of scientific problems which have to do with experimenting with mountain lions and human beings. And finally, that Cooper enjoys playing with his victims as a cat enjoys playing with a mouse. Witness the manner in which he is working on the nerves and emotions of the three comrades.
Now then, inside with you.
But Jack!
Take it easy, Reggie. Come on. Good night.
Here we are, Reggie. Back upstairs in our own special dungeon. Hardly call this a dungeon, though. 3 or 4 rooms as big as barns with all modern conveniences.
But what about Doc?
Well, what about him? He's downstairs playing poker with Cooper.
But it doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense around here. Why did he keep us chained to our chairs down there from 8 until midnight while he and Doc played poker?
I don't know.
And why did he suddenly decide he didn't want us about anymore? Why did he order Frankie to bring us back up here to our rooms while he and Doc went on playing poker?
I don't know that either.
I don't know what's the matter with me, Jack, but I'm afraid.
What of?
I don't know. If I could only find out, if I only knew. But you sense it, Jack, don't you?
Yes, of course. There's real, actual danger here. That's the reason we can't afford to lose our heads.
I don't know what's the matter. I've never felt like this before in my life. A sort of a creeping horror.
Come on over here. Sit down on the bed. Go ahead. Sit up.
Quite.
Now then, let's try to get to the bottom of this thing. There's reason behind what's going on here. A sinister reason, perhaps, but nevertheless a good, sound reason.
Of course. We started out in search of Alexander Archer, and this is Cooper's way of stopping us.
No. It's more than that. We've had proof that Cooper doesn't gag at murder. So if he simply wanted to stop our search for Archer, why didn't he kill us in Port Forest? No. There's something more.
The man's insane, in my opinion.
No, he's not. No. Cooper's deadly sane. As a matter of fact, he's so sane, listen to that. They're not pets. They're part of something he's doing, something that's very important in his life. If we could find out what that is...
I don't like it. You hear? I don't like it.
Listen. Let's analyze what Cooper's done to us so far. Let's see if it doesn't make sense somewhere.
Quite. I know I'm acting like a bloody blighter.
First, he kidnaps us and goes to a great deal of pains to make sure we're completely disappeared out of the world.
Quite. We're as non-existent as Jake Sims' body after Frankie threw him in the underground river.
That's number 1. He's made us feel utterly in his power. Now, number 2. He brought us to a heavily wooded island, in the midst of which is this great, evil-looking medieval castle.
Phantom Castle. Sank 2 centuries ago and then arose after lying on the bottom of the ocean all those years.
So he says. I want more proof than his word.
He says there's a history.
No matter where it's been the last 200 years, the matter of its presence here in this wilderness is too fantastic. We're not only lost to the world, but we've been plunged into a sort of nightmarish fairyland.
Land of monsters, screaming panthers, great wolf dog with bloodshot eyes and wicked fangs. Old man Cooper playing with us like a cat with a mouse.
There you hit the key to the whole business. He's a sort of god in this world. We're merely something to amuse him. He can poke us with his finger and watch us wriggle. When he's tired, crush us under his heel.
But that's mania, Jack. Wanting to be God, to subjugate his fellows. That's insanity.
He likes to dominate, yes, but his real purpose is something else, something scientific. Haven't you noticed how he keeps referring to the advancement of science?
You mean in connection with Doc?
Well, he's fixed his attention on Doc right now, yes.
That crazy mad poker game. Doc down there playing for his life. Each poker chip representing an hour in his life.
Doc never played better poker.
Whatever possessed Cooper to start a game like that? If he really intends to use us for experiments, what's the object of delay? Why sit down at cards and tell your victim that every poker chip he can win represents another hour of reprieve for him?
Well, in the first place, real gamblers like high stakes.
But Doc's life?
He's down there sweating agony right now, but if he ever gets out of here, this will be the one poker game above all others. I think Cooper is enjoying it just as keenly.
You don't think Doc is in any immediate danger?
Not now. Remember what Linda Joyce said? As long as you amuse Cooper, you're safe. Well, I think Doc's giving him the time of his life.
I hope so. When Cooper had us handcuffed to our chairs down there, I thought something beastly was about to happen.
Hold it.
All right. Come in, Doctor.
Hello, Linda.
All right, guard. Close and lock the door. I'll pound on it when we're ready to come out. Evening, Jack. Reggie?
Righto.
Late evening. Midnight, anyway.
Well, Mr. Cooper thought you boys might like to meet his assistant while he and Doc are finishing up their poker game.
Oh, they are finishing it up. Huh?
Yes, they're almost through. Dr. Thorne, I want you to meet Jack Packard.
Mr. Packard.
And this is Reggie York, Mr. Thorne.
Oh, yes. Oh, he'll do.
I'll do for what, Dr. Thorne?
What? Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Just talking out loud.
Perhaps you were, but I don't care for what you said.
Oh, come on. Let's try to get along. Everyone sit down.
Thank you, Miss Joyce.
You say Cooper thought we'd like to meet Dr. Thorne?
Yes, he's Cooper's assistant.
Assistant in what?
By his scientific investigations, of course.
Specifically, just what is Cooper investigating? What field of science is he so interested in?
Linda, I was under the impression these men were informed.
Well, you know how it is. Cooper was supposed to have told him, but I guess he didn't.
Very definitely he didn't.
Oh, yes, I see.
So, supposing you break down and tell us yourself.
If you wish, we are particularly interested in the sensation of fear, terror, especially as it is expressed in the human mind.
Fear? Terror?
That leaves a lot to be explained.
There's a very interesting experiment going on downstairs at this moment.
You mean that poker game?
Right. I was down watching a few moments ago. Extraordinary how much zest and vigor your friend Doc shows, even after 4 hours of steady playing. Oh, mind clear as crystal. Quick decisions, muscular reaction above normal, and all this because the man is playing for his life. Every fiber of mind and body are lashed to superhuman efforts by fear.
You mean Doc really is playing for his life? That business about each chip representing an hour?
Oh, positively. The number of hours until he participates in the most serious experiment, I may almost say in its final experiment for us, depends on the number of poker chips he has in front of him at the end of the game.
And when does the game end?
Let's see. Yes. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes, isn't it, Miss Joyce?
Yes.
This man isn't being funny, Linda.
Funny?
He's perfectly serious about everything he's saying.
Oh, I assure you he is.
I wasn't sure. He spoke so glibly about using Doc in one final experiment. I assume you mean by that the experiment will lead to his death.
Almost certain to.
So, you have joined Cooper in the butchering business?
I beg your pardon?
Murder. Butchering your fellow beings.
Miss Joyce, what's this man talking about?
Well, after all, Dr. Thorne, you can't expect victims to look upon you as a very high type of individual.
I am a scientist.
Sure, but no one likes to die, even at the hands of a scientist, even for so noble a cause as the advancement of science.
The layman has a most peculiar point of view.
Dr. Thorne, if Mr. Cooper was to throw you to his pen of mountain lions...
Miss Joyce.
Oh, all right.
Did you say throw him in the den of mountain lions?
Oh, just a rather gruesome figure of speech.
May I ask you a question, Dr. Thorne?
Certainly.
You say you and Cooper are studying fear and its reactions on the mind and body of human beings.
That's right.
Then what are the mountain lions for?
I'd rather not talk about that, Mr. Packard.
Why not? They're a part of your experimental work, aren't they?
Yes, they are that.
Well then, why so hesitant to talk about them? I thought all true scientists were eager to discuss their work.
Listen. Prometheus is howling. That means Cooper's tied him up for the night.
And that means the poker game's over.
Yes.
Well then, Doc will be up here in a minute.
I don't know.
Why not? What do you mean you don't know?
Why, I imagine it will depend on how many poker chips he had left at the end of the game.
That was the understanding, wasn't it? He began with 24 chips, which represented 24 hours. Every chip he won from Cooper added another hour to his existence.
And with every chip he lost deducted an hour?
Oh, yes, that's right. If he lost all his chips, I don't think you'll see your friend again.
Linda,
You can do something about that, can't you?
Why?
Of course you can. I don't care what happened in that game. I want to see Doc again.
But...
I won't take no for an answer. I want to see Doc again. You understand?
You're being unreasonable, Packard.
I don't care anything about reason. I want to see Doc.
Are you going to take us to Cooper?
It's no use, Reggie. If Cooper's decided...
Dr. Thorne, you're a dead man unless...
Hold it.
Hiya, folks. Here I am. Hey, Reggie, you ain't a-choking that fella, are you?
I was.
Well, doggone.
Close the door, guard. Everything's all right.
Oh, you're back with us for the night.
Why, yeah, sure. Why?
Well, we were just getting a little nervous.
Hey, you didn't think I lost in a poker game, did you?
We didn't know.
Shucks, no. Looky here. 32 poker chips. 32. Got 'em, folks.
Too bad it wasn't 132.
Nope. Cooper was too smart for that. Doggone smart poker player.
Well, you're satisfied then?
Sure. 32's better than a kick in the teeth, I always say.
That's it, then. 32 hours to live.
Well, what the heck? I can do a lot of living in 32 hours. Doggone if I can't.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. Seven o'clock in the morning in the Phantom Castle on an unidentified island somewhere off the west coast of Canada. Jack, Doc, and Reggie are prisoners of Richard Cooper, who uses human guinea pigs in his scientific research into the realm of fear and terror. Last night, they met Cooper's assistant, Dr. Thorne, who told them that they were to be used in combination with mountain lions for the purpose of further research into the field of human terror. The manner and method of the experiment have not been revealed. All that seems certain is that Doc is to be the first victim, and that he is to face whatever is in store for him 32 hours from midnight last night. Now at 7 o'clock this morning, 7 of those precious hours are gone.
Hey, Jack, Reggie, you folks awake?
What's the matter, Doc?
You know what them sippy cats done to me last night?
No, what?
Well, wait till I get my shoes on. I'll come in and tell you. There.
Morning, Doc.
Listen to my footsteps, will you? Every time I walk around in here, I feel like I'm in a big auditorium.
Well, it's big enough for an auditorium. What's your trouble?
Well, you think there's trouble?
Well, because you're up and dressed at 7 in the morning, that isn't natural.
Well, Jack, you know what that passel of polecats done to me last night? After we went to bed. Every hour, all night long, one of them guards come in and woke me up and made me give him one of my poker chips.
What's that?
I swear to my grandma he did.
But I don't get it. What is the object?
Didn't say. Just come in every hour and took one of them poker chips. You get it, Jack?
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
Then do a little explaining, will you?
You came up to bed last night at midnight with 32 chips you won in the poker game.
That's right.
And each chip represented an hour.
Yeah, 32 chips, 32 hours I had to go until they're going to perform some kind of experiment on me, according to Cooper.
Well, don't you see? Each hour they took a chip away from you. One of your hours gone. How many chips you got left?
I don't know. I'll go get 'em and look.
But, Jack, that's childish. What's Cooper's objection?
Not so childish. Cooper knows his psychology. He's trying to create fear in Doc.
Oh, look here.
He knows that watching those chips disappear one by one, actually seeing his numbered hours slipping away, will have a much more potent effect on Doc's nerves. Hold it. He's coming back.
Yeah, they took 7 chips away during the night. That leaves me 25. Silliest darn thing I've heard of yet. Taking a chip every hour when they could just as well be taking all 7 of them this morning.
Didn't bother you any, though.
Well, it made me pretty darn sore, him waking me up that way. When you reckon they'll call us down to breakfast to bring us something up here, whatever they do for eat?
Doc?
Yeah?
Look here, old fella. Do you quite realize what those 25 chips represent?
Sure, 25 hours I got left.
Well, you're taking it with bally little concern.
Huh? Hey, Jack, what's eating Reggie?
A little on the nervy side this morning.
Certainly I'm on the nervy side. I didn't sleep well, and if you ask me, I think it's time we got out of this place.
No.
Yes, I do.
Well, how do you suggest we go about it?
I don't care. Let's do something.
Oh, shucks now, Reggie. Don't you getting all upset and stuff.
And as for you, Doc, you're crazy as the rest of these bally maniacs around here.
Yeah. Hold us, son.
Well, you are. Playing poker for your life, and then accepting the outcome as though you were paying off with toothpicks.
Reggie, you're in exactly the frame of mind Cooper was hoping for.
I don't care.
You're playing right into his hands. He's interested in the fear complexes. Now, if you work up a good crop of hysteria, you're liable to be the next experiment instead of Doc here.
Yeah, and we can't have that, Reggie.
All right, let them. I'm ready for any bloody experiment they can work up.
Reggie, you going to give us trouble? Cooper's interested in scaring his man. If Doc doesn't scare, he hasn't got any experiment.
You're not afraid, Doc.
Well, up to now, I ain't seen nothing to be scared of.
But the whole bally atmosphere of this place.
Sure, it smells like some decayed slaughterhouse. But what the heck? The beds are good, food ain't bad.
Those chips they keep taking from you. The hours growing shorter.
Just plain silly.
Well, if Doc isn't concerned, I don't know why I should be.
Now you're talking. You're kind of on the young side yet. When you've done as much waiting for the worst to happen as me and Jack has done, well...
I suppose I look pretty silly to you, too.
You're doing all right.
Besides, son, looky, 25 whole hours to go. Well, heck, that's practically a whole lifetime. More things can happen in the next 25 hours than you could write in a dozen books.
Quite.
Well, look now. If everybody's dressed and everything, how about us kicking up a fuss and see if we can get something to eat?
Just a minute. First, Doc. Reggie, do you give us your word?
About what, Jack?
That you won't in any way give Cooper the idea that you're frightened?
If you say so.
I do say so. It's important.
Righto.
All right, then. Let's see what...
Hey, here's somebody.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, if it ain't the old poker player himself. How are you, Cooper?
Oh, dear me. So bright and cheerful this morning.
Of course I am. Why not?
Yes, and I see by my watch that it's time you turned over another of those chips to me.
Yeah, another hour gone, sure enough.
Oh, I'm afraid it has.
Well, then I reckon I got to kiss another old chip goodbye. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, look, Cooper. How about you and me playing another game of poker tonight?
What's that?
Yeah, my stack of chips is kind of dwindling. How about giving me another chance to build it up again?
No. I'm afraid not.
No, huh?
No, couldn't do that. You're much too good a poker player.
Oh, so you admit I'm too good for you.
Well, you were last night. I was lucky to keep your pile down to 32 chips.
Your problem in psychology isn't working out very well, is it, Cooper?
Packard, I was wondering whether you weren't going to speak to me this morning.
I said your problem in psychology.
Yes, I heard you.
Doc's got a lot of weaknesses, but one of them isn't an overactive imagination.
Yes, I'm beginning to find that out.
What you mean I ain't got no imagination?
In this case, it's to your advantage, Doc.
Yeah?
Yes. If you were highly imaginative, you should be in a sweat of fear about now, with all the hocus-pocus Cooper here is set up to work on you.
Yeah? Doggone, Cooper, that's a shame, wasting all your time like this.
No, don't mind me. If I could find a man with a complete lack of fear, I haven't done so badly. It will make an interesting note in the appendix of my treatise.
Huh? What's he saying?
Looks like you're to be an interesting note in his appendix.
Appendix, huh?
So he says.
Well, I'll tell him one thing. He won't like me in this appendix. He's gotta need an appendectomy the minute he puts me there.
You see, Cooper, he's scared to death.
Senseless conversation. Senseless. What's the matter with you, Mr. York?
I say.
Hunger. What about some breakfast?
Bit morose, aren't you, young man?
Quite. Always out of temper before I've had my coffee.
Yeah, when do we eat?
Food. Oh, yes, of course. Food. But I came up to see if you wouldn't like a little exercise before breakfast.
What sort of exercise?
Walk about the island?
Well, that's not a bad idea.
Yes, you've had little opportunity of seeing anything but the inside of the castle so far.
You mean you'll take us across the moat onto the main part of the island?
Yes, that was my thought.
Good. Let's go.
Yes, just a minute. You'll allow me to slip on the handcuffs first.
Well, what's that for? You said there was absolutely no way for us to escape from the island.
Yeah, you said we'd be killed if we tried to cross the reef that circles around this island.
True. But you might try it just the same.
Well, that would be our hard luck, wouldn't it?
No. 3 fine specimens. Mustn't take a chance of losing any of you. Besides, once out into the fresh air, you might take it into your heads to attack me.
Oh, that'd be silly if we couldn't escape from the island.
Nevertheless, you might do it, and I'm too old a man to be knocked about. Put your hands behind you, gentlemen.
No, I absolutely refuse.
Yeah, now, that's not at all friendly.
I tell you I won't. Not under any circumstances.
What's the matter, boy?
Reggie.
Yes, Jack.
Put your hands behind you. Put your hands behind you.
Quite.
Yes. Now that's better. Here, no use to clench your fist like that. There. Now, Mr. Long.
Sure. Clip 'em on. It's getting so I don't feel natural without these here cuffs on.
Now, you, Packard.
Go ahead.
But, Jack, we could have bashed this chappie right here and now.
You think so? Look at the guard at the door.
Yeah, and that elephant gun of his would have blown a hole in you so big.
Yes. Friendliness, good feeling. That's the spirit. Now then, are we ready?
Yeah, come on. Let's get started on this sightseeing tour.
Very well, gentlemen. Follow me. Now then, down these stairs to the drawbridge. There now. Open the door, guard. Dr. Thorne will be waiting for us on the other side of the drawbridge. Follow me, please.
This Dr. Thorne fella gonna take this sightseeing trip with us?
Oh, yes.
How about Linda Joyce?
No.
Hey, what you leaving her out for? Don't she like to go for walks before breakfast, too?
Now then, gentlemen, we'll lower the drawbridge.
Yeah, there she comes.
Yeah, what started? What's making it come down?
No, you don't. That's my secret. There now, we can cross.
Doggone, crossing the drawbridge out of an honest-to-goodness castle. Wonder how many other folks in our generation's done that. Interesting, huh? Huh, Reggie?
I suppose so.
Hey, Red, snap out of it.
No, let me alone.
Okay, fella.
There now. That brings us across. And there is Dr. Thorne waiting for us.
Yeah. Hey, look, Cooper, I just happened to think of something.
Well?
You didn't answer my question a while ago.
Oh, didn't I?
No. I asked you if that Linda Joyce gal would like to walk with us.
Yes, I know you did.
Well, wouldn't she?
Young man, I'm afraid you'll see very little of Linda Joyce in the future.
What do you mean by that, Cooper?
I've just discovered an interesting fact about Linda.
Yeah? What?
That young woman got into my good graces for no other purpose than to discover the whereabouts of Alexander Archer.
Alexander Archer?
You mean Linda's on our side? She was hunting Archer, too?
Yes. Too bad, too. A very beautiful young woman.
What you mean, too bad?
Too bad for her. Excellent for me. Women make wonderful specimens for my work in fear hysteria. Yes. Wonderful specimens.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the Northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. O'clock in the morning on a tiny unidentified island somewhere off the west coast of Canada. Last night, Doc won 32 chips from his captor, Richard Cooper, which represent the number of hours remaining to him before Cooper performs some mysterious experiment on him in his study of fear and fear reactions. Every hour, Cooper takes another chip from him, so that at 8 o'clock this morning, he has but 24 chips left. 24 hours to live. And now at 8 o'clock, Cooper and Dr. Thorne, his assistant, have taken the three comrades, hands handcuffed behind them, out of the castle and across the drawbridge to the main part of the tiny island for a before-breakfast walk.
Now then, gentlemen, we'll walk in a straight line through the woods to the shore.
Anything suits us.
Hey, looky, though. This is the funniest forest I've ever been in.
In what way?
Well, looky, there ain't a speck of brush or bushes or nothing like that anywhere you look.
Yeah, it does look more like a park than a wilderness.
Yeah, looky. Grass growing almost like it was planted. And look at them big trees. Ain't none of them got limbs growing lower than 20, 30 feet.
Oh, dear. How you notice things. Dr. Thorne? Yes, Mr. Cooper? Will you please give our guests a dissertation on this island as we walk along? Castle Island is almost circular. The diameter is not more than a mile in any place.
Not as big as I thought.
No, not so large. The reason there is no low-growing bushes is that they have all been cleared out. The same with low-hanging limbs. Also, all trees of less than 3 feet in circumference have been cut out. That is the reason for the park-like effect.
There was a reason for this?
Reason?
I mean, any reason except for beautifying the island?
Ah, very astute question. Dr. Thorne? Yes, isn't it?
Well, then there is a reason.
I can assure you there is, but go on, Dr. Thorne, come on. Yes, the castle sits almost in the center of the island. The tiny river that brought your launch yesterday from the ocean to the castle is nothing more than a small inlet. Not really a river at all. It furnishes water for the most about the castle and comes to an end just back of the castle.
Hey, look. What's that flashing through the trees over yonder?
What's that? Where?
Can't see it now. Look like the shadow of some animal or something.
That must be Prometheus. Yes. Here, Prometheus. Come here, boy.
You mean that wolf dog runs loose out here?
Oh, yes. This is his playground. There he is. Come here, Prometheus. That's it, boy. To heel.
Why do you keep that bell on him, Cooper?
Oh, he never makes a sound. That's how I know when he's about.
Don't make a sound? Man, I sure heard him whooping it up last night.
Oh, yes, when he's tied up. Never when he's loose. It's the wolf in him. Now then, if you'll notice the huge trees, you can see the ocean already.
Yeah, I see it. We're going down to the beach.
Yes. See here, Packard. What's the matter with Mr. York? He hasn't said a word since he began this stroll.
Leave him alone. He's just in a mood.
That's interesting. Is he inclined to moodiness?
Seldom. But when one comes on, it's a black one. Can't get a word out of him.
It's too bad. I don't like sulkiness.
I think I can give you the reason, if you want to know.
Oh, certainly I want to know.
It was what you said about Linda Joyce.
Linda Joyce? What's his interest in her?
Well, do you have to be interested in a girl to feel squeamish over her prospective murder?
Oh, now see here, Packard.
Well, isn't that what you indicated? Didn't you say that she was to become one of your experiments?
Dr. Thorne, these young gentlemen simply can't get it through their heads that sacrifice in behalf of the advancement of science is not murder.
You bet we can't get it through our heads.
The snuffing out of life is murder only when it is done wantonly, when life is wasted to no purpose.
That may be your interpretation, Dr. Thorne. It's not ours.
No?
Murder is the taking of a human life, under any circumstance.
Dear. Then you call legal execution murder?
You're misinterpreting my meaning to justify what you and Dr. Thorne are apparently doing.
But my dear Packard...
I don't want to argue with you about it. All I got to say at the moment is, if you and Dr. Thorne kill that girl, or any one of the three of us, for any of your scientific nonsense, you've a great deal to answer for.
You called what Mr. Cooper and I are doing scientific nonsense?
I do.
Then I have no patience with you.
Well, fella, if you think we got any patience with you...
By the way, Mr. Long...
Yeah?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you for another of those poker chips.
Hey, you mean another hour's gone already?
Oh, yes, I'm afraid it has. My, how the hours do slip by, my friend.
Okay, here's your chip.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I still got 23 chips left.
That's right. 23 more hours before Dr. Thorne and I can commence our experiment.
I wish to heck so you'd give me some idea what this experiment is going to be.
Oh, no. That would never do.
Thorne, you don't look like a man who'd stand for this sort of thing.
I don't follow you.
You do follow me. You know that hour by hour, Cooper asked Doc here for those chips, for no reason in the world but to try to break down his morale.
Oh, there's no malice behind it. No, none whatever. Simply a scientific problem, a psychological theory put into practice.
A diabolical attempt to drive Doc into an hysteria of fear.
Oh, no, not diabolical. A well thought out plan to stimulate terror so that we may study reaction in its progressive stages.
Forget it, Jack. Shucks, I ain't no scared now, and I have been.
Well, I know I've taken about all of this. I intend to.
That's a silly statement.
You think so?
Certainly. There's nothing whatever you can do about it, so why make any pretense there is? Oh, come now, let's not lose our tempers. We're coming down to the shore.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Doc? Doc, what's the matter?
Jack, come over here.
What is it?
Looky, there in the grass.
Skeleton.
Bones of a human being.
Cooper. Thorne.
Now, Packard.
Cooper, what is this skeleton? Another one of your scientific experiments?
Oh, dear. Dr. Thorne, I thought all evidence had been removed.
Just an unattached bunch of bones laying in the grass.
You know, you two men are, to my mind, a pair of the worst unhung scoundrels in history.
Dr. Thorne, what happened to Mr. York? He's over there leaning against a tree, being sick. Oh, unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Dear. Shall we continue our walk?
Come away, Doc. Looking won't do you any good.
Yeah, I reckon. What do you suppose happened to him, though? What's he doing laying out here in the woods?
I don't know, and I don't want to think about it.
You suppose that's what me and Linda Joyce will be doing a couple, 3 days, laying out here looking like that?
Are they getting to you?
Dr. Thorne? Yes, Mr. Cooper. Bring Mr. York along. Packard, Mr. Long. Not too fast.
Don't pay any attention to him. Listen to me.
Yeah, I am.
Listen, Doc. That was a plant, as sure as we're on this island.
A what?
A plant. They deliberately brought us this way so that you'd stumble onto that skeleton.
You mean they didn't murder him?
I don't know about that. Perhaps they did. But they are doing everything they can to break you down. That skeleton was put there for no other purpose.
Well, son, they almost succeeded that time.
You feel better now?
Yeah, some.
Well, get hold of yourself, because there's something more in store.
There is?
Yeah, I don't know what. But this walk isn't just for the exercise, so watch out.
What'll we do? Just go on like them bones didn't even faze us?
Can you do it?
Sure, why not?
All right. That's the way we'll take it, then.
Poor old Reggie.
Yes. But it's playing it smart. He knows he can't talk without giving away the fact he's scared, so he's not saying a word.
Here, boys.
Huh? You talking to us, Cooper?
Yes. You're taking it too fast. We'll wait for Dr. Thorne and Mr. York.
Well, we're practically on the beach. There's no place else to go.
Yes, well, here they are. Yes. Now then, will you explain about the beach and the reef?
Hey, looky, seagull.
Yes, you see, it's low tide now. Notice that sawtooth reef of rock out there about 200 yards?
What about it?
That reef extends around the entire island. High or low tide, the water out there is so tortuous, neither boat nor man can stand it.
Yeah, I know. Cooper's already told us it would be suicide to try to get past the reef.
Well, now you can see for yourself. And now, here's something else. There's a block of wood. Watch when I throw it in the surf.
Hey, where'd it
go? It should have floated, but it disappeared the minute it hit the water. The undertow is so vicious about this island that a man wading out to his knees would be immediately sucked under.
Doggone.
Why do you make such a point of it?
Because I don't want to see any of you make the silly attempt of trying it.
Why would we, if we knew we couldn't get across the reef anyway?
In due time, Packard, in due time.
What do you mean, in due time?
Oh, there's a reason for everything. Everything we're telling you. All you need to know now is that it would be suicidal to step feet in that surf.
You're certainly making it tough for anyone with an idea of escaping from this place.
No. We haven't done that. Nature did that for us.
Man, this here's sure some before breakfast walk. What else you got to show us that might whet our appetite?
Yeah, well, yes. Let's go ahead. Come along, Prometheus.
Where do we go now?
Back to the woods again, only on a different route.
Come on, Reg, old kid, perk up. It ain't the world that's so bad. It's just some of them skunks that inhabit it.
Philosophy from that young man.
Well, what about it?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Go right ahead.
I've been expecting you to drag that gag out again. What's the matter, Cooper? You like my conversation better than you did?
As a matter of fact, I don't. But you don't need to worry. You won't be gagged anymore. 23 hours more. I can bear with that.
Darn nice of you.
Now then, Mr. Long.
Yeah?
It's to your advantage to keep your eyes open. The more you know about this island, the better off you're going to be.
I don't get you, fella.
You will in due time. I'm just warning you. Make yourself as familiar with every nook and cranny as is possible.
You mean I'm going to be out here again?
Yes, and under very different circumstances next time.
Such as what?
Never mind that. May I point out to you that little ravine down there? There's no place to hide or defend yourself down there. It would be a trap for you.
Hey, what you talking about?
And over there's a big hollow stump. Keep away from that for the same reason. Yes. Never let yourself get in a position with your back to the wall.
Hey, I can't get heads and tail of what you're talking about. Can you, Jack?
No, but I'm beginning to get ideas.
Don't try to climb trees. It's utterly useless. As a matter of fact, your only chance is an out in the open running fight.
All right, you fellas are the doctors. An out in the open running fight it is. But what the heck am I going to be a-fighting?
Better tell him about the little rocky precipice over to the left, Dr. Thorne. The last man who tried that...
Yeah, well, what happened to him?
Tragic.
Well, ain't that a doggone shame? And I still don't know what happened to him.
He died there.
Cooper, I want to ask a question.
Certainly.
Why is it the mountain lions aren't screaming this morning?
What's that?
They kept up an infernal racket all night. Why are they so quiet this morning?
Cougars only scream at night.
I see.
Yeah, that's it. In the daylight, they're as silent as Prometheus here. Creepy, slinky things.
Jack, you mean that...
Treacherous? Oh, yes. Never trust a cougar.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the Northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. o'clock in the dark of the morning in the great cavernous castle on a small unidentified island somewhere off the west coast of Canada. These are essential facts. 1. Richard Cooper is preparing Doc Long for a scientific experiment in his study of fear and fear reflexes. 2. Doc and Cooper played a game of poker, but the chips represented hours instead of dollars. At the end of the game, Doc had 32 chips, which represented 32 hours of reprieve before he faced the experiment. Each hour since the game ended, Cooper has taken a chip from him, so that now at 3 o'clock in the morning, Doc has returned 27 chips. 27 from 32 is 5. Doc has 5 chips left, 5 hours of suspense before he faces whatever it is Cooper has in store for him. Every hour during the night, someone enters his prison room, awakens him, and takes another chip.
Mr. Long? Mr. Long! I say, Mr. Long.
Huh?
Yeah. Mr. Long, wake up.
Huh?
Wake up.
What's the matter?
Well, did I finally awaken you?
Yeah, I reckon you did all right. That you, Cooper?
That's right.
Come for another poker chip?
Yes, another poker chip. Another hour.
Yeah. Well, there you are. Now go away and let me go back to sleep.
Getting a little bit shy of chips, aren't you?
Yeah, only 4 left.
Uh-huh.
Now looky here, Cooper. There ain't no use you standing there picking on me. I know it's only 4 hours. So why not go away and let me get my rest until them 4 hours is up?
But my dear fellow, aren't you worried?
No. Do I look worried?
My, such perversity. You're in real danger, young man. Serious danger.
Don't say.
You have every reason in the world to be frightened.
Okay, now you had your say.
Why, well, I suppose so.
Then will you go away and let me get some sleep?
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see about this. Where is Packard?
He's sleeping in the other room. You coming in here every hour to get a poker chip from me was spoiling his rest.
But isn't anyone worried? Upset?
Look, Cooper, we only start worrying about things when we know what we're worrying about. Now, will you be good enough to get out of here?
Mr. Long, you're coming with me.
I'm a-doing what?
Come, get up. Put your shoes on.
Hey, look, I got 4 hours more.
Do you want me to call the guards and have you handcuffed?
Oh, all right. Doggone, when's a fella supposed to get his rest anyway?
Oh, hurry, get your shoes on.
And them darn lions. Why don't you keep your cats quiet at night?
Come, you're wasting time.
Hey, looky, maybe I should ought to wake up Jack.
No.
But supposing I insist.
Mr. Long, an hour. Now, don't delude yourself. I will shoot on the slightest infraction. Now, come along.
Yeah.
Guard, close the doors.
Which way now?
To the right. Prometheus.
Hey, that old wolf dog, where'd he come from?
Been lying outside the door all the while. Come, move along.
So you not only got a gun, but you're bringing fangs along, too.
Yes, of course. It seems wise.
Yeah, that's right. I wouldn't in the least mind busting you.
Oh, get such thoughts out of your mind. They're futile.
Uh-huh. Where you are taking me at? That fellow sounds a lot closer than he did.
Yes, he does, doesn't he?
You mean we're visiting one of them pens of lions?
Now then, take these steps down.
I ask you, are we visiting them there lions?
Pay attention to where you're walking, young man.
What you mean?
Can't you see there's no rail on the outside of these steps?
There ain't. Why ain't you got some light around here, then?
Get close to the wall unless you want to dash your brains out.
But I can't see nothing. Only light there is that there lantern you're carrying.
Just keep close to the wall. You're all right.
Boy, howdy. Hey,
We must be right down among them.
Yes, we're getting nearer.
Hey, ain't we getting down to the ground level?
Slightly below. There now. That's all the steps.
So this is where you keep your little playmates?
Yes, part of them.
Hey, what's the matter with that wolf dog?
He doesn't like the lions.
Yeah, I can understand that all right. Doggone, it's dark down here.
Wait, just a moment.
Hey, electric lights.
That's right.
But why electric lights down in the basement and none upstairs?
We need them down here in our work.
Same being what?
Scientific research. Scientific research, my boy.
Man, I don't like that.
There. Here we are.
You mean we've reached where you're taking me?
Just a minute while I open the door.
Who is it out there?
Hey, that's a girl's voice.
There now.
Hey, Cooper, it's Linda.
Yes, Mr. Long. I'm afraid it is.
Hey, what's she doing down here?
Oh, Mr. Cooper, let me out of here. Let me out of here.
Oh, there, my dear. We've come for you. Mr. Long, will you go bring Linda out?
Bring her out? Why can't she come out herself?
She's chained to the wall.
Why, you dadgum polecat.
Here now. Take this key and go release her.
You're blame right. I'll go release her.
Oh, Doc.
Don't you worry, fella. We'll have you out of this. Hey, Cooper.
Doc, he's locked you in too?
Cooper, you double-dealing, two-timing skunk.
My dear Mr. Long, you're so simple, it's a shame to take advantage. Good evening.
Hey, he turned out the lights.
You see?
I don't see nothing, except I'm mad enough to tear this whole castle apart.
Mad? I'm scared. I'm so scared that even if I wasn't chained down...
You really are chained to the wall.
Yes, for 10 hours now.
Well, looky, he gave me a key. Let's see if I can unlock you.
Yes, if I could just move around.
Yeah, here's the lock.
Be just like him to give you the wrong key to raise my hopes.
No, it's the right key, all right. And there you are.
Really and truly?
There. That feel better?
I don't know. My arms and legs are so numb.
Well, you just lay out here and let me get the circulation going again.
Now I know how you boys felt after you've been riding horses all day.
Yeah, only you didn't give us a rub down like I'm a-doing for you.
I don't dare.
What you mean you didn't dare? Hey, for the love of Mike.
Oh, no.
Hey, Linda, that thing's right down here in the room with us.
I know, but it can't get to us.
What you mean it can't get to us?
The room's divided by iron bars. They reach from the floor to the ceiling.
You mean we're on one side of the bars and that old mountain lion on the other?
Yes. I've been down here with it for 10 hours.
Holy cats! What for?
I'm one of Cooper's experiments. Listen.
Hey, what's that? What's he doing?
He's been gnawing those bones over there for hours.
Son of a gun. He must have teeth worse than a wolf dog.
Haven't you seen one up close?
No.
Look, you can see his eyes. Down close to the floor.
Yeah, green and yellow.
He lies there, crunching those bones and watching me. watching.
Hey, let's just turn around here so we can't see him. Just plain ignore him.
How can I ignore anything that's been pounding on my brain for hours?
Yeah, kind of feel something creeping up my back. Wonder what kind of bones they are.
I can't stand much more of this.
Hey, looky, try to forget it for a minute. I gotta talk to you.
Oh, all right, what?
Well, it's like this. Me and Jack and Reggie figured you was part of Cooper's gang.
That's what I've been pretending. I had Cooper fooled. I've been with him for almost 4 months now.
Yeah? Well, what happened?
I made a mistake. You remember the other night when Well, when Jack told me that Alexander Archer was here in the castle...
Yeah? Hey, I wish you'd stop that.
Well, I tried to find where he was being kept.
You mean you've been a hunting Archer, too?
Yes. I found him, too. I even got in the room where he was, but Cooper caught me.
But what you doing this for? What's Archer mean to you?
I'm his niece.
You're related to Alexander Archer?
Yes. My sister and I are his only living relatives.
Sister, huh? Where's she?
You remember the girl who fainted in front of your door at the hotel back on the mainland?
Hey, she was your sister? The girl we turned over to the authorities?
Yes. I knew she'd be safe with them, so I came on with Cooper to try and find my uncle.
Cooper said he knowed Alexander Archer for 35 years. How come he didn't know about you?
He did. But he'd never seen us. We were kept in school in Europe since we were little girls. He thinks that's where we are now.
He don't know you're Archer's niece, even now he's caught you?
No. He thinks I'm just another investigator trying to find my uncle.
Well, what do you know? You ain't never been on this island with him before?
No, but I know what happens to people who try to find Alexander Archer. I've heard him tell it too often.
You mean you know what he means when he says he's going to use us for scientific experiments?
Yes.
Tries to scare you to death or something like that, ain't it?
I think I'm the first girl he's had. I don't know what he's going to do with me.
He ain't going to do nothing to you if we can help it.
I don't think anybody can do anything. Look, what can we do down here?
Yeah, I've been wondering myself.
How many hours have you got left?
Well, I got 4 poker chips left. If he sticks to his bargain, I got 4 hours left.
And then do you know what's going to happen to you?
No, but I wish I did.
Oh, stop it! Stop it!
Hey, Linda!
I don't care! I can't hang on any longer.
Linda, stop it, do you hear?
I want out of here! I want out of here!
Hey, I hope I didn't hit you too hard.
That's all right. What difference does it make?
Now, looky, honey. There ain't no use getting all worked up over this.
No use getting worked up. You say that. When in 4 hours, you'll be on the island, stripped to a loincloth with one of those things after you.
Hey, what did you say?
Nothing to get worked up about, huh?
Hey, is my hair standing straight up?
Well, it should be. If it isn't, all you have is a knife and an 8-inch blade, and you can run and hide or do anything you want. And all the time, that mountain lion will be creeping along behind you on its belly.
Hey, but mountain lions are afraid of human beings.
They're not if they hadn't had anything to eat for a week or 10 days.
And you mean I got to fight a hungry lion out there with nothing on?
Funny, isn't it?
Hey, cut that out, will you?
Very, very funny. Oh, Doc. Doc, I'm so scared.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 5 o'clock in the dark chill of the morning in the great gray castle on a small unidentified island somewhere off the west coast of Canada. At last, Doc knows what is in store for him. He learned from Linda Joyce 2 hours ago when the two were locked down underground in a dungeon separated from a hungry mountain lion only by bars. Then he learned that in 2 hours, when the last of his poker chips are gone, he's to be turned loose on the island with a hungry cougar. And his only weapon of defense will be a knife with an 8-inch blade. Now he is back in the big rooms where he's locked up with Jack and Reggie.
Well, doggone it, Jack, it's the darndest thing yet.
Now, sit down, Doc, and tell us what happened.
Yeah? Well, it's just like I said. About 2 hours ago, while you and Reggie were still asleep...
Why didn't you awaken us, Doc?
Anyway, Cooper come in here and got me and took me down into the cellar.
Cellar?
Well, anyway, a lot of underground rooms where he keeps his mountain lion and stuff like that.
Is that where the cats are? Down in the lower regions of the castle?
Well, some of them is, anyway.
Yeah, go on.
Well, and then he opened the door, and there was Linda.
Down with the mountain lions?
You ain't kidding there, none, fella. And what's more, she was chained to the wall.
Doc, what are you talking about?
I'm a-telling you, Jack. It's just like I said. One big room with iron bars reaching from the floor to the ceiling, running down the middle of the room. On one side of the room was Linda. On the other side, a big cat with green and yellow eyes, laying on his belly, watching her and gnawing and crunching bone.
And she was chained to a wall down there with that thing?
For 10 hours, she told me.
How was she taking it?
Pretty darn bad. Honest, I don't know when I felt so sorry for anybody. She's so blamed scared she wishes she was dead right now.
Well, you don't look so composed yourself.
Well, if you knew what I know...
Well, why don't we? What are you holding out on us for?
Now, Jack, looky. You seen them 2 poker chips.
That's all you have left?
That's all. 2 chips, 2 hours. And you know what's going to happen to me when those 2 hours is up.
Doc, you know...
Yeah, Linda told me. You know what she said, Jack? You know what that little old gal said to me, Jack, down there in the black hole, scared so bad she wished she was dead? And with that cougar thing gnawing and crunching and messing with them dead bones?
Oh, look here.
Doc, stop it.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what she said. They're stripping me down, Jack. Stripping me as clean as a whistle. Maybe they'll leave my shoes. I don't know about that.
Doc, will you listen to me?
No, you listen to me. It's kind of interesting, fella. Yeah, kind of interesting.
Doc, please.
Yeah, when they come and get me in my birthday suit, that is all except my shoes, maybe, they're going to turn me loose out there on the main part of the island with nothing but a stabbing knife.
What do you mean, turn you loose on the main part of the island?
Yes, they are. And that ain't all they're turning loose out there. No, sir, you betcha it ain't. They're turning loose a nice big tawny mountain lion that ain't had nothing to eat for 10 days.
That's ridiculous, Doc.
It ain't ridiculous. It's just the way Linda told it to me, scared to death, wondering if that's what was going to happen to her, too.
It's happened before?
Yeah, that's it. That's why the other folks before us who tried to find Alexander Archer disappeared out of the world and ain't never been heard of since. Unless you count that skeleton we seen out on the island yesterday, hearing from them.
Doc, listen to me.
I'm scared, Jack. I ain't never been scared in my life before. I know that now. And I'm only the first. There's you and Reggie and Linda after me.
Yes, of course.
Doc, stop sitting there rocking like that. Get hold of yourself.
Everything fixed out there so the cougar can go any place I can. Sneaking up, crawling along on his belly, his mouth a-watering. Hamburger for a mountain lion. That's all I am. Living, walking hamburger. Jack, you slapped me.
I did?
Yeah, I had to do that to Linda down there in the cage.
You all right now?
Yeah, I think so. Still got the creeping jitters.
And that's exactly what Cooper's been working for. He's finally broken you down.
I was being down there in the dock with that thing, cracking bones and watching, and the smell, that meaty smell.
Ah, don't get started again. Are you sure you haven't been framed?
Huh? Oh, what you mean?
Are you sure Linda and the mountain lion weren't just a setup? That the whole thing wasn't just another of Cooper's experiments in fear?
You mean Linda was faking? If you think she was, you're crazy. There ain't nobody could act like she was unless they meant it. Besides, she's Alexander Archer's niece.
What's that?
Yeah, she's been thrown in with Cooper so she could reach her uncle. That's why she was so interested last night when you told her Archer was here in the castle.
So that's where she fits into the picture.
Yeah, and that's why she's in trouble now. She got to looking around and found where Archer was being held. Just as she was getting to the room, Cooper caught her.
That's something to know. But we're getting away from the subject. Right now, we've got to concentrate on you.
And fella, if anybody ever needed concentrated on, it's me.
It's hard to swallow. It seems incredible that Cooper would do what you described.
I know it's true. If a girl ever told the truth, Linda Joyce was a-telling it.
Well, then we've got 2 hours to do something about it. I still wonder.
Looky, Jack. What about that walk Cooper and Dr. Thorne took us on yesterday morning, out on the main part of the island?
Quite. The moat of swift water about the castle so that once across the drawbridge, neither man nor beast can get back.
And all the brush and undergrowth cut out. And all the limbs trimmed off the trees up 20, 30 feet. A fella have a bad time trying to get up a tree away from a mountain lion.
I say, it's all perfectly clear, Jack. Don't you remember them warning Doc not to go down into the little gully because he would be trapped?
Yeah, and to keep away from hollow stumps and that about going on that rocky ledge because one fella tried to do and that's where he died.
And then they kept repeating over and over, keep out in the open. Out in the open was his only chance.
Jack, are you listening?
Yes. I'm just thinking about a person's chance of escape by water.
But there ain't a chance, Jack. An undertow that'd suck a fella under before he'd waded out knee-deep all around the island.
Well, they've made it pretty plain that there's no escape. That you're going to have to face that animal.
Yeah, such nice people.
What did they do with Linda Joyce when they brought you back up here?
They took her out to, I don't know what they're doing with her.
But Jack, are we just going to sit here? Why aren't we doing something?
If you can suggest something.
What about getting that door open? Doc, you say you can open any lock that's made.
Big old lock like that? Not without some tools. Besides, even if I could, the guard outside the door couldn't help knowing what's going on.
Then the windows.
Barred.
And even if they weren't barred, it's a good 50 feet straight down and the moat right below.
We did it in Seattle, tied the bedclothes together.
The water's too swift, and the banks are straight up and down. It just won't work, Reggie.
Besides, we can't cut through them bars, and that's all there is about it.
But there's something, Jack. Jack, I'm not going to sit here and let them take Doc out.
Neither am I. The next time they open the door, we make a break.
Yeah? You mean we're going into action?
It's desperate. We haven't got a chance in 1,000.
What do we care about that? I feel better already.
Why have we waited this long?
Yeah, that's what's been the matter with me. Sitting around doing nothing. No wonder I got scared. I ain't never been scared when things is busting. What we been a-waiting for?
We've been waiting for a break. The odds have been too heavy against us.
Then you've thought of something?
No. But there's nothing to lose now. If Doc's going out to be eaten alive by a mountain lion, he'd better die right here and now.
Yeah, a fighting folks I can fight back at.
I see.
And if Doc goes, you and I will go next. So we might as well make a fight for it right here and now.
Now you're talking, son. That makes me feel like Doc Long again.
Reggie?
Yes.
See that oak chair over there?
Why, yes, naturally.
Can you smash it up? Pull it apart?
Do what?
Those oak legs will make just about the right size clubs to lay a man out.
I get it. I'll take care of it.
Hey, Jack, we're fist fighters. What we want clubs for?
We want something more than fists to fight gunmen with. And if you want to tackle that wolf dog Prometheus with your fist...
Oh, doggone, I plumb forgot about him. Ooh-wee, there goes a good oak chair.
Don't make kindling wood out of it, Reggie.
No, I'm not. Just saving the solid oak legs, though.
What we gonna do? The minute the door opens, rush out and lay everybody out in sight?
No. If we can pick them off one at a time, before they realize...
I say, here you are, beautiful clubs.
Doggone. Hey, I want that one.
All right. Now each one lay his club where it won't be seen at first glance, and yet where he can grab it up quick.
Yeah, I get you.
What do you mean, Jack?
Undoubtedly, the next person in here will be Cooper.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, let him get in. Let the guard get the door shut before we make a move.
But I say, he'll be armed and he's bound to have that wolf dog with him.
Wait until he's in and the guard has closed and locked the door.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Relax. Take your signal from me.
Good evening, gentlemen. Guard, close and lock the door. I'll be talking to these men quite a few minutes. To heal, Prometheus. No. Sit down. Don't stand on ceremony.
What do you want, Cooper?
Why, I think it's time to collect another poker chip from Mr. Long.
Yeah, I guess it is, ain't it?
Yes. And that will leave you only one.
Uh-huh. You want I should give it to you now?
Oh, yes, if you will, please.
Yeah. Here it is. Got him, Jack. I'm holding Cooper's body between me and the dog.
Use the clubs, Reggie. Use the clubs.
He's gonna jump. Look out.
That won't ever tear anybody's throat.
Doggone. Anybody hurt?
That brute slashed my arm, but not badly. But when he jumped you, Doc...
I kept Cooper's body over my face and neck. He couldn't get at me.
Is Cooper dead?
No. The wolf wouldn't touch him. Here, give me a hand. Stuff him under the bed.
Huh? What are we going to do now?
See if we can't lure the guard in here. Is that wolf's body out of sight?
From the door it is.
All right. Hey, guard! Hey there!
What do you want?
Cooper wants you in here.
What does he want?
Didn't you hear the noise? That wolf's gone mad. He wants you to shoot him.
Is that what that noise was? Where is he now?
We got him locked in the next room. Hurry up, will you?
Did you say...
Attaboy, Jack.
Not so loud. Here, get his body into the room.
Hey, what you shutting the door for?
Listen, now comes the hardest part. We'll be shot on sight.
So what?
So we're not giving up, no matter what happens. Right?
Right.
Everything or nothing.
And won't they be surprised to see me at the pearly gates?
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 6 o'clock in the morning in the great old castle on a tiny unidentified island somewhere off the west coast of Canada. In just 1 hour, Doc is supposed to participate in the scientific experiment prepared for him by Cooper and Dr. Thorne. The experiment to consist of Doc armed with a knife to battle to the death with a hungry mountain lion in the woods of the mile-square little island. The test is to measure fear in the human being and what it will do to help or hinder in an emergency. Can Doc's fear make him strong and desperate enough to overcome such overpowering odds? Which is the strongest force in the mountain lion, hunger or fear of a human being? That's the test. But at the moment, it appears that the test may never be made, for in their prison chamber they have knocked Cooper and the guard at the door unconscious and killed his wolf dog, Prometheus. And now they are on the point of creeping forth in an attempt to overpower the rest of Cooper's forces in the castle.
Well, come on, Jack. Let's get it going.
There's no use barging out there in the hall until we know our objective.
Well, that's easy. Our objective is to get off this island quick.
Yes, but let's know what we're doing, what we have to do to get away.
Well, for one thing, there's 7 or 8 guards to be disposed of.
Hey, they won't all be on the job at 6 o'clock in the morning.
There'll be enough to give us trouble. Now, first, the guards. Then I think we want to capture Frankie.
Who?
Cooper's handyman. The fellow that's been slapping us around.
But we haven't time for revenge now.
But he's the one who piloted the launch in through the reef.
Righto. We need him to take us safely out across the reef.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
All right, then. That's our plan.
Put the guards out of commission. Capture Frankie and make for the launch.
That suits me. Let's go. Hey, wait a minute, though. What about Linda Joyce? We ain't leaving her behind.
Quite. And Alexander Archer. After all, he's the reason for us being here.
They go with us, naturally.
You mean you was planning it that way all along?
Certainly. Now then, let's go. And above everything, keep together.
Yeah, come on. Got your oak club, Reggie?
Rather.
Well, here we go. Here. Wait a minute. We're making too much noise. Take off your shoes, tie the strings together, and sling them around your neck.
Yeah, okay. Only I hope somebody don't go and step on my toes. Man, do I hate having my toes stepped on.
All right. What about it?
I'm all set.
Righto.
Then let's go. Keep your eyes open.
Did you ever see a gloomier place than this at 6 o'clock in the morning?
Half light of dawn. Bit on the dark and dreary side.
Keep it to yourself.
Quite.
Seen anything of anybody yet?
No.
Neither have I. This here takes us down them wide marble steps to the main floor, don't it?
Doc, will you keep quiet?
Sure, why not? Darn these stone floors. My feet are getting cold.
What you need is a gag. Now then, we're going downstairs.
Doesn't seem to be anyone up here.
Hey, Jack, let's put our shoes back on. I fight a lot better with my shoes on.
Might as well. They won't make any more noise than your mouth.
Of course not. Huh? What'd you say?
Quiet. Come on, Reggie. Put your shoes back on.
But we'll make such a bally lot of noise.
Doesn't seem to matter. Apparently, the only guard on duty was the one we got in front of our door.
If that's the way it is, then all we got to do is find Frankie and Linda and Archer.
Sure, that's all.
Well, it is.
Do you know where to start looking for any one of the three?
Huh? No, but...
Well, come on downstairs and see what we can do about clearing the coast for a quick getaway.
You see, we ain't making so much off of no...
Jack, Doc, wait.
What's the matter, Reggie?
Look, down there in the shadow.
Well.
Doggone. A guard sitting down there with a gun across his knee.
Apparently sound asleep.
Jack, how about me tiptoeing down there?
Nothing of the kind, Doc. I saw him first, and if any one of us goes down after him, I go.
One person would have a much better chance of getting down without waking him.
Sure. How about me getting started, Jack?
I'll go myself and settle the argument.
Hey, no.
What about it, Doc?
Okay, let him go. Only smack him good, Reggie.
You think I won't?
He's got a lot of steps to go down. Take it easy.
Righto. Now then, you bloody blighter, stand up.
What's that?
I said stand up.
Yeah.
Quite. I don't like bashing a sleeping man. But I don't in the least mind tapping a man on his feet.
Reggie, look out!
What's the matter, Jack?
Get back upstairs here! Get back upstairs!
Stop where you are, or I'll shoot.
I say.
Reggie, are you shot?
I slipped and fell. I'm all right.
Good boy, Reggie. Good boy, fella.
Who shot at me?
Our friend Dr. Thorne.
Yeah, darn his hide. Hey, you Thorne fella, what's the idea?
I say, there's dozens of them. Where did they come from?
Dr. Thorne, I warn you not to come any further than the foot of those stairs.
Shall we go up and get them, Doctor?
How are you, Frankie, old kid?
Now, Frank, I want to talk to them first. How did you men get out of your rooms?
By knocking out Cooper and the guard.
You mean Cooper entered your room without his wolf dog?
Shuckins, we took care of him, too. He's about the deadest wolf dog you ever seen.
Oh, there's no use you men making all this trouble. You haven't got a chance of getting away.
Reggie.
Packard, did you hear what I said?
Give us a minute, will you? We're talking it over.
Go ahead, but hurry up.
What about the furniture, Jack?
Pull it all over here by the head of the stairs. We're going to need it for ammunition if they rush us.
Now you're talking, fella.
Shh. Hurry. Doc and I'll stay here at the head of the stairs and keep them occupied.
Righto.
All right, Dr. Thorne.
You're ready to surrender?
Well, not until we've asked you some questions.
Well, what is it?
Will you make me a deal?
What sort of a deal?
You had every intention of using us for guinea pigs. We were to die. Now we've got Cooper in our hands. Maybe he's going to die.
You men would murder Mr. Cooper?
Why not? You and he were going to murder us.
But we're scientists. If you kill Mr. Cooper, it's a wanton waste of life.
I won't argue the fine points of morality. Death won't embarrass Cooper any more than it will us. Now then, if we save Cooper's life, what can you guarantee us?
I don't intend to guarantee you anything. I've got 9 men here who can overpower you before you can touch Cooper. All I'm doing is giving you a chance to surrender before you get hurt.
How's Reggie coming?
He's got chairs and tables and benches piled up and more are coming.
This is your last chance. What are you going to do?
I'm afraid you'll just have to come and get us, Dr. Thorne.
Give me your gun, Dr. Thorne.
Under no circumstances are these men to be shot, Frank. We want them alive.
Yeah, so you can feed us to the mountain lions, I suppose.
All right, Frank. Take your men and go get them.
Yeah, okay, all right. Come on, you monkey.
Here they come, Reggie.
Righto. Give them this Chesterfield to start with.
Grab a hold, Jack.
Yeah, let her go.
Doggone. We sure busted up to charge of the light brigade that time.
Righto.
Woo-wee, looky at 'em. 3 guys ain't on their feet yet. Come on, Dr. Thorne. What's the matter with your gang? Send them up again.
Frankie, go up and get those men.
With them throwing furniture at us?
You heard what I said. Go up and get them.
If you give me that gun of yours.
Absolutely not.
Well, I ain't going up them stairs and have them throw furniture at me. How about the rest of you mugs?
Hey, what's the matter down there? You got mutiny on the hands, Dr. Thorne?
Now then, gentlemen, up with your hands.
Cooper.
What's all this nonsense? Dr. Thorne. Mr. Cooper, is that you? Certainly. I've got these men covered. Come up and get them. Hey, Frank, did you hear that? Go up and get them.
Sure. Come on, you mugs.
Hey, Jack, are we going to take this?
No, get Cooper.
I warn you, I'll shoot.
Then go ahead and shoot.
Get that man, York.
Well, Mr. Cooper, that's all of them.
You shouldn't have let Mr. York roll down those stairs like that.
He's unconscious.
How about Packard and Mr. Long, Dr. Thorne? No, both unconscious but not badly hurt. Packard's got a cut on the head that will need 3 or 4 stitches. We'll take care of it. I want these men kept in good health. Frank, you and one of the men go down and bring Mr. York's body up here.
Sure. Come on, you mugs.
The rest of you men, Go back to your posts. Yes, 3 fine fighting men here, Dr. Thorne. Different than any specimens we've ever had before. Dangerous. Very dangerous. They said they knocked you unconscious. Yeah, they did. I recovered. Made the mistake of not tying me up. You certainly saved this situation. That's it. Lay him down over there. Easy with him. That's all.
Sure. Come on.
What did you find, Dr. Thorne? How was Mr. York? Nothing broken. Good. That's very good. That blow on the head that knocked him unconscious? No, might be a slight concussion, but I doubt it. There's a fine figure of a man, Doctor. A fine figure of a man. Youth. And courage and spirit. Yes. You know, Dr. Thorne, if we can create real fear in that magnificent body, his feats of strength would be prodigious. Prodigious. What about Doc Lorne here? He has just a half hour more until we should begin preparing him for the experiment. Yes, the experiment. Will he be fully recovered by that time? I can get him ready. He'll have his full strength and a clear mind? Positively. Good. Then I'll go along and tell Frankie to prepare Cougar. You're using the tawny lioness, aren't you? Yes, gaunt, hungry, viciously hungry.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Others in the cast included Jim Harmon as Frankie, Jack Lester as the rustic Mr. Cooper, Art Hearn as Captain Frenchie, Corey Seaton as Laura, and Barbara Gratz as Mrs. McGinnis. Consultants, Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. Love a Mystery, a Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the Northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. Seven o'clock in the morning in the great old castle on a tiny unidentified island somewhere off the west coast of Canada. The time has come for Doc to face the fate that Richard Cooper and Dr. Thorne have prepared for him. The 3 comrades, Jack, Doc, and Reggie, made one daring attempt to fight their way out of the castle, but were overwhelmed by sheer force of numbers. All 3 of them were unconscious before the battle was over. That was an hour ago, And now, at 7 o'clock, all three have been restored to consciousness and are seated in the great reception hall, their wrists handcuffed to their chairs.
Well, if I gotta go, why don't I go and get it over with?
All in good time, Mr. Long. All in good time.
Gonna take me out there and toss me to a mountain lion, huh?
Oh, no. That isn't the idea at all.
It ain't, huh? You mean me and one of them cougars ain't gonna fight it out among ourselves out there on the island?
Ah, Dr. Thorne's coming with his instruments.
Hey, what instruments?
Oh, yes. Are you ready, Dr. Thorne? Yes, I believe, Mr. Cooper, I believe I am. I see you have Mr. Long stripped to the waist.
Now, you looky here. What's going on here? What you got there?
Just sit quietly, Mr. Long.
How am I going to do anything else with my wrist handcuffed to my chair?
Yes. Now, if you just take this thermometer into your mouth.
Hey, I don't know whether I...
Thank you. Just close your lips. Now then, Mr. Cooper, will you make notations? Oh, yes. Certainly, Dr. Thorne. Pulse normal? Normal, eh? Yes, respiration slightly over normal. Some slight sign of agitation, Dr. Thorne? Oh, yes. Reflexes greatly sharpened. Pupils of eyes slightly enlarged. Oh, reflexes sharpened. Pupils enlarged. Now then, let's have that thermometer.
Yeah. You should ought to flavor your thermometer, Dr. Thorne. Make it more interesting to suck on.
Temperature varies slightly on the eyes.
Will you tell me what you're all doing this for?
Outward signs of nervousness expressed in continued shifting of feet.
What you mean, shifting of feet?
Yes, doctor. And increased strident quality in voice.
Doggone you fellas.
Yes. And wouldn't you put down that startled curiosity which he shows in each of our statements? Wouldn't you put that down to a rising fear? Oh, definitely.
Jack, I can't stand it any longer. I tell you I can't. Sitting here like this and watching them make cold-blooded analysis of Doc.
Will you cut it out, Reggie? You're certainly not helping Doc's morale any with your hysteria.
What do I care? I'm afraid. Do you hear me? I'm afraid.
Hey, Reggie, cut it out, will you?
No, I won't. If you think I'm going to sit here and like it while those two inhumane jackals sniff about for living human flesh to destroy...
Reggie! You crazy fool!
Well, Mr. Cooper, it appears a fine case of hysteria has developed right under our noses. Yes. Interesting.
Get away from me, do you hear?
Now, my boy.
I warn you, don't come near. I'll sink my teeth into the first one who comes within range.
The fear of the trapped animal, courage of terror, desperation.
Well, what else are we but trapped animals? Caged, examined, talked about to our faces as impersonally as though we didn't understand. Monsters, you monsters, do you understand?
Mr. Cooper, this specimen is developing into a much more interesting case than the others.
Hey, I resent that.
Specimen? Interesting case. Doesn't it occur to you that we're living human beings like yourselves? No, not like that. No, I'd rather die like this than be contaminated with the stain of blood on your hands.
I think we should send Mr. York out this morning instead of Mr. Long.
Now look what you went and done, Reggie.
Send me out? Go ahead, send me out. I'd rather be any place than chained to this chair, tortured in mind and body, waiting. No, go away. Don't come near me.
Get behind this chair, Dr. Thorne. Put a gag in his mouth. Then he can't bite.
No, I tell you, keep away.
There. That'll take care of his desire to bite. Now then, Mr. Cooper, will you write down these new observations? Well, let's see. I think he's in our files as specimen H24, isn't he? That's right, yes.
Jack, what's eating Reggie anyway?
None of us is showing up to a very good advantage on this adventure, I'm afraid.
Something queer here, Mr. Cooper. Huh? Oh, what's that? Pulse normal, respiration normal. But good heavens, Dr. Thorne. A man couldn't be in this fit of hysteria and show normal heart and lung action. I know. Look at the pupils of his eyes. Nervous reflexes. Perfectly controlled. But see here, Dr. Thorne. What does it mean? Mr. York. You're a fraud.
What's that? What did you say, Thorne?
Your friend York here is apparently trying to assume the role of a hysterical man for some purpose of his own. Take the gag out of his mouth. Yes.
So that was it.
What you mean, Jack? So that was it?
There you are. What's the idea, Mr. York? Did you think you could fool me for 1 minute?
I didn't know. I hoped I could.
But why, young man, why? What was your object?
I thought if I could sell you on the fact that I was in a sweat of terror, you would send me out instead of Doc.
Hey, what you talking about? You were trying to muscle in on my date with that there mountain lion?
Well, if you want to put it that way.
Well, darn your ornery hide, Reggie.
Dear. Apparently the spirit of altruism is pervading the halls of science.
And I don't suppose you'd understand that, would you, Cooper?
No, I don't think I do.
Well, that's another nice little paragraph for your treatise on fear. That in the ordinary human, the desire to come to the aid of a fellow being in distress is stronger than fear, even the fear of death.
Mr. York's wasting our time. I think we have a complete record of data on Mr. Long.
All right. I'm a-going out and face a mountain lion. What else?
The problem in fear psychology, which we're studying today, is twofold. First, to what heights, what super strength, what cunning can the human mind and body be raised when stung by the lash of fear? Number two, we know that the mountain lion is a cowardly beast. We are interested in finding out whether hunger is a stronger force in a cowardly animal, or whether fear will dominate even the gnawing pangs of hunger. Well, an interesting experiment. Vital to our study.
There's only one trouble with your experiment.
Yes? What's that?
Doc isn't afraid.
I wonder. Cooper, perhaps this would be a good time to tell him the rest. Yes. Yes. We have a little surprise for you, Mr. Long.
Yeah?
Yes. We've decided at the last minute that you are not to go on this last adventure alone.
I say, will you send me?
No, that's not possible, Mr. York.
You mean Jack?
No, I'm speaking of Linda Joyce.
Hey!
Cooper, you don't mean that.
Yes, I do, Mr. Packard. Linda Joyce.
But the girl, you can't do that. She won't have a chance.
It will give our heroic young friend here more incentive. A chance to stroll through the woods with a beautiful young woman.
That ain't fair. That's taking advantage. Go ahead, send me out, but don't send her. Can't do it. You can't do it.
Dr. Thorne, I'll go bring Linda in. Yes, I'll release Mr. Long from his chair. Yes, I'll be right back with her.
Jack, ain't there something we can do to stop this?
There's nothing, Mr. Long. Now then, when I release one wrist, lay it over on the other. One hand is still cuffed to the chair, and your ankles to the legs of the chair. Don't try to be heroic.
Yeah, okay.
There now. You dare strike me?
Good work, Doc.
Kind of staggered him, even if I was sitting down.
Put your wrist over on the other one. We'll just leave both hands cuffed to one.
How about my ankle?
I'm going to release them now.
Well, anyway, I can stretch my legs. Beginning to get cramped. Hey, here they come.
Oh, yes, my dear, yes. Come right along.
Hello, Linda. Hey, fella, it ain't as bad as that.
All right, Mr. Long, up out of your chair.
Yeah, looky, fella, we're gonna be all right.
I'm not afraid. I just can't help crying. I just can't help it.
All right, let's get started. Come along.
Jack, Reggie, I can't go out like this. I'm not ready. Bringing in Linda like that throws me all out of stride. This ain't the way to do it. I tell you, I'm not ready. I ain't even said goodbye to Jack and Reggie.
Ugly, Jack. Ugly. Everything's ugly.
Reggie.
Yes?
I've got one of my hands loose. I think I broke my thumb, but I got it loose.
What good's that going to do?
If I can break the other arm off this chair before they get back, that's what I've got to do. Break the arm off this chair before they get back.
Now then, down these steps to the drawbridge. Just a moment. Dr. Thorne, will you open the door? Come now, outside to the drawbridge. Wait now, we'll lower the drawbridge. Right across now. Lead the way, Dr. Thorne. This will do. I'll release you first, Miss Joyce. Now you, Mr. Long. Keep your gun on him, Mr. Cooper. There you are, Mr. Long. You'll find a knife with an 8-inch blade stuck in that first tree over there. You'll have 5 minutes before the lioness is released. All right, Mr. Cooper. Back across the bridge. Goodbye, Linda. Good luck, Mr. Long. Raise the drawbridge, Mr. Cooper.
Hello there, fella.
Doc, what's going to happen to us?
I reckon my mama was right, Linda. She always said I'd come to a bad end.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. Seven o'clock in the morning in the great gray castle on an unidentified island somewhere off the west coast of Canada. Doc and Linda Joyce have been turned loose on the island outside the castle with a hungry mountain lion in Richard Cooper and Dr. Thorne's scientific research into the realm of fear and terror. The drawbridge has been drawn up, and Dr. Thorne and Cooper are on their way back to the great reception hall to await the outcome of their experiment. Thorne had left Jack and Reggie with their wrists handcuffed to the arms of their chairs. But while they are out of the room, Jack and Reggie have been taking things into their own hands.
Hurry, Jack. We can't have much time left.
Yeah, this'll do it. There it is.
You're free, Jack.
You bet I'm free. Now let's see about you.
I'm handcuffed to a solid oak chair. I can't...
Here, let me see.
Don't wait for me. You've got to help Doc.
Look, if I can break the arm off the chair, then we can slip the handcuffs right off. I'm going to tip the chair over on the side with you in it.
What's that for?
So I can get more leverage to tear off those arms. Here goes. Sorry. No time to be careful. Now then... Those arms were put on there to stay.
Get up and jump on it.
No, if it breaks, I'll come down on you.
It'll be a pleasure.
Well, here goes. There. Now look out for yourself.
Righto. I say, that did it.
Yeah. Did I hurt you?
Not at all. Now the other side. Turn the chair over.
Oh, you go. There. This arm doesn't seem to be as solid. All right. Here goes. I hit on the back of my neck.
Hurt you?
It's all right. Listen. Cooper and Dr. Thorne coming back. Quick, over by the door. One on each side. One shot on the jaw apiece. Don't miss. I'll give the word. Hold it now. Get him, Reggie! Got him! Yeah, quick. Dr. Thorne has the keys to these handcuffs.
Which only goes to prove Richard Cooper and Dr. Thorne didn't have anything a solid clip on the chin wouldn't cure.
Well, here they are. Let me unlock the cuffs dangling from your wrists. Now the other. Now, unfasten mine. Now then, hold Cooper up. Now the same with Thorne. Yeah, there. And that takes care of the two masterminds.
Now, do we go after Doc?
Here, these are what we've been needing.
Revolvers. I say, splendid. After Doc now, huh?
Yes. Wait, let's take these extra handcuffs along. We may need them.
Hurry, Jack. Doc's out there with that mountain lion.
Come on. Hold it. Get back.
What is it?
Frankie's coming this way. Keep her on the corner. He slugged me twice. This is my part. Hold it now. Hello, Frankie. My compliments.
Perfect, Jack. Here's a pair of handcuffs.
Pull his arms around. We'll cuff him to this pillar.
Well, that takes care of Frankie. What about the other guards, though, Jack?
I heard Cooper say they were all down in the servants' quarters at breakfast.
But they won't be there long. Do you suppose there's any way we could lock them down there? Keep them there?
Yeah, I wonder. Let's go see.
But Doc and Linda Joyce out there, Jack.
I know it. There's so many things that should be done. But let's mop up as we go along. If the guards get on the job, we'll be right back where we were before. This is the way to the servants' quarters. Come on, down these steps. Listen. I hear voices. All right. Come on. There we're down. Don't a man move or make a sound. We just as soon shoot as look at you. Reggie, go over there at the other end of the room and lock that door.
Right.
You'll be interested to know that Cooper and Dr. Thorne are in chains along with your fellow thug Frankie.
Jack.
Yes?
I can bar this door from the outside, the same as that other one.
Go ahead. Then come around here through the passage. You men are prisoners. You'll remain in here until we get this situation cleaned up. Thank you for your attention. Good morning. Shoot the bars into place. One more. There. Now chain them into place. That you, Reggie?
Quite. No one will ever get out that door.
Nor this one. I think we got them all, too. I counted 11 in there.
Now, can we go after Doc?
You bet. And on the run. Come on. Up the steps. This way, Reggie. This way to the drawbridge. There, here. This is the door leading out to the drawbridge.
And there she is.
Yes, wait a minute. How are we going to lower it?
Jack, we haven't time to wait for that.
Well, if you can tell me how we're going to get across the moat. Wait a minute. What did Cooper do? He didn't press a button. I was watching him. He said, watch this. And as he raised his hand, the bridge began to descend. Just being dramatic, Hey, maybe that's it. Maybe he's using a magic eye. Raise your hand, Reggie, and walk back and forth along the rampart. Everything else that's happened is on a par, so that's his secret. The magic eye. Here we go. Keep your gun handy. With that lion loose. They're bound to hear us. Doc! Doc!
Jack! Reggie! Here we are!
Wait a minute. Let's get the direction.
Here we are! Here we are! Hurry, please!
This way, Reggie.
Oh, hurry! Hurry, please!
We're getting there.
This way! This way!
Let's get this here thing over with.
This way!
There she is. I see her through the tree.
Why didn't you come sooner? Why didn't you come sooner?
Linda, where's Doc?
Why didn't you come sooner? There beside the tree. I think he's going to die.
Die? Here, let me look at him. He's a long way from being dead.
I say, you mean it?
Battered up some. Pulse is good. Not much loss of blood.
He isn't going to die?
Certainly he's not going to die.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, he was wonderful. Wonderful.
I say, where's the mountain lion?
Over there. Dead.
What's that? You killed him.
Yes. You never saw anything like it. It was awful.
Catch her, Reggie.
I'll be all right now.
Reggie, we got to get them back to the castle, all right? Well, you're getting free ride back to the castle.
No. Put me down. I'll be all right.
Not a chance. The conquering heroes always ride home on the shoulders of the happy throng. How about it, Reggie?
Righto.
But how did you get out here?
That's a long story. You'll hear all about it. What I want to know from you is, where is Alexander Archer held prisoner?
There's a suite of rooms right off the great reception hall. He'll be awfully glad to see you.
Well, that pleasure is coming to him. Within the next 10 minutes, I hope. Yeah, this is the key, all right. And there we are. Come along, Linda.
Yes.
Is that you, Cooper?
That's him.
Cooper, why don't you answer?
Oh, Uncle Alex.
What? Who are you?
Linda. Darling. Linda.
Linda, my child. Linda.
Oh, Uncle Alex. We've worked so hard trying to find you, and now you're safe.
Oh, no, not in this castle. Not with Richard Cooper.
Richard Cooper is a prisoner.
Linda, who is this man?
Jack Packard. He and Doc and Reggie found you. They did it all, Uncle Alex.
Oh, thank you, Packard. Thank you.
How do you happen to be here bedridden like this, Mr. Archer?
A year in confinement. My health is broken.
Oh, you'll be all right now.
Oh, yes, my dear. I'll be all right. It was that miserable $1 million insurance policy. Richard Cooper used to be my best friend. Then he got mixed up with that fellow Dr. Thorne. Went completely unbalanced on the matter of probing into people's minds. Then they began to need money. I had made Cooper executor of my estates. We were that close. But when he began to show signs of unbalance, I decided to take things out of his hands.
And that's when he turned against you.
That's right. He and Thorne got the idea of kidnapping me and pretending I was dead. $1 million on my life would go to the estate, which Cooper was executor.
Well, it's surprising the insurance company didn't suspect Cooper from the start.
In the outside world, he has a very fine name. He was a fine man before he got mixed up in all this.
Oh, let's don't talk about it now. Let's get out of here.
You think you can be moved, Mr. Archer?
You mean we can get out of here?
Reggie's getting the launch ready. Cooper and Dr. Thorne are aboard.
The reef. Frankie is the only one who can take the launch through the reef.
Don't worry about that. Frankie's down there at the wheel now with a gun at his head. He'll take us through the reef, all right.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Others in the cast included Jim Harmon as Frankie, Jack Lester as the rustic Mr. Cooper, Art Hearn as Captain Frenchie, Corey Seaton as Laura, and Barbara Gratz as Mrs. McGinnis. Consultants, Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood.
I Love a Mystery. Grandma, what big teeth you have. A new Carlton Morse mystery thriller. Four o'clock in the afternoon. In the office of the A1 Detective Agency, around the corner and one flight up, just off Hollywood Boulevard. It's hot, and Mary Kay Brown, the cutest secretary in Hollywood, is dressed for it. Her boss, Jack Packard, is sitting directly under an electric fan, his feet up on the desk, his shirt open at the collar, and a glass of iced coffee in his hand.
Boss, it's so doggone hot, it's indecent. It gets so a girl doesn't care anymore.
Why don't you take off something?
If I took off one thing more, you could hand me a cake of soap and a wash rag and send me to the shower.
Try some iced coffee.
And immediately perspiration starts out on me like a whirling spray. Honest to goodness, boss, why don't you shut up shop and let a girl go home and sit in a tub of water?
Go ahead. I want to wait for Doc.
What's Doc got that we want?
We're supposed to turn in a report on the Bronson firebug case. The insurance company's been screaming for it since Monday.
Oh, 150 in the shade, and we got to work on a firebug case.
Well, not you.
What do you mean, not me? I'm your secretary, aren't I?
I'm not sure sometimes.
You're not sure about what?
Those clothes. Maybe we ought to keep you for a pin-up girl.
You don't like them, huh?
Hmm?
These clothes. You don't like them?
Sure, what there is of them. But what'll the clients think?
What clients?
Did anyone ever tell you you're too fresh?
Besides, I don't wear my clothes for the clients.
No?
No. I wear them for the boss. For years now, I've practically been throwing myself at him, but the poor dope isn't having any.
The office is no place for romance.
Well, then, for the love of Mike, why don't you take me to the Coconut Grove some dark night, or come and sit on my front porch?
What
do you mean,
You're much too important to the A1 agency as a secretary.
You think a little fraternizing on Saturday night would cut down my office efficiency on Monday morning?
Look, Mary Kay, I'm too hot to argue. Somebody in the outer office.
Yeah, I'll get it. Relax, boss. It's just Doc. He's got a kid with him.
Kid? Boy?
Surprising as it may seem, it's a boy.
See you for a minute, Jack.
Sure.
Okay, fella, in with you. You see this tadpole, Jack? I bet he ain't 10 years old. How old are you, son? He ain't talking. Anyway, you know what I caught him doing? Caught him purse snatching.
Hey, no kidding.
Yes, ma'am, right down there on Hollywood Boulevard. Went up behind a woman, jerked the purse out from under her arm, and streaked it down a side alley. He'd have got away with it, too, if he hadn't run right into my arms.
Are they right, boy?
Is this a police station?
Uh-oh.
You did steal a woman's purse?
This don't look like any police station to me.
You gave the woman's purse back to her, Doc.
Oh, yeah. She wanted to call a uniformed cop, but I flashed my special on her, and she let me have the kid.
You've been purse snatching for quite a while?
Look, if this is a police station, where's the cells where you lock people up?
As a matter of fact, this isn't a police station.
Oh.
We're private detectives.
Yeah?
I'm Jack Packard. The man who brought you in is Doc Long.
Is she a private detective, too?
No, she's our secretary.
She's hot stuff.
Say.
Out of the mouths of babes.
Why, where'd you get that kind of talk? You ought to have your mouth washed out.
Touchy, ain't she?
What's your name?
Bud Edwards. At the police, I'm not scared anymore.
Oh, that's good. How old are you?
I'm 11.
Hey, you sure about that?
For crying out loud, don't you think a guy knows how old he is?
Well, you don't look 11 to me.
Pass it. Where do you live?
6213 Selma.
Well, that's just around the corner.
With your folks?
Huh?
I say, do you live with your folks?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, my grandmother.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all. She's my grandmother.
Does she know that you're a purse snatcher?
No.
You go to school?
I used to.
I mean, you don't go to school now? Kid 11 years old?
I don't sleep very good.
A growing boy 11 years old doesn't sleep good? What's the matter? Your conscience bothering you?
No.
Then why don't you sleep good?
Well, some nights I do. Some nights I have dreams.
Uh-huh. What do you dream?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, you do.
I don't want to think about them.
Nightmares?
Bad dreams, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, it might do you some good to tell somebody about them. Like to try?
They don't make any sense. They're crazy.
Go on, I'd like to hear them. Here, you want a cold drink?
No, I'm not sweating because it's hot. I sweat like this when I think about the dreams. Sometimes I wake up in the night sweating like this.
Here. You want a handkerchief?
No, I got one.
Hey. When was the last time you had a bath?
Oh, so you're one of them dames that right away gets personal, huh?
But your hands, they're filthy. Doesn't your grandmother ever make you clean up?
No.
Never mind about that. Let's get back to this dream business. You'd rather talk about that anyway, wouldn't you?
I never told anybody.
Sure. It's probably why they keep worrying you. You tell us about them. It'll probably make you feel a lot better.
Well, Grandma can tell when I'm restless. She can tell even before I get into bed that I'm not going to sleep good.
Oh, she can?
Yeah, then she gives me something to make me sleep.
Capsules?
No, with a needle.
Hey.
Roll up your sleeve, bud.
Here, let me do it for you.
No, it's this arm.
Okay.
You getting all this down, Mary Kay?
Every word. Think it might mean something?
Hey, Jack, look at this kid's arm.
Needle punches.
5, 6, 8, 11 of them.
Hey, what the heck? They don't hurt.
Okay, you can roll your sleeve down now. What about these dreams?
Well, it takes me a long time to get out of our house.
I mean, in your dream you get up and dress and want to get out of the house?
I don't want to, but I got to. For some reason, I got to.
But you don't know what the reason is, huh?
Yeah, that's it. And it takes me a long time to get out, and I have to go through a lot of rooms. And they're big rooms and long rooms. I have to go through lots of doors. Lots of doors. Hurry, Bud. Hurry up. Don't let them catch you. Hurry. Hurry. In every room I went into, my voice sounded different. Hurry, Bud. Don't let them catch you. Hurry, hurry. Bud, hurry, hurry. They're after you. Don't let them catch you. You gotta hurry. You gotta hurry.
Don't cry like that. Take it easy, Bud. It's just a dream.
No, it isn't. 'Cause one time a gun went off, and I heard somebody scream, and I went to put my shoes on in the morning, and they were all covered with mud.
Oh, well, you can see how crazy that is. Look outside. It's so hot you could fry steaks, and it's been that way for the last 4 months. Now, how could you possibly get your shoes muddy in Southern California in August?
It happened. I know it did.
What happened?
I killed somebody.
Hey, now, I bet a buck you didn't. You got your dreams all mixed up with...
Where was this? Where did it happen?
Outdoors. That's all I know.
You think you shot somebody?
Sometimes. Sometimes I'm running and people are chasing me. Sometimes I dig a hole in the ground and bury things.
Do you know what it is you bury?
I don't know anything. Just wake up sweating and tired, like I hadn't been in bed any of the time.
What does your grandmother say to all this?
I don't tell her. I'd be scared to tell her.
Why?
Yeah, why? Grandmothers are wonderful people to tell things to.
Not my grandmother.
Okay, Bud. We've talked about everything but the purse snatching. I know you don't want to talk about it, but we've got to.
It's not part of the dream.
Well, maybe not, but we'll talk about it just the same. How many times have you done this? Snatched a woman's purse?
Just this once.
Now look at me. That's it. Is that true?
Honest.
I believe it's true. Why did you do it?
Honest, Mr. Packard, something made me. It was just like I'd done it before and knew just how to do it. I didn't want to all the time I was doing it.
People don't do what they don't want to do.
Never mind that. Bud, I want you to come in the back room, back here with me.
What's back there?
A makeshift laboratory. Come on.
You want me, boss?
You and Doc wait here. In with you, Bud.
Funny business.
Yeah. You picked yourself up quite a case.
What does Jack care what the kid dreams? When I was a kid back in Texas, I used to have some dreams that'd make Bud's dreams sound like mush and milk.
Yeah? What'd you dream about?
Women.
What kind of women?
Oh, honey, it didn't make no difference what kind of women, just women.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, and speaking of women, Mary Kay, if there's anything cuter than the clothes you got on this PM, it's the stuff that's inside them.
Mustn't touch.
Oh. Still Jack Packard or nobody, huh?
That's the way it is.
Swanee ain't life a crime. Me wanting you, and you wanting Jack, and I suppose Jack's wanting something he can't have either.
You mean another woman?
Hey, now, I didn't say that.
You said that...
Perfectly all right, Bud. If you shot a gun and killed anybody, there would have been little specks of powder embedded in the skin of your hand.
And there wasn't any?
Not a sign. Lots of burnt. No burnt powder.
Oh, so that's what you was doing in there, giving him the burned powder test.
Uh-huh. Get on your horse, Doc.
Huh? Hey, we gotta go out in that hot glare again.
We're going over and see Bud's grandmother.
Well, what if my grandmother finds out I brought anybody home?
She's not going to know. You're going to stay here with Mary Kay.
I don't trust her.
Say, why do you say that?
She's got that soap and water look in her eye. She's gonna wash me.
Well, why don't you let her? You might get to like it.
Come on, Doc.
I'm coming. Well, take care of each other, you two.
Hey, look. I'll make a deal with you.
Yeah? What kind of a deal?
You don't wash me, I don't run out on you.
Why the big beef about washing? Doesn't your grandmother ever wield the wash rag?
My grandmother don't ever make me do nothing.
Well, she must care about you, or why does she give you injections to make you sleep?
I don't know. But it's not because she cares about me.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, it ain't. It's okay. She don't care about nothing, and I don't care about nothing. And it's okay, see?
Oh, this is the house.
What a fire trap. Look out we don't break our necks getting up on the porch.
Well, come on.
Don't rap too hard. You'll knock the door off its hinges. Maybe Grandma ain't home.
Oh.
Maybe she's out playing bridge at Beverly Wilshire or having tea with the upper.
Hold it. Somebody's answering the door.
I don't hear nothing.
He's listening just inside the door.
Why don't you try knocking again?
Well?
You're Mrs. Edwards?
Her name be Mrs. Edwards. But why shouldn't it be?
We represent an insurance company.
And do I look like a good risk, young man?
Oh, we're not trying to sell insurance.
No?
No. My name's Jack Packard.
How do you do, Mr. Jack Packard?
And this is Doc Long.
Do tell. I've always been very partial to long, lanky young men with red hair myself.
Why, Grandma, what a beautiful smile you got.
And from Texas, too.
Yeah, Texas boy, if there was one. How about us coming in and talking a little, huh?
Just a minute.
Huh?
You said you was from the insurance.
That's right. We're detectives for an insurance company.
Oh. Detectives.
Yes.
What's an insurance company need of detectives?
Why, I don't know whether I should tell you this or not.
Yes?
Well, you see, When a person insured by our company dies and leaves a large amount of money for us to pay to his relatives...
Somebody done that? Died and left a lot of money?
Happens every day.
Right in. Green door. You'll have to excuse me with no carpets on the floor, on account of they've been sent to the cleaners for weeks now.
What she really means is pawn shop.
Cut it out there.
Come right in, gentlemen, come right in. There ain't much furniture, I grant you. But what there is, you're welcome to it.
Hey, you think this apple box will hold me up?
Well, suppose I am poor. There ain't no call to make fun of a poor old lady who's doing the best she can, is there?
Oh, honest, Miss Edwards.
I know how it is. I was young and thoughtless once myself. Young and be able to tolerate, that's all. Just barely tolerated to handle what...
Jack, why out of here in my business, huh?
Oh, no, you mustn't go. You say somebody leaving the lobby.
Oh, Miss Edwards, that was just an old...
Yes, Mrs. Edwards, just an old acquaintance. At least to understand. You do know, or should I say you did know, a gentleman by the name of...
Rob? Oh, you would be meaning dear old Raleigh. And it would be that Robbie died and left me money. Of course I call him 8 times.
Almost married 3 different times.
He did. And if he left me more than he should, us being what we're to each other.
Jack, yours.
Can go any further towards getting Rob McCauley's money for it. Ask you a few things.
If about Robbie...
No, they're not. Grandson.
What's my grandson to do with it?
Everything, I think. Bud Edwards.
That's right.
In the will. The money goes to you only providing you've been a good
I haven't been, Mother.
It's just in the will. You see, Mr. McCauley loved children.
I remember we did.
So we've got to make sure in our own mind care. Could we see?
Why, I think the loving lad is at his school at the moment.
Right. Well, I suppose it's really necessary to see him personally, and maybe show us his room and his toys.
What for?
They have some which to form opinion of your relation with your grandson.
Did you ever know a grandmother and young children?
No.
Did you?
Oh, no, not that I...
Well, Bud and I mother care how. He'd tell you the same thing if he was home. So what more?
By the way, Doc, another appointment. Look, it's almost 4 o'clock. I wonder if you'll stay up with Mrs. as I run along.
What about the me?
Doc will finish talking with you about that. It's nice to find old and such as you, Miss Edwards. Take good care of Mrs. Edwards.
Well, he certainly had to get up and go in a hurry.
Yeah, that's Jack. Abrupt. Hey, you know what I think, Miss Edwards?
What?
I think Jack just got up and left on account of he wasn't getting anywhere with you.
Getting anywhere?
Why, sure. The minute you laid eyes on me and seen I was lanky and red-headed and from Texas, you wasn't interested in what he was saying at all.
But what about Robbie McCauley's money?
Oh, shucks, you ain't interested in money when you got a lanky Texas boy here.
Who says I'm not interested in money?
Why, Grandma, what greedy eyes you got. You wouldn't by any chance be one of the original 1890 gimme girls, would you?
Just what is this, anyway?
Grandma, could I ask you something?
Don't call me Grandma. And you get out of this house.
Oh, gonna get tough, huh?
You want me to call the police?
Why, sure. You want me to get them on the line for you?
Well, what do you want to ask?
Grandma, what's that stuff you've been shooting into Bud's arm at night with that syringe? Hey, Grandma, don't look so scared.
Where's Bud? Where's my boy, Bud?
Just take it easy now. Nothing's the matter with Bud.
Bud's a sickly boy. Bud's not well and... What's that?
Huh? What's what?
There's somebody in my bedroom.
Hey, maybe you got burglars. Or maybe you're just hearing things.
Listen. He's standing just on the other side of that door.
Why, Grandma, what big ears you got.
Look. The doorknob's turning. The door's opening. You.
Well, if it ain't my old sidekick, Jack.
You look pretty upset, Mrs. Edwards.
What are you doing in my bedroom?
You're an old lady, Mrs. Edwards. You shouldn't get so upset.
Get out of my house. Do you hear me? Get out of my house.
Sit down, Grandma.
You let go of me.
Sit down. Jack wants to talk to you.
You can't do this to an old lady. You can't manhandle.
That'll be enough of that. You recognize this narcotic needle?
Oh.
Hey, a doggone syringe big enough for a horse.
You do recognize it, don't you? It's the needle you've been using to give your grandson injections. What was the hypnotic drug you used?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Never mind. Police laboratory will tell me quick enough. Where did you get this stuff?
I'm a very old lady.
Good thing you are, because I feel like messing somebody up good. Shooting a kid full of hypnotic drugs and then sending him out to do your dirty work for you.
Hey, Jack, what kind of dirty work?
Purse snatching, for one thing. When he was shot full of that stuff, he responded to any suggestion his grandmother made to him. That's how the old lady... Look, here's a women's purses.
Oh, ain't you a self, you?
Persecuted old one.
Oh, cut the crocodile tears, Grandma.
The most item. Found it tucked in the back corner of a bureau drawer. Old one. And on the back is engraved the following. Johnman from the Los Angeles Police Commission.
Patrolman Beekman. But he's been missing 3 weeks. Well, the department's been like a bunch of caged wildcats.
What's the matter? Nothing to... That's wood either. That was a dirty bit trying to make a 10-year-old kid think he did it. Well, that hit off and you had the shot. Heard the officer's death cry. Over and over, killed. He woke up. He believed it.
You're record. He persecute me. There's not much I can do about it.
You'll say all true.
If I'd done all this, there's got to be a place.
That's right.
Have you the body?
Grandma, you should have cleaned shoes.
Shoes?
Where would a boy get muddy shoes walking around in all?
I don't know.
I didn't either. Out and looked around. There's been some new street work not so long ago. What happened? Did a water main break?
I don't know what you're suggesting.
I'm suggesting that Patrolman Beekman was onto your little narcotic business. He told his office he was onto something. I think he came out here, put the bee on you, and you took care of him.
Took care of him?
Yeah. Then planted the body out in the street excavation where they were repairing the water main. It was at night. Bud told us that much. And that's how Bud got his shoes muddy.
So you think somebody shot somebody?
That's right.
Sit down, Grandma.
You take your hands
I
off
told
me.
you to sit down.
Just a minute.
Manhandling an old lady.
You think you're going to walk out on this...
Who's walking out on anybody? You'll come with me.
Where?
Calling a body a murderess. I'll show you.
Hey, watch it, Jack. She don't give you the slip.
Who's giving anybody the slip? Stand aside so I can open this door.
Hey, this old shack's got a basement.
And what if it has? I'll show you if I'm a murderess or not.
Keep on her heels, Jack. She's tricky.
Well, you don't need to walk on the hem of my skirt.
What's supposed to be down here?
There now.
Hey, just a dirt floor.
Dank and soggy as a marsh.
And now you know why my grandson got mud on his shoes.
Hey, you must have an underground spring here. Oh, watch your step. It's danker than the inside of a cow.
Is that why you brought us down here? To show us this soggy basement?
Turn your flashlight over in the corner there.
Give me your flashlight.
Yeah.
Huh. There you are. Now say I'm a... Where is he? He's gone.
Who's gone? What are you talking about?
I had him tied up down here. How did he get away?
You had who tied up down here?
That snoopy policeman.
You had Officer Beekman tied down here in this basement for 3 weeks?
He was hurt. I was nursing him back to health.
Tied up down here in this pneumonia hatchery and you was nursing him back to health? You're nuts, Grandma.
Doc, call the homicide squad. Tell them to bring their picks and shovels.
Honest to my grandma, Mary Kay, they got more cops swarming over that old lady's house than locust time in Kansas.
Mrs. Edwards is under arrest for murder?
Well, they ain't booked her yet. They're looking for Officer Beekman's body.
Oh.
They're digging up the street in front of the house and in the basement. It's buried there someplace.
Why's Jack got Bud in his office?
Well, I'm supposed to be catching you up on what's happened while he tries to pry something out of the kid.
Now that his grandmother's in hock, what's to become of him?
But, I don't know, juvenile court, I reckon.
Oh, that's too bad. Honestly, he's nice people. Once I got some of the dirty off his hands and face.
Hey, he let you wash him?
Sure. We got to be as pally as... Hey, I got a grandmother, too.
No kidding.
A nice girl like me? Of course I have. She and Grandpa live in the country. Uh-oh. Jack wants us to come in.
Yeah.
No kidding, though, Doc. You know, I'm sure... What's the matter with the idea?
Don't ask me. If Bud likes it and your grandma likes it.
Come on in, you two.
Hey, you got anything new, Jack?
Bud and I have been talking about where he'd live.
Yeah, I know she wasn't very much of a grandmother, but... Well, golly, when she's the only grandmother as a fella got.
Hey, Bud, I was just thinking.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got a swell grandmother. A country grandmother. How'd you like to have a share of her?
You think she'd want me?
Make you bet.
You mean real country with cows and butter and stuff?
Honest to goodness cows and honest to goodness butter.
Hey, that's something I've always wondered about. Say, when you get butter right out of a cow, who do you pay your red coupons to?
Oh. I'll take it, Mary Kay. Hello? Yeah, Packard speaking. Oh, hello, Inspector. Hey, what's that? Well, you don't say. Well, that's better than Oh, out of his head, huh? Well, good. Yeah, murder always leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Thanks for calling, Inspector. Check.
Hey, what are you grinning about?
Officer Beekman's alive.
Well, shut
That's
my mouth.
wonderful.
The old lady did have him tied up. She fired at him, but only creased him. Tied him up and dragged him into the cellar.
You said something about out of his head?
Well, he's in the county hospital. Picked up wandering dazed on the street. Out of his head with fever.
He's gonna live.
Yep.
But how did he get away?
Old lady got careless or something. But he's alive, Bud. And you know that's a wonderful thing for you?
Yeah?
You bet. Murder's a tough thing for a kid to carry around on his shoulders, even to the third and fourth generation.
Hey, you know something? I'm nuts about the way you talk, Mr. Packard.
Yeah?
Even to the third and fourth generation. Yeah, someday I'm going to talk like that.
You could do a lot worse, Bud. Talk like him, act like him.
Hey, I think you're in love with him.
He thinks she's in love with him. Talk about your Department of Understatement.
Well, what's the matter with that, you dope?
I'm not the dope. Jack's the dope. D-O-P-E, with double palm and oak leaf cluster.
And now, in place of the closing commercial, may we enumerate several other titles which are now in preparation for this series. The Great Airmail Robbery, Marriage by Death, The Voice from the Grave, The Wife Came Home, and The Crime of a Man Named Jones. Also, may we remind you that the first motion picture version of I Love a Mystery is now playing at your local theaters. The second and third pictures are now in production at Columbia Studios.
So, Fleischmann's Fresh Yeast present I Love a Mystery. I Love a Mystery, presenting the latest adventures of Jack, Doc, and Jerry, specialists in crime and adventure, now following the Chinese pirate map of P.Y. Ling. Now, before we pick up the threads of our story, I'm going to take just a moment to answer a question a lady asked me a while ago about Fleischmann's yeast. Now, what was your question again, Mrs. Gray?
Well, lately I find that I'm tired and worn out by mid-afternoon, and I figure that maybe I need more vitamins. So I'm going to start drinking the vitamin cocktail.
Well, that's fine. You know, the vitamin cocktail, Fleischmann's yeast and tomato juice, contains all the vitamins known to be needed in human nutrition.
Yes, I know. But what I wanted to ask you is this. How long will it be before I notice any benefits?
Well, if you need more vitamins and you stick to it, the vitamin cocktail should help you in just 1 short week. Just recently, 2 out of 3 people who completed a 4 weeks test of Fleischmann's yeast said they were benefited the very first week. So, friends, if you need extra vitamins and you want to give the vitamin cocktail a trial, remember, give it a fair trial. Buy a week's supply, 14 cakes of Fleischmann's yeast at a time. It'll keep perfectly in your refrigerator. Then drink it mixed in tomato juice for 7 days straight. If you're short of vitamins, the vitamin cocktail can really benefit you, and you'll be mighty glad you stayed with it. The Pirate Loot of the Island of Skulls, a new Carlton Morris adventure thriller. In the dusk of a hot tropical evening in the expedition's camp, where the beach rises to meet the jungle on the Island of Skulls. The auxiliary motor yacht, Nightbird, stands off the beach some 500 yards, cradled in the oily, glassy water of the island's tiny cove. On shore, Miss Florence Sedgwick, confined to her wheelchair, dominates the camp with considerable more determination than judgment. She has brought everyone else ashore also, except the two deaf-mute peons down in the engine room. At the camp are Jack, Doc, and Jerry Booker, and likewise that earnest young man, the steward, Swede, the galley cook and handyman, and the little Chinese companion of Miss Sedgwick, P.Y. Captain Norton is dead. A jaguar clawed him, and he died sitting straight up, his arms hugged tightly across his middle. More serious than that, though, is the fate of Edith. The natives have her. Holy Joe appeared to the camp several hours ago in his true light, a native priest, and said that unless the Chinese pirate map of P.Y. Ling was given over to him, Edith would be sacrificed. He also added that the jaguar was a religious symbol, and by killing the animal which had attacked Captain Norton, Jack had committed the unforgivable crime. However, he promised to hold the natives off until they were safe aboard the yacht, and also return Edith unharmed if Miss Sedgwick would give up the map. The woman at first said no, and then she compromised. She demanded that Holy Joe give her until morning to make up her mind. He granted the 12-hour reprieve. And now, just at dusk...
Woo, listen at that. Well, if you ask me, it's going to be darker than the inside of a coal miner's esophagus in a couple of shakes, and then what?
And then we'll have one heck of a time getting back aboard the yacht. We are not going back aboard the yacht.
Well, by morning, it'll be too late. Even after dark, it may be out of the question if Holy Joe's got natives on guard to prevent us.
Why couldn't he prevent us just as well in this half-dusk as he could later in the dark?
Because as long as we can see to use our rifles, the natives can't get within striking distance of us.
Yeah, but once it's dark, look out. One of them greasy skull-toaders could slip up and slice a double rib steak out of you before you could yell King's ass.
So long as we have the parchment map to the pirate treasure, Holy Joe is going to do nothing drastic. He wants it too much.
I think you're taking a lot on yourself trying to riddle out what Holy Joe will do or won't do.
I know a money-lusting fortune hunter when I see one.
Holy Joe's much more than a fortune hunter. He's a native priest, and on this island, he probably's got the power of life and death over the whole population.
You darn tootin', Miss Sedgwick, and a guy that's used to having folks he don't like strangled or hacked to death ain't got much patience. He'll dicker with you for a little bit, maybe, and then all of a sudden, wham, and you've got yourself 4 or 5 foot of native spears taken out of your middle.
Ah, you people are sitting there and giving yourselves the willies.
Looks to me like you're just dead set on committing suicide, Miss Sedgwick.
I am dead set on doing what I started out to do, that's certain.
See here, Miss Sedgwick, supposing we take a vote.
Vote?
Certainly. Majority rules, or should, even on an expedition of this kind.
No.
I beg your pardon, Miss Sedgwick. May I say a word?
You keep out of this, Stewart. What is it?
Why, I know I'm speaking out of turn, ma'am, but why don't you go ahead and take the vote?
What's that?
Yes, ma'am. Sweet here, and I'll vote any way you do, won't we, Sweet?
Yeah, that's true, I reckon, but the more fools we are for doing it.
Hey, you guys want to spend the night here on the beach with the place crawling with natives? No, but if that's what Miss Sedgwick wants...
And that is the way I vote, too. The way Miss Sedgwick votes.
I'll be doggone.
Well, there we are. 4 vote to stay against 3 to go back to the ship.
Yes. Are you satisfied? Or are you still going to insist?
Oh, no. Majority rules, just as I said. Insane as it is, we're here for the night. Okay, Doc?
Sure. What can we lose except our lives?
There.
Why not? Nothing can happen to us that probably hasn't already happened to Edith.
Which brings up the question of Edith.
We will just let the matter of Edith stand as it is.
What do you mean by that?
Just what it sounded like. We will not discuss Edith. And as for your inference, Miss Booker, that anything has happened to the girl, you're all wrong.
I hope so.
Well, you are. Holy Joe said the girl would be returned unharmed when the map was given to him.
Boy, you sure do have a lot of faith in that native priest's word, lady.
I have faith in everyone until one of them proves himself unworthy of faith.
But, Miss Sedgwick, you can't apply civilized Christian ideas to loincloth natives. They just don't think the same. Ask anybody. Ask Sweet here.
That's right, Miss Sedgwick, man. Don't trust a native fuller than you can throw him by his loincloth. They used to ain't human beings in the sense that we know, man. They're like animals, only up on their 2 hind feet. And they get more sense in animals, and they'll cut you down and chop you up quicker than a squirrel can scamper up a mizzenmast.
All right, Swede. That'll be enough of that.
Right you are, man. But if you think Holy Joe is going to do what he tells you he's going to do, you got bats in your belfry, and they ain't little common ordinary bats neither, man.
Sweet.
I'm sorry, man. No offense meant, Miss Sedgwick.
Well, offense was taken. You watch your words in the future.
Aye, ma'am.
P.Y.
Yes, Miss Sedgwick?
Insects are beginning to come into the tent. Drop the mosquito netting across the door.
Yes, I will, Miss Sedgwick.
And squirt some of that insect spray around inside here.
Yes, Miss Sedgwick.
Well, it's dark and we're staying. So what do we do now? Mr. Packard, you're certain that Captain Norton was buried so that nothing can get at him?
Yeah, we even felled a couple of palm trees across the grave to make sure.
Good. That's enough, P.Y., that's enough. You want to asphyxiate his child?
Oh, it seems hardly enough.
Well, it is for me. Stuff's worse on humans than on insects. And now, P.Y., take one of these lanterns and go into the inner tent and turn down my bed.
I will do so.
You will occupy the second bed. Prepare it also.
Oh, no, Miss Sedgwick.
Prepare it also.
Yes, Miss Sedgwick.
Yes. Hey, what about me? You will occupy the tent originally meant for Edith, P.Y., and yourself. Hey, I've got to spend the night in that canvas cottage all by myself?
Oh, don't worry none, Sugarfoot. Me and Jack will be around handy. We ain't none of us going to get spread out too much in enemy territory like this.
Matter of fact, Miss Sedgwick, I think you'd make room for Jerry in your tent here.
No.
Well, there are two big sections to it, besides this screened-in open air.
No. The girl will have to sleep in the tent provided for her next door.
But it doesn't matter, Jerry. Doc and I'll be patrolling outside all night.
Yes, that was going to be my suggestion. You and Mr. Long watch outside. Stewart and Sweet here will bring their sleeping bags and sleep inside the screened-in porch of my tent.
But we got quarters of our own.
Do I have to argue every point? Do as I say.
Aye, ma'am.
Well, Stewart, don't stand there with your mouth open.
But, Miss Sedgwick, shouldn't...
Are you arguing with me, too? Go get your sleeping bag.
Yes, ma'am. Right away.
Sweet, don't stand there.
Aye, you betcha my boots, ma'am.
What is the matter with you, Mr. Long?
Oh, I don't get it. What the heck are you changing stuff all around for? Everybody's quarters have been assigned.
Are you questioning me?
No. Yes, doggone it, I am. What the heck is going on anyhow?
I do as I see fit. Well, P.Y.?
Your bed is prepared, Miss Sedgwick.
Good. I'll go in.
I will push the chair.
No, the tent floor is too uneven. It's too much for you.
Yeah, how about me giving you a hand?
Yes, if you will, please.
Yeah. Here we go.
Right in this way, please.
Yeah. This here's a funny kind of a business for a woman like you to be on. You know that, Miss Sedgwick?
You will give an opinion when one is required of you.
Ain't that telling me off?
Well, isn't she the old bag?
There's something about this that doesn't sound right. I'm not at all satisfied that you... Oh, you back, Stewart?
Yes, sir. Where's Miss Sedgwick?
She's going to bed. Doc wheeled her chair into the back section of the tent.
Well, I suppose she expects the rest of us to retire, too.
Undoubtedly. Don't think you're going to be very comfortable sleeping on the ground here.
Oh, it's all right. I guess we're not supposed to sleep. We're really on guard.
I'll be right next door, Stewart. How about coming over and guarding me once in a while?
Yes, ma'am. I mean... No, ma'am, I don't think I'd better.
You darn right you hadn't better. Sugarfoot here's dynamite to any man's morale, so you just keep out of her touches before you blow a gasket. Nice boy like you.
Yes, sir. That's the way I feel exactly, sir. If she only wouldn't look at me that way.
It's only because I admire you so much.
Well, I wish you wouldn't. It's terribly upsetting. Really it is.
Yeah, lay off, Jerry. Oh, Sweet, where have you been?
Took myself a good look around. That's what I've been doing.
You find anything?
Well, I found me a good way to hightail it out of here in case them bloody savages start slinging their javelins in this direction.
Line of retreat, eh? You got the jitters, Wade.
Well, I ain't exactly got the jitters, mister, but my stomach feels like it was full of fluttering June-bugs every time I hear a noise in the jungle back of us.
Are you sufficiently armed?
Aye, rifle, 245s, a bowie knife, and a pack of firecrackers.
Steward?
Yes, sir. A 38 and a rifle.
Good. You sleep on them and watch out. Well, we're on our way. Come on, Jerry.
Yeah.
Sleep tight. Don't let the jaggers bite.
You let the jaguar come around here. You let him.
Doggone, I left you out sweet talk. You let a jaguar come around here.
Oh, golly, it's so dark I can't see where to put my tootsies.
I got me a flashlight.
Well, don't use it. If we're being watched, a moving light might make them suspicious.
I might start something.
Where are we headed for?
Right here. Your tent.
Hey, I'm not going to stay here alone.
You won't have to. We'll make this our headquarters. Doc and I'll take turns patrolling.
Yeah, that's all right. You can crawl into your sleeping bag and get them shut out.
Ouch! Oh, my shin.
Take it easy, sugar.
Oh, 1 minute's daylight and the next, wham. The night descends like a window shade.
It's always the way it is in the tropics.
Can I have a light to get ready for bed?
Nope.
Hey.
And don't take your clothes off.
Don't. Oh, what the heck do you think I'll look like in the morning if I get in my sleeping bag with my clothes on?
Well, that's not important. We might have to get out of here in a hurry.
Yeah, and you don't want to have to take to the high timbers nothing on but a sleeping bag, do you, honey?
You're the boss.
Hey, listen.
I don't hear nothing.
Keep still. Jaguar.
You're way off, though.
You can smell a possible meal way off if the wind's right.
Hey, what do you mean, meal?
Yeah, we're going to have to be pretty blame careful about our patrolling, Jack, with them things crawling around through the grass on their bellies.
Yeah. I wish we had a light kitchen chair like animal trainers use.
What for?
Well, they got a funny way of attacking. I noticed it with the one that killed Norton. They come at you on their stomachs and then climb right up your frame, clawing and ripping you with their hind feet.
Oh.
All the time going for your throat with their fangs, huh?
Yeah. A chair or something to hold in front of you, at least give you some protection.
How about this here canvas camp stool?
Let me feel.
Yeah, reach out your hand. You got it?
Yeah. Well, a lot better than nothing. Take it along with me.
Hey, ain't we going to draw for first patrol?
No, I'll take it. I want to lay out a sort of a course for us to follow.
If Miss Sedgwick hadn't insisted on Sweet and Stewart sleeping on her doorstep, we could do this patrolling in pairs like it ought to be done.
This is a one-man job. I'll see you in about 10 minutes. So long.
Not a lot, fella.
He's gone?
Yeah. You crawled into your sleeping bag?
Yeah, clothes and all. And I got a hunch this isn't the answer to a perfect night's rest.
Oh, you go to sleep in a little while?
Maybe.
Doggone mockingbird.
Yeah. Doc.
Huh?
I'd really love to know whether this is perspiration trickling down my shoulder blades or spiders.
Would you be laying there if it was spiders?
I would not.
Then it must be sweat.
Thanks, pal.
Hey, listen.
Somebody's running this way.
Snap out of that bag and crawl under the cot. You got your shooting pistol?
Yeah, under the cot.
Yep. It's coming this way, all right.
Hey, Doc. Yeah, come on, quick.
Jack, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Quick, there's not a second to waste.
What about Jerry?
Yeah, Jerry, too. Come on.
Come on, Jerry. Snap into it.
Yeah.
Well, what is it, fella? What's the matter?
Miss Sedgwick's tent is deserted.
Hey.
Wheelchair's in the tent, but she's gone, and so are P.Y. and Sweet and Stewart.
They've been captured?
No, they're giving us a slip. They're on the trail of the pirate loot without us.
But Holy Joe.
That's what I'm afraid of. Holy Joe finds them before we do. It's goodbye expedition.
Well, what are we waiting for? If this is a payoff, let's get to going.
Miss Sedgwick warned Jack that she didn't trust him. And what's this about Miss Sedgwick being gone, but her wheelchair is still in her tent? In just a moment, the trio will seek to pick up the trail. But just now, I promised to tell our guest, Mrs. Gray, how to mix the vitamin cocktail so that it's smooth and delicious. And I know a great many of you other friends who are planning to take Fleischmann's yeast regularly will want to know how to mix the vitamin cocktail, too. So listen closely, won't you? Here's all you do. Just break up a cake of Fleischmann's yeast in a dry glass with a fork. Be sure the glass is dry and that you use a fork. Both are important. Add just a little tomato juice and stir till smoothly blended. Fill the glass with tomato juice, give it another stir, and that's it. The vitamin cocktail. It contains all the vitamins known to be needed in human nutrition.
Well, I'm starting to drink the vitamin cocktail tonight, Mr. Dahlstead.
Well, fine. But be sure to ask for Fleischmann's yeast with the yellow label. You see, Fleischmann's is the only yeast of any kind with both vitamin B complex and added amounts of vitamins A and D.
Oh, and by the way, Mr. Dahlstead, how often should I drink a vitamin cocktail?
Well, 2 vitamin cocktails every day supply the daily minimum requirements of vitamins A, B1, C, and D, and a good supply of all the vitamins in the B complex group. So, friends, if you need extra vitamins, drink a cake of Fleischmann's yeast and tomato juice, the last thing every night, the first thing every morning. Yes, drink it, America. To your health.
I don't get, Jack, is how you...
Keep your voice down, man. One thing we don't want is Holy Joe or his natives to know we're on the prowl. Try not to make so much noise walking.
What the heck can you do on these leaves?
Just ahead, we'll hit a path. No more talking now.
Hey, what's this?
This is the path I was telling you about. Come on, keep moving.
I'll be doggone. Powdery dust. Feet don't make a sound.
Golly, it suddenly got awful dark overhead. Not a star in the sky.
The path then closed in a tangle of jungle vines.
Walls of vegetable matter, huh?
How the heck did you find it? And where are we going to wind up?
Miss Sedgwick, Swede, Stewart, and P.Y. were just entering into this. I was making my rounds. I marked it, and then I came back for you two. I think we're going to wind up in a cave or a tunnel.
Doggone weirdest place I've been in yet.
That's your imagination.
I'll be doggone if it is. Just listen for yourself. Where's them night sounds we was hearing before we come in here?
Yeah, Jack. What about those?
I don't know.
Something else I want to know is, how come Miss S knowed about this place? Where'd she get onto it?
P.Y.'s parchment map, naturally.
Hey, of course. Now I remember.
Yeah? What?
Why, when we first got off the yacht and was kind of cruising around the beach looking for a place to land, all of a sudden little old P.Y. let out a yip.
Yeah, Sedgwick tried to hush her up.
Yeah, but not before P.Y. said that this here spot was a place marked on the map.
Sedgwick was very cute about the whole thing, and it never tumbled.
I mean?
Why, her tent is placed in the palm grove so that it almost backs up against the entrance to this fine tunnel. We put the tent where she told us without ever guessing what she was up to.
Oh, so that all her and her crew had to do was to lift up the back flap of her tent and the whole bunch would slip out that way.
You suppose that's why she had Swede and Stewart sleep in her tent?
Why, of course it is.
Hey, Holden.
What's the matter?
The ground's changing.
Coming to the mouth of the cave?
Yeah, I think so. Let me feel around a little.
A little light?
No, not even a match. I don't know what we're running into. Yeah, this is the entrance to a cave or a tunnel, all right. It's a rock floor just ahead.
We going ahead?
Come on, not a word. Easy now. Hold it.
Boy, we sure do make a awful clatter, don't we?
The floor's dry. How about taking off our shoes?
That's okay if ain't no snakes or poisonous insects.
Oh.
No, there won't be. It's too cool. Take them off.
I sure hope you're right.
There. You ready, Jerry?
Yeah. What'll I do with my shoes?
Give them to me, honey. Little scraps of leather like him I put in my vest pocket. Mine I tie together by the laces and hang around my neck. And don't say ain't I afraid of asphyxiation, 'cause I ain't.
Some lungs.
All right. Take this line, Doc. Jerry, you in the middle.
What's that for?
It's easier to follow one another in the dark. Something to help you. Save you if you go over a ledge or into a crevice.
Well, you leading the procession, son. Just take hold.
I sure hope there aren't any sharp stones lying in our path.
Stone bruises ain't a bit of fun. Jack, is this here supposed to be a cave Holy Joe and his girlfriend soon y'all don't know about?
I don't know. Keep your voices down. Can't tell how sound will carry in a place like this. Seem to be coming to a turn. Or maybe it's just another cave. Anyway, take it easy.
Yeah. Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Does Miss Sedgwick's wheelchair being back in camp and her not in it suggest anything to you?
You mean she's able to get up and walk?
What do you think?
No, I don't think so.
And how the heck is she getting around through these here caves?
Well, Swede and Stewart are probably carrying her. Wait.
Hey, look up ahead. Lights.
Yeah, that's probably them.
They sure don't seem to be very worried about using a lantern as a flashlight.
Come on.
We're going to try to creep up on them?
Yeah. They seem to be resting.
Funny they haven't gotten further than this.
Well, if Stewart and Swede are carrying Miss Sedgwick, it'd naturally be slow. All right. More talking now until we get up to them.
Nonsense. I'm perfectly able to go on. I won't have it any other way.
But, Miss Sedgwick, if you'd only trust Mr. Packard and Mr. Long, they would do this for you.
You're a little fool, P.Y. That red-headed Texan looks at you when you lose your head like any other silly young thing.
Oh, no, Miss Sedgwick. They are honest men, I think.
Yes, Miss Sedgwick. I believe you're wrong in not trusting Mr. Packard and Mr. Long. Well, you asked for your opinion. No, ma'am. Then please do not interrupt. Just the same, Swede feels the same way I do.
Stewart.
That's right, man. You can trust them, and you ain't a very smart woman if you can't see it, Miss Sedgwick, man.
Are you finished?
No, but I quit talking.
Isn't about time. Now pick me up and we'll go forward.
Just as you say, man. Come along, Stewart.
Yeah.
All right, it's a minute, Swede. Good gracious.
Packard.
You bet you, Miss Sedgwick and Doc Long and little old Jerry Book are right behind.
You sneaking, double-crossing trio of no good.
Now, what's the use of that kind of talk?
I knew you were after the treasure all the time.
You're being a very foolish and obstinate woman, Miss Sedgwick.
Am I indeed?
Yeah. The only interest we got in this expedition is to see that you and your party get home safe. Treasure's incidental.
You say that, but...
Is that what you're after now, the treasure? P.Y.?
Yes, Mr. Packard.
P.Y.
I do trust these men, Miss Sedgwick. You must not be angry with me, but I do trust them.
Oh,
It was Miss Sedgwick's hope to find treasure this night and return it to Cap before morning when Holy Joe come again.
It can be done that quickly.
Miss Sedgwick thinks so.
That's a darn good stunt. If it can be worked, get the treasure and hide it in our dunnage, and then when Holy Joe comes with Edith, give him a darn map.
Yes. By the time Holy Joe discover treasure is gone, we will be on Nightbird and far out to sea.
It's doggone good strategy. I swear to my grandma to you.
So glad you approve.
Sounds all right.
Listen.
What a pity you have been caught at it.
Holy Joe.
Wait, got the lights. Smash that lantern.
It is not necessary to put out lights. We have our own way to light the cavern. Have we not, Senor?
See, we have our own way.
That's Sunya's voice, okay?
Yeah. Hiya, Senor, honey.
Not speak to me in those familiar tongue.
Oh, don't, huh?
I am Sunya, High Priestess. I am High Priestess of the Chamber of Death. I am companion to the Jaguar.
Companion to the Jaguar, huh?
Oh, Miss Sedgwick, I'm afraid.
You good planted reason to be, kid.
Sweet, stop frightening the child.
Well, Holy Joe, now that you know we're here, what about it?
Wait. I will set fire to the torches.
What's that for? What torches?
To light up cavern. It is not good that we should commune in darkness. Senor,
See, Master.
light the torches to the left. I will light the torches to the right.
See, I will do it.
The minute they light up a place, how about picking them off with a rifle?
Well, we can always do that. Let's see what they're up to first.
Hey, look, the place is lighting up.
Good jumping Jerusalem, Brad. This here cave is as big as all outdoors.
There they are. Up on that ledge across the cabin. 30 feet above our heads.
What's that they got on, anyhow? Hey, hold it, Joe. What's them night shirts you and Sunya's wearing?
These are ceremonial robes.
Look like night shirts to me, honey.
For that I slit his tongue with my own hand.
It is not well to make fun with the High Priestess, Senor. She is not named companion of the Jaguar for nothing.
This isn't getting us anywhere. Go about your business, and let us go about ours.
Ah, this is our business, Senorita.
You agreed to let us alone until morning.
Si, Senorita, si. But you did not tell us you intend invading sacred precincts of priests of the Jaguar on the island of Skull.
This the temple of the Jaguar?
Si. You have come by roundabout way. But you have invaded a sacred place, and that is too bad for you, Senor.
What do you mean by that?
Once I could have made bargain with you. Once I could have saved you from what is about to come on you. Now I cannot. Now that which must be, will be.
And just what is your idea about what must be, sport?
Death, Senor.
See, death. For the senors, death in the pit of the Jaguars. For the senoritas, death will come stretched on the altar of the monkey men.
Monkey men?
That is not pleasant death. You will be sorry you come.
And now Jack brings you an important message.
47 men and boys were taken from one Yugoslav village last week and shot to death by their Nazi masters. A German sentry was killed in guerrilla warfare, and so 47 male citizens in the neighboring village were called from the fields where they were working beside their wives and from the workbench, and were lined up against a wall without even knowing why, and were shot down and then left there in a heap as a warning. But that wasn't the really ghastly part of this unlovely business. There weren't enough grown men left in the village by this time to make up the full 47 condemned, so the High Command had a brilliant idea. His jackals went into the village school and brought out 13 of the older boys, ranging from 15 down to 11. They were lined up against the wall with their fathers to make the full complement of 47. And that's why in Yugoslavia today, the hills and backcountry are the refuge of school children, along with the guerrilla soldiers. Because even the youngest child is not safe against the enemy we are fighting. The Nazi on the European continent, and his blood brother, the Japanese, on the Asiatic continent and in the Pacific, breed lust and murder wherever they lay their greedy hands. And that is what they would breed in these Americas if they could but reach us here. That is why this appeal I'm reading is coming to you from the United States government. That is why the Treasury Department has officially announced a war bond and stamp quota for you. Every one of you. Officially, you've been asked to set aside 10% of the family for war bonds and stamps. This is something official you can do to revenge those murdered schoolboys and to prevent it happening here. Will you do it? Thank you.
If you're planning to add more vitamins to your diet, read the Fleischmann's yeast label first. Note the many important vitamins you get in this yeast. And mind you, Fleischmann's yeast with the yellow label is the only yeast with all these vitamins. And that includes fresh yeast, dry yeast, and any other kind of yeast. And if you bake at home, here's something important. Recent tests prove that 4 of the vitamins in Fleischmann's yeast, vitamins A, B1, D, and G, are not appreciably lost in the oven. They go right into your bread. The further adventures of Jack, Doc, and Jerry Booker in their search for the pirate loot of the Island of Skulls will come to you next week at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and produced by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you through the courtesy of the makers of Fleischmann's Fresh Yeast.
Next time you buy coffee, get Fresh, Chase, and Sanborn for a new experience in coffee flavor. It's not just one coffee, but a blend of many supremely delicious. The price is always reasonable. Your choice of drip or regular grind. Ask your grocer for Chase and Sanborn coffee. I Love a Mystery comes to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Yes, sir, Jack. A bunch of doggone heroes. Every doggone one of us.
Oh, look here, Doc.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Reggie. I wouldn't believe it myself. Only here it is, spread over the front pages of every newspaper in the country.
You believe everything you read?
Well, of course I do. A newspaper wouldn't dare print anything that wasn't true.
Doc, you haven't done a thing but read those papers since they were taken on at San Francisco.
Darn interesting reading, too. Looky at this picture of me. Doc Long, the modern Tarzan, who slew a mountain lion with his bare hands.
All right, Tarzan, fold up the newspapers.
What you mean, fold up the newspapers?
Stop reading that stuff before you begin to believe it. Remember, Reggie and I have got to go on living with you.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
You keep patting yourself on the back, and you're going to break your arm, and we're going to have to feed you again.
Hey, you know something that makes me kind of mad?
I thought you weren't mad at anybody.
Well, looky. We took on a new stewardess at San Francisco, and she ain't even give us a tumble.
Well, why should she?
Why, a pretty girl like her should ought to be interested in a bunch of he-fighters like us.
Oh, yeah. Now, look, Doc, you bored the other stewardess from Seattle to San Francisco with your story. Will you let this girl alone?
Oh, all right. Of course, if she asks me, I'm going to have to tell her.
Well, she won't ask you if she knows what's good for her.
Doggone, I can't get over it. The insurance company are giving us 25,000 potatoes just for bringing Alexander Archer back alive. 25,000 good round simoleons.
It was little enough. If Richard Cooper had killed Archer, the insurance company would have been out $1 million.
Yeah. And now here we are on our way to Hollywood to live like 3 doggone kings.
I still don't know why you wanted to come to Hollywood.
Well, Hollywood is good as any place else to spend 25,000 smackers, ain't it?
Yes, I suppose so. But, Doc, we really don't have to spend it, do we?
Of course we do. What good's 25,000 if we don't spend it?
You agree with him, Jack? Well, it's certainly true that he won't be good for anything else until the money's gone. Quite. And it is a bother.
Oh, it ain't gonna be no bother to me. Not for long, it ain't. What's the best hotel in Los Angeles?
Oh, there's several.
Yeah, but the most expensive.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, that's where we're going.
Yes, but, Doc, we're not dressed for that sort of thing.
Then we'll get dressed for it. And we'll get the most expensive automobile we can find and eat in the most expensive eating places and go to the most expensive shows.
And the $25,000 will last us just about 1 month.
Well, that's just about right. I don't think I could stand being so darned expensive much longer than that. Do you like it, Reggie?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't.
Now, there's gratitude for you. I work out a swell way to spend our $25,000. Well, just think, Reggie. Folks are waiting on us. Breakfast in bed. Waiting around in pretty women up to our armpits.
I was wondering when that was coming out.
Pretty women?
Yes.
But, Jack, that's the best part of the whole idea. Why, there ain't nothing I like...
We know there isn't anything you like as much as a pretty woman.
Well, they ain't. There's one thing, though. I'm just wondering with so much whoopee if I'm going to be able to get home every morning in time to have breakfast in bed. Look at you fellas. Promise me something?
Well, let's hear it first.
I want you two to promise me, no matter what happens, no matter what, you get me? That we ain't going to take no adventure nor solving a mystery nor nothing like that until every last penny of the $25,000 is gone.
I see. You don't want business to interfere with pleasure.
You bet I don't. You promise?
Well, now, that's a funny thing to ask, Doc. Adventure just doesn't come up and smack you in the face. You've got to go out looking for it.
Yeah, but I know Jack. He smelled something and away we go.
But if we do run into something...
No, sir. If we run right smack into something, we're going to turn our backs and start walking the other way.
What do you say to that, Jack?
I say the worst is about to happen.
Huh? Well, what you mean?
That stewardess has spotted us. She's coming this way with a newspaper in her hand.
Hey, that's all right.
Well, get ready, Reggie, to hear the story of our great adventure all over again.
Quite.
Hello, honey.
Are you Mr. Long?
Oh, that's all right. Just call me Doc.
Oh, I say.
Then this is your picture in the paper.
Yep, that's right.
And, these other two men...
Yep, Jack Packard and Reggie York.
Oh, but it's wonderful. You're the three who were almost murdered and fought those mountain lions.
Yeah, would you like to hear about it?
Oh, please. And that poor girl, Linda Joyce. You were wonderful to save her from the mountain lion the way you did.
Oh, shucks, it wasn't nothing. Sit down a minute, and I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, will you please do?
It's his pleasure.
What's that?
I say you don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
Hey, Jack, she asked me, not you.
That dreadful Richard Cooper and Dr. Thorne. Thank goodness they're safely in jail.
Yeah, they're locked up so tight they ain't never going to get out.
But there were so many of them. I mean, besides the two leaders. How did you ever get off the island?
Well, while me and Linda was out fighting the lion, Jack and Reggie here captured Cooper and Thorne and locked the rest of the gang up in one of the rooms down in the cellar.
Oh, you two should be so proud of yourselves.
Hey, what about me out there fighting the lion?
Yeah. But after all, you did have a knife.
It wasn't a very big knife.
And anyway, I've heard that mountain lions are cowardly.
Hey, when I got through with that cougar, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks.
You don't look like you'd ever been sick a day in your life.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, I swear to Grandma, I ain't never seen a girl like you before. Ain't you impressed at all?
Of course I am. The way Mr. York and Mr. Packard locked up 13 men single-handed, I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, but maybe you don't understand about mountain lions.
Mr. Packard, what happened after you locked those men up?
Well, we found Alexander Archer and loaded him into the launch with Cooper and Thorne and brought them into court for us and turned them over to the authorities.
Oh, but what about all the men that were locked down in that underground room?
Oh, the police went out the island and got them.
Well, I suppose you know you're famous.
Well, newspapers have to print something, I suppose.
But I still don't see why they made so much of Mr. Long and the mountain lion.
Hey, looky, are you just plain trying to make me mad?
Why, no. Of course not.
Well, whether you believe it or not, fighting mountain lions ain't no child's play.
Oh, pooh. My folks live on a mountain ranch up in Washington. My mother scares mountain lions out of her chicken yard by shushing her apron at them.
Hey, that ain't so.
I beg your pardon.
Well, hey, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Don't
only...
apologize. I shouldn't have come back here.
Yeah.
But my mother did too scare mountain lions with her chicken apron. So there.
Well, what are you two sitting there grinning about?
Too bad Cooper didn't arm you with a kitchen apron instead of a knife, Doc.
All right. So it's funny.
Now I come to think of it, Reggie, I wonder if maybe Linda didn't scare that lion to death by shaking her skirts at him.
Yes, quite. But in that case, how did Doc get those scratches and bruises?
He might have fallen down a ravine.
Yes, that would account for it, all right.
Well, you two guys shut up.
Well, naturally, he couldn't say that Linda killed the cougar.
Naturally not.
Looky, you two smart guys.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah?
I'm a passenger on the plane.
Well, so what?
You look like the fella whose picture I got here in my paper. See?
Oh, okay, so I'm the fella. What about it?
Is it true you killed the mountain lion with your bare hands?
No.
It ain't. But it's right here in the paper.
I can't help that.
Then that mountain cougar still alive?
No, he ain't. He died of being scared to death.
My goodness, you don't tell me.
Sure, I'm telling you. My mama come along and waved her kitchen apron at him, and he laid right down and kicked the bucket.
Young man, you're a liar.
Oh, you don't believe me?
That's a fine way to talk to a gentleman.
Well, if you don't believe me, just go back and ask the stewardess. She knows all the answers.
Are you, gentleman, this feller's companion?
Yes?
What's the matter with him?
Oh, he hasn't been quite right ever since we left the island.
Oh, so that's it. Too bad. Too bad.
Why, dadgum, you Jack. As fine a pair of sippy cats as I ever tied up with.
Don't worry, Doc. There'll be a new batch of newspapers with stories in them when we reach Hollywood.
Well, don't you say newspapers to me.
Oh, look here now, Doc.
I'm warning you. The first newsboy that sticks a newspaper under my nose is going to get smacked right back 3 generations.
Oh, I say, look down. Lights. We must be getting in.
No smoking while we're landing. Fasten your safety belts, please.
So your mama shushed a cougar with her apron.
Yes, she did. Fasten your safety belts, please.
First thing she knows, she's going to have herself believing that.
Oh, Doc.
Yeah, we're heading into the field.
There we are. Back on solid ground again. Well, there she is, folks. Burbank, California. Come on, let's get out of here and start spending some of that money.
What'll we do? Take a taxi?
Well, you're doggone right. To the most expensive hotel in Los Angeles. Some place that's close to Hollywood, though.
Watch your step, please. Watch your step, please.
Your mama's sure enough scared a cougar with her apron.
You're holding up the passengers. Please move along.
Oh, so you're backing down now.
I am not.
Well, Doc, come on.
Well, all I got to say is that your mama's one tough hombre.
Oh, you're impossible.
Take his arm, Reggie.
I'm a-coming.
Watch your step, please.
A cute kid. Just as soon lie as look at you, though.
Quite a crowd outside the gate.
Transcontinental plane getting ready to go out.
I beg your pardon. Are you Mr. Jack Packard and party?
Yes, that's right.
This way, if you please.
Yeah, wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm the chauffeur. If you'll just get in that big black car over there, I'll pick up your baggage.
Man, oh, man, looky at it. A block long.
What's it all about? We didn't order anyone to meet us. You must be mistaken.
You said your name was Mr. Packard?
That's right.
Well, then, if you'll please get in the car, I'll be right back with the luggage.
Jack, I don't get it.
Well, neither do I.
Well, what do we care? Looky, it's what's in that big old automobile.
What's that?
I ask you, did you ever see a prettier armful of girl than that?
No.
Let's climb in. What are we waiting for?
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Doggone, don't we get ourselves in the most expensive places? Looky, Jack. Looky, Reggie. Silk sheets, even.
All right, silk sheets. So what?
So I'm a-going to sleep between silk sheets for the first time in my life. Honest to my grandma, fellers, if my cousin Winnie Mae could see me now.
What makes you think we're going to be here long enough to sleep between any kind of sheets?
What you mean? We've been brought here, ain't we?
I still think there's been some mistake.
I say, Jack, what's that?
Oh, where have you been?
Oh, prowling a bit. Did you two know there's a suite of 3 bedrooms with separate baths?
Well, didn't I tell you this was expensive stuff we got ourselves into?
A bedroom for each of us.
Sure, so what you mean, Jack, by saying it's a mistake?
Well, there's no sense to anything that's happened so far. We get on a plane to come to Hollywood for the express purpose of spending $25,000.
Well, we can spend it from here just as good as any place else.
Well, that's not the point.
Ain't, huh?
No, it isn't. The point is, when we get off the plane, we're met by a liveried chauffeur in a fancy car, just as though we were expected and being met by appointment. No explanation, nothing. We're just invited to get in the car.
That's right, and so we get in the car.
And why? Well, because there's a good-looking girl waiting inside for us.
Well, that's as good a reason as any for getting into a strange auto. Are you sorry you did it? Well, look what it's got us in so far.
Yeah, that isn't the idea, Doc. We've been driven out to this beautiful old Hollywood mansion, and we don't know why. All we know is that this is the home of Randolph Martin.
Yeah, whoever he is.
And that these are to be our quarters, and the dinner will be served at 7.
Hey, well, we know the name of the little old honeypot who met us at the airport.
Fay Martin. Does that mean anything to you?
No, of course not. Except I like knowing it.
Why?
Because I think I'm going to like Fay when we get to know each other better.
You're out of your class, Doc.
What you mean, out of my class?
If this house is any indication, the Martins are not only wallowing in money, but they're overflowing with the refinements and niceties of an old family.
Aristocrats?
If you look about, you see signs of the family tree almost everywhere.
You mean we're going to be high-hatted?
What happened in the car on the way out here?
Huh? Well, what you mean, what happened?
Why, the minute we began asking Miss Fay Martin questions, she froze solid.
Yeah, only I just thought she was kind of nervous on account of us being strangers. Besides, you don't think I ain't man enough to unfreeze her.
Well, you still don't get it, Doc. She was the little princess keeping the village yokels in their place.
Well, then what'd we come for?
Oh, see here now.
No,
Doc.
sir. I'll be doggone if I'll stay around folks who don't think I'm as good as they are.
All right, Doc, relax, will you? The whole point is that we allowed that girl to bring us from the airport to this house without getting one bit of information out of her. We allowed ourselves to be turned over to the butler in the downstairs hall and conducted to these rooms, still not knowing what it's all about. And now we've been here for an hour, and what do we know?
Well, I'll tell you what we know.
What?
We know that we're being neglected. That's what we know.
Yes, that's about all.
Well, why don't we do something about it? We don't have to stand around with our teeth in our mouth. We ain't locked in. Let's bust out and find this here Randolph Martin.
No, that's not the answer.
Well, why the heck ain't it? Well, don't you agree with me, Reggie? Get aggressive and show them that we ain't folks to be pushed around.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, what's the matter with you two anyway?
Oh, look here, Doc. Gentlefolk might not understand our strong-arm methods.
Gentlefolk?
People of breeding. Refinement.
Hey, look, you think I'm purty enough to sit down at the table with these folks tonight?
Oh, look here.
After all, we didn't come here of our own accord. They brung us.
Now, just the same, Doc, I think we can wait until dinner.
Oh, sure, we can wait until next week. But that ain't spending none of that $25,000 reward money we come to Hollywood to spend.
But we're bound to meet the whole family at dinner, and then the reason for our being here, if there is a reason, will come out.
I say, who is this Randolph Martin, anyway?
I never heard of him. You, Jack?
No, he can't be anyone.
Oh, someone showing some signs of interest.
Well, how doggone gracious of him not to forget us completely.
I get it.
Hello.
Oh, good evening. I'm Jack Packard.
Look. Somebody slashed me.
Slashed you?
Yes. Here, on my arm.
Here, let me see that. Now, maybe you better come in here.
Yes, I guess maybe I'd better.
You're bleeding all over the carpet. Come into the bathroom and hold your arm over the basin.
All right.
Reggie, close the door.
Quiet. I say, Doc, did you see that?
Yeah, what's going on here? What's she mean somebody slashed her?
Well, she was very well bleeding.
Well, who the heck suppose she is?
Oh, Doc.
Yeah?
Bring me some iodine and cotton and some adhesive tape out of my bag.
Okay, coming right up.
It isn't really very much of a cut. About an inch long, not too deep. Now, how'd it happen?
They did it.
They?
Yes. I was walking down the hall, and I felt a kind of sharp sting on my arm. I looked at it quick, and it was all bloody.
This happened just now out in the hall?
Yes.
Who was out there with you?
I turned around real quick, but there wasn't anybody.
Here's the stuff you wanted.
No, thanks.
It don't amount to much with blood washed off. But how'd it happen?
They did it.
Well, you keep saying they. Who are they?
I don't know. They just won't let me alone, is all I know.
Yeah? Well, what did bothering you for?
I don't know. I think they're trying to kill me.
Kill you?
Hey, wait a minute. What did anybody want to kill a nice girl like you for?
I don't know.
Now, then, this might sting a little. I'm pouring iodine in the cut.
I don't mind pain.
Good girl. There it is. Now, a little cotton and some adhesive tape, and you're all well again.
Oh, look here, Jack. Didn't you hear her say someone's trying to kill her?
Yes, I heard her. Do you mind telling us your name?
I'm Cherry Martin.
Cherry, huh?
It's really Charity. But nobody calls me that.
Then you must be the sister of Fay Martin, who met us at the airport.
Yes. She likes Fay best, but her name's really Faith.
There you are. Now come out in the other room. You're still pretty much upset.
No. I'm not upset.
Well, then why that fearful whisper?
I'm afraid they'll hear me.
Please sit down.
No. No, I mustn't. I must go now.
But see here, I think you should sit down and tell us about this if you're in danger. That must be the reason why we're here.
Yes, that's part of the reason. But I must go now.
But ain't you scared to go out in that hall? If somebody got to just slashing your arm, ain't he liable to do it again?
Yes.
Then why not stay here where we can look out for you?
No, I mustn't stay.
Well, why?
I just mustn't. That's all.
Would you like someone to walk to your room with you?
No. I'm all right. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Hope is my other sister.
I see. Faith, Hope, and Charity.
Yes. She's the one who's in the worst danger. Hope and my brother Job.
Your sister Hope and your brother Job are in the worst danger.
Yes.
From what? From whom?
I don't know. But they do. I'll see you at dinner.
Well, smack me for a baby. What goes on?
Well, now things are beginning to make sense. The reason for our being here begins to emerge.
Danger, murder, fear. In this house?
There's your blue-blooded aristocracy you fellas was holding your breath over.
Oh, it's more apparent than ever, don't you think, Jack? I mean to say the exquisite refinement of that girl's face. The roots of an old family tree are firmly entrenched in this house.
Yes, Reggie, but it's also apparent that the family tree is beginning to show signs of decay.
Signs of decay? Looks to me like it was rotten clean down to the roots.
Something's ballet wrong, all right.
Screwy family in the beginning. Who ever heard of naming girls Faith, Hope, and Charity? Sounds like a Texas camp meeting.
Well, at least we know this much now. There are 3 sisters who've gone to the names of Fay, Hope, and Cherry. And there's a brother Job.
Yeah, there's another name out of this world.
And it appears, according to Cherry's story, that someone is molesting her with the intent eventually to kill her.
Yeah, and right in this house, too. Funny kind of a cut she had on her arm. What kind of a knife would make a thin, long cut like that?
Oh, doctor's scalpel, safety razor blade.
I say, that's exactly what it looked like, a safety razor blade cut.
Yeah, but who's going around murdering folks with an old safety razor blade?
What do you do with your old safety razor blades?
But this must be pretty doggone serious, Jack. Cherry thinks they're out to kill her, yet she says her sister Hope and her brother are in even worse danger.
I'd like to get hold of that Randolph Martin and give him peace of my mind. His children are in danger, and he keeps us up here waiting. He doesn't tell us what it's all about, and why doesn't he let us get onto it?
Did you ever stop to think... Listen.
I say, a blooming infant in the house.
Yeah, then one of the girls must be married.
Open the door, Doc.
Well, what for? Ain't you never heard a baby holler before?
Never mind, open the door.
Okay. All I hope is it don't yell at night.
He has a fine pair of lungs.
Stuffed a nipple in its mouth or something. Jack, I say, come on. What are we waiting for? Here's the stairs.
And there she is lying down at the foot. Come on.
Oh, doggone.
Here, wait a minute. Straighten her out.
Well, hey, it's Cherry.
Is she dead?
No, she's not dead.
No, I'm not dead.
Well, hey, she's conscious. And after a tumble down all them stairs.
All right, what is it this time?
Well, hey.
Well, why are you all standing there gaping? What is it?
Your daughter just fell downstairs.
My granddaughter, you mean. Is she hurt?
No, I'm not hurt.
Oh, falling downstairs.
I didn't fall. Somebody pushed me.
Hey, they did?
What's that bandage on your arm?
Somebody slashed me.
Can you stand?
Yes, I think so.
Then get to your feet.
Here, let me help you. There you are.
Thank you.
Perhaps I should explain how we happen to be here.
I know more about that than you do, young man.
You do?
I should. I brought you.
Then you're...
Randolph Martin. And I need help. I'm having granddaughter trouble.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
Then, Mr. Packard, we'll go into the library.
Mrs. Martin, will you tell me why you sent Doc and Reggie back up to our quarters?
I'm taking you into the library to meet my granddaughters.
What's that got to do with Doc and Reggie?
My dear man, you don't know my granddaughters.
What's that?
No. When there are too many eligible men about, it's difficult to get them to concentrate on anything else.
Man crazy, huh?
Keep a civil tongue in your head.
You suggested it.
I can say what I please about my granddaughters. You can't.
I see.
Be sure you do. The Martin girls can do no wrong.
But you were telling me a few moments ago you were having granddaughter trouble.
I am.
Well, isn't it going to be a little difficult for us to discuss the trouble if I've got to assume the attitude they're above reproach?
I'll do the criticizing. Your job is to correct the trouble in this house without comment.
Aren't you being a little high-handed, Mrs. Martin?
You're questioning me?
I certainly am. First, you practically kidnapped me and my two partners.
You didn't have to come if you didn't choose.
How did you know we were arriving by plane at Burbank this evening?
Read it in the paper.
But did you stop to consider that we might have had plans of our own?
They weren't important.
You mean they weren't important to you? I'm afraid you're a woman who's used to having her own way.
I'm afraid I am.
Well, you go right ahead and have it. Well, I think Doc and Reggie and I'll be on our way.
Fiddlesticks.
What's that?
You're staying right here.
Against our will?
Nonsense. You're staying here because you're needed.
You're asking us to stay?
I'm ordering you to stay.
Now, then I'll say goodbye.
Don't be a fool, Jack Packard.
We don't take orders.
You walk out of the house because I order you to stay instead of ask you to stay.
That's right.
You'll be well paid for obeying my orders.
Keep your money. As a matter of fact, our one purpose in coming to Hollywood was to spend our reward money from the last job. It would melt faster down here than any place we could think of.
You don't recognize authority, and you have no use for money.
That's right.
You're difficult young men to handle.
Not at all. We enjoy doing favors.
The House of Martin does not accept favors.
Now, that's up to you.
For generations, we've been able to pay for anything we want.
In my opinion, then, the Martins have wanted few of the good things in this world. Well, there we are. We can't agree, so we'll go.
No.
Yes.
No, wait a minute.
Well?
I don't like it. I'm not used to asking people to do things. But I will. I'm asking you to stay and help me, Mr. Packard.
Please?
What's that?
You didn't say please.
How dare you?
Don't if you don't want to.
Young whippersnapper. Mr. Packard, will you please stay and help me?
Gladly. In fact, we'd already made up our minds to stay. I think you've got an interesting problem here.
What do you know about the problem here?
Nothing. But it's apparent there's something. It's in the atmosphere. Something, might I say, something creeping through this house.
Creeping? Creeping?
A creeping, unhealthy menace.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You don't suppose it would be the stench of a decaying family tree that's permeating the environment, do you?
Oh, such utter nonsense. We spent enough time. Come along in the library and meet my granddaughters.
Very well.
Decayed family tree, indeed.
Only a suggestion.
Uncalled for. Come on in.
Yes.
Now then, Fay, where is Hope?
Oh, Grandmother, whoever keeps track of our beautiful Hope?
Well, someone should.
I hate to be the one assigned to the job.
I told her to be in the library at 8.
Grandma, I know where she is. Cherry, shut up.
Fay, please, you're a Martin, and that Martin women are always ladies.
Oh, horse feathers.
The Martin women are always ladies. Now then, Cherry, where is Hope?
She sneaked out with the chauffeur again.
You little rat. Fay.
Well, she is.
I am not. Hope should leave the chauffeur alone, and you know it.
Well, that man will get his walking papers tonight.
Let's see. That'll make the 4th chauffeur to get his bounce in 3 months.
We'll not discuss the subject any further. Mr. Packard.
Yes?
This is my oldest granddaughter, Faith Martin.
Sure. We met before.
Yes, I think I've had the pleasure.
What's that?
Miss Martin was in the car that met us at the airport tonight.
You were? Why?
I just wanted to get first look at your private detectives.
I don't particularly like that term, private detectives.
Well, isn't that what you are? 3 flatties in plain clothes to keep an eye on the Martin girls.
That will be enough of that, Faith Martin.
And, look, Packard. Grandma's the only one who can get away with Faith. Make it Fay or don't talk to me.
I remember.
All right, you've had the center of the floor long enough. You know Charity Martin already.
Not Charity, Grandma, please. Cherry.
Miss Cherry Martin. Any bad results from your fall downstairs?
Don't tell me Cherry fell downstairs again.
I didn't fall. I didn't. I was pushed from behind.
And when you looked around, there wasn't anyone there.
How can you look around when you're falling?
Fay, let your sister alone.
If she keeps falling down the stairs much more, we can make a tumbler out of her and put her in the circus.
Fay.
Okay, why not?
Miss Martin.
You'd better call me Fay. There are too many Miss Martins around this joint.
Very well, Fay, then. You don't seem to take your sister's convictions that someone is trying to kill her very seriously.
Oh, Cherry's just got a persecution complex.
I have not.
Sure you have. You're always talking about them being after you. They want to kill you. They. What's that but a persecution setup?
Perhaps. But how do you account for the marks of physical violence? That's not in the mind.
You've got me, pal, but if there's anybody in this house chasing Cherry with malice aforethought, then I'm a flagpole sitter.
Fay, I find the vulgarity of your language exceedingly distasteful.
Poor Grandma. She's tried so hard to make ladies of us all. And what did she get?
No, what did she get?
You really like to know?
Fay, watch your tongue.
I assure you I would. I'd like to know very much.
Well, I'll start with me. I'm the oldest.
Yeah?
I'm the vulgarian of the family.
Faith Martin, you mind what you say?
Oh, go lay down, Grandma.
You begin to understand, Mr. Packard. You see why I need help so badly?
Go on, Fay. You're the Bulgarian.
Correct. Hope is the family wench. Witness her evening escapade with the chauffeur.
Fay, the family name.
What family name? And Cherry, the little whispering mouse here, she's just a plain dope, afraid of her own shadow.
I see. That's the way you analyze the situation.
That's us. Here we are. Look us over.
What about Brother Job?
We'll not discuss Job. He's a fine young man. The only one in the family who appreciates the name of Martin.
That's Grandma's version. Want to hear mine?
Please.
Brother Job is a good-natured drunk.
Hey.
Who's been taken by every gyp game Hollywood can think up and is slowly breaking his grandmother's heart.
If I may offer an opinion, I don't think you girls are doing your grandmother's heart any good either.
Oh, well, she doesn't love us. As long as we don't get the name of Martin in the headlines, she doesn't mind us, but she loves Job something awful.
We all do. We all love Job. And he's in such danger. He and Hope are in terrible danger.
Yes, you said that before tonight when I was bandaging up your arm.
Bandaging her arm? Hello. You have got a bandage on, haven't you? What happened?
Somebody slashed me as I was walking down the hall.
What?
It's true. It's true.
You mean somebody slashed you with a knife right here in this house?
Honest, Faye. Honest, they did.
And, Mr. Packard, do you suppose there really is somebody after her?
There's evidence to indicate it.
Look, Mouse, maybe I've been doing you an injustice.
It's true enough.
Now, wait a minute. Let's take that up later. We've got away from our subject.
Oh, yes, which was Job, the family drunk.
You say he's in danger, Cherry. What sort of danger?
I don't believe there's any truth in it. Who'd want to harm Job? Besides, the child's been forewarning doom for members of the family for years.
But he is in danger. He and Hope.
What sort of danger?
Danger out there, outside the house. But it's getting closer. It's getting closer all the time. It's creeping. Creeping.
Cherry, stop saying that.
I think that's the expression I used before we came in here, wasn't it, Mrs. Martin?
Yes, and I forbid its use again.
Well, at least Cherry and I seem to have the same intuitive sense of impending danger.
How nice for Cherry.
Well, what do you mean?
But you and she have something in common. I wonder if you couldn't find something in common with me, too.
Such as?
Well, I like my initials embroidered on my pajamas.
I don't wear pajamas.
Oh, how exciting. Then you'd have to have your initials tattooed on your chest, wouldn't you?
Mr. Packard.
Yes?
I forbid you to indulge in conversation of this nature with my granddaughters.
It seems to be the only language Fay understands.
I forbid it.
You know, Mrs. Martin, you seem to dominate everyone and everything except your grandchildren. Why is that?
I can tell you why. She did dominate us when we were little and couldn't help ourselves. She made such hateful little prigs out of us, it was shameful.
You were nice children.
You bet. Nasty nice. And then one day, Job found out about firewater, and now he's devoting his life to it. And one day I found out that there are some wonderfully disgusting words in the English language for self-expression. I'm devoting my life to them. And Hope discovered chauffeurs, and she's devoting her life in that direction.
And what about Cherry here?
Oh, poor little mouse. She hasn't discovered much of anything yet, so she's devoting her life to being afraid.
I'm not afraid. If they weren't always after me, I wouldn't ever be afraid.
They have been after her for a long time. But now if they've come to life and are starting to cut her up, it may be getting serious.
Yes, I'm beginning to wonder. By the way, are any of you girls married?
Married, I should say not.
Is Job?
Certainly, Job's not married.
Then who's the parents of the baby we heard crying earlier?
Baby crying? You heard a baby crying?
Certainly. Just before Cherry here fell downstairs.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
It's impossible.
What are you talking about?
There's not a baby in the house. There hasn't been for years.
But I've heard it. I've heard it.
So she says.
Yes. And every time it cries, something horrible happens.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
Well, I don't mind telling you. The more I see of this setup, the more I wish we'd gone on about our own business.
Jock, that isn't like you.
What ain't like me?
Why, here we are guests in a millionaire's home with 3 beautiful girls and only their grandmother to watch over them.
And what a grandma. Boy, I don't like her.
No. Doc's had it in for Grandma Martin since you sent us back up here to our quarters right after dinner.
Yeah, what'd she do that for? She think you're the only one in our outfit good enough to associate with the Martin family?
I can tell you why.
Well, I wish you would.
She said she wanted me to have a serious discussion with her granddaughters, and if there were too many eligible young men in the room, the girls wouldn't think of anything else.
Did she really say that, Jack?
She did. And when I said man crazy, she jumped all over me.
Well, these just plain ain't the kind of girls that I want to associate with. Not from what I seen of them. She ain't got nothing to worry from me.
Well, they have money.
Well, so have we. $25,000 reward money. And what I want to know is why we don't ditch this joint and get to spending it.
That'll have to wait.
Yeah, on what?
On the solution of the trouble that's breaking about this old grandmother's head.
Well, that ain't our hard luck.
I'm afraid it is. Now.
Why?
Because Mrs. Martin's begged us to stay and help her out.
I say, that haughty, stiff-necked female aristocrat begged you to stay here?
That's right. So you can see how desperate she must be.
But what's the matter? What we supposed to do?
None of it makes much sense yet, but I've got some tangled information. You want to hear it?
Naturally.
Now, throw me that other pillow, Reggie.
Righto.
Thanks.
Well, come on, settle down and let's have it.
All right. Now, let me give you a picture of the people in this house.
Oh, you've seen them all now.
No, I've only seen Grandmother Martin and 2 of the girls, Fay and Cherry. Fay described the others. First, Fay, or Faith, is the eldest. She describes herself as the vulgarian of the family.
Oh, I say.
The what?
Vulgarian. She shocks her Puritan grandmother every time she opens her lips. On the other hand, I have a good idea that she has more gray matter than all the rest of the family put together.
Good looking?
Yes, apparently all the Martin girls are extraordinarily beautiful. Well, that's Fay, the vulgarian. The next girl is Hope. Hope wasn't in on the conference tonight, although she'd been told to be there by her grandmother.
Yeah, where was she?
Sneaked out with the chauffeur.
Hey.
I say, one of the Martin girls?
Yes, according to Fay, this will be the fourth chauffeur to lose his job in 3 months on account of Hope. Fay's name for Hope is the family wench.
Well, no wonder Grandmother Martin is upset.
Fay, the vulgarian, Hope, the family wench. And now we come to Cherry.
Quite. And what is Cherry?
Well, Fay calls her Cherry, the terrified mouse.
Hey, that ain't so bad. She ain't spoke above a whisper since we come into the house. Are they still after her?
Well, there's no doubt that she has an obsession that someone's after her. But it looks like with good reason.
But you mean you think somebody in this house really is trying to kill her?
Well, I don't know whether they're trying to kill her, but they certainly are keeping her in a continual sweat of terror.
In what way, Jack?
First, slashing her arm. Second, pushing her down that flight of stairs.
Well, Grandma didn't take that very serious.
Neither did Fay at first. When she heard it, she said, "Oh, so the terrified mouse fell downstairs again."
Again?
Yes, looks like it was a common occurrence. But then I put in my 2 cents worth and scared the living daylights out of both Fay and Grandma.
Well, what'd you want to scare them for?
I didn't mean to. It wasn't until after I'd said it and saw their reaction that I knew it meant anything.
Well, come on. What did you say?
I said I heard a baby crying just before Cherry fell downstairs. Who does it belong to?
Well, what's so terrifying about that? Whose infant is it, Jack? And where's the nursery?
There isn't any nursery. And there isn't any baby.
Why, dad busted, Jack, there is too. We heard it.
There isn't any baby in this house.
You're being serious? I mean to say, we did hear it.
Well, Cherry's been hearing it for some time now. She says every time the baby cries, something terrifying happens.
You mean a baby's haunting this house?
I don't mean anything of the kind.
Then what do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just stating what I've heard. Cherry's been complaining of hearing a baby crying in the house, and that every time she hears it, something vicious happens. The rest of the family have laid it to delusions.
Oh, but see here, Jack, what we heard was no delusion.
That's just the point. That's what frightened Fay and Grandma. The fact that we heard the baby proves that Cherry hasn't been talking through her head.
Doggone. Who ever heard of a house being haunted by a baby?
Rubbish.
Well, there it is, ain't it? A baby's voice and no baby.
It's a plot.
A plot, huh? Well, didn't Jack just get through saying that the kid cried just before something bad happened?
That's what that girl Cherry says.
And what she says is true on account. Looky, we heard the baby cry, and then right after that she was pushed downstairs.
Quite, I grant you that.
Well, okay. You mean to tell me whoever's doing all this is running around this house with a baby in his arms, pinching it to make it cry just before he gets ready to do some of his dirty work?
Well, that's pretty silly, Doc.
Well, of course it's silly. That's just what I'm saying. Besides, there ain't no baby in the house.
So what?
So it's got to be a baby ghost.
Oh, for the love of Pete, Doc.
Well, it has, Dad, blast it. A baby ghost in this house on account of there's so much trouble and so many things is wrong. And every time that something else starts to go wrong, it tries to warn folks by crying just before it happens.
Beautiful theory.
Well, you think of a better one.
Why?
Okay. The trouble with you and Reggie is that you wouldn't know a ghost if it come up and
laid an egg in my hat?
That's just plain vulgar.
Why?
Because ghosts don't lay eggs.
Oh?
Well, they don't.
All right. Now, do you want to hear the rest of my story?
Well, what about this baby cry?
That's all there is. You know as much about it as I do. And that also brings us up to date on Cherry.
Oh, Cherry, the terrified mouse. Hope, the family wench. And Fay, the vulgarian.
And the last on our list is Job.
Oh, that's a brother, huh?
Yes, in age he comes between Fay and Hope. According to Fay, he's the one who's breaking Grandmother Martin's heart.
And has Fay a name for him, too?
Yes, Job the good-natured drunk.
Drunk, huh?
And what does Grandmother Martin say about that?
Well, she tried to keep his name out of the conversation. Said he was the only one worthy of the family name. Fay, on the other hand, says he's never sober and has been taken by every crook and confidence man in Hollywood.
Just a never-ending easy mark, huh?
Looks like it. And Grandma's always paying out and covering up for him. For the good of the name of Martin.
Well, when are we going to meet him?
I don't know. When he comes home, I suppose.
Where is he now?
I tried to find out. No one seemed to know. Fay suggested some night spot with a well-stocked bar.
I say, nice boy. Company.
Sit still. Listen.
What's the matter, Jack?
Nothing. Just wait.
I say, whimsy.
I get it.
Hello.
Why, you little wench.
Oh, you've been talking to Fay.
Reggie, toss me a blanket.
What's that?
A blanket.
Not a wet blanket, I hope.
No, just toss it. There, I'll put this around you.
You don't like me this way.
No.
They cost a lot of money at the best shops.
Okay, so they cost a lot of money. Now, come on in.
Why didn't you like them? Handmade and imported French lace.
Now, keep that blanket around your shoulder. Here, sit down.
Whoopsie-daisy. I almost sat on the floor.
Drunk again.
Don't tell Grandma. I never had a drink in my life.
Oh, it's queer. No smell of liquor on her breath. She's as sober as we are.
I say, Jack, who is this?
Who am I? Guess. No, wait. I'll give you a clue. I'm not Faith and I'm not Charity. Now, who am I?
Your Hope.
That's right.
Why'd you knock on our door if you don't know who we are?
I saw a light. Thought I ought to investigate.
In long black stockings and a wisp of lace?
Imported French lace.
Where have you been?
No. Mustn't tell. Scandalous. Ruin the family name.
Out with the chauffeur, weren't you?
Shh, don't let Grandma hear.
Come on, now you're not drunk. Where's your dress? I said, where's your dress?
What dress?
Look here, Hope. You want me to shake your shoes off? Or did you leave your dress?
You didn't want me to wear a dress with blood on it, did you?
Hey, what did you say?
Of course not. Nobody wants to wear a dress with blood on it. It's ugly. Doesn't match the color scheme.
Hope, listen to me. What kind of a dress were you wearing?
Slip-on, slip-off dress. I always wear slip-on, slip-off dress.
I mean, what was the material? What color?
Green. My favorite color. Green flowers.
Now then, where'd you leave it?
Slipped out of it in the dark downstairs. Tossed it to Bob. Bob's a good egg. He'll get rid of it. Nobody ever find it.
Who's Bob?
Best chauffeur Martin family ever had.
Is he home? Did he bring you home?
Yep. Bang, bang. Man shot dead right across our table. I got blood on my dress, so Bob says, quick, let's get the 10-letter word out of here. I always say 10-letter word for swearing.
Doc, Reggie, I want you to go down and find the chauffeur.
I don't. Bring him here?
If you'd come, anyway, get Hope's dress back.
Jack.
Yeah?
Look at her right leg. There's something on her stocking. Looks like blood, all right.
There is?
Here, keep that blanket on. Unfasten your stocking. Let her slip down.
Oh, naughty.
Crazy little fool. There's been murder. Do you want the evidence splattered all over you? Yeah, that's better. Well, what are you two standing there for?
Well, if Hope could tell us where the chauffeur's quarters are.
Chauffeur's quarters? Over garage. Chauffeur's quarters always over garage.
Righto. Come on, Doc.
Yeah, okay. Hey, what's that? Listen. The baby.
The baby. The baby.
Stop that. Jack, there's just got to be a baby in this house.
Jack, I say.
Which way that scream come from? Down the stairs. Down the stairs.
Well, come on.
The baby, and then something happens.
Down the stairs, this way.
The baby, and then something happens. The baby,
Stop
and then
saying
something
that, Doc.
happens. Something happens.
Oh, there she is. There in the chair.
I say, who is she?
Mrs. Fay. Fay, what's the matter?
Out there by the hall entrance. He's dead. He's dead.
Dead? Who's dead?
The chauffeur. The chauffeur. And he's got Hope's dress. All over with blood.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
People are so dead when they're dead, aren't they?
Not a very suitable sentiment for the occasion. No, don't touch anything.
Theo is the Bulgarian Martin they call. What are you doing?
I'm trying to discover if there are any clues in the vicinity of this corpse that might implicate any member of the Martin family.
You want to implicate one of us?
No, but I want to know what we're up against before the police arrive.
Why not the Marines and the Navy?
The police have to be called, you know that.
Why?
Can't ask sensible questions, don't ask any. Whoever shot this man must have used a silencer. Otherwise, we'd have heard the shot.
A good-natured drunk has a gun with a silencer.
Your brother Job?
Mm-hmm. And I still want to know why we have to call the police.
Murder's the policeman's business.
Not this murder. This is the Martin family's own private little bloodletting party.
You think someone in this house committed the crime?
Naturally.
Who?
First, tell me where you sent your two friends.
Doc and Reggie?
Mm-hmm. 10 minutes after we find the corpse with the curly hair here, they go kiting out of the house like men on a mission. The question is, where? Why?
They're out scouring the nightclubs and drinking places for your brother.
Job isn't worth it.
Worth what?
The trouble you're taking to find him.
I want to know where he is and what he's been doing tonight. I want witnesses who will swear that he hasn't been near this house all evening.
Why?
So that we'll be all set for the police when they start asking questions.
When are the police going to start asking questions?
As soon as they get here.
When will they be here?
As soon as I call them.
And when are you going to call them?
When I'm satisfied I know as much about this situation here as they'll be able to find out.
Aren't you obstructing justice or something? I mean, waiting about notifying them?
Maybe. Now then, why do you think this man was killed by someone in the house?
Because almost everyone in the house had a reason.
Everyone had a reason to want to kill the chauffeur? Was he that important to this household?
I hope to tell you. Bob the chauffeur, now Bob the corpse, was putting the screws on the Martins.
In what way?
Well, let's start at the top of the list and work down. First, Grandma. Blackmail to hush scandal concerning Job and Hope.
What sort of scandal?
Job and a girl. Job hates girls, so I know it was a frame, but it was good enough to make headlines in the paper.
Oh, what about Hope?
Hope can't let chauffeurs alone. Hope, the family wench, was so deeply involved with our new cadaver here that one word from him and the whole world would know what she is.
By the way, right this minute, Hope is upstairs asleep in my room.
Oh, a gentleman wouldn't.
Now, don't be a fool. We left her in our room and we heard you scream and rush downstairs. Went up a few minutes ago. She'd crawled into my bed and was fast asleep.
Maybe you'd like to explain to her elder sister what she was doing in your room in the first place.
She knocked on the door. I opened it, and there she stood in a wisp of lace and a pair of black silk stockings.
You mean the dress this thing was holding in its hands when I found it down here was the dress Hope had been wearing this evening?
That's right.
Well, that's pretty raw.
No, not as bad as it sounds. They were out together. Wherever they were, a man was killed and blood got on Hope's dress. When she got home, she gave the dress to the chauffeur to ditch.
Oh? Well, then he must have been killed as he was going out the front door with the dress.
Exactly.
From the outside.
Yes, he was shot from outside the house.
Then that eliminates Hope.
Why?
As flagrant as Hope is, she wouldn't be running about the streets with no dress on. And you said our hero had the dress in his hands when he was killed.
Well, that's a pretty thin alibi. She didn't mind coming up and rapping on my door. Besides, she was floating about on pink clouds.
Oh, you're crazy.
I don't think so.
I tell you, you are. Hope hates alcohol. It makes her violently ill.
I didn't say she was drunk. She wasn't. No sign of alcohol. But something had given her a fine case of the blind staggers.
Something screwy. You think Hope did this, then?
I know she didn't. She was in my room for about 20 minutes, and whatchamacallit here hadn't been dead 5 minutes when we got down to him.
Then Hope's in the clear?
Yes. Wish I could say as much about the rest of the family.
You haven't anything on me.
I haven't. But the police may have, or can they get it?
What do you mean?
Simply, if you've got anything up your sleeve, you'd better spill it, so I'll be standing by to give a hand. The police are going to find out everything you wish they wouldn't. So you tell me first, so I can be ready for them.
What have you got to gain by all this Boy Scout stuff?
I told your grandmother we'd help her out of a mess. This, apparently, is the mess she meant, so talk fast.
Well, if I was the murdering kind, Currylocks here would be my first victim.
Why?
He talks, and he talks lies. It came to my ears that he had passed the word around among the servants of the neighborhood that the Martin women were pushovers.
Is that excuse for murder?
Servants don't talk about me like that. Not even if it were true, they don't.
But you fire servants, not murder them.
Not if the servant has a death hold on the family and you can't get loose.
You're referring to his hold on Job and Hope?
Mm-hmm.
He had nothing on you personally?
No.
Uh-huh. Now then, where were you during the time of the murder?
I don't know when the murder was.
All right. Where were you 15 or 20 minutes before you found the body?
I was down in the furnace room.
At this time of night?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Burning some personal letters.
Go on.
That's all. Just burning some personal letters.
You think you can tell the police you were down in the basement at 9 o'clock at night burning personal letters and stop there?
If that's all there is.
Oh, you're smarter than that. What did those letters have to do with the chauffeur and his sudden demise?
Why, nothing.
You're not making a very good representation for yourself.
I'm not trying to. I'm just telling the truth.
But not all the truth.
Enough.
Very well. You were down burning letters. Then what?
I was just coming back up to the main floor when I heard a baby laughing and cooing.
Oh, you heard the baby.
Yes, what does it mean?
Your sister Cherry says every time the baby is heard in this house, tragedy occurs.
She certainly hit it on the nose this time.
Yes, didn't she? By the way, doesn't it seem a little strange to you that with your screaming when you found the body and all the running about the house that's been done since then, your grandmother and Cherry haven't been aroused?
Grandmother and Cherry's rooms are on the 3rd floor.
They couldn't hear?
No.
Well, don't you think your grandmother ought to be told before I call the police?
I don't know.
I think she should.
Why?
Well, after all, she's head of this house. She should have some say as to what the police are told.
There's going to be an awful scene when she finds out.
Nevertheless. Now, look, I'm almost finished here. Go up and get her and bring her down. Also, while you're up there, get Hope out of my room and take her to her room.
But you haven't asked me about Cherry yet.
Well, what about Cherry?
I mean whether she might have a reason for killing the family leech.
Well, has she?
No.
Great. Now, will you go?
And Job.
I know all about Job I need to know for now. Oh, wait, there is one thing about Job. You say he has a gun with a silencer?
Mm-hmm.
You know where he keeps it?
Yes, in his bureau drawer.
While you're upstairs, look and see if it's there.
Yes, if you think that...
I don't think anything. Now, go on. There's something I've got to do, and I don't want you here when I do it.
You mean Hope's dress?
Never mind.
What are you going to do with it?
I didn't say I was going to do anything with it.
But you are.
Well, what you don't know, you can't tell. Now, go do the things I've told you to.
All right, but hurry. Grandma'll be down here 2 steps at a time the minute she hears. Oh, the furnace is a swell place for Hope's dress.
I think they call it destruction of evidence. Sorry, old boy, but I need this dress more than you do.
Didn't I tell you?
Oh, it's you.
I'm Cherry. Don't you remember me?
Why aren't you in bed?
They're in my room.
Who's in your room?
They. Look what they did to me.
What do you mean?
On my shoulder. Right through my pajamas.
Well, you're bleeding.
I know it.
You mean someone came in your room and slashed you?
Yes.
Here, let me see. Exactly like the cut on your arm.
Sometime they'll get tired of frightening me, and then they'll kill me. Didn't I tell you?
Didn't you tell me what?
That every time the baby cries, something dreadful happens.
The baby didn't cry. It laughed.
I know. That's because one of our enemies was killed.
What do you mean?
When it's an enemy, the baby laughs. When one of us is in danger, he cries.
You're getting just a little wacky on the subject of babies, aren't you?
No, it's true. You wait and see.
Now, look, Cherry, you go up to my room and wait for me. I'm busy. As soon as I've finished, I'll come up and put a dressing on that cut.
I hope the baby doesn't cry anymore tonight. I can't sleep when he cries.
If you don't get... Wait a minute. Someone's out on the porch.
Why don't you close the door?
The body's right in the door. Can't move it until the police come. Hold it.
Pardon me? My hair. I thought this is where I lived.
It's Job.
Inexcusable. Man must be pretty spifflicated when he walks into the morgue and thinks he's home.
This is your home, Job.
It is?
Yes.
Oh. What's this cadaver doing blocking up my doorway?
He was just killed there.
Oh. Thought it was a corpse trying to escape from the morgue. Shall I step over?
If you want to come in, I'm afraid you'll have to. Here, give me a hand. I'll help you over.
Nice and friendly. I think I'm going to like you.
There you are.
Easy step. Not a very wide man. By the way, who are you?
Name's Jack Packard.
Are you by any chance the murderer?
I'm afraid not.
Well, that's good. Nice chap. Hanging's too good for you. Much too good.
You think so, huh?
Well, I'm afraid I put it badly. But you know what I mean. Oh. Hello, Cherry.
Hello?
Friend of yours?
No.
Oh, thought maybe he was. Pajamas such awfully bad taste in the company of a strange man.
I'm scared.
Poor little terrified mouse. By the way, would it be breach of etiquette for me to ask the name of the visiting corpse?
He's your chauffeur.
Not Bob the Bandit.
Well, you seem pleased.
Oh, frightfully. Who had the good sense to do it?
We thought maybe it was you.
Well, that's a tribute. Great tribute. Should have. I never got around to it.
A gun with a silencer was yours.
Consider it murder. No noise. Don't disturb the neighbors.
I understand you have such a gun.
Oh, so I have.
Where is it now?
Upstairs in my bureau drawer.
I hope you're telling the truth, Job.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope I am, too.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
How about a few lights, Mrs. Martin?
Nobody calls me Mrs. I don't like it.
What then?
If Randolph Martin isn't good enough for you, call me grandmother. Everyone else does.
Very well. Grandmother Randolph, let's have some lights.
Why?
Unhealthy ideas grow in darkness.
Unhealthy ideas.
Murder's an unhealthy idea.
What are you talking about? Murder's not in this house.
You should know better than that. You saw one of its victims carried out of here last night. You, with the rest of your family, spent most of the night explaining your whereabouts to the police.
Such a fuss over a chauffeur. Not a very good chauffeur at that.
I won't argue that.
Furthermore, the police had their gall suspecting that anyone in this house had anything to do with it.
On the other hand, it's surprising to me they didn't take the whole family down and lock you up.
What are you saying?
Grandmother Randolph, you brought my two companions and me here to get your grandchildren out of some kind of a mess. Isn't that true?
Yes.
You haven't given us the first inkling of what that mess is.
If I knew, do you think I'd call for outside help?
Well, it should be plain even to you that the murder of the family chauffeur is part of that mess.
Nonsense. The police themselves said that he wasn't really a chauffeur, but a member of a confidence ring working here in the motion picture colony.
Nevertheless, he was killed in your house while in your employ.
By members of a rival gang.
Do you know what your chauffeur was doing last night before he came home and got himself shot?
No.
Yes, you do.
If you know that, why do you ask me?
You know that he was out with your granddaughter, Hope, and that he was killed less than 10 minutes after Hope said goodnight to him when they returned.
The police don't know that.
No. Neither do they know that your chauffeur killed a man in a drinking joint out at the beach last night.
What's that?
That he killed the man in the presence of Hope, and that the man fell across their table and bled on Hope's dress. That she gave the dress to the chauffeur to get rid of, and that he still had the dress in his hand when he was shot dead in your front door.
How do you know this, if the police don't?
I've had Doc and Reggie out investigating all night. They just got in half an hour ago. They're up getting some sleep now.
But why don't the police know?
Because the resort where your chauffeur killed his man was a hideout spot for shady characters. Now, don't worry. They'll find out in due time.
My granddaughter, Hope, was in a hideout for criminals?
Yes, I want to ask her about that myself.
Who was the man he killed?
Now, you can read all about that in the paper. Some gambler. They found his body in one of the canyons out on the way out to Malibu Beach.
And shortly after he killed this gambler at this place, my chauffeur himself was killed in my doorway.
That's right.
Then doesn't that prove it was somebody outside, someone revenging himself for the death of the gambler?
There's that possibility, of course.
You seem very anxious to connect this murder with my family, Mr. Packard.
No, I hope you're right. But there are too many suspicious things going on in this house. The center of all the trouble is right here. I'm sure of that.
I've noticed nothing suspicious.
That's not true. You just got through saying the reason you brought Doc and Reggie and me here was because you were uneasy.
What have you noticed?
Well, first, your eldest granddaughter, Fay. She talks loud and vulgar and pretends to be vastly amused. But she's frightened.
Fay, frightened?
Last night, she took some private papers down to the basement and burned them. Why?
I don't know.
Neither do I, but I intend to find out. Then Hope. Why did she go to that beach resort last night? Why did she pretend to be drunk when she came home when she was perfectly sober?
I don't know.
And Cherry. She's been slashed twice and pushed downstairs by someone she's never seen. Why does she talk in that frightened whisper? Who does she mean when she says they are after her? And what does she mean that Hope and her brother Job are in the worst danger?
You can leave Cherry out of this. It's a lot of romantic nonsense.
Twice slashed and thrown downstairs? You call that romantic nonsense? And the baby.
There isn't any baby.
I beg your pardon. I've heard it twice now.
There isn't any baby, I tell you.
Once it cried, and right after that, Cherry was hurled downstairs. Once it laughed and gurgled, and we found the chauffeur shot dead.
It's ridiculous on the face of it. Babies don't laugh and cry on a given cue. How would a baby know that Cherry was about to fall downstairs? How would a baby know that my chauffeur was about to be murdered?
Cherry says the baby cries when someone in the house is in danger. That it laughs when some enemy of the house is in danger.
Cherry's a little fool.
And protestations don't change facts. And facts indicate that something pretty vicious, something cold and calculating and terribly cruel has been unleashed in this house.
You're trying to frighten me.
No, I'm not. I'm reporting to you as my employer, what I've found. And now let's discuss your grandson, Job, for a moment.
Indeed, we will not.
Yes, we will. Because Job owns a gun with a silencer on it. And it was a gun with a silencer that killed the chauffeur.
Job wasn't even home.
So he says. But the gun's disappeared, and the chauffeur was killed with the same caliber gun as the one Job possessed.
The police don't know?
No, the police don't know this. But I do. And I also know that when Job came home and saw the body in the doorway, he was pretty casual about it.
He wasn't feeling well.
Well, he was intoxicated, I grant you. But even so, he should have been a little surprised and concerned at finding a body lying across the threshold, which he wasn't.
I forbid you to talk like that.
You can't do that.
I can't forbid you to talk?
No.
Well, I can most certainly remove you from this house.
But you won't.
Why not?
Because then I'll be forced to turn over all my information to the police.
You wouldn't dare.
Yes, I would. If we're kept on to solve the murder in our own way, we'll try to protect you and your grandchildren's names. If you make it impossible for us to work on the case, then we'll have to let the police do it.
I don't trust you.
Well, that depends on what you mean by trust. If no one in this house has committed murder, then we'll cover up for you till the cows come home.
If it should have been someone here.
Then we'll root him out and turn him over to justice.
I know it. You can't be trusted.
Now, look here. Are you trying to tell me that you think someone in this house committed murder and you brought us here to help you cover up for them?
No, of course not.
It sounds very much like it.
No, all I'm asking you is to be sure. No circumstantial evidence such as the police would use. I'm sure none of my grandchildren has done anything wrong, no matter how much it looks it.
Oh, that's it. You want them protected from court action and publicity until we've cleared them or proved them guilty.
Yes, if they are innocent, and I know they are, to face a charge of murder would ruin us.
You have my word. No one will touch them until we know for sure.
Thank you.
Now then, I've got to talk to Hope and Job. Are they in their rooms?
Yes, it was 5 o'clock this morning before the police left. They're all sleeping.
Well, they should be awake by this time. I'm going up. Listen.
It's a baby crying.
Now maybe you'll believe.
But there isn't any baby.
Wait a minute. That's the warning. Someone's in danger. Quick, upstairs to the bedrooms.
Jack, did you hear that? The baby.
I know it. Come on, Doc. Help me. Look in all the bedrooms.
You bet. Whose room's this?
That's Faye's room. Don't bother to knock.
Hey, what's the idea? Can't a girl go to bed in this house?
Nope, she's all right.
What's the idea of raiding a girl's bedroom?
The baby. Someone's in danger.
The baby. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Hey, wait for me.
This is Job's room.
Doc, run up the 3rd floor and look in Cherry's room.
You bet you. On the run.
Yeah.
Well, this is my old friend from the morgue.
No, so you're up and dressed. You all right?
It never better in my life. Have a little drink?
Aren't you ever sober? Didn't you hear that baby crying?
I dreamed about a baby last night. Red hair. She was in a French bikini bathing suit.
Nuts.
Is Job all right, is he?
Drunk. Which is Hope's room?
This way. This way.
It's either got to be Hope or Cherry.
This room. What's that smell?
Chloroform. Get those windows open.
Look, the pillow's over Hope's face.
Get that window open. Do you hear me?
Yes. Is she dead? Is she dead?
No, she's alive.
But she looks so white.
Get out of the way. I'm going to lift her out of bed and take her over to that window.
What shall I do?
Just get out of the way. There.
What is it? What's the matter with Hope?
Somebody tried to kill her with chloroform.
Faith, haven't you an ounce of modesty? Go get something over that nightgown.
But, Grandma, they tried to kill Hope.
Get something on over that nightgown.
Oh, horse feathers.
Here, put this blanket around before I smack you.
Apparently my modesty is more important than Hope's life.
Now then, Mr. Packard.
Forget it. She's going to be all right.
What's this nonsense about chloroform?
You use your nose. Another 15 minutes, you'd have been minus 1 granddaughter.
Here, put this blanket around Hope.
What's the matter with you? Your granddaughter near death, and all you can think about is my seeing her in pajamas.
I'll keep my granddaughter's modest if this house falls down around my ears.
Greetings and salutations, Grandma, old girl.
Joe, go back to your room.
What? Mr. Fun?
Joe, you're in no condition to be here. Go back to your room.
What's this? Love in our midst. The man from the morgue holding the family wench in his arms, huh?
Joe, you're impossible. Hope is almost chloroformed. She's unconscious.
Oh, no, not Hope. She's only playing dead. She likes it.
Get that drunken fool out of here.
Please, Job, come with me.
Poor, pathetic old Grandma. Have a lot of trouble with your family of rats, don't you?
Job, be a good boy.
All right. Bye-bye, man from the morgue. Great old house we live in, isn't it, Grandma?
The Martin family at home.
Doesn't your brother like Hope?
He adores her. She's his favorite sister.
Funny way of showing it.
Nothing gets under his skin when he's in that condition.
It seems to be all the time.
Look, how is she?
Better than I hoped for. It'll take her a couple, 3 hours to sleep off the effects of the chloroform. Now we can put her back in bed now.
One of her feet is bare, so look the other way.
Your grandmother's a little touched on the subject of modesty, isn't she?
I think she must bathe in long underwear.
There. I'll just cover her lightly.
Jack, look what I got. Poor little feller.
Jerry, what's the matter with her?
She's unconscious. This is just like I found her.
Now lay her down. Let me see her.
Looky at her. Clothes doggone near tore off her. Oh, look at that bruise on her leg.
Here, she's bleeding on the back. Turn her over.
Yeah, I know it. There.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Hey, Jack, look. She's been slashed again.
Yes, 3 times, right above the hip. Not deep.
Like it'd been done with a safety razor blade.
You Martin girls are certainly unpopular with somebody.
Ain't it the truth? Murder sure is on the loose in this man's house.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
Listeners, I'd like you to hear a letter from a 4-year-old girl. The little girl is a French youngster, and I can tell you that our writer and producer, Carlton E. Morse, knows that it comes from the heart. Perhaps you'd like to tell us why you know Mr. Morse.
All right, Mr. Thorson, but I'd like first for Mr. Randall to read the letter just as it was written. How about it, Tony?
All right. Dear Papa, I want all the children to be happy for Christmas as I am. Will you please help me get presents for them? Your little Jacqueline.
That letter is from Jacqueline Complay, my French foster child. It was after becoming a foster parent that I realized the lack of any happiness and hope, which is the heritage of 1 million war children over there. Please listen while Mr. Thorson tells you what you can do to give these little ones a real Christmas this year.
Listeners, start right away to gather toys and discarded but serviceable articles of children's clothing. Then here's what's next. Place them in a carton or wrap in heavy paper. Tie them securely with strong twine. Address them to Foster Parents Plan for War Children Warehouse, 530 47th Avenue, Long Island City, New York. That's 530 47th Avenue, Long Island City, New York. Take them to the Railway Express office nearest you. There will be no cost to you for shipping. Remember to do it now. And remember that you, too, can be a Santa Claus for all of God's children.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
Reggie, I swear to my grandma, I ain't never seen a screwier setup than this one.
Right. Deucedly interesting, though, isn't it?
You mean all these female women are running around in flimsy wisps of lace wanting to be rescued?
No, I don't mean female women running around in wisps of lace.
The thing that bothers me is there ain't no sense to nothing.
Well, I imagine things will make plenty of sense once we get on the right track.
For instance, what's Jack got us up here patrolling this hall for?
But naturally, Doc, after the attempt to kill Hope and Cherry.
Yeah, I know, but why is he making everybody stay in his own bedroom? Job over in that room pie-eyed, Hope across the hall still sleeping off a chloroform, Fay and Cherry in the next room. How come he let Cherry go in with Fay anyway?
Because her room's up on the 3rd floor, for one thing.
Well, so's Grandma Martin's. Yet Jax wants, he went and let her go up there alone.
Trying. Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we're guarding everybody but Grandma. I wonder why that is.
Well, I suppose Jack thinks she's not in any danger.
Just the 3 girls and Job, huh?
Another reason for putting Cherry with Fay.
Yeah?
She's just recovering from this new attack on her. Ballet brutal, if you ask me, and I don't think she's going to be able to take much more of it.
You talking about Cherry?
Yes, that beastly, strained expression on her face. Desperation. She shouldn't be left alone for a moment until this business is settled, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, what do you suppose Jack's doing?
I think he's going over the house, room by room.
But we already done that, Reggie.
Not with any great care. Just made sure there was no one in the house besides those who belong here.
Well, what's he expect to find?
Well, if someone was in the house long enough to give Hope chloroform and tear Cherry's clothes and slash her, he must have left some clue of his presence.
And anybody leave anything around, Jack's the hombre to find
It's
it.
quiet.
You know, that's the funny thing about Cherry. Of course, it was dark in her room, but even if it was, it's kind of queer that she didn't get some idea of the slasher while she was fighting him off.
Too terrified, I suppose. Mind froze on her.
Well, anyway, whether it was a man or a woman...
I have an idea it was a woman myself.
Yeah?
I think Jack does, too. Did you see those scratches on her neck and arm? A man's fingernails aren't ordinarily long enough to do that.
Hey, I didn't notice that. Hey, Fay's door's open.
Cherry, you little fool, come back here.
Now, look, you Cherry. You can't come out here.
But I've got to.
But you look ill. You should be lying down.
I'm all right.
She insists that she's got to see Job.
I do. I've got to.
Now, looky. Jack said that you all got to stay where he put you until he said you could come out. He sent us up here to see that you stayed put.
But it's important.
Besides, Brother Job's so spifflicated, nothing would make sense to him anyway.
I don't care. I love him, and he's in danger.
But he can't be in any immediate danger. We've been right outside his door all the time.
Oh, I'm going.
What you think we ought to do, Reggie?
Well, look here. Suppose I go hunt up Jack and ask him.
Yeah, you do that.
But I mustn't
No,
wait.
I'll only be a minute or two.
When the terrified mouse gets an idea into her head, there isn't much use arguing with her.
But it's important.
Well, it's going to have to wait until Reggie gets back. Now, looky, Cherry. You should get out of them torn clothes. What you still wearing them for?
I offered to help her get out of them and put on one of my bathrobes, but try to talk her into anything that makes sense.
You ain't sewed in them for the winter, are you?
I'm afraid to go up to my room to get anything else.
I told you could have something of mine.
No.
Well, what you scared of your room for? It ain't nobody up there now.
Maybe there is.
Hey, no, there ain't. We give your room a going over.
They like my room. They can come any time they want to.
You mean there's a secret door or something?
No, there's no secret door.
Then how the heck can they come to your room any time they want to?
I don't know.
And I'm getting pretty fed up with these they folks. Who are they anyhow?
I don't know.
You know, Fay, she just plain don't make sense.
Don't look at me. I'm a stranger here myself.
Yeah. Hey, looky, Cherry. Are they the ones who got the baby that bawls every time something's about to happen?
I don't know. I think so.
That baby gag gets me down. A house full of widows, spinsters, and neurotics. What's a baby doing here?
Well, maybe the stork brought it.
Oh, don't be silly. There hasn't been a stork seen in this neighborhood since the year of the big freeze.
You know, that's darn funny about this house. Here you are, 3 of the purtiest girls I ever laid eyes on. And ain't even one of you got a boyfriend.
Hope had one, but he's in the corpse department just at present.
You mean that chauffeur?
Who else?
But, well, that ain't no honest-to-goodness boyfriend like you girls should ought to have. Well, you got everything, Faye. What's the matter with you?
I'm immune.
That ain't normal.
So what?
So it ain't normal.
Maybe I was born in a refrigerator and never thawed out.
What about you, Cherry?
I've got to talk to Job.
Well, you'll just have to wait till Reggie gets back. Ain't you interested in men?
Yes.
You are? Well, why ain't you got a feller then?
They won't let me.
Hey, now, look, that ain't no answer. I don't care who they are. Nobody can keep a girl from having a boyfriend if she wants one.
I tell you, they won't let me.
Well, why not?
They don't want any of us to know a man. They're afraid we'll marry and have children.
Terry, what are you talking
It's
about?
True. They want the Martin family to end right here.
Darned if I don't think you're talking through your hat. Oh, here comes Reggie.
Can I go to Job now?
Now, hold your horses. What about it, Reggie?
It's all right for her to go in, but first Jack wants her clothes.
Hey!
Please, Mr. York.
Oh, but I say. I mean, he positively wants them. Wants me to bring them down to him immediately.
Well, it's hardly ever done. I mean, just asking a girl for clothes.
Well, if Jack wants them, he's going to get them. Now, go on back in Faye's room, Cherry, and take them off.
If I do, then can I see Job?
Yep, so hurry up.
Guess you'll have to put on something of mine.
No, I won't.
Then how about me going up and getting something for her out of her room?
No, but you can't do that. But Reggie can.
Oh, look here.
Now, go on, Reggie. Put pajamas and a bathrobe. Anything you can find.
Now I'm a ballet lady's maid, and I resent it.
Okay, get inside and shove things through a crack in the door, fast as they come off.
All right, here, I'll help you, Cherry. What's the idea, anyway?
Probably wants to examine them for clues.
Here you are.
Okay, a dress.
What's he expect to find? Slip.
I don't know. Slip.
Here are shoes.
Shoes.
Stockings.
Yeah, stockings.
All right, here you are.
A top doodad. A bottom doodad. That all?
Isn't that enough? What do you want, her skin?
Oh, did you get something, Reggie?
There's a whole armful of stuff. She should find something in this.
Yes, she ought to, all right. Here you are, Faye.
What? All this?
Well, she don't have to put it all on.
Well, that's good of you. All right, get into some of this junk, Mouse, then you can go and see the good-natured drunk.
I'd better take these clothes down to Jack.
Stick around until she goes across to Job's room. Where is Jack?
Down in the library. He's got quite a collection of stuff down there.
Such as what?
I didn't get much chance to examine it. Things he's picked up around the house.
Well, anyway, you don't look quite so bedraggled now. All right, boys, let's go.
Hurry. I've waited too long now.
Okay. Come on. You better come along, too, Faye.
So you can keep an eye on me?
Yeah, something like that. Okay, now, Cherry. We'll give you 5 minutes with him.
That's all I want.
All right, Job, here's a visitor. Hey.
Doc, what is it?
Well, where the heck is he?
He's gone. I knew he was. I knew it.
Well, why the heck didn't you say so then? How'd he get out?
Here's how he got out, opened the window, and slid down the drain pipe.
Well, that's great. Jack's going to be mighty proud of us.
But look here. Why would he want to do a thing like that for?
Silly question number 1.
What you mean?
You didn't think Brother Job would stay put without plenty of liquid refreshment, did you?
You mean he sneaked out for a few snorts?
But he shouldn't have. He must come back right away. He must.
Why must he?
They'll get him. They'll get him this time. I know they will.
Is that what you wanted to tell him?
Yes. I wanted to tell him to stay here where you could watch him. They're just waiting.
Reggie, get downstairs and tell Jack what's happening.
Right. Don't leave the girls alone for a minute, Doc.
Come on, you two. Get back into Faye's room.
Come on, Mouse.
Why did he go?
Because he likes the taste of the stuff.
He's breaking Grandma's heart.
Well, Grandma broke his spirit. Turnabout's fair play.
No, you mustn't say that, Faye.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to look in and see if Hope's all right. You two wait right here by the door so as I can see you all the time. Don't neither of you move. Yeah, she's all right. Poor little feller. Keep right on a sleeping, honey.
She's all right?
Yeah, sleeping like a baby. All right, come on back to your room.
Say, how much longer you 3 super sleuths think you're going to keep us undercover?
Until Jack says to let you act.
Well, I'm getting pretty sick of being a prisoner in my own house.
We're just doing it for your own good.
It isn't any good locking us up.
It ain't, huh?
No. When they want to strike, they'll strike whether you're here or not.
And what you think we'll be doing all that time?
Won't make any difference what you're doing. If you understood, you'd know that.
Well, then, why don't you come out and make us understand?
You can't. Nobody understands but me.
She's psychic.
I don't know. I just know, that's all.
Well, all I gotta say is, if you hadn't told us so much it's come true already, I'd say you were the screwiest screwball dame I ever did see. You wasn't so little and purty along with it.
Hey, here comes Reggie back. He's going to get mighty sick of those stairs if this keeps up.
How about it, Reggie? What's Jack say?
Well, he's going out to find Job. While he's gone, he doesn't want us to leave the girls for a second.
Oh, stick right with him, huh?
Right. I'm to go and sit in my Hope's bed and stay right beside her.
And I'm to chaperone Faye and Cherry, huh?
Right. Go in Faye's room with them. Don't let either one of them out of your sight.
What about Grandma upstairs?
Oh, leave her alone. She won't be bothered. It's the girls that are in danger.
Oh, no.
Hey, what's the matter?
They did it. They did it again. Look.
Her shoulder. She's been slashed again.
Yes, they did it. They did it.
Cherry, how did it happen?
I don't know. I was just standing here. I felt a sting on my shoulder.
She's been slashed, all right, just like the others.
It isn't possible. We were all standing right here. There isn't anyone else.
Yes, there is. They were here. They were here.
Cherry, stop it.
They slashed me. They slashed me.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
Reggie, keep changing those cold compresses on Job's head. I want to bring him around as quickly as possible.
All right. Shall I let his head hang over the foot of the lounge this way?
Yes, that'll bring the blood up where he needs it most.
Doggone, fella, you must have popped Brother Job a whopper.
I had to.
Well, what happened?
Well, the minute you told me he'd escaped from his bedroom and slid down the drain pipe, I dropped everything and went after him.
But how'd you know where to look, Jack?
Where would you look for a thirsty man? The nearest bar.
And he was there?
Yes, just getting ready to go on to bigger and better things.
And you said come on back, and he wouldn't come, so you floored him.
Something like that. You sure all the girls are locked up in their bedrooms so there's no chance of them getting out?
Yeah, and I don't mind saying they resent it.
They'll just have to resent.
Boy, the things Faye said would have skinned a mule.
Living up to a reputation as the family vulgarian, huh?
No fooling. Doggone, no, I hated to take that little old cherry girl back up to her room. She didn't want to go so bad. Why'd you insist on it?
Because I want each girl locked up separately. Hope still unconscious?
She's just sleeping now, I think. Seems like Grandma is keeping awful close to her room up on the 3rd floor.
She's all right.
Jack, you say you want the 3 girls locked up separately. Why?
I want to see what'll happen.
You mean if the baby'll cry, then one of them gets the business?
Yes.
But ain't that dangerous? This time one of them might get killed.
How? If they can't get out, how can anyone get into them?
You got me, feller. But Cherry insists they can. It's just like her getting sliced on the shoulder out yonder in the hall when we was all standing right there.
Did you have your eyes on Faye all the time?
I say.
Hey, you mean...
I just asked if you had your eyes on Faye all the time.
Well, no, of course not. But what would Faye want to go and slash her sister for? And more than that, Cherry said they did it.
All right, they did it. But couldn't Faye be one of them?
Job, I'd never thought of that.
There's a woman in this someplace. Whoever tore her clothes and slashed her up in her room earlier this afternoon was a woman.
You mean those fingernail scratches on her neck and shoulder?
Yes, they were narrow and pointed.
Faye's nails are like that.
Most women's are these days.
Doggone, but I'm balled up.
About what?
About everything. You think maybe Faye shot the chauffeur last night, too?
She had the opportunity.
But she screamed and brought us down when she found him.
Why not? Make it look like she was innocent.
Yeah, she could have, all right.
Yes, but why would she want to?
Well, she may have done it to keep her sister Hope from becoming involved. Or she may have seen him leaving the front door with Hope's dress in her hands and, believing the worst, killed him on the spot.
Yeah, but that'd mean that she was prowling around the house with a gun in her hand. What'd she want to be doing that for?
Well, she knew Hope was out with him. She might have gone to Job's room, got his gun with a silencer, and waited for them to come back.
Well, we know the gun that killed him had a silencer, all right.
And that gun was Job's.
You sure about that?
Certainly. How many guns with silencers have you seen in your life?
Oh, a couple or 3.
Which means that guns equipped for silence are about as scarce as hen's teeth.
All right, I get your point.
Well, if Faye is the one, you going to turn the information over to police?
Not yet. I want to know for sure. I talked to the police, and they're sure the chauffeur was a gangster and that he was wiped out by rival gunmen. Let them work on that theory. We'll go on working on this angle.
Then you think for sure what's going on is an inside job?
Well, maybe not entirely, but there's someone working on the inside.
Finger for the gang on the outside, huh?
Something like that.
And it's Faye?
Well, certainly her skirts aren't any too clean.
But why? What's it all about?
You know as much as I do, Doc. They may be trying to frighten Grandma Martin into paying blackmail. She knows something about this she's not telling, that's certain.
But that's silly. Why'd she bring us in here to clear up this mess and then hold out information on us?
Afraid to tell us? Trying to protect someone? How do I know?
Yeah.
Jack, Job's conscious.
What's that?
Quite. Had his eyes open, closed them again when he saw me looking at him.
All right, Job.
Oh, what a head.
Can you sit up?
I don't know.
Well, come on, try it.
Oh. Say, what'd you hit me for?
Because you wanted to argue about coming back, and I didn't have time to argue.
Wasn't very friendly.
I'm not here to be friendly. You sober?
Yeah, I feel terrible.
I'm not surprised.
I always feel terrible when I'm sober.
Like a fish out of water, huh?
Look, be a good guy. There's a bottle of brandy in the buffet.
Go get it, Reggie.
Righto.
Job.
Well?
There isn't a doubt in the world your gun killed the chauffeur. Now, where is it?
It's gone.
I know it's gone. Where to?
I don't know. I looked in my bureau drawer for it. It wasn't there.
Why do you keep a gun with a silencer?
It was a birthday present from Fay.
Hey, a birthday present from Fay?
Yes.
But why would she give you a present like that?
I always thought it would be fun to have one, so she got it.
Here you are, Jack.
No, I'll just take the bottle.
On the other hand, you get one drink. That's all.
One drink.
Maybe after you've talked a while, you can have another. Here. That better?
A little.
Job, did you approve of Hope running around with a family chauffeur?
Hope is old enough to vote.
Isn't it the fact that your grandmother fired the last 4 chauffeurs because they were too friendly with Hope?
Sure.
As the man of the family, what did you think of this?
Grandma wears the pants in this family.
You had no desire for revenge on them for dragging your sister down to their level?
Look, we got a motto in this house. You mind your business and I'll mind mine.
So you were willing to look the other way, no matter what happened to your sisters?
Oh, let me alone, will you?
Another thing. Cherry says you and Hope are in grave danger.
Oh, she's always talking.
But why did she link you and Hope together? Did it have anything to do with her escapade with the chauffeur?
I don't know, I tell you. I don't know what Cherry's talking about 9/10 of the time.
You don't think you're in danger?
Sure, I'm in danger. Everybody's in danger. You might get hit by a car or anything might happen.
No, I mean specific danger.
Oh, nuts.
You say that, yet you know that someone tried to chloroform Hope this afternoon.
Maybe she tried to commit suicide. How do I know?
Well, it's possible. Except that there have been attacks on Cherry, too.
Yeah. Somebody scratched her with a pin.
Cut, not a scratch. And it was done with something very sharp. Do you use a safety razor?
Yeah, but if you think I'm going around cutting up Cherry with a safety razor blade, you're crazy.
I didn't say that. More than that, Cherry was thrown downstairs. And at the same time Hope was chloroformed, she was unconscious and slashed up in her room.
Well, nobody's dead, is he? Except the chauffeur, and he doesn't count.
Why not? I asked why the chauffeur doesn't count.
He's not in the family.
He was attached to the family.
Okay, he was attached to the family, so what?
You know, Job, I'm getting the impression that you're getting a great deal of satisfaction out of that murder.
How about another nip?
No. You don't like Fay, do you?
As a brother likes any sister.
That's not answering my question. You don't like her, do you?
If she was dead, I'd send flowers to the funeral.
Oh, look here now.
That's an ugly thing to say.
Well, you asked me, didn't you?
This is the first time we've seen you sober since we arrived. I've got a hunch I'd like to see you and Cherry together when you're in this condition.
And what's that for?
Well, you object?
Look, don't I feel bad enough now without you bringing that terrified mouse down to whisper about the horrible death that's in store for me?
Uh-huh. Yes, I think I'd like to see you and Cherry together. Doc.
You want me to go get her?
No, I want you and Reggie to stay here with Job. And keep that bottle away from him till I get back.
You hear that, Job, old kid?
I won't be gone but a minute.
Say, old chap, you know, you'd be a handsome man if you didn't have such an unhealthy pallor.
No.
How long have you been hitting it up like this?
Year, 2 years, I forget.
You like the stuff? In such large quantities, I mean?
Oh, now lay off, will you?
Fine. Sorry.
You don't understand folks like him, Reggie.
No?
Mm-mm. Folks like him is tickled to death with themselves. That's why they pour it in, because they like themselves so much they can't stand it.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
They call him the good-natured drunk. But where does his nice disposition go to when he's sober?
Look, you two, just leave me alone, will you?
Oh, sure, sure. We don't really like to torture dumb animals.
Thanks for nothing. What's Packard want to bring Cherry down here for?
He has his own reasons.
Maybe he wants your little sister to see you when you ain't plastered. Because Cherry told us she loved you a lot.
Yeah, I'll bet she did.
Yes, she did. We both heard her.
First time I knew Cherry had a sense of humor.
She didn't say it like she thought it was funny.
All right, stop it, will you? He's going to bring her down here. Why doesn't he do it?
Go away. Go away.
It's just me, Cherry.
Oh. Hello.
Who did you think it was?
They were outside just a minute ago.
What's that?
Yes, they were. They tried the handle. I saw it moving. And then when they found out it was locked, I heard them whispering.
Could you hear what they said?
No, just whispering.
Men's voices or women's
I
voices?
don't know. Just whispering.
You might have been mistaken.
No, it was them. They came to get me.
Well, I'm here now, so don't worry. I want you to come downstairs to the library with me.
Come in my room first.
Yes, if you wish. Why did you close the door?
Look at me.
I am.
I'm pretty, aren't I?
Very pretty, Cherry. Your face would be beautiful if it wasn't so sad.
I'm young. I'm nice. I am, aren't I?
I'm sure you are.
Then why don't you take me in your arms?
Cherry, what is this?
Why don't you? Why doesn't anybody? I'm a woman. Yes, I am. If you don't think I am, just give me the chance.
Cherry, stop that.
Oh.
Here. You're just all upset.
No. Nobody wants me except them. Nobody. They want me. They want me so bad they'll tear down this house to get me. And they will do. If somebody doesn't take me first. I can't do it alone.
No, not while we're here.
Oh, Mr. Packard. Mr. Packard, I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
Sit down here, Cherry.
Yes?
Hey, Jack, what'd you send Reggie out for?
Special job that needed to be done at once.
Oh. Well, hello, Cherry. Ain't you happy?
No.
Well, neither is your big brother Job here, so that makes two of you.
Yes, I know.
Well, ain't you going to say hello to your little sister, Job?
We don't need small talk. My sisters and I understand each other.
That's just the trouble. We don't.
We don't what?
Understand each other. We all want to love you so much, Job. And you won't let us.
You crazy little fool.
Job, don't talk to me like that.
Don't you know these men brought you down here just to hear you talk?
But I haven't got anything to say they shouldn't hear.
Oh, you haven't,
No. Did you think I did?
Look, I don't know anything about it. I wish somebody'd give me a drink.
Has he had anything while I was up getting Cherry?
Nope, not a drop.
All right, pour him another jigger.
Jigger. It's not even a drop of water on a hot stove.
Job, I wish you wouldn't drink.
Yeah.
Yes. Why do you?
The same reason Fay indulges herself in vulgar language. The same reason Hope's devoting her life to chauffeurs. The same reason you...
What, Job? What am I?
The same reason you're the way you are.
But what am I? What is it I am? I want to know. I've got to know.
Can't you see she's driving me nuts? Why don't you pull her off?
I wish you'd answer a question, Job. What did you mean she's the way she is?
No, thank you. And have them on my neck?
Them?
That's right. Cherry's mysterious they. The little people.
Hey, you believe they are around, too?
Very much around. They're going to destroy this house before they're through.
Not while we're here to prevent it.
Yes, they will. Because they will have completed the job here before you realize who they are. The Martins will come to ugly and early deaths one by one. It'll seem so strange, so unnatural, utterly unsolvable, and all the time they will be right under your nose. They, these murdering little people who've been closing in on Cherry and the rest of this household. Now, will you please give me another shot of that brandy?
Jack, look at Cherry. White as a sheet.
Cherry. Cherry, do you hear me?
Oh, yes. I was thinking.
About what?
I didn't know anyone realized how dangerous they were except me.
There's not a bit of blood in your face. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. But now I know why Job is drinking so much.
Why is Job drinking? Well, why?
Because he's as frightened as I am.
That true, Job?
No.
Mr. Packard.
Yes?
Where are Fay and Hope and Grandma?
Fay and Hope are locked in their bedrooms. Your grandmother's in her suite on the 3rd floor.
Could they come down here?
I suppose they could if there's any good reason for it.
Yes, there is.
I'll have to know what it is first.
Job has something to tell all of us.
Job?
Hey, what are you talking about?
I promise you he will tell something. But everybody's got to be here.
You might as well save yourself the trouble. I haven't got anything to say to anybody.
If he doesn't tell you, I will. I promise.
She's crazy.
I don't know, but I think we'll try it. Doc.
Yeah?
Go up and ask Grandma Martin to come down here. And then get Fay and have her help you bring Hope down.
Wake Hope up if she's still asleep?
Yes, she may still be a little weak.
Okay.
Oh, just a minute. See that she's warmly dressed. A person coming out of a heavy dose of chloroform's in danger of pneumonia.
Yeah, I'll take care of her.
Look here, Packard, I don't like this.
You don't like what?
It just happens I don't want to see my grandmother right now.
Why not?
That's my affair.
Sorry, you'll have to stay.
I haven't got anything to say, and neither is Cherry.
But I have, Job.
I'm not going to stay, and that's all there is to it.
Job, sit down.
You heard what I said.
I said sit down. I punched you once tonight, and I can do it again if I have to. What, are you going to sit down?
You're being almighty high-handed in this house.
Your grandmother gave me full authority. Now sit down and relax.
Strong-arm method.
Yeah, that's better. Sometimes a strong arm is the only thing people understand.
At least give me another drink.
No. You've had enough for now.
I've never had enough. I never will have enough.
Enough of what? Well, speak up. Enough of what?
Job thinks he needs a drink, Mrs. Martin.
Nonsense. Everyone tries to make Job appear worse than he is. Job, dear, would you like a cup of coffee?
No, I wouldn't like a cup of coffee.
Oh, don't be naughty now, Job.
Oh, nuts.
Hello, Grandma.
What's wrong with you now?
Nothing. Nothing, Grandma.
And I'd like to know who moved the chairs in this library.
Chairs?
Certainly. They're not where they belong at all.
Well, I'm afraid I'm responsible for that.
Indeed. Well, they go right back where they belong. Get up, Cherry.
Yes, Grandma.
May I help you?
Do you know where they go?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Well, then stand out of the way.
Just as you like.
Well, hello. Did someone touch one of Grandma's precious chairs?
Oh, hello, Fay.
Hi, Miles. Hello, Job. How's drinking these days?
Ha ha, great joke.
Come on, Grandma, relax.
Mind your manners, Faith Martin.
Oh, those chairs of hers have been sitting in exactly the same spot in the library for 40 years. She knows where they belong to the fraction of an inch.
I certainly do. There. Now, the room looks like something.
Where's Doc and Hope?
They're coming. Hope's feeling pretty good, so I came on down. What's happening now?
Cherry and Job have an interesting surprise for us.
Oh, Job's not going to confess he's responsible for the baby, is he?
Don't be vulgar, Fay. Take your own chair, Cherry.
Yes, Grandma.
Job, come here to your chair beside me.
Look, Grandma, will you lay off me tonight?
Job.
All right, Grandma, anything you want.
Say, what is this? What do you mean, Job's own chair?
Some more of Grandma's discipline. When we were kids, we each had our own chair, and every evening we had to sit in that particular chair and listen to Grandma read to us.
Kept you from running the streets.
You mean all these years you've always sat in the same chair in its same position?
It was the law.
You must have ruled with an iron hand, Mrs. Martin.
I did, and I'm proud of it.
Yes, but you're not quite so proud of what you made out of us, are you?
I'll thank you not to blame inherent wickedness onto me. Any bad in you children came from your mother's side of the family.
You leave our mother out of this, Grandma.
You can take it our mother wasn't a Martin.
And that she probably died to get out from under the thumb of Grandma.
Job, you've never said an unkinder word in your life.
That pays you back for your jab at our mother.
You're an ungrateful boy, Job.
Okay, I'm ungrateful.
Yeah, everybody's in the
Oh,
library.
here they come.
They're kind of weak. You better sit down here.
Hope, take your own chair.
Hey, what you mean? Hope's in no condition to
She can walk over here to her own chair.
Well, I swear to Grandma.
That's all right. I'm wobbly, but I'm game. Come on.
Well, I don't mind telling you, Grandma. The more I see you, the more I don't like you.
Keep a civil tongue in your head.
There you are. Okay?
Yes, I'm perfectly all right.
Well, I think this is your first appearance among the living, if you call this living, since your attack of chloroform.
Yes, and it's nice being alive if you're interested.
I want to ask you a question about that later.
About being alive?
No, about who did it.
Well, I can save the interview right now by saying I was asleep when it happened.
You didn't wake up while it was being given?
If I did, I went right out again.
And you've no idea who did it?
No.
Not even whether it was a man or a woman?
No.
Come now, what's all this about? I think you asked for our presence down here, didn't you, Mr. Packard?
That's right. This is to be Cherry's show. Cherry and Job's.
What's the matter? Have they been after her again?
This has nothing to do with they.
Yes, it does. It has everything to do with them.
I understood either Job here was going to make a confession or that you were going to make the confession for him.
What sort of nonsense is this?
It's true, Grandma. It's true.
Job, what are you going to confess?
Nothing. Cherry's got bats in her belfry, and they've got her going in circles.
Mr. Packard, you mean you brought us all down here simply on the word of this neurotic girl?
I'm not neurotic. You don't say that about me.
Mrs. Martin, if you'll please just let me go ahead with this in my own way.
But the child's utterly irresponsible.
Please.
Oh.
Now then, Job.
Don't look at me. I haven't anything to say.
Cherry?
Joe, why don't you tell them? Why don't you make a clean breast of the whole thing?
What are you talking about?
The murder of the chauffeur.
Cherry Martin, are you accusing your brother Job?
Be still, Mrs. Martin.
I never heard
Mrs.
anything.
Martin.
Well, I never did.
Is that what you're doing, Cherry? Accusing Job of the chauffeur's murder?
Yes.
Why, you little double-cross...
It doesn't matter, Job. It doesn't matter. You'll never be punished for it.
You're crazy. I suppose I'm the one who tried to chloroform Hope here, huh? Suppose I've been pushing you downstairs and slashing you.
Just a minute, Job. Cherry, what do you mean he'll never be punished for it?
Because they'll get him before the law does.
Cherry, what do you mean?
It's true, Hope. It's true.
Are you trying to give us all the creeps?
Why are you all looking at me like that? Stop looking at me like that. Do you hear?
So the good-natured drunk killed the chauffeur, and they are going to get him before the law does, eh?
Can I help it if that's the way it is? Can I? Can I?
Doc.
Yeah?
Keep an eye on Job.
You bet you. If you ask me, Jack. Hey, who turned out the light?
Somebody turn it on again.
Quiet. Listen.
The baby. The baby.
Doc, get the light on.
I gotta feel my way around. Darned if it don't sound like it's right here in this room.
Hurry up. Turn on that light.
Got it.
All right. Everyone stay right where he is. You all right? All of you?
I don't want to be vulgar, but I feel like something laid a hard-boiled egg in the pit of my stomach.
The baby cried. It's a warning. It's a warning to Job.
Nonsense. I won't have it.
What I want to know is how those lights were turned off. No one was within 6 feet of that switch.
But the baby, the warning.
Doc, you stand there right beside that switch from now on.
Okay, feller. I'd like to see it.
Job. Job.
He's been shot through the head.
The gun with the silencer.
Yes.
Oh, Job, darling. Oh, Job. Job.
Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you? They want all of us dead.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
But the police have just got to be right, Jack. The shot that killed Job come from out on the porch.
I know that.
And Fay, Hope, and Cherry and Grandma Martin was a-setting right in this room with us.
That's right.
So they couldn't have done it if they'd wanted to.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
It not only looks that way, it is that way. What you keep nosing around this library for? What you expect to find?
The answer.
Answer? Answer to what?
Does someone in this room kill Job?
You're crazy.
That's so?
I'll be a bow-legged hipponoceros if you ain't. What? Ain't we just admitted Job was shot from out on the porch?
Doc, you're sure Reggie's up patrolling the second floor hallway?
Of course he is. That's what you just told him to do, ain't it?
Yes.
Well, then that's where he is. Looky, it's 3 a.m. How about us calling the whole thing off and going to bed?
Can't.
Well, if the police are satisfied he is shot from outside, why shouldn't we be?
Because I know more than the police do.
Okay, you know more than... Huh? You know more about what?
What's going on in this house?
For instance?
We know that a baby cries in this house and that there's no baby.
Yeah?
We know that Cherry predicted Job's death not 10 minutes before he was killed.
You mean her saying they would get him before the law did?
Yes. How did she know?
Well, how about her being in cahoots with the killer on the outside?
Maybe. We also know that just before Job was killed, the lights went out in the library.
And the baby cried.
Yes, but what made the lights go out?
Well, somebody snapped the switch.
But who? No one in the room was nearer than 6 feet to the switch.
It's right beside the door. Somebody must have sneaked the door open, reached in, and snapped them off.
Who?
Well, the guy that shot Job from the porch.
Maybe. I don't think so.
Well, why don't you?
Here, bring your flashlight over here and run it along the floor.
What for?
Would you mind, Doc?
Oh, no, of course not.
Thanks. Okay.
You know, fella, don't mind me saying so, but I think you're trying to make something out of nothing.
You can go to bed if you want to.
Oh, you know doggone well I won't go to bed till you do.
Suit yourself.
Why do you think somebody in this house done the murder? At least you can tell me that much.
It was too well set up. It was all planned.
What was?
The murder. Cherry insisted on bringing the whole family down here. Cherry accused Job of killing the chauffeur and predicting his death. Cherry was frightened from the moment we brought her into this room with Job.
Cherry's always scared.
And just the same, she was breathless, expectant, waiting for something to happen.
Then you really think she done it?
On the other hand, Grandmother Martin acted very peculiar. She insisted on arranging the chairs in a certain position in the room. She insisted on each one of the family taking a certain chair. She selected the chair right in front of the window for Job.
But didn't Fay explain that she'd been doing that since they were little kids?
Yet when I interviewed the family on the first night we got here, she didn't insist. Everyone sat where he wanted to.
That's funny.
Yes, I think so, too.
The only thing about Grandma doing it, though, everybody said Job was her favorite. You don't just up and murder your favorite grandchild. You don't even help somebody else do it.
Still, she did make him sit in the chair in front of the window.
Yeah, she done that all right. But looky, Jack, just before the murder, you was so sure that Fay was the one.
I'm still not overlooking her. She's the most intelligent, the most capable of planning a foolproof murder.
And she was the one nearest. Hey, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Did you hear any gun go off?
What's that?
When Job was shot, did you hear any gun go off?
No.
Well, neither did I. Just the smashing of the window.
Which means the gun with the silencer was used.
Yeah. I guess that'd have to be it, wouldn't it? Well, what's that for?
Huh?
Well, what's doing that for?
Marking on the floor where each chair is placed, just in case they're moved. There. Yeah, now then, we're ready to go upstairs.
To bed?
No, not to bed.
Oh, all right. I was just asking. Will you tell me one thing, though?
What?
Why, if you think Cherry or Grandma or Fay is a killer, didn't you lock them up tonight?
I set Reggie to patrolling in front of their rooms, didn't I?
Yeah, but this afternoon you had them all locked in and had me and Reggie watching besides. Now you have their doors unlocked and you only have Reggie on the job.
I've been waiting for something to happen.
Huh? You been doing what?
Waiting for something to happen.
You mean that's what we've been doing in yonder in the library, waiting for something?
Yes.
Well, I thought you said you was hunting for something.
Well, I had to put in the time some way.
But what? Waiting for what?
For the murderer to make the next move.
For the... You mean you're turning the murderer loose to prowl in the house?
That's about it.
Well, just to see what he'd do next?
Yes.
Then why'd you bother to put Reggie up on the second floor?
So we could get to all the rooms fast in case the baby cried.
And no baby ain't cried.
No.
So you're giving up expecting something to happen?
Maybe. I'll take it easy on the stairs.
Yeah. Hey, that kind of makes my hair stand up, fella. Right this minute, a killer may be a sneaking and a crouching around in dark places. Hey, hold it.
What's the matter?
There's somebody standing there at the head of the stairs.
What? Oh, what's the matter with you, Doc? That's Reggie.
Well, what's he in the shadow for?
Is that you, Jack?
Yes, Reggie. Everything quiet up here?
Too belly quiet, if you ask me.
Haven't heard anything, huh?
There's been movement in Faye's room.
I don't think that young woman's getting much sleep tonight.
A bad conscience, maybe, huh?
That's all you've heard?
Funny thing, once I thought I heard a rustling of a dress.
When was that?
15, 20 minutes ago.
What did it sound like?
Just movement. Like a drape blowing at an open window. Must have been hearing things known in the hall. If any of the doors had been open and closed, I'd have heard them.
You couldn't have seen around the corner of the hall?
No, but it's been so quiet, I would have heard the turn of a doorknob.
Maybe. Maybe not. Let's have a look.
But I tell you, Jack,
There's no time for guesswork. We'll make sure.
This is Faye's room.
Yeah, give me a flashlight.
Uh-huh.
Wait here.
I thought you said Faye was awake.
She was. Half an hour ago.
She all right, Jack?
Yes, her bed looks like it had been stirred up with a spoon, but she's asleep now.
Pope's right around the corner of the hall.
All right.
I don't see how anyone can sleep tonight. Her brother murdered.
Exhaustion.
I suppose so. This is it.
Wait here.
Funny, they didn't lock their doors from inside.
Yeah, but I was on duty up here.
Just the same with somebody prowling. Oh, Hope okay?
Yes. Doesn't look like she'd moved since she got into that bed. Doc, you keep watch down here while Reggie and I go up on the third floor and have a look at Grand Cherry.
Sure, go ahead.
Come on, Reggie.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, hello, Faye.
Did somebody just come into my room?
Yeah, Jack. Just checking up.
Well, he's got his nerve.
For your own good.
I'll bet I was something to look at. Didn't he ever hear the old saw, let sleeping girls lie?
I guess not.
Where is he now?
Oh, up on the third floor, checking on Grandma and Cherry.
Grandma's gonna love that.
Business is business.
Grandma keeps a poker beside her bed. For his own good, he'd better not wake her up.
Grandma's asleep?
Yes. She snores. Now then, across the hall is Cherry. Listen.
The baby.
Quick, look in Cherry's room.
Righto.
Turn on the light.
I'm trying to. Here it is. I say, she's not here. Cherry's not here.
Downstairs, quick. Get down, wait.
What's that?
Here by the door. Look. Handkerchief. Blood on it.
Oh, I say.
Come on, don't stand there.
Jack, wait a minute. Look here.
We haven't got time for anything.
Right here by the head of the stairs. A shoe.
What's that? Here, let me see it.
A girl's shoe.
Cherry, is it? Come on, keep your eyes open.
Righto.
Here. Here's something else.
I say, a ribbon.
Out of her hair.
Jack, the baby. Did you hear the baby?
Yeah, we heard it.
And Cherry's not in the room.
Cherry, you mean the baby's got her?
Don't be a fool. Doc, you stay here and guard these doors. Reggie and I've got a job on our hands.
Well, where are you going?
Search the house. She seems to have been dropping things all along the way.
I say, what's this?
Stocking. Looks like a striptease here. I'm downstairs to the first floor. Uh-oh. There's something at the foot of the stairs.
Another shoe.
What's that in the hallway? Get it.
I say, I don't see it.
Toward the back of the house.
The baby again.
Hurry.
She must have gone this way.
All right. What'd you pick up that time?
I don't know, but it's feminine, lacy, and perfumed.
Well, hang on to it. Now, this goes into the kitchen. Come on. Now, look around.
I say, here it is. A bit of lace. Looks like it was off a dress.
Right in front of this door.
Jove. Dark.
Must be the cellar. Find a light?
Fine. Here it is.
Come on. Here, this way.
Jack, I say, the furnace. It's going full blast.
I can see it.
But the furnace, full blast, at 3 in the morning?
Look. Look there, Reggie.
It's Cherry. Cherry lying in front of the furnace.
Here, let me see.
Bound hand and foot.
And gagged. She's unconscious.
But, Jack, the furnace. Do you think they were going to do it? Do you?
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. National Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
So at last you've seen one of them, these people you call they.
Yes, but not his face.
No, don't try to sit up.
I'm thirsty.
Get her a glass of water, Doc.
Water coming right up.
Just lie still and keep covered up.
Where am I?
Don't you recognize your own bedroom?
Oh, yes.
You're sure you do?
Yes. It's my bedroom. I always hated it.
Why?
Because when I was little, Grandma punished me by locking me in here. I was afraid.
Why?
There were pictures on the wall. Pictures of Humpty Dumpty and Simple Simon and Peter Piper and a lot more.
You mean the wall was papered with Mother Goose characters?
Yes. And they wouldn't stop looking at me. Even when I shut my eyes, they were still there, looking at me, laughing.
That was when you were a very little girl?
Yes.
Here you are, Jack. Couldn't find a glass.
All right. No, let me raise you up.
All right.
There. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Better?
Yes.
Now then, you say you didn't see him. That is, his face.
No. They're very clever.
Was his face covered?
No. It just wasn't there.
Wasn't there?
He had a kind of hood over his head. It was all kind of blank and dark inside the hood.
Doggone.
Describe what you did see.
Oh, do I have to?
Please.
Well, the hood, and then kind of a short smock, big and full. I think it was made of satin.
What color was it?
Red. Red, like when you stick your finger and the blood comes out.
Hey, Sherry, are you telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
And what about his trousers?
Oh, I don't remember whether he had legs or not.
You don't remember whether he had legs or not?
No.
And yet he picked you up and carried you down to the furnace room, so he must have had legs.
Yeah, I guess he must.
How did he get here in your bedroom in the first place?
He just opened the door and walked in.
Oh, why didn't you scream?
I was too scared. And then he put a gag in my mouth.
Didn't you fight him?
Oh, I couldn't move.
You just laid there and let him gag you and hog tie you?
Yes, I couldn't move.
And all the time, Reggie was out there patrolling the hall. Well, how come he didn't see you when old No-Face picked you up and carried you out?
I don't know. He kept my face pressed against his chest hard, so I couldn't see a thing. I thought I was going to smother.
And then he carried you down to the furnace room?
Yes.
And then he turned on the furnace full blast?
Yes.
Why? What do you think he intended to do?
I know what he was going to do.
Well, then why didn't he do it?
Because just then the baby began to cry.
Yes, the baby.
Yes, the baby cried, and that's the last I saw of him.
You didn't see which way he went?
No, he was there, and then he was gone.
And the next you knew, we were beside you.
Yes.
Well, son, it looks like we got to set our traps for a feller in a red smock and no face.
Yes. Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Where's Grandma and the girls?
Down the library. Reggie's staying with them.
Why?
Reasons of my own.
You haven't done a very good job here, have you?
Well, what do you mean?
Since you came, the chauffeur was killed. And now Job is dead.
That's right.
And then this happened to me.
You'd rather have someone else?
No. You couldn't help it. Nobody could.
You think this reign of terror is going to continue?
It's got to. It can't stop now. It's got to go on and on and on until there isn't any of us left. Nobody but Grandma.
You mean you think you and Hope and Faye's going to be killed?
Yes, I know it.
You say you know. Do you actually, or is it just your belief?
It's the same thing. I haven't been wrong about anything I said was going to happen.
That's right, Jack. She kept saying over and over that Job was in a bad spot.
And Hope. She's in the worst danger right now.
Oh, what about Faye?
I don't care about Faye. She doesn't like me. And I don't like her.
But she's going to die, too.
Yes, but I don't care about that. Job was the one who bothered me most.
And next to Job, you like Hope the most.
Yes.
Cherry, do you know a girl named Pauline West?
Pauline West?
Yes. Do you?
Why do you ask that?
Just answer. Do you or don't you?
I guess I've heard the name somewhere. Sounds familiar.
She's a radio actress. Now, do you recognize her?
No, I don't think so.
What the heck's a radio actress named Pauline West got to do with this, Jack?
I don't know, but I found several casting sheets down in the furnace room made out in her name.
You found what?
Casting sheets.
What's a casting sheet?
It's a form sent out to actors and artists who've been cast on a show. Tells the time of rehearsal, the date and hour of the show, and the amount of money the performance pays.
Okay, so you found a casting sheet for Pauline West, and I still want to know what that's got to do with all the rough stuff that's going on here.
Probably nothing. Simply a new name in the picture. And if there's a Pauline West connected with this house, I want to know it.
Well, wouldn't Cherry know it if there was?
Seems likely. But I'd still like to know what that casting sheet was doing in the furnace room.
Must not be a very good actress. I never heard of her before.
Oh, you listen to radio shows?
Of course I do. Well, anyway, all of them that's got girls on them. What you think I just bought a battery set to carry around with me for?
In love with all the women on the air.
And boy, is there a couple of them that I'd like to write dialogue for.
Would, huh?
You're darn right. The words I'd put in those babies' mouths would make the radio censors turn over in their graves.
What do you know about radio censors?
Nothing.
Then what are you talking about?
Okay. Hey, Jack, look.
Cherry, you little fool, come back here. What's the matter with you? Where do you think you're going?
No place.
Well, come back here and get into bed. Pull the covers back, Doc.
Yeah. There.
Now get into that bed.
All right. I wasn't going anywhere.
And what do you mean, trying to sneak out on us?
No, I wasn't. I just don't like this room.
Well, would you like us to move you downstairs?
Jack, where are you?
Hey, that's Reggie.
Up in Cherry's room, Reggie.
Something's happened. I knew it.
Jack, Hope's got away.
Hope's got away?
Why, she snapped off the light in the library downstairs and was out the door and gone before I could get it back on.
Probably on her way down to an employment agency to get herself a new chauffeur.
Now, never mind that, Doc. Where are Faye and her grandmother?
I locked them in the powder room just off the hall while I came up to tell you.
Are they all right there?
Well, they can't get out.
Good. Doc.
Yeah?
You stay here with Cherry. I'm going with Reggie.
Okay.
Don't let her out of your sight for a minute.
You hear that, Cherry, honey?
Come on, Reggie. Do you think Hope left the house?
No, I think she went towards the furnace.
Furnace room? Did he say furnace room?
That's what he said. That Hope was heading for the furnace room.
But she mustn't. She mustn't.
Why not?
Because that's where things happen to people.
Things happen to folks in the furnace room?
Yes, go tell them. Go tell them quick.
Hey, you mean that?
Yes. Don't you understand? Go tell them to keep Hope away from there.
Well, I don't know. Jack said to stay here with you.
Hurry.
You promise to stay right there in bed?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'll leave the door open.
No. Hurry. Poor little Hope. Poor little sister Hope. Hurry.
Okay, Cherry, get back into bed.
No.
Now, come on. Get back into bed where you belong.
But you didn't go.
No, but just waited outside the door to see why you were so anxious for me to leave.
But I was just going to help find Hope.
Well, Jack and Reggie's pretty good at that sort of thing.
Yes, but I think I know where she is.
Well, if she's in this house, they'll find her.
But she's in such danger. They've got to hurry.
Now, looky, Cherry. How could you know that?
But I do.
Hey, shut up.
What's the matter?
There's somebody out in the hall.
Oh, no.
Listen.
It's them. They've come back.
Maybe.
But it is. I know it.
I hope so. I ain't never seen a fella with no face and a red smile.
Could I get under the bed, please?
You stay right where you are. Listen.
They're right beside the door. I can feel them.
Somebody out there, okay?
Have you got a gun?
No.
Please, let me get under the bed.
No.
Where are you going?
I'm going to sneak over the door. Maybe I can jump.
Oh, no. That's what they're waiting for.
Lay still and keep quiet. That's funny.
What's the matter?
Wasn't nobody out there at all.
Yes, there was. I know there was.
Not when I got there. I know what's the matter. You're giving me the jumps. You got me seeing things that ain't there, too.
I tell you, there was some...
Cherry.
Hope.
That's right. Hello, Texas.
Well, hey, Hope, everybody in this house is looking for you.
Now, that's silly.
What'd you dodge out of the library for?
I had to see Cherry. My little sister Cherry.
Oh, I'm so glad you came. I was so scared for you.
Sisterly devotion, huh?
Yes. I love you so.
She loves me so. Now, isn't that sweet?
Oh, Hope. Don't say that. You and Job, you two are all in the world I've got to love.
And now you haven't got Job.
But I've still got you.
No, you haven't.
Oh, please.
No, you haven't got me. Not any of me.
Then why are you coming over here to the bed? Go away if you don't love me.
I want to show you something.
What do you mean?
Look what I found.
The gun.
That's right. The gun that killed Job.
Hey, what'd you say?
Give it to me.
Cherry, stop it. Let go of it.
Hey, don't do that.
Give it to me.
You bet I won't give it to you.
You shot her. You shot Hope.
Poor little sister Hope. My poor little sister.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
But, Jack, not only is there a policeman outside Hope's door, but there's a doctor and a nurse inside with her. Well, what's the need of Reggie, a gardener, too?
Right. Hope's got a fighting chance to stay alive. The doctor says with an even break, she'll pull through. I'm going to see she gets that break.
I don't get you, Mr. Packard. Yes, please explain yourself. You mean you're protecting her from something?
You bet I'm protecting her from something, Mrs. Randolph Martin.
But that's absurd. Hope was accidentally shot when she and Cherry were wrestling for the gun.
Maybe.
No, maybe about it. You have the word of your own companion, Mr. Long here, who saw it.
Yeah, there ain't no getting away from that, Jack. I saw it all right.
I wish I'd seen it.
Why?
Look, Doc, I want you to tell your story again, in front of Grandma Martin and Fay here. Go over it again, every detail.
Well, when Reggie come running upstairs and said Hope had escaped from the library and was loose in the house, you told me to stay right with Cherry, not leave her for a minute.
Yes?
Then you and Reggie run downstairs. Well, the minute you was out of sight, Cherry started in saying, "Don't let Hope go to the furnace room. Don't let Hope go to the furnace room." Kept saying it over and over. And then she says, "Hurry, hurry, go tell him. You must warn him."
What did you do?
Well, she sounded so scared, I thought maybe that I ought to tell you, and I started out the door. And just as I got out in the hall, I remembered you saying, "Don't leave Cherry under any circumstances." So I whirled around and tiptoed back to the door, and there was Cherry out of bed and putting on some slippers and her bathrobe. Well, I grabbed her and stuck her back in bed.
Where was the terrified mouse going?
Well, she said she was going to find Hope, that she thought that she knew where she was.
Then what happened?
Well, then the bedroom door was open, and I thought I heard somebody out in the hall. Cherry said it was them, that they had come back. Well, I sneaked over to the door and looked out, and nobody was there.
Some more of Cherry's romantic nonsense.
Yeah, well, I hardly got back in the room when Hope comes in.
Now, this is the part I'm especially interested in. Be very sure about every detail. Where were you standing?
At the foot of Cherry's bed.
What was Cherry doing?
Well, the minute she saw Hope come in the door, she sat up in bed.
And Hope, where was she?
Well, she come in the door and walked about halfway between the door and the bed at first.
All right. Now go on.
Well, yeah. Well, Hope just walked in and said, "Hello, Cherry." Well, I was looking at Hope, but Cherry made kind of a funny little gurgling noise in her throat, and I looked at her, and she was kind of green around the gills and trembling.
Cherry afraid of Hope? What are you talking about?
Well, that's the way it was, Fay. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Horse feathers.
I'm only telling you what I saw.
Go on. What then?
Well, I said,
"Hey, Hope, everybody's looking for you. Why'd you dodge out of the library?" She said, "On account I got to see Cherry, my little sister Cherry."
Just how did she say it?
I can tell you how she said it. She was making fun of Cherry.
Was that it, Doc?
Well, yeah, kind of all right. Cherry was a-shivering all the time, but she said, "Oh, I'm so glad you came. I was so scared for you." Then she said, "I love you so, Job and you."
The mouse always was sloppy with her emotions.
Yeah, it kind of made the hair stand up on my neck. Her saying sweet things in a kind of pleading voice and all the time trembling so she could hardly talk.
What was Hope's reaction?
Well, she said, and now you ain't got Job. And Cherry said, "But I still got you." And Hope said, "No, you haven't. Not any of me." And then she started toward the bed. Well, Cherry kind of cringed down and said, "Go away if you don't love me." But Hope kept it coming until she got right up to the bed.
What were you doing all this time?
Well, just standing there at the foot of the bed.
That's great.
But, Jack...
Forget it. Go on.
Well, when she got right up to the bed, she pulled out Job's gun with a silencer on it. And the next thing I knew that they was fighting over like a couple of cats. And before I could get around the bed, it went off. And Hope sort of stood up on her tiptoes and then just crumbled up, all in a heap.
You said before that Hope said it was the gun that killed Job?
Yeah, that's right, she did.
You're sure she didn't say where she got the gun?
No, just that she found it.
Mr. Long,
Yeah, Grandma?
was it your impression that Hope intended to shoot Cherry with that gun?
Well, she was sure enough going to do something with it.
But she didn't say anything about shooting Cherry.
Well, no, not exactly. Just look what I've got.
Then maybe she actually just intended to show the gun to Cherry. Cherry got excited and thought she was going to shoot and made a grab for the gun.
Well, maybe.
Doc, you believe Hope came up here with the planned purpose of killing Cherry?
Well, doggone it, Jack. She was all steamed up for something. You could see hate all over her face. You'd have thought Cherry was a worm the way she stepped on her. And when that gun come out of her dress, there was no fooling about it.
I don't believe it.
Well, let's see now. If Hope did intend to kill Cherry, could she also be responsible for the other deaths?
Well, she was the last one to see the chauffeur alive. That we know about.
And she was sitting in the library right next to Job when he was shot.
Nonsense.
Not such nonsense as you might think, Grandma.
I say nonsense.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
It's exactly the way I feel. None of my granddaughters is a murderer, nor are they connected with murderers. The chauffeur and Job were killed by men outside this house. Hope was accidentally shot. That's all there is to it. To try to read anything more into it is unjust and unfair to the name of Martin.
Grandmother Martin, you know better than that.
I know nothing of the kind. The police will eventually find the killers of Job and the chauffeur. The doctor gives Hope a good chance for recovery. That's the end of it.
You believe that, Fay?
Why not? What Grandma says goes.
You're not interested in where Hope found the gun with the silencer? You're not interested in who bound and gagged Cherry and carried it out to the furnace room? You don't want to know what makes the baby cry when it's... Here.
Huh? What's the matter, Jack?
Doc, did the baby cry before Hope was shot?
Hey.
It didn't?
No, not a peep out of him. You don't suppose he's losing his grip, do you?
Well, there you are. That proves the shooting of Hope was an accident.
It does?
Certainly. You said yourself the baby always cried as a warning when one of the family was in danger.
Yes, and certainly Hope was in danger, whether accidentally or by plan. Why didn't the baby cry?
Because it happened too fast.
But if our psychic baby can anticipate a planned attack, why couldn't it anticipate an accident just as easily?
Well, I guess I don't know.
I'll tell you why. It didn't dare cry.
But why not?
Never mind why not. But that's the answer. It didn't dare cry.
Well, ain't you going to say any more than that?
No, if you don't get the answer from that, I'm not going to tell you.
Mr. Packard, you mean you know more than you're telling us?
I know a great deal more. I know who the murderer is. I know where I can put my finger on the baby when I want it. I know who killed Job and how it was done. I know who they are. Those they people Cherry's so frightened of. And she has a right to be frightened. I'd rather be where Job and the chauffeur are right now than to have them after me.
Mr. Packard, you're talking like a madman.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, fella. What's eating on you?
So you know who the murderer is?
That's right, Fay.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Fay, I asked Cherry this question. Now I'm asking you. Do you know a radio actress by the name of Pauline West?
What's that?
Oh, you do?
Pauline West. What has she got to do with this?
If you know Pauline West, then you certainly know
Yes, of course. Why didn't I think of it before?
What's this nonsense about Pauline West?
You never heard of her? An actress on the radio?
What would I know about a radio actress?
Well, Fay, apparently you're the one person in the house who knows her.
Well, what of it?
I called the broadcasting company where she had done most of her work and asked them where she lived. They gave me this address.
That's preposterous.
I don't think so. Down in the furnace room earlier tonight, I found casting sheets.
You found what?
A printed form from the broadcasting studio giving the day and hour of her broadcast and how much money she was to get.
How much?
Well, it wouldn't buy any fur coats.
Then we may assume she's not a star.
No, run-of-the-mill actress.
Well, young man, there's no actress in this house, run-of-the-mill or any other kind.
Faye,
Yes?
remember the night the chauffeur was killed? You told me you'd been down in the furnace room burning some letters.
Yes?
It wasn't casting sheets you were burning, was it?
Oh, really? Are you asking me to break right down here and confess all my sins?
I'm just asking you if you were down there burning casting sheets and that some of them were dropped unnoticed by you.
No, I wasn't burning Pauline West's casting sheet.
But looky, Jack, this don't make sense. If there's a girl named Pauline West in this house, why ain't we seen her?
You want to answer that, Faye?
No. Do you?
Not just yet.
I didn't think so.
But I will tell you one thing. You're one person who isn't going to get out of our sight for 1 second from now until this case is cleaned up.
Dangerous?
Very dangerous.
Are you saying my granddaughter Faye is dangerous?
Faye understands what I mean.
Sure.
Doc.
Yeah?
Faye's your one and only responsibility from now on. I don't care where she goes, what she does, or what happens. You don't leave her. Not under any circumstances. Get it?
Got it.
Hello, Shadow.
Lady, me and you is the same as handcuffed together, beginning now.
Well, see, you don't forget it.
Mr. Packard, I've changed my mind.
You've changed your mind about what?
I've decided that your services in this house are no longer needed.
You what?
I say I don't want you here any longer.
Well, that's too bad.
It's not too bad. It's the end. Get your things and get out.
Hey, looky,
You
Grandma.
heard me. Get out at once.
You mean now, just as the case is on the point of being solved, you want us to leave?
Yes.
You want this murderer free to roam this house? You want your granddaughters left unprotected to face sure death? Is that what you want?
I want you to get out.
Very well.
Hey, Jack.
Shut up, Doc. Very well, I'll turn over my information to the police and we'll get our things.
Wait.
Well?
There's a check for $10,000 waiting for you at my attorney's office.
Hot dog.
On the understanding that the moment you pick it up, all three of you leave Hollywood and disappear for a year.
After I've turned my information over to the police.
No. You talk to no one.
That's out.
For $10,000?
Absolutely out. You know as well as I do that I have information in this house that the police would never find out. You know that every granddaughter in your house could be killed, and except for what I know, it would remain a baffling mystery to the end of time.
Yes, I know that.
Well, that information is not to be bought. Not at any price.
Then if I was the murderer, do you know what I would do?
It might be interesting to know.
If I was the murderer, Mr. Packard, I would see that you, of all people, never left this house alive.
Hey, Grandma.
Yes, I'm quite certain that is exactly what I would do.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
There's one thing, Jack. We're sure are we not the innocent members of the family. All that's left in the house is Grandma, Cherry, and Fay here.
Don't forget them. Cherry's precious they people.
Yes, and Pauline West.
Yes, we mustn't forget Pauline West.
Well, if they are in the house,
And this Pauline West is here. They've certainly kept in the background.
Way in the background.
On the other hand, they're right up in the foreground.
Well, I ain't seen them.
That's because you don't know where to look.
And then perhaps you'll show Doc and me.
Not yet.
Yeah, and what about the baby?
Yes, the baby's very much with us, too.
You've seen him, too, I
Yes.
suppose.
I say you have? But, Jack, if you know...
Not yet, Reggie.
But, Jack... Reggie, don't you know Jack well enough by this time to know he ain't going to tell us nothing until he gets darn good and ready?
Right. But would you mind telling us why you suddenly decided to have Hope removed to a hospital? And why you've given Grandma Martin and Cherry free run of the house while you're keeping Fay here practically a prisoner?
Yeah, how about that, Jack?
Hope went to the hospital to get her out of the way.
Out of the way of what?
She couldn't possibly stay alive in this house. She knew too much.
How can you know that? She's unconscious.
She was conscious just long enough for me to ask her one question.
What was that?
Where she found the gun with the silencer that killed Job.
She told you?
Yes.
That's the thing that made somebody want to kill her?
Yes.
Well, then doesn't that put you in the same danger she was in?
Exactly.
Jack, you're in danger of being killed.
Well, with proper precautions.
But looky, tell us where you found the gun, too. Then there'll be so many of us that know.
I don't want that.
You don't want what?
Look, I know who the murderer is. I know how Job's murder was done, but I haven't got a scrap of proof. I could tell my story from now on. Nobody'd believe me.
The baby would be proof.
Yes, I could bring the baby to light, but a crying baby doesn't prove murder.
Well, so what?
So I've got to catch the murderer in the act.
But how does you being in danger?
We know he wants to kill me. We know he's going to try to kill me. When he tries, it's up to me to be the smartest.
You haven't been the smartest so far.
That's true.
Jack, you're setting a trap for the killer and using yourself as bait?
Yes.
I don't like that. I don't like it a bloody bit.
And, Doc.
Yeah?
The outcome's going to depend a great deal on you.
Hey, you mean you're laughing?
I mean, if you let Fay here give you the slip for 1 minute, I can't predict what will happen.
Fay, huh? Fay.
Oh, my goodness, but you look ferocious, Doc.
Looky, Fay, I ain't never hit a woman in my life. But you try one move, and, lady, I'm going to lay you so flat that you could be shoved under the carpet.
No rough stuff, Doc.
Well, I ain't fooling, sister.
What a pal.
Now then, Doc and Reggie, I want you to listen closely to what I'm going to say, in case I'm not as smart as the killer when the time comes.
Hey, cut it out, will you, guy?
Will you listen? In case anything happens to me, I want you to give this information to the police. First, find Pauline West, the radio actress. She's in this house. Second, remember that it was Grandma Martin who arranged the chairs in the library so that Job sat in front of the window the night he was killed. But be sure to tell them that she had been arranging the chairs in just that same order ever since the grandchildren were small. You got that?
That's great. I'm making notes.
Third, tell them the night Cherry was bound and gagged and taken down to the furnace room that her clothes were strewn from the third floor to the basement, making a trail that would assure us finding her quickly.
I say, I never thought of that. Did you ask Cherry? Did she drop stuff as she was being carried down?
How could she? She was tied hand and foot before she was taken out of her bedroom, according to her own story.
Then the fella who carried her down must have dropped the stuff.
Right.
But why?
That's all the police need to know. They can find out the rest from that.
Uh-huh. You know, from the look on Fay's map, I bet she could tell us.
Maybe I could.
Fourth, there's about 3 or 4 thicknesses of wallpaper on the walls of Cherry's bedroom. Did you know for sure how many, Fay?
Well, I'd say offhand the room had been papered 4 times.
Yes. Well, tell the police to peel off the 3 top layers of paper in an area about 3 feet square and examine the figures on the paper very carefully.
Well, what the heck's that for?
And you be present when they do it, and you'll see.
Joe, that's the queerest yet.
5, give them this gun. It's the one that killed Job and the one Cherry and Hope fought over when Hope was shot. Be sure to call their attention to this piece of black thread tied to the trigger.
Yeah, I noticed that. It is on the gun when I picked it up after Hope was shot.
Yes, about 1 foot long. If they'll examine the end under a microscope, they'll probably find it looks as though it had been burned off. You, getting all this down, Reggie?
Yes, quite.
6. This is going to be in the nature of a demonstration. Take hold of Fay's arm, Doc.
Say, what's the idea?
Jack says to take your arm, so I'm a-taking your arm.
Well, take it easy, will you? I don't want to look like I've been manhandled by a gorilla.
Be sure to hang on to it now.
You bet you. Hey!
The lights! The lights!
Jack, who turned out the lights?
I did. Sit still. I'll turn them on again.
Sit down, Fay.
No, you let go of me.
I said sit down.
Let go of me now. Go!
Why, you little cat, sit down. Get them lights turned on, Jack.
Here they are. Oh, I say.
Doc, what happened?
Looky at my face.
Scratches. She did that.
I say she done it. She tried to get away.
Fay, what's the matter with you? Why'd you try to get away?
Why not? It was dark.
Lady, you don't know how near you come to getting soft.
So what?
But the lights, what made them go out?
I turned them out.
How could you? You were 6 or 8 feet from the wall.
The same way they were turned out last night before Job was killed. Look, I've got a piece of heavy black thread.
Thread?
That's all. I tied it to the switch when you weren't noticing. When I was ready for the blackout, I pulled on the thread, pulling the switch down. Lights go out. The thread slips off the switch. And
then somebody right in this room snapped off the lights.
That's right.
Fay, is that why you made such a fuss? Because Jack found out how you switched off the light?
Oh, don't be absurd. Jack didn't say I did it.
Well, what about it, Jack? Did she?
I can't prove anyone did it yet. But demonstrate it to the police if I'm not here.
Quite. That's 5 things to tell the police.
And that's all. Now then, Reggie.
Yes?
I want to talk to Grandmother Martin and Cherry separately. Go find them.
Have you any idea?
No, but they're around the house someplace.
Well, how do you know that? We ain't kept a watch on them for hours. How do you know they ain't slipped out?
Because the house is completely surrounded by plainclothes detectives.
What's that?
That's right, Faye.
What's that for?
Because of Hope. Whoever wants her dead might otherwise have slipped away and followed her to the hospital.
I see. Think of everything, don't you?
We do our best. There's murder loose in this house. We're doing what we can to keep it here, under quarantine. Well, go on, Reggie. Find Grandma and Cherry.
Righto. I'll have a look.
Oh, Reggie.
Yes?
One at a time. Bring Cherry first.
Cherry it is.
We're just going to sit here and wait.
I am. You can do as you choose.
I choose to go up to my room.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jack.
You go too, naturally.
But leaving you down here alone, fella.
You stick to Faye. Don't worry about me.
Well, come on, Shadow.
Yeah, only I still don't like it.
You've certainly got a lot of faith in your partner.
What you mean?
2 girls and 1 old woman, and you're worrying about leaving him alone here in the library.
Well, so I'm afraid to...
And all the time he'll be within calling distance of you and Reggie. And the house surrounded by cops. That's what I call real bravery.
Don't make us all look ridiculous, Doc. Go along with it.
Well, I got a feeling...
Oh, come on if you're going to.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
You better lock the door if we go out, Jack.
5:30. I don't quite know where you are. You may be right here in the room with me. You may be watching from some panel I don't know about, or at one of the windows or doors. I don't know. All I know is that you've been listening to everything that's been said in this room. I knew you were there. That's why I sent Reggie out to find Grandma and Cherry. That's why I let Faye go up to her room with Doc, so we'd be alone. You may be the murderer. I don't know. But whether you are or not, you're a very unhealthy person. You're afraid. You feed on darkness. Your thoughts are lustful and violent. You're the power of evil in this house. You're not only cowardly and violent and evil, but you're much worse because you're a woman. When a woman's bad, she can be so much more wicked than a man. Strange, isn't it, that anything which can be the greatest instrument for good in the world can also be the greatest instrument for wickedness? I feel sorry for you. It wasn't your fault in the beginning. I think of all the people in this house, you had the greatest potentialities for greatness. You could have been just as great in the realm of goodness as you are superior in the realm of evil. You've worked with such perfect deliberation, coolly, masterfully, with superior knowledge of human nature. You've even used your own weakness to the best advantage. It's been fascinating working against you. And in a way, it seems a pity that you're at the end of your rope. I don't know when that end will come. That'll depend on you. An hour, day, not much more than that. And I want to tell you that
Jack, look at me.
Doc, where's Faye?
I don't know.
What's the matter with you?
I was hit over the head. Hit over the head.
Doc.
Hit over the head.
The baby. Reggie, it's the baby. Find Faye. We've got to find Faye.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
Jack, where are you? What? Doc, what's the matter?
Hit on the head. Find Fay.
Hit on the head? Who did it? Doc, answer me. Who did it?
I don't know. Be all right in a minute. Find Fay.
Find Fay? Why? What's the matter with Fay?
Jack's scared. Find Fay.
You sure you'll be all right?
Yeah, sure.
The baby. Doc, I've got to go find Jack. Jack, where are you?
Reggie, where are you?
I'm in the living room, Jack. In the living room.
Stay right there. I'm coming.
Something's loose in this house. Something dangerous. I can feel it. Oh, Jack, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right up and down in the furnace room. Have you seen Fay?
No, but the baby.
Yes, I heard it. We've got to find...
Jack!
Out in the hall, quick!
Who is it? Who fell downstairs?
Grandma Martin.
Oh, I say. Is she dead?
No, unconscious.
Jack, look at her leg.
Yeah, broken.
Oh, that's too bad, an old lady like her.
Jack, Reggie. What was it? Hey, what's the matter with Grandma?
Thrown downstairs, unconscious and broken leg.
You mean Fay done that to her own Grandma?
We haven't got time to talk. Doc, how do you feel?
Oh, better than it did.
Can you carry Grandma into the library?
I guess so.
Then take care of her. Don't leave her for a minute.
But I want to go with...
You're not in any condition to go anywhere. Do what I tell you. Come on, Reggie.
Where are we going, Jack?
Search every room on the second and third floor.
We're looking for Fay?
I'll search the rooms. You stand here in the hall. See that no one slips by.
That's Fay's room.
Yes, I know it.
But what about Cherry, Jack?
If we find Fay, Cherry will be all right.
Did you look in the second closet?
Yeah, no one in there. And across the hall to Job's room.
Wasting time.
I know it. What else can we do? Watch the hall.
Well, why not call in some police from outside?
No, I'll do it myself. I know it's done right. Yeah, nobody in here. Come on, Hope's room's next.
Around the corner of the hall. If Fay threw her grandmother downstairs, she's got to be up here somewhere.
If she's not in here, she's got to be on the third floor.
Don't forget to look in that window seat.
Don't watch me. Keep your eye on the hall.
You expect her to try to slip by?
I expect someone to try to slip by. We're closing in.
Looking for anyone in this house is a ballet job.
Nobody in here. Come on up to the third floor.
Righto.
They've got to be... Wait, hold it a minute.
What's the matter?
Here's the linen closet. Don't let's pass up anything.
No, go away.
It's Cherry.
Oh.
Cherry, what are you doing in this linen closet?
Crouched on the floor like a ballet animal.
Cherry, answer me. What are you doing here?
She's after me.
What are you talking about? Who's after you?
Fay, she mustn't.
Fay's after you? What for?
She wants to kill me.
Where is she now?
I don't know.
Here, get up on your feet.
Look here. Go easy, Jack.
Now then, answer me. Where's Fay?
I don't know.
Answer me, do you hear? Tell me where Fay is or I'll shake it out of you.
Oh, I don't want to see her. I don't hear her. I don't.
Jack, this is beastly.
Don't you think I know it?
Well, she's so terrified now she doesn't know what she's saying. You can't get anything out of her like that.
No, I guess you're right.
Oh, Jack, look at her hands. Fingers straight out, stiff like claws.
I can't bend them. Something's happened to them.
Here, let me see.
Oh, like ugly claws.
Cold as ice.
I can't bend them. Look. I can't bend my own fingers. I can't.
Jack, I can't bear this.
Hysteria. It'll wear off when the tension's over. Cherry, do you feel safe here in this closet?
Yes, it's dark. They can't find me in the dark.
All right. Go back in. I'll lock you in.
Jack.
We can't take her with us. We've got to find Fay.
But she shouldn't be left alone.
I tell you, we've got to find Fay.
I'll be all right.
We'll come back for you in a little while.
I don't like it, Jack.
I don't like any of it. I hate women who get themselves into messes like this. Now, come on.
They certainly aren't the best.
Come on up the third floor.
Cherry with her fingers split out, stiff like clawing talons. Grandma sprawled grotesquely at the foot of the stairs. I wonder how we'll find Fay.
It's pleasant.
I say we're not rushing about as we were. Isn't it as important to find Fay as it was?
Just as important, but not as urgent now that we know where Grandma and Cherry are.
I see. And she's got to be up here ahead of us somewhere, huh?
Yes. All right, now for Cherry's room.
I'm to wait out here?
Yeah.
You don't suppose... Jack, come here.
What's the matter?
Look, round the corner of the hall there, shadow, creeping this way.
That's a man. Light behind him is throwing a shadow ahead.
There haven't been any men in the house?
Well, there is now. You want to take him or shall I?
Let me.
He's almost to the corner, so get set.
Righto.
Move fast. He may have a gun.
Quite.
Hold it. Get him, Reggie. Look out for his gun.
There.
Good work, Reggie. Here, let's have a look at him.
Here's his gun. Do you suppose this is the chap who carried Cherry down to the furnace room?
Hello. Reggie, we made a mistake.
What's that?
Here, look at this badge on his vest.
Badge?
Yes, police department.
Oh, but I say.
Plainclothes man from the detective bureau. You've had the doubtful honor of knocking out a policeman.
Yes, but what's he doing here? Naturally, I wouldn't have tackled him
Well, that's what I want to know. What's he doing here? I wonder if they've planted any more in this house.
But I thought you said they weren't going to.
They weren't. They said they'd keep all their men out. What's that?
I don't hear anything.
I do, from Grandmother Martin's suite of rooms. Come on. Here, this is it. Here, this way.
Jack, what's that smell?
Chloroform. Here, she's locked in this closet. Faye, do you hear me?
Get me out of here. Hurry. Get me out of here.
Listen, get hold of yourself. Save your breath. We'll get you out.
But how? The door's locked and there's no key.
We'll break it in.
Right-o, but can we do it?
Wait. Faye, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, hurry.
Lie down on the floor. We're going to break in the door. Do you hear? Yes. All right. Well, come on, Reggie. Together now. Solid. Once more now.
It's coming. Do it again.
Now.
That did it.
Here, help me with it.
Get me out. Get me out.
Easy.
All right, you're all right.
There you are. Now throw open the window.
Quiet.
Now get all those saturated towels and throw them out.
Out the window?
Yes. Don't try to talk for a minute. Just breathe deep.
Why would she do it?
Don't talk. Just breathe.
Half a dozen towels soaked with chloroform, enough to kill an elephant. Out they go.
I can talk. Let me sit up, please.
Take it easy.
The fresh air is all I needed.
Who locked you in that closet?
Grandma.
Grandmother Martin tried to kill you?
Well, how did she get you in the closet in the first place?
Yeah. You remember Doc was bringing me upstairs?
Yes?
Somebody hit him on the head. I didn't see who it was. I just ran. I was so scared.
You didn't do it?
No. I ran up here to Grandma's room. She wasn't here, but she came in just a minute.
Well, where'd she been?
I didn't get a chance to ask her. She was out of breath. She said, Quick, Faye, get my slippers out of the closet. I didn't think. I just went in the closet, and she slammed the door on me and locked me in.
And the chloroform towels were already in there?
No. She said, you'll be safe in there, my girl. Then I heard the door to her room open and close, and I pounded on the door to be let out, and in a couple of minutes she came back in.
What did she say then?
Nothing. I think she didn't say a thing, but pretty soon she began pushing towels soaked in chloroform under the door.
Joe, Grandma Martin.
I was all wrong. I thought I knew who the murderer was. I thought I knew from the way you talked, Jack, but I was wrong. It was Grandma all the time.
Grandma Martin, I thought it was you.
You thought it was me?
Yes, we found Cherry hiding from you. I say, are you sure it wasn't you?
It was Grandma, I tell you.
But Cherry said you were trying to kill her.
Jerry said I was trying to kill her.
That's what she said.
And see here, you might have locked yourself in there with those towels, you know.
But I didn't. Jack, I thought you said you knew for sure who the murderer is.
I do, Faye. I know just as sure as I'm sitting here looking at you.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
On Christmas Eve, the Star of Bethlehem shines bright as a symbol of mankind's efforts to make the world a better one in which to live, despite ravages of war and hunger and disease. So, from the writer and producer of this series, Carlton E. Morse, a further message about the plight of children overseas.
These millions of unfortunate youngsters have never known what the Star of Bethlehem symbolizes. They have never known a Christmas. Who are they, Mr. Thorson?
They are 4-year-old Christian Ocel of France, 14-year-old Pagnoto Gavril of Greece, 14-year-old Shai Quichen of China, 7-year-old Claude Grandjean of Belgium. They are legion wherever war has struck, those children who have never known Christmas. Why don't you do right now what many in your community have already done? Gather discarded toys and children's clothing, pack them with care, tie them securely. Address them to Foster Parents Plan for War Children, 530 47th Avenue, Long Island City, New York. That's Foster Parents Plan for War Children, 530 47th Avenue, Long Island City, New York. Do it now. Your Christmas will be happier in the knowledge of what you have done, and that you, too, can be a...
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
It's just as true as I'm standing here. Grandma tried to kill me.
Would you go on the witness stand and swear to that, Fay?
Certainly not. This is a family affair. Nevertheless, it's true.
You're mistaken, Fay.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Because at the time you say Grandma was shoving towels saturated with chloroform under the door of the closet you were locked in, she was lying unconscious at the foot of the stairs on the first floor.
No, I tell you.
That's right, Fay. I was there when she fell.
I'll grant you, your grandmother may have locked you in the closet, but she wasn't the one who tried to chloroform you.
Then who did? She was the only one who knew I was in there.
No, the murderer knew.
But how? How could he possibly have known?
Have you forgotten you pounded on the door and yelled to get out? It drew the killer's attention to you. What a perfect setup. Your grandmother locks you in, so naturally if you die there, everyone would suspect your grandmother.
Then that's why he wouldn't answer. He wanted me to think it was Grandma.
Certainly. The killer was roaming around the house. Grandma Martin locked you in the closet to protect you and started downstairs to find me. She was thrown or pushed down the stairs by the killer, who then came on up to the third floor. Here you were, yelling and pounding. Saw the perfect opportunity to finish you, and nearly succeeded.
But, Jack, what about Cherry down on the second floor? When we found her crouching in the linen closet, she was in a fit of terror. She said Fay was after her, trying to kill her.
She was mistaken.
You mean she mistook the killer for Fay? But in that case, who is the killer?
You don't know now.
No, I don't. Oh, look here. There's only one person. It could be Pauline West, the radio actress.
Yes, Pauline West.
Yes, it would have to be. She's the only other person connected with this house, the only other name mentioned.
Yes, Reggie. Pauline West is the murderer.
But where is she now? Why haven't we seen her? Is she in the house now?
Yes, and you're going to see her very shortly now. In fact, in the next few minutes, I'm going to turn Pauline West over to the police.
No, you can't do that. No matter what happens, you can't do that.
She's guilty of murder. She killed your brother Job. She was responsible for Cherry accidentally shooting Hope, although it wasn't an accident. She tried to kill your grandmother by pushing her downstairs. She tried to chloroform you, and she was responsible for Cherry being pushed downstairs and being slashed over and over again.
I know it. Oh, don't you understand? We'd all rather be dead. We'd all want to be dead if she was taken into court and made a public exhibit. Something for the newspapers to gloat over, for the appetites of the scandalmongers to feed on. I'd rather see all of us dead than to see that happen.
I'm afraid I haven't got much choice in the matter. I warned your grandmother when she brought us in that if the murder was in this house and I could prove it, nothing could prevent me from turning it over to the police.
Then if I get the opportunity, I will kill her with my own hands.
Oh, but you mustn't.
That'd be terribly foolish, because then you would have to be the public sensation instead of her.
No, because you'd never take me alive.
Reggie, under these circumstances, Faye's a very dangerous young woman. It's going to be necessary for you to stay by her and prevent her from doing what she said she'll do.
How much longer is this going to keep up?
Only a few minutes. Only until I have Pauline West in safe custody.
No, you can't do it.
Reggie, stop her.
Jack, she's locked us in.
Now we are in a fine mess. We've got to break down that door.
Right on, let's go.
Wait, listen. The baby.
Oh, look here.
Come on, we got to get out of here. Together now.
Once more should do it.
Hurry.
More solid than I thought.
We've got to keep trying. We've got to get out of here. It's murder. We've got to get out of here quick.
Cherry, is that you?
They don't come near me.
Cherry, listen. We haven't got much time. Give me your hand. Now, come on.
No, Faye.
I tell you, we haven't got much time. Now, hurry, faster.
Hey, where are we going? I don't want to go.
Now, then, up these stairs to the attic.
The attic?
Faster. Wait.
But why, Faye? Why?
Come on. Now then, up this ladder to the roof.
Faye, I'm afraid.
Come on, hurry. I'm right behind you.
Oh, please, Faye, please.
Now push that trap door up.
No.
Push that trap door up. All right. Up on the roof.
It's so high up here. It's so high.
It's all right, Cherry. It's all right. I'm going with you.
Going with me?
Here, come over to the edge of the roof. I want to show you something.
Hey, someone's turned the searchlight on. They can see us up here.
It doesn't matter, darling. It doesn't matter in the least.
Hey, I'm so scared.
Don't worry. I'll be with you. I'll be with you all the time. Now, look over the edge. You see the glass roof of the sunroom right down below us?
But it's so far.
The glass roof of the sunroom. You loved the sunroom when you were a little girl. It was your favorite room.
Hey, why did you bring me up here?
Oh, darling, you couldn't help it. It wasn't ever your fault, so you mustn't suffer any more for it. Just close your eyes. Do you remember how you used to close your eyes when I told you fairy stories? Fairy stories about the good little fairies who always came to the rescue of little girls and
I think we're getting it.
Once more, we'll do it.
That did it. That did it.
Downstairs, Reggie. Downstairs.
I know. I'm coming. Which way, Jack? Which way?
Come on. Downstairs to the first floor.
But how do you know which way she went?
I don't know which way she went. We've got to find her. Wait, I'm going into the library. You take the dining room, conservatory, and the sunroom.
Righto.
Yell if you see anything.
All right. You do the same.
Fine mess.
Hey, Jack, what's the matter?
Doc, has Fay been in here?
Fay? No, nobody's been in here. Jack, we ought to get a doctor.
Jack, come here. Come here.
That's Reggie.
Come on, Doc. He's found her.
Jack.
Coming, Reggie.
In the sunroom. Hurry.
Did you find her? Reggie, where is she? What's the matter?
Look, Jack, up through the glass. Look up on the roof.
What's that?
Hey, it's Fay and Cherry. Look,
they're fighting.
Well, don't stand there. What's the matter with you? Get up on the roof.
Look out! No, it shouldn't have happened that way. Oh, boy, 4 o'clock in the morning. Reggie, when this mess is cleaned up, I'm going to bed and sleep straight through a week.
About a little sleep I'd get if I did go to bed tonight.
Wonder why they don't put some sleeping chairs in a hospital waiting room. Where'd Jack say he is going?
The doctor called him out. Something about Fay.
Yeah. The chauffeur dead, Job dead, Cherry dead. Poor little old Cherry.
That isn't all.
Huh?
Hope in the hospital with a bullet wound, Grandma here with a broken leg, and Fay here with a fractured skull.
Man, when Cherry and Fay high-dived off that roof and down through that skylight...
Would you mind not talking about it?
Yeah. Sure would like to know who was pushing who up there, though.
Cherry was pushing Fay.
Yeah, it sure looked like it, all right. Oh, you back, Jack?
Yes.
Anything?
No, everything's just the same.
Looky, Jack, I still don't know who is doing what to who over yonder at the Martin.
Well, and it's time I told you.
Yes, I think it is. You said Pauline West was the killer.
She was. But what I didn't say was that Pauline West was...
Well, who?
Cherry Martin.
Hey, you mean Cherry done all that dirty work?
Yes.
But the slashing thrown downstairs.
She did that herself.
She did?
And them, the they people she was always talking about.
Figments of her own imagination. She really believed in them some of the time, though.
Hey, things don't fit together.
Yes, they do. Let's start at the beginning. Way back when Cherry was a little girl. She was a nervous, excitable child. Her grandmother had little patience with her. She used to lock her in her bedroom. On the walls of the bedroom were all the old Mother Goose figures. The Man in the Moon, the Old Witch. And one of the characters was a figure with a black hood, the face shadowed from view. And he wore a blood-red smock.
The man who tied her up and carried her to the furnace room.
Hey!
Yes. The characters from her childhood wallpaper transferred from the walls to her mind. Those were the they people who were after her. Locked in the room with these figures she feared and hated, her child mind absorbed them to the point where she could never get rid of them.
Oh, how horrible.
But no Mother Goose character carried her downstairs.
No, of course not. She did that herself. But somehow in her mind she blamed him for it.
But she was bound and gagged.
She did that herself.
Was this why Grandmother Martin called us in on the case on account of Cherry?
No. Hope and Job were involved with the chauffeur. He was trying to make Job ask his grandmother for money to pay blackmail. When Job refused, he found Hope an easy target, so he threatened to bring the family name to shame through Hope unless Job got the money.
Grandma knew this?
No, only that Job and Hope were in trouble.
Which we were supposed to get him out of.
Yes, but the night we arrived, Job took things into his own hands and killed the chauffeur.
Job really did do that then?
Yes, Cherry actually saw him. And that's what set Cherry off. She was shocked and afraid, but she saw how easily people could be killed. She was right on the verge mentally anyway. That finished.
She killed Job?
Yes. She was impelled to kill Job because she knew he was going to be found out.
But how?
Well, she watched where Job hid the gun and got it. She took it out on the porch to that big urn that sits right in front of the library window. She fastened it in place, pointing right to the chair Job would sit in.
I say, she knew he'd sit in it because Grandma Martin always made each one sit in his own chair?
Yes. Then she fastened a heavy black thread to the trigger, ran it over the muzzle of the gun, in through a crack in the window to her chair.
So that's how it is done.
Yes. When the gun went off, the bullet cut the thread that was holding it in place, and it fell into the urn out of sight.
I say.
Only a mind in that condition would have conceived such a thing. But it worked, and it made Cherry look innocent.
And then Hope found the gun.
Yes, before Cherry could get it and hide it. Hope suspected Cherry because she had said they would get Joe before the police did. So she came up to Cherry's room while you were with her, Doc.
Yeah, that's right.
The minute Cherry saw the gun, she knew that she had to do something desperate, that Hope knew too much. So she pretended to struggle with her, but deliberately turned the gun on Hope and shot her.
Boy, murder. And me standing right there.
Then I discovered Pauline West. And when I mentioned the name to Fay, then Fay knew that Cherry was guilty.
Well, I don't get that. Why?
Because Fay knew that 2 or 3 years ago, Cherry had tried to be a radio actress. To keep the rest of the family from knowing, Cherry had taken the name of Pauline West. She wasn't a good actress, but they discovered she could cry like a baby.
What's that?
Exactly. Cherry was the baby. She'd done baby imitations on the radio.
Doggone.
Fay had forgotten all about that. It happened so long ago, but the minute I mentioned Pauline West, she knew at once.
So now she had to kill Fay to keep a secret.
Yes, that's why I insisted Fay be guarded so closely.
Well, who bopped me on the head when I was taking Fay upstairs?
Cherry. She wanted you out of the way so she could get at Fay. But Fay didn't wait. She ran up to her grandmother's room. By this time, Grandma knew. She knew Fay was in danger, so she locked her in the closet so Cherry couldn't get at her.
But Cherry did get at her at chloroform.
Yes. It was also Cherry who tried to chloroform Hope.
Boy, and such a pretty little thing.
But why push her grandmother downstairs?
By this time, Cherry was so unsettled in her mind she didn't know what she was doing.
But that roof business, how'd Cherry ever get Fay up on the roof?
What happened up there is best left alone.
You ain't a-talking?
Case is finished. The House of Martin has fallen. They, those little people, have succeeded just as Job said they would. Now let's forget it. I'm dead tired.
Right.
Yeah. Poor little feller.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, Temple of Vampires.
See now, Reggie, how long ago did we leave Matagalpa?
Was that the last big jungle town we passed over?
Yeah, Matagalpa.
55 minutes ago, Jack.
Then we should ought to be getting pretty close to Boaco.
Boaco, Doc.
What's this?
Boaco, not Boaco.
You don't say. Well, anyway, ain't we almost there, Jack?
Yes, keep your eyes open, Reg. We ought to be sighting Boaco any moment now.
I know. Nothing on the horizon as yet.
Is that a stopping point?
Yes, I wired ahead from Guatemala City for them to be ready to refuel us.
Well, if I remember my Central America, it ain't gonna be much of an airport.
No, they told me in Guatemala City they'd have to refuel by hand. Oh, you didn't do any checking on the motors while we're down there, Reggie?
That's just what I had in mind. We're throwing a little oil somewhere.
We are?
Oh, I say nothing serious, but I think I'd better have a look.
Yes, don't take anything for granted. After we leave Boaco, there's nothing between us and 500 miles of jungle but the town of Huicalpa. And there's no airport there.
Wow, jungles. 500 miles of them.
You sound as though you was looking forward to enjoying the prospect, Sonny.
Of course. Anything to make me forget that awful Richard Curse and all those murders.
Well, a little jungle goes a long way for my money.
What happens after we leave Boaco, Jack?
Well, we fly between the Huapi Mountains and Lake Nicaragua.
Lake Nicaragua? Is it much of a lake?
Only 50 miles long.
50 miles? Well, that's an infinite ocean.
A lot of Indians all along the lake, I understand. From the lower end of the lake to San Jose, Costa Rica is another 150 miles.
And that's our destination for tonight? San Jose, Costa Rica?
That's right, Sugar, and we'll be getting in there around 8 or 9 o'clock.
Yeah, if we're lucky. It'll be still light enough to land without flares.
Gee, San Jose, Costa Rica. Doesn't that sound like fun? And then what do we do?
Well, Sonny, then's about the time and place that I start looking for trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I know what kind I'm looking for.
Yes. You'll no doubt find it, too.
Doc, you don't mean something tall, dark, and lovely.
Honey, the girls down in this part of the world have the biggest black eyes and the longest eyelashes of any girls in the whole wide world.
Oh, my. How can you bear to wait?
I can't, hardly.
And you, Jack, what sort of trouble are you going to look for?
I am reserving the right to pick and choose my brand of trouble when we get there.
And man, oh man, is there plenty to pick and choose from. Anything you want, from an ordinary gambling house brawl with cutting knives to black magic and native voodoo rites.
Really?
Well, you never saw the like of it. Well, Sonny, the last time we was down this way, Reggie almost got himself skinned alive trying to save a half-breed girl from an Indian sacrifice.
Did you save her, Reggie?
No. But, Doc, that wasn't near San Jose. That was in the back country, further east.
Oh, sure, of course it was. But it's all the same in this part of the world. Stuff not only happens, it comes right up and smacks you in the face.
You boys must know a side of Central and South America I never knew.
You've been here before?
Yes. Of course, I always stuck pretty close to the civilized areas.
Well, Doc's laying it on pretty thick. The average traveler's as safe in Central America as he is in his own doorstep. You gotta go looking for trouble here, the same as in any other part of the world.
Uh-huh. What about you, Reggie?
Me?
Yeah. What sort of trouble are you going to look for tonight?
Oh, look here, I think I'll take it as it comes. I think I'm going to feel cheated, however, if I don't find somebody who wants to do a bit of brawling, sailor fashion.
A brawl? Why, Reggie, and you look so gentlemanly. What would make you want to fight?
Money, politics, women. Look here, does one need a reason?
Oh, my goodness. What sort of men have I got mixed up with?
Didn't you ever daydream, Sonny?
Oh, so this is daydreaming.
What kind of trouble will you be wanting?
Oh, I hadn't thought. Let's see. Are the men as handsome as the girls are beautiful?
And you'd better forget that.
Why, Jack, why?
Well, we're going to have other things to do besides look after you.
Yeah, honey, we're only going to have one night in Costa Rica. We don't want to spend all our time down here saving you from a fate worse than death.
Oh.
Well, you heard me.
Now, you boys look here. You pay attention to your own brand of trouble. Let me take care of mine.
Quite, I'll buy that.
And see that you remember it.
All right. Jack, Guaco coming up.
Good. Can you spot the airport?
Not yet. Do you mind taking a squint through the glasses?
Well, here they are.
Oh, thanks.
Looks like quite a place.
Yeah. How queer the way it seems to be laid right down in the middle of the wilderness.
I've got it, Reggie. Field's right straight ahead.
On this side of the town?
Yes, better start dropping down.
Down we go. Watch it, Sonny.
Uh-huh. How long will we be here?
Not more than 20 minutes, I hope.
Swell. Just long enough to stretch my legs.
And my stomach's telling me it's time to eat.
Me, too. I hope they have better coffee than we got in Guatemala City.
I'd better circle the strip to get the feel of the port. Seems to be a bit small for a ship this size.
Good idea. Yeah, it's either expecting us. They've got a stack of 5-gallon cans of gasoline out on the field.
You mean they pour the gasoline in 5 gallons at a time?
That's how they do it down here.
All right, hang on. Here we go down. Hold everything.
Nice going, Reggie. How does she handle?
Beautiful. Take her right up alongside the cans of gas.
Righto.
So far, so good.
Yep. Open her up, Doc. Everybody out.
And a pleasure it is.
You folks go ahead. I'll supervise the refueling.
Hey, that's no fun.
Go ahead, Doc. You and Sonny hunt up something to eat. I'll help Reggie check the oil pumps.
Okay. Come on down, Sonny.
Ooh. Oh, I'm stiffer than I thought I was.
Jump. I'll catch you.
All right. Here I come.
Gotcha. And I never held a prettier armful of fluff and feathers.
Oh, put me down, you egg.
Now, why'd you have to say that?
Doc, you're shocking the natives.
What, do 'em good if you ask me?
Oh, Doc, you fool.
Well, you insist. There you are, on your feet. And not a bad armful of girl, if anyone should ask.
Did you just notice?
Yes, sir, I'm beginning to wonder where you've been all my life.
Don't tell me I roused the sentimental Texas boy in you.
Well, something went and made my heart go flip-flap.
Flip-flop, Doc, not flip-flap.
Jack, you wasn't supposed to be listening.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Never mind. It wasn't important.
What you mean it wasn't important? Of course it was important.
And I thought you two were looking for a place to get some food.
Well, where you going, fella?
Well, I got to take care of the clearance papers and pay for this gasoline. I'll join you later.
Well, how about it, Sonny?
Oh, yeah. I'm crazy to look around.
Okay, come on.
We won't see any of the town, I guess.
No, it's over that way. Look yonder at the Indians in blankets squatting on the edge of the field.
They act as though they didn't believe their eyes.
I don't reckon airplanes are one of the things they see the most down here.
Goodness. It's positively hot.
Lady, you're in the tropics now.
I know. It's like a new world. Down here on the ground, Boaco looks more than ever like it was carved out of the wilderness. And what a wilderness. Look at the jungle all about us.
Yeah, stuff sure grows down here.
It looks so rank and deadly. Every plant trying to strangle the life out of every other plant.
Murder in plant life, huh?
Yeah, that's just what it looks like. Vicious, unwholesome murder.
Hey, here. This looks like it'd be an eating joint. Shall we try it?
Oh, Doc. It's dirty.
Of course it's dirty. We don't have to eat the dirt, do we?
Well, if we don't get something besides food in here, I'll be surprised.
Well, let's have a look anyway.
Door open, those screams, flies everywhere.
Hi, friend. Would you maybe have some coffee?
Hey, sure, I got coffee.
Then we'll have 2 coffees. What else you have on the menu?
Beans.
Want any beans, son?
Oh, for heaven's sake, no. This kind of weather?
What else you have besides beans?
You don't like beans.
No, neighbor, we don't like beans. What else you got?
Maybe you like some frijoles?
Frijoles? What you mean, frijoles? That's just south of the border for beans.
Sure it is.
Is that all you got in this fly trap?
Frijoles, beans, what more is there?
I guess we're going to take beans and like it.
Hey, you got any bread?
Tortillas.
Yeah? Well, looky, is this the only eating place around here?
Hey, what's the matter you say that? What's the matter with this place?
Well, fella, it is kind of dirty now, ain't it? You got to admit that.
You say this place is dirty?
That's right. I say this place is dirty.
Sure it's dirty. Who cares?
You win, mister. Give us tortillas, frijoles, and coffee.
Now you talk sense. You gringos make me sick to my stomach. All gringos make me sick to my stomach.
Well, I guess we're all ready to take off now, Jack. All right, pile in. Doc shifted the controls.
Yeah, close her up. Let's get going. Hey, Sonny, what did them beans do to you? They give me indigestion plus heartburn plus the hiccups plus 1.
I hardly touched them. But it was good coffee.
All set, Doc. Let her go.
Okay. Watch it. Hold your hats, kids. Here we go.
West to south, Doc.
West to south she is.
Should hit Lake Nicaragua in about half an hour. Then follow along the shoreline.
Good. You folks can relax and sleep off your beans.
You know, I like that stop best of all. I really got the feel of the jungle tropics. Lazy and dreamy, just a little bit rotten and dangerous.
Yeah, that's life in the tropics as she has lived. Our first real
Hello,
taste.
everybody.
What's that?
I just said hello.
Jack. I say, a bally infant.
Why, Jack, it's a little boy.
Oh, where did you come from?
Back in there.
Back in the luggage compartment? Oh, look here. We've got a blooming stowaway.
Where did you get on this plane?
Back in San Diego.
You've been on this plane since we left San Diego?
Sure.
But, little boy, where are your mother and father?
I haven't got any mother. My father's back in San Diego.
This is
But
great.
don't you know you shouldn't have done this? Your father must be terribly worried.
Oh, no, he isn't. He put me in here.
Your father put you in this plane?
Uh-huh. He gave me a package of sandwiches and told me to stay here until I got hungry.
You mean your father abandoned you?
I don't know. He just said to stay in there till I got hungry.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Oh, what is there to do? The minute we land in San Jose, we'll take him to the American consul.
Will he see that he gets back to the United States?
Well, he'll have to. Hey, what's your name?
Hermie.
Hermie what?
That's all. Just Hermie.
But, Hermie, what's your father's name?
His name's Hermie, too, and I'm hungry and thirsty.
Well, of course you are, darling.
All right, Reggie, break out some cheese and crackers.
And some of that chocolate.
Oh, Jove, wet nurse to an unwashed juvenile.
Oh, shame on you, Reggie. How old are you, darling?
I'm 7, and please don't call me darling.
Well, of course I won't.
I'm a man, and women are no good.
Oh?
And put that in your pipe and smoke it, Sonny Richards.
Yeah, that puts me in my place, all right.
Boy, I sure do like aeroplanes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. When Pop said I was going for an aeroplane ride, I just about busted my britches.
Well, here you are, Hermie. Stick your teeth into this.
Thanks. I guess you fellas are a bunch of right guys.
Some adventure, huh, Jack?
Yeah, great.
Yes, sir. Now, if we only had a big box of sand, we could start a kindergarten.
Temple of Vampires.
Folks, my only comment is this Lake Nicaragua is nothing to sneeze at.
Quite a body of water, all right.
Where are we now?
Well, Hermie, over on our right is Lake Nicaragua.
Uh-huh.
And those snow-capped mountains on our left are the Whoppies.
And what's down below us?
Jungles, my fine young stowaway.
With tigers and bears in them?
Well, I don't know about tigers and bears, but there's plenty of spotted panthers and snakes.
Not to mention a few alligators and wild Indians.
Indians? Is there Indians?
And how? With paint on their faces and bows and arrows up both sleeves.
What sleeves?
Could we go down there?
Hey, I hope not.
Oh, couldn't we, fella?
No, I'm afraid not. And looky, how about you calling me Doc, which is my name?
All right, Doc. Why can't we go down, Doc?
Well, didn't you just hear Sonny say she didn't want to?
Oh, Sonny's a girl.
Hey, listen, Hermie. Do you have to keep throwing that up to me?
Well, you are a girl, ain't you?
Well, can I help it?
Girls ain't good for very much, not like men.
I say the lad has a philosophy about women, apparently.
And I suppose you agree with it.
Well, no. Did I say so?
I don't like that dirty laugh.
Well, what's your name, fella?
I'm Reggie York.
Huh. I don't like that name very well.
Don't you now?
Yeah. What's yours?
Mine? You can call me Sonny.
Okay. What's his, that fella over there?
That's Jack.
He don't like me, does he?
You don't think so?
Jack? Why, of course he does.
No, he don't. He don't talk to me.
Now, you hear that, Jack?
Hmm?
Who's asleep?
No.
Hermie here says you won't talk to him.
Did he?
Oh, Jack, Hermie's a good little guy.
I don't doubt it.
Well, look at what's come over Jack. Looks like he's got a fit of molly grubbles. And all on account of Hermie.
Are you piloting this ship?
That's right, I am, that.
How about keeping your mind on the controls?
Hey, you have got it bad, haven't you?
Say, what does a fella do when he wants to rest in an airplane?
Getting tired?
Huh? Who said anything about getting tired? Men don't get tired.
That's right, Hermie, but men do have to rest sometimes.
Sure. That's what I mean.
Well, you see that blanket on the floor back there?
Yeah.
Well, when I need a rest, I go back and lie down on that.
Is it okay for me?
It most certainly is, anytime you feel like it.
Thanks. I guess I will.
Jack,
Yes?
you don't like kids?
Sure.
Then what's the matter?
Did anyone say there was something the matter?
Oh, but Jack, it's just as you said. The minute we reach San Jose, we can turn him over to the American consulate.
That's right.
Then why cut him dead for the 3 or 4 hours he's with us?
Maybe it's the kid and maybe it isn't. All I know is that something's wrong.
Wrong? Just what are you laughing at, Jack?
I don't know. Just a feeling.
You mean you smell trouble, fella?
Yeah.
You hear that, Reg?
Quite, and I don't like it a little bit.
What's the matter with you folks?
Well, it ain't nothing to be laughed at. When Jack smells trouble, it means something.
Oh, what are you talking about? You mean you boys are superstitious?
Premonitions. Men who live by their wits stay alive by paying attention to their hunches.
Oh, for Pete's sake. We find a 7-year-old boy stowed away on the plane, and immediately everybody acts like the end of the world has come.
How does the instrument board look, Doc?
Nothing out of kilter here.
How far would you judge we are from the lake?
25 miles, I guess, offhand. I've been keeping a middle course about halfway between the mountains and the lake.
Uh-huh. How about getting over nearer the lake?
If you say so.
But, Jack, what's that for? It takes us off our course.
Well, if we had to make a sudden landing, we'd have a better chance along the shore.
Jack, are you being serious?
I don't know any more than you do.
Oh, I think this is a lot of nonsense.
How much altitude, Doc?
Upwards to 3,000.
Yeah, that's plenty. Mind if I take the controls?
They're yours, son. You're welcome to them. Come on, slide in.
Oh, I wish I knew what this was all about.
Look, Sonny, a good nose for trouble has saved our skins more times than I can count on my 10 fingers.
That's quiet. When Jack says there's something in the wind, keep your peepers open.
Oh, Reggie?
Yes, Jack?
Get out the maps and look over the towns in this area.
Before you can say Jack Robinson.
Reggie?
Yes?
When you finish with them, put them back in your pocket where they're safe.
It's as good as done.
You know, I ain't seen Jack worried like this, and I don't know when.
Why does he want Reggie to put the maps in his pocket?
Well, just for instance, supposing we was to crack up and the plane was to burn.
Doc, what do you mean?
Well, nothing. Only if we were to be left on foot, these maps would be mighty handy to have to know which way to head to.
But you mean we're in danger of cracking up?
Sugar, if we knew what was the matter, we wouldn't, well, we'd be doing something about it, not sitting here talking.
And it's all based on... just on Jack's feelings?
Every smidgen of it.
Nearest I can make out, the closest town is about 50 miles on the other side of the lake.
Well, that don't do us a precious lot of good on this side.
Yes, I know it.
Nothing on this side at all?
Nothing on the map. I suppose there must be villages, but not important enough to show here.
And supposing there are, what good's a village?
Well, any port in a storm is a good motto. I'll go up and tell Jack what I've found.
Well, isn't this pleasant?
All part of the game, Sonny. You asked for it.
Yeah. You want to make a bet?
Well, I admit I do like my gambling.
I'll bet you $5 we land in San Jose on schedule and no trouble.
Hey, Sugar, don't say that.
Oh, why not?
Well, haven't we got enough trouble without you throwing up a challenge like that?
Honest to goodness, Doc. You and your Texas superstitions.
You don't get it, Sonny. It isn't superstition. That's how a soldier of fortune stays alive, being one jump ahead. It's part of our job to see what's coming. Now, we've all been doing it so long, it's about like, well, a sixth sense or second nature to us.
You don't mind if I think you're a little bit nuts.
No, you go right ahead.
Oh, you give me the willies. It's all so silly.
Well, maybe it is that. Oh, what'd Jack have to say, Reggie?
Just shrugged and said we were out of luck if anything went wrong now.
No towns or nothing, huh?
No.
Reggie, are you as obsessed with this evil eye rubbish as Doc is?
Evil eye?
Well, whatever you want to call it.
But what's so unnatural or out of this world about a premonition?
You don't think there's anything wrong with it?
Not at all. Something in Jack is simply tuned a bit finer than in the rest of us. Or put it this way, his unconscious has picked up something that isn't apparent to the rest of us.
What do you mean, picked up something?
Well, if Jack doesn't know, how would I?
But you must have something in mind. What could his unconscious pick up that the rest of us don't get?
Well, just for instance, the rhythm of the engines, the vibration of the propellers or of the wings. Something so slightly off normal that even his conscious mind doesn't get it. And yet it's registered in that subconscious instinct that warns of impending danger.
Or again, it might be the weather. Maybe he got a whiff of a storm.
And his instinct for approaching danger has been so much more highly developed than ours that he'd get it before we did.
That's it.
Well, at least that makes some sense.
Where do you think you'd be going?
Back to see how Hermie the hitchhiker's doing.
Well, most likely he'll be asleep.
If he is, he should have something over him.
Well, anyway, we're doing all right so far.
How you mean?
Jack's maneuvered us right along the lake shore. Looks to be places to land in an emergency.
Looks it from up here. But what'll it be like when we get down there?
You think maybe those clear places might be swamps?
That or quicksand, if not worse.
Just the same, it would beat landing in the top of a tree.
Not if the swamps were wriggling with alligators, which sometimes they are.
Well, that's a jolly thought,
And that's one thing that Doc Long's mother never intended, for him to end up in the stomach of no alligator. Oh, Sonny, he asleep?
Poor little Drake. All tuckered out.
Can you imagine a little kid like that taking what comes without a whimper?
A soldier of fortune in the making, I say. The heart of a freebooter.
He looks like he had plenty of pushing around in his 7 years at that.
Yeah, I was noticing. He could do with some feeding up.
Took plenty of intestinal fortitude to stay hidden back in that luggage compartment for 10 hours.
No kidding. A boy who can think like that.
There it comes.
Reggie, you mean...
Fasten yourselves to your seats.
But she's caught on all right again, Jack.
I don't know what she's going to do. Fasten your seatbelts. Hold the kid in your lap, Jack.
Just a minute, I'll get him.
Here, Sonny, I'll show you how to fasten yourself in.
It's going to be bad.
I don't know. There. That'll keep you from getting tossed around.
Sorry to be busting up your nap, Hermie.
Where are we now?
The jungle's still down below us.
And Indians?
Yeah, I'll bet there are. Here, I'll buckle me in and then hold you on my lap.
I'm too old to be held on people's laps.
This is just to keep you from getting bounced on your ear.
We're losing altitude fast.
Well, the closer we get to the ground with the help of the engines, the less we'll bounce. You glad you came, Sonny?
Yeah, doggone it. No matter what happens, I'm glad I came.
That's the old black dog.
That's all I can do. You're fastened in.
Let her rip, Jack. We're ready for anything you've got for us.
Are we going down?
That's right, Hermie.
I'm going to see Indians?
If that's all you see, fella, you're going to be the luckiest little boy in the world.
He's got a landing place picked out. Looks pretty good, too.
Tell him not to hit any alligators.
We're going down awful fast, ain't we?
That's right, Hermie. And it's not going to be long now. Hang on to me like everything, Hermie.
Oh, golly.
Hey, that's better than the shoot even.
Anybody hurt?
And why would we be hurt? That's about the purtiest piece of landing an airship as anybody's ever going to see. Anybody got any idea where we are?
I say, take a look out the window.
Holy jumping catfish.
What is it, Doc?
A doggone cathedral.
Cathedral?
Good Lord, a New York skyscraper rising right up out of the jungle.
Temple of Vampires.
Would you believe in miracles?
Did you say miracles, Reggie?
I said miracles. There isn't enough damage done to this plane to put in your eye.
We'll want to make sure about that.
I am sure. There's nothing a department store janitor couldn't fix up with baling wire.
The undercarriage seems to be the only thing damaged at all.
That's all. And I'm just the man who conducted that up for an emergency takeoff. But what I don't understand is why the motors conked out on us in the first place.
I think I have the answer to that.
Well, then let's have it.
Well, they were in perfect working order when we made the last stop at
No,
Boac.
I made sure of that, as you very well know.
All right, then there's only one thing it could be. The gasoline.
Jove, so that's it.
Yeah, I think that gasoline was watered.
I say, you think the officials deliberately...
Well, maybe the officials at the airport didn't know it was watered, and maybe they did. That doesn't enter into it. But I'll give odds that's our trouble.
I say, what a rotten trick. But look here, Jack, if we're stuck out here in this jungle with watered gasoline...
Well, we got plenty of chamois. If that's the trouble, we'll have to find some way of straining it.
Straining 200 gallons of gasoline through a chamois?
It can be done.
Oh, what a man has to do, he does, but what a job. Besides, strain it into what?
Haven't got enough trouble without you thinking up more. Hey, I told Doc and Sonny not to get out of sight. Where are they?
Behind you, down there at the edge of the lake.
Oh. Have they got the boy with them?
No. Hermie's hoping to see an Indian.
He's liable to get his wish. This looks like pretty unhealthy country. I sent Doc to look along the shore for signs of inhabitants, but that was just hoping against hope.
That's right. No such thing as good natives in this part of the world. How far into the jungle would you say that old temple is?
A quarter of a mile, I suppose.
How would you guess it is, anyway?
Maybe some old Aztec ruins.
Oh, look here, aren't you a little bit mixed up, Jack? The Aztecs were up in Mexico.
Well, all I know is it's not inhabited. You can tell that much from this distance.
Oh, see, I've just had a thought. Maybe we're the first white men ever to set eyes on it.
Climb up in the cabin and bring out 3 revolvers and some ammunition.
Good idea. We won't try to work on the plane tonight, I don't imagine.
No, we got to find out what we're up against first.
What about a little food?
A couple cans of tomatoes, cheese, and crackers, and a bar of chocolate apiece tonight.
I'll break them out while I'm inside.
How's it coming, Jack?
Oh, Doc. Well, where's Sonny and the boy?
Well, they're coming along. Anything desperate the matter of the plane?
Nothing smashed we can't fix.
Hell, now, ain't that a relief?
What about you? Find anything?
Not one doggone thing. Not anywhere. On both sides of this clearing, the growth comes right up to the edge of the lake. And I swear to my grandma, you never saw such a growth.
All along the lake, huh?
A human being couldn't possibly get through that jungle of vines and trees, Jack. And even if we could, the place is running over with snakes and bugs and I don't know what kind of vermin.
Did you warn Sonny and Hermie about drinking any of this water?
I did that.
All right, Doc. Heads up.
Oh, there you are, Reggie.
Put up your dukes and catch these.
Now you're talking, Reggie. shooting pistols and ammunition.
Here's yours, Jack. I loaded them all around.
Thanks. Put some extra shells in your pocket.
I already have. And here's tonight's dinner.
Oh, tie the cans up in a piece of canvas, Reggie, and then come on down.
We're not eating now?
No, we're going to do a little exploring. We'll take the food along.
You think there'd be some way of getting through to that temple thing over there?
I doubt it.
Well, of course there is. There's bound to be somebody living over there.
Reggie and I just decided there wasn't.
Huh? Well, what you talking about? You mean that you think that that's nothing more than a deserted building standing out there?
Well, look at it. All of one corner's crumbled in.
Huh?
Well, look at it yourself.
Yeah, now you call attention to it. Does look like it's seen better days. But just the same, well, I'd mighty well like to see what's over there.
So would I.
There you are. You want to take it, Jack?
Hand it down. Before you come, shut the door of the plane and lock it.
Right. Will do.
Hey, what's that for?
If there's any prowling natives around, we don't want them going through our stuff.
Well, if there's a native in these parts, he's sure enough keeping out of sight. I'll say that for him. There she is.
Jack!
Oh, that's Sonny.
I hear her, but I don't see her.
Hey, Sonny, where are you? You ain't supposed to get out of sight.
Come here, all of you. We found the path.
Found the path?
Sonny, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Stay right where you are. We're coming. Come on. Let's have a look.
This way. Can you see me?
No, but we're coming.
Jack, a path would indicate human beings.
Not necessarily.
You think not?
It could be a path used by wild animals coming down to the lake for water.
Here we are. Over here. There we are. Over here.
Hermie's turned into a doggone explorer. Got an idea he's on a picnic.
Hey, Hermie and I saw those orchids hanging from the tree there, and we came over to look at them, and there was the path.
I helped to find the path, didn't I, Sonny?
That's right, Hermie.
I'm good at finding paths.
Ground's too hard to show any footprints.
And doggone it, well, it ain't headed in the direction of that old temple.
Starts off that way.
So, well, what'd be the objection to following it?
Doc, you now go ahead. Sonny, you stay in the middle with Hermie. Reggie, you bring up the rear.
Fine, but step lively or I'll be on your heels.
Well, what's that for?
Well, what do you suppose it's for?
Oh, I don't know.
Where do you think you are, on Main Street? Come on, Doc.
Golly Moses, you don't need to snap my head off.
Take Hermie's hand and keep him on the path.
Here, Hermie, give me your hand.
No, I want to poke around with my stick.
Take Sonny's hand and do as you're told.
You don't like me, do you?
Look, on both sides of this path is dense undergrowth full of poisonous insects and snakes. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right.
Give me your hand, Hermie.
I don't see any snakes.
Hush, Hermie. Come on.
I've been kind of keeping my eyes open for prints of one kind or another, but there just plain ain't any. Hey, Jack, fella, you know something?
Well?
I wonder if you should ought to talk to Hermie like you did.
Is that so?
Of course, it ain't exactly money out of my pocket, but just the same, I don't think you ought to. For Hermie's a nice little fella, and he can't help it being here.
So what?
Oh, I don't know. Only don't you see that hurt and scared look that comes on his face every time you lay into
All
him?
right, Doc, all right.
Sorry. It's what I get for putting my nose in another man's business. Funny thing, though, you don't look like a man that I'd expect to find picking on kids.
Notice how the branches of the trees are coming together over the path?
Uh-huh. And all of them climbing vines and stuff, shutting out the sun.
Yeah, and getting worse ahead.
Hey, Jack, looky, will you? Just the same as going through a tunnel up ahead. You know, fella, if we're going to get much of that, we should ought to have a flashlight.
I brought one.
Doggone. Son of a gun horse, the way stuff grows down.
Keep close together. Don't get so far behind.
We're doing all right.
Can I talk now, Sonny?
Of course you can talk, Hermie.
It's getting dark in here, ain't it?
Uh-huh. It's the vines overhead shutting out the light. See?
I'm not afraid of the dark.
That's fine.
Are you afraid of the dark, Reggie?
Well, now, I'll tell you, Hermie, it's all according to the time and place.
Well, I'm not. Only I wouldn't like to meet any old Indians in here.
Well, I don't think we need to worry about that.
I say up front there, Jack.
What's the matter?
You sure we're not getting in a little bit over our heads? I mean, if it gets much darker in a jungle like this.
All right, we're coming to the end of it right ahead.
Sunlight again?
Yeah, that's right.
We're coming out of the tunnel?
So he says.
Oh, that suits me right down to the ground. Every time one of those hanging vines brushes against my face, I wonder if it's a snake.
I killed a snake once.
Well, don't you go bothering any snakes down here.
I'll kill them.
Hermie, you hear me? You leave them strictly alone.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're liable to be poisonous. You understand?
Okay.
Yeah, there's the sunlight ahead.
It's a lot cooler in here.
Well, I'll take the heat myself. Come on, let's catch up.
Is Jack married to you?
Oh, goodness, no. Whatever gave you that idea?
Is anybody married to you?
Nobody.
Then how about you waiting for me?
Ha ha, that's a deal. Now, here we are. Out in the light again.
Just a minute. Doc and Jack are down on their knees up ahead.
Yeah, they act like they found something. What are they looking at?
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah?
Jack wants you and Hermie to stay where you are for a minute.
Well, what is it? What's the matter?
Never mind. You stay there. Reggie, come on up here.
Hey, but you gotta tell me. You can't just leave Hermie and me like this.
All right, if you gotta know, it's a dead man.
Funny thing about him, too. There's not a wound on him any place, yet there's not a drop of blood in his body.
Hey, Jack, how can you tell that?
Say, there's a corpse. Hello. What's this?
Just what it looks like. A dead Indian, wearing not a stitch except a loincloth.
Yeah. Been dead since sometime last night.
Indian for certain. No doubt about that.
And not a very civilized Indian either. Look at those tribal marks on his forehead and chest.
But, Jack, this business about him not having any blood, how you know that?
Color of his skin, eyeballs, fingernails. He's all bleached out.
Well, maybe the Indians down here are kind of on the anemic side.
Take some of that brush and throw it over the body so Sonny and the boy can pass by without seeing it.
Yeah, good idea.
So Hermie wanted to see a real Indian, huh?
Well, he's not going to see this one.
No sign of what killed him, huh?
No.
There. That covers him all up.
There. All right, Sonny, come on.
Well, there's one thing. We know now that human beings live hereabouts, even if they're wild ones.
We also know they die around here.
A lot of comfort that is. Come on, Sonny. We got him covered up. Just pass right on by.
All right. But what killed him?
Keep walking. We don't know.
Jack, look ahead. We're at the temple.
Sure. Just stepped right out of the jungle into the courtyard.
Yeah. So busy not looking where we were going, we doggone near run into it.
Hey, that's a big house, ain't it?
Well, the courtyard, all right. We're walking on paving stones covered with heavy moss.
But trees and shrubs are growing right up through the stones.
And I was the one who thought maybe folks lived here.
Now, there is a pile of stone that is a pile of stone.
Well, there's only one entrance. Shall we have a look inside?
Well, of course we'll have a look. We've come too far to stop now. Doggone. Stone steps as grand as you please.
And what stone steps? 15 or 20 steps up to the door. And they reach all across the front of the building.
Somebody put a lot of back-breaking work into this centuries ago.
Let's go up, huh?
All right, Hermie. But you stay close to us.
Sure.
You ever see anything like it? The way shrubs and small trees have grown right up between the stones.
You suppose this jungle palace has anything to do with that dead Indian, Jack?
I wouldn't know.
Here. It's a little bit frightening, isn't it?
Oh, who's afraid? I'm the first one up.
We going in?
Well, that's what we came up here for. Come on.
Big arched doorways, but not a door in the place.
The doors must have rotted away centuries ago.
Hey, golly.
Listen.
If I didn't hear a church bell, you can call me a loony.
Yeah, I heard it.
Come on. Let's go inside.
Well, will you look what we've found.
What a tremendous place.
Nicaraguan government could hide its whole army in here.
Jack.
Yep.
Jack, did you see what I just saw?
What the?
Something just flew from one side of the temple to the other, way up yonder.
Probably an owl.
Owl, my grandma. It was as big as a man, and it didn't have no wings. What's more, it was wearing a human skin, and that's all.
Temple of Vampires.
Talking about, Doc.
Swear to it. I saw it, Jack. Up there 40, 50 feet in the air. It started from that wall over there on the left,
and floated as easy as you please across to this here wall.
It must have been a bird.
A bird with human skin?
Oh, look here.
I saw it, doggone it. Only, and the thing didn't have no wings either.
And it was big as a man?
That's what I said, big as a man.
Now, look, Doc, you can see how silly that is on the face of it. Why, it's a good 150 to 200 feet from one wall to the other.
I know that, and I still say I saw it.
But nothing could pass through the air that distance without wings.
Well, if there'd been wings, I'd have seen them, wouldn't I?
And a bird as large as a man would have tremendous wing spread.
Yes, and the flapping of such wings would make a tremendous noise in a place like this.
And more than that, there aren't any birds as large as men.
All right, you smart fellas, have it your way. So I didn't see anything as big as a man float through the air up there in the half dark.
Well, it was almost certainly the deception of light and shadow and the gloom, Doc. You may have thought you did.
Skeptics, that's what you are. You're just a bunch of dim-wit skeptics. Anyway, what do we do now?
And is Hermie all right?
Uh-huh. He's sitting out on the steps with a hamper of food, eating a piece of chocolate.
Well, there's no use looking for inhabitants in this place.
But Jack, this is a genuine ancient temple out of some lost civilization. Let's not pass it by so casually.
Well, help yourself. What do you want, the 40-cent tour?
Nevertheless, it won't hurt to nose around a little.
Gee, it makes you dizzy just looking up to the ceiling. Imagine a civilization centuries ago intelligent enough to construct a temple this size.
Bit of a feat, all right. Must be a clear 100 feet from those highest rafters under the roof to the floor where we stand.
And don't our voices sound funny? Listen. Hello! Hello! Hi! Oh!
Listen.
Gee, that's the second time we heard that bell.
And dad blame you, Jack. I still say if a bell rings, somebody must ring it.
Yeah, I suppose you think it was your wingless, man-sized bird who's doing it.
Okay. All I'm saying is, why don't you come up with a better explanation?
Naturally, in a temple of this size, there must be bell towers. The bell's probably exposed to the weather, and when the wind blows, the bell rings.
Oh, so now the wind's blowing, is it? It wasn't when we come in.
Might easily be 100 feet in the air.
Oh, look here. Standing and talking isn't getting us anything. Well, let's move about, huh?
All right. Fortunate some of the roof isn't falling in. Gives us sunlight.
Ain't it the truth? Still reminds me of the inside of an old used coffin.
Hey, come here. Come here, look what I found.
Sonny, you mustn't get away from the party like this.
Okay, but come and see what I found.
Well, hold your horses. We're coming. What's so exciting over in this department?
Look.
Uh-oh. Stone stairway going up along the wall.
Uh-huh. Almost missed them in the shadows.
Say, will you look at this? Narrow stone steps climbing up the side of the wall.
Going right up toward the ceiling. And no outside railing to hang on to.
Must lead to some rooms or something up there. Can't just be steps to the roof.
Well, I know one way of finding ants.
It's quiet. Shall we go up?
We'll do nothing of the kind.
Huh? What's eating you, Sugar?
No. I vote against it.
Well, what about it, Jack? What hurt's it going to do to have a look?
Well, some of us could go. But those steps are too dangerous for Sonny. Besides, we've got to keep an eye on Hermie.
Well, he's still out on the steps. I've been keeping an eye on him.
Well, I'm not climbing those stairs. High places make me deathly ill.
Well, then, how about a couple of us going up and the other one stay below here at sun?
Well, do you think that's a good idea? I mean, is there any good reason for going?
How about it, Jack?
Well, I would like to investigate those stairs, but I agree with Sonny. I don't like splitting up the party.
Huh? Well, why not?
You've forgotten the body of that Indian out on the path?
But you said yourself that didn't have anything to do with the temple.
I said I didn't know.
Yeah, just the same, Jack. We should know all we can about this place, and we will always be within calling distance.
Yes, we may be here some time. We should investigate.
Well, there you are. Here's 3 matches, son. Make them different lengths. We'll draw straws. The short straw stays with Sonny and keeps an eye on Hermie.
All right. Well, Doc, you're first. Draw one.
You bet you. There.
Reggie?
With pleasure.
And this one is yours, Jack.
Well, I got a whole match, so I'm one of those to go.
Okay, Reggie. Let's be seeing your match.
Right. Ha-ha-ha! Mine's the longest. You stay behind with Sonny, Doc, my lad.
Wouldn't you know it, jipped again.
Well, I like that.
Huh? You like what?
Crying because you have the opportunity of my company.
Yes, Doc. Where's your Texas chivalry?
Well, all my life it's been like that, a conflict between adventure and female women. Love of pulling me one way and adventure's hauling me the other.
Whoa, isn't that just too doggone pathetic?
Come on, Reggie.
Okay.
We won't be gone any longer than necessary.
Well, see that you watch your step now.
Gee, I don't think I could do it. steps are so narrow, they have to go single file.
Oh, Doc.
Yeah, Jack?
You folks stay right there. Don't wander off.
Now, don't you worry none about us. We ain't going no place.
You know, I wonder if we should stop for all this now. It's after 6 o'clock.
Well, what's time mean to us down here in the jungle?
But we're going to have to go back on that path overhung with that tangle of branches and vines to reach the plain. And if we wait until after dark...
Oh, it won't be getting dark down here before 9 o'clock.
What about getting something to eat?
There you go. Sonny, will you tell me why it is all beautiful women have such doggone voracious appetites?
I hadn't thought about it.
Well, you do, every one of it.
No, actually, I was thinking of Hermie.
Oh, well, we brought some food along. Hey, looky up yonder. Where do they think they're going?
Oh, they seem to have come to some kind of a ledge or something.
Hi, Jack! What's up there?
Hello, below. There's a ledge up here. There seem to be rooms.
Did you say room?
That's right. A whole warren of rooms all along the ledge.
Oh, anything in them?
We were just investigating. Seem to be just bare stone rooms, like cells. We'll let you know if we find anything.
They all seem to be empty. I imagine we're up about 20, 30 feet, aren't we?
I should say just about 30. Shall we go up a little further?
Yeah, seems to be another ledge up on.
It's queer. What do you make of it, all those little empty rooms?
As near as I can make out, they must have been the cells used by the monks or priests.
Wonder what religion it could have been out here in the jungles.
I noticed some queer marks chiseled on the wall of one of the cells. Had an oriental look.
An oriental religion in Central America?
It does sound a little fantastic, doesn't it?
Sure, Jack, go easy, do you mind? Ooh, we're getting up in the air.
Don't look over the edge, Reggie.
And don't worry about me doing it again.
The second ledge is just ahead.
Oh, quite. Oh. Climbing steps get you in the knee joint.
Yeah. There. Well, will you look here? This ledge is even wider than the one below.
And will you look here? More cells. They must have kept an army of priests in this place.
Well, come on. Let's have a look at some of them.
Jack, I'm jolly well afraid I wasn't made for high places.
I wish they wouldn't get so far away. You can hardly see them in this dim light.
Looks like they're going up on another ledge. Doggone, they look a long way up there, don't they?
Doc, I've lost them. I can't see them anymore.
Oh, they must have found some more of themselves.
But they said they'd keep in sight all the time.
Now then, Sonny, Jack and Reggie's been looking out for themselves for quite a few years now.
Ooh, and the stiff neck from looking up so much.
Hey, you and me both, honey. Kink in the back of my neck.
Doc, the bell again.
Yeah. Doggone funny we can't place where it's coming from, ain't it?
Surely the boys must have heard it.
Hey, there they are. Reggie's waving and pointing to the other side of the temple.
Oh, I don't see anything over there.
He must mean that that's where the bell rung.
What's he mean by those signs?
Oh, just wig-wagging everything's okay with him.
Oh, why doesn't he yell?
Not much use that far off in a place like this. Too much echo. You couldn't tell what he was saying.
Oh, they've disappeared again. Oh, why don't they come on down?
Oh, it looks like they want to examine some more of themselves. Man, oh, man, what a splash the feller'd make if he slipped off that ledge.
Oh, Doc, how can you even think such things? If you think that...
Sonny. Hey, Sonny.
What?
Sonny, look at that. There it is again.
Oh, Doc, what is it?
Floating through the air like I said.
Oh, it is as big as a man.
Do you see any wings? Do you?
Doc, look. It's landing on the ledge where Jack and Reggie are.
Sonny, you stay here.
Doc, come back. Where are you going?
I'm going up and warn Jack and Reggie.
Oh, no. No, I don't want to be alone here. Hermie, come in here. Hermie, can you hear me? Hermie, where are you? Hermie, darling, where are you? Answer me. Hermie, are you out here? Answer me.
Who is Hermie?
Oh, no.
You are afraid?
Who are you? Where did you come from?
I've always been here.
No, but there is no one here.
Oh, yes. I am here.
Well, who are you?
I am Manuel.
Have you seen Hermie?
Who is Hermie?
A little boy.
A little boy?
Yes, he's 7 years old. He was with me just a minute ago, and he just disappeared.
I may say so. This is very bad place for little boys.
What are you? Why are you standing there dressed in those black robes from head to foot?
Yes, very bad place for little boys. And not a good place for a beautiful girl.
I wish the boys were here.
Boys?
Don't! Don't you come any closer.
I have not moved since I spoke to you. You should never have entered the Temple of Vampires.
What?
Why did you?
Temple of Vampires?
You did not know?
Temple of Vampires?
Yes.
But there aren't any such things.
No.
No. You know there aren't. They're just fairy stories told to chill people's blood.
Blood.
Don't look at me like that.
You are mistaken. This temple belongs to the vampires, and it is not given to many people to leave this temple once they have entered.
But Hermie, I've got to find Hermie.
You are outside the temple now. You are wise. You will not ever again enter. Ever.
But Hermie...
I don't think you will ever see the boy Hermie again.
Oh.
I don't think you will ever want to see Hermie again.
Oh, no. No.
She sleeps. She falls to the floor to forget.
Sonny! Sonny, where are you? Jack, Reggie, Sonny's gone.
Sonny! Doc, I told you not to leave her.
I know it, but I thought I had to warn you. Sonny! Sonny, where are you? Sonny, can't you hear? Jack! Reggie! Hey, here she is. Here she is.
She's as white as a sheet. Is she hurt? Oh, what's the matter?
Here, lift her up.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she must have fainted. What is it, Sonny? What's the matter?
Has he gone? Has he gone?
Has who gone?
It's just us, Sonny.
The man in the black robe.
You saw a man in a black robe?
He said we'd never see Hermie again.
Hey, where is Hermie?
The vampires. The vampires.
Temple of Vampires.
Feel all right now? Can you sit up?
Yes, of course. Don't bother about me. Find Hermie.
Oh, looky, he's probably just wandering around somewhere.
No, you don't understand. He said we'd never see Hermie again.
Never see Hermie again?
Who said that? What are you talking about?
The man in the black robe.
Hey, Sonny.
No, Doc, listen to me. I'm telling you the truth. I ran out here to find Hermie, and there was a man.
Out here on the steps of the temple?
Yes. He wanted to know who Hermie was. And when I said he was a little boy, he said that this was a bad place for little boys, and for me, too.
Well, did he say why?
Yes. He said that this was the Temple of Vampires.
Vampires? Jove.
What'd I tell you, Jack? I knowed all along.
Doc, you stay here with Sonny. Reggie, you're coming with me.
Right-o.
Now, just a minute, Jack.
Don't argue. Reggie and I are going back in there for Hermie. Doc, keep your gun handy.
Well, my shooting pistol's always handy. But Jack...
You stay here with Sonny, and this time don't leave her no matter what happens.
Are you really saying that you think that these here vampire critters...
Well, you know as much as I do. Come on, Reggie.
You got a cigarette, Doc?
Tailor-made or roll your own? Oh, come on. You can smile, can't you? Here.
Thanks. Why, I need it.
Light?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sonny, your hand's trembling like a leaf.
Yeah, I feel my hands. They're like ice.
Oh, here now, sugar.
I'm that way all over.
Well, that ain't no way for a person to be down here in the tropics. Hey, maybe you're coming down with chills and fever.
Hey, shouldn't we all be looking for Hermie?
Now, you sit right where you are.
But, Doc,
Jack said for me and you to stay here, so relax.
Well, I don't like it.
Well, neither do I. Now, tell me what happened.
Well, you remember we both saw that big thing floating through the air in the temple.
Yeah?
Jack and Reggie were up on the ledge.
That's right. They were in examining one of them priest cells, and the thing landed on the same ledge that they was on.
Yeah. Well, you ran up the steps to warn them. And being left alone frightened me. I looked around for Hermie, and he was gone.
Just gone, huh?
Yeah, and then I was scared. I ran around calling for him, and finally I came out here on the steps, and there was a man here.
Indian?
No, he talked with a soft Spanish accent, and He was dressed from head to foot in a black robe.
Did he try to grab you or something?
No. He was gentle and he was soft-spoken. The only thing was that I kept having the feeling that he was drawing closer to me. But the distance between us was always the same. He didn't move.
Hypnotizing you, sounds like.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think it was his eyes. And he said we shouldn't have come here. That this was the Temple of Vampires.
Now, you listen to me, Sonny. I may be a superstitious Texas boy, but even I know vampires is in the same category along with witches and werewolves. Well, I mean, stuff stories are made out of.
Yeah, they are, aren't they, Doc? There isn't any such thing.
Of course, I've heard of vampire bats, but they don't have the shape of a human body.
I don't know. All I know is he said that this was the Temple of Vampires and that this was a very bad place for little boys and for girls.
Yeah, and then what happened?
Oh, then everything began to go wrong, and I felt myself falling. And the next thing I knew, I heard you boys bending over me and talking.
Well, you don't know what become of this Spanish hombre.
Uh-uh.
Well, there wasn't hiding her hair of him when we come out on the steps.
Yeah, but vampires, Doc. Vampires.
Well, Sonny, the tropic jungles sure enough do breed a lot of mighty queer things. Just like those vines and plants out there. Kind of slimy and bloated. A lot of them are poisonous, too. What else? Well, where else but in the tropics would you find stuff like that?
Doc, you don't suppose he meant vampire bats, do you?
Well, I don't know, Sonny. But it don't sound very reasonable, now, does it? I mean, bats having a temple of their own.
Oh, gee, I'm so worried about Hermie.
Now, just hold your horses now. Jack and Reggie will take care of that department.
Yeah, but supposing they don't. The man said that we'd never see him again.
Now, look here, Sonny. Am I going to have trouble with you?
Oh, what do you mean?
Why, this here's the sort of thing that you'll have to expect to get into if you're going to bum around the world. You asked for it and you got it.
Yeah, but Doc...
Well, we're going to always have plenty of things to think about without you going female on us and making us things harder for us.
Well, female?
That's what I said. Tears and jitters and fainting fits. If you can't take it, you shouldn't have come along.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, what about doing something about it?
Well, I'll try, Doc. Really, I will.
Sure. You see, all the matter with you is that you're anticipating trouble. Why, there's nothing happened to anybody. Wait until you're hurt before you start yelling.
Yeah, but Hermie, Doc. Hermie.
It's just what I've been telling you. He's wandered off. Jack and Reggie will find him, and that's all there is to it.
Oh, Reggie, over here.
Did you find something?
Yeah. Look here.
Oh, so, more stone steps.
Yes, only this time leading down.
Down into the bowels of the earth to look at them. Jolly black down there, too.
I've got my flashlight.
We're going down?
Well, it's certain Hermie isn't up here in this main auditorium, or whatever you want to call it.
He is not. And he couldn't have gone up the stone steps along the wall because we were up there when he disappeared.
So here's the next place to look.
But, Jack, a little shaver like that would never have gone down into this darkness of his own free will.
I know that.
But if he wandered off...
Well, how do we know he wandered off?
But I thought that's what we decided.
Come on, let's go down.
Anything you say. Lead on.
Keep right behind me.
Jack, you're taking what Sonny said seriously.
Such as what?
I mean, say that chitter-chatter about this being the Temple of Vampires.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, look there on the walls.
Oh, look here now. What kind of juicy mind would do a thing like that?
Ancient religious symbols chiseled in the rock.
And whoever did that was having mental nightmares.
But they're graphic. Yeah, leave it to the old pagans. They knew how.
You mean there was a time when people would allow that kind of stuff?
In the good old days, people did what they were told. They sacrificed everything from rays of garlic to their virgin daughters.
No wonder their civilization disappeared.
Well, let's go.
Rather loathsome, if you ask me.
Well, that gives you a pretty good idea what this place stands for. Something pretty ugly.
Are you insinuating this pagan religion is still alive?
What does the name Temple of Vampires suggest, anyway?
Perhaps at one time, but this is a modern world, Jack.
Not down here, it isn't. This old temple's as isolated from the modern world as it was when it was built, hundreds of years ago.
Oh, I don't mind saying I feel a bit on the crawly side.
Hey, look ahead here.
Looks like a rat run.
The ground under this temple must be a regular rabbit warren. Look, 3, 4, 5 runways leading from the foot of these steps.
Jack, we could get lost down here and never get out.
No, I don't think it's that bad. Look at the arched stonework overhead.
Jove, each one a stone tunnel. But, Jack, it's not stone under our feet.
The dust of 1,000 years accumulated over hard-packed clay.
Dust? Well, then, if there was anyone here, wouldn't there be footprints?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Well, I don't believe it, Jack.
In spite of what Sonny said, I don't believe there's a living human creature in this place.
Don't.
What do you mean by that?
Take a look at this. Here in the dust.
Where? Jack, that's the print of a human foot.
A girl's foot.
A girl?
Yeah. Apparently, they don't give their women shoes down here.
A barefoot girl. Jolly, huh?
Yeah, come on. We'll follow this tunnel.
Girl in the Temple of Vampires.
Oh, yes, they're female vampires. They're supposed to be very beautiful and seductive.
Oh, that's crazy talk, Jack.
Is it?
As you well know, as crazy as a June bug.
What about the body of that dead Indian we found out on the jungle path?
Oh, look here. Forgotten that.
I haven't. Not a wound on him, yet his body was drained of blood.
Are you saying this really is a temple of vampires and it's preying off the native Indians down here?
Isn't that what's indicated? Uh-oh. What's this?
Looks like a break in the wall.
Uh-huh. A stone balustrade running alongside our path.
Throw your flash over. What's on the other side of the stone wall?
Let's see. Seems to be some kind of a pit.
Lower the light. Can you see the bottom? Jack!
Well. Quite a collection of bones.
Human bones. All of them. Human bones. The pit is littered with them.
And not such ancient bones.
Oh, Jack. Let's get out of this place.
Yeah. I don't think we'll find Hermie down here.
A bloody slaughterhouse. That's what it is.
They've been gone so long, Doc. If they were going to find Hermie, I should think they'd have done it by this time.
Now, looky, Sonny, am I going to have to give you another pep talk?
But how can you sit there like that? Haven't you got any nerves in your body?
Well, you should just ought to take a look at my nerves sometime, sugar. Well, there's been times when they get pulled so tight I can play tunes on them like a guitar.
Oh, stop trying to be funny.
Yep, honey, you'll be a female, all right. There's no getting away from that.
I don't care if I am. A person's got a right to be frightened and worried.
Hold it.
What?
Oh, here they come. And now ain't you sorry?
Jack and Reggie? But, Doc, they haven't got Hermie with them.
I see they ain't.
Jack, couldn't you find him? Where's Hermie?
Don't know.
You didn't find anything?
Not of Hermie.
But you did find something.
Nothing. Except what I bally well want to forget.
Why, what do you mean?
Forget it.
Did you search everywhere, Jack?
Well, that's impossible. It'll take days to go through all the passageways under this temple.
Oh, what are we standing here for?
Hello, everybody.
Hermie.
I wondered where all you folks went.
Oh, Hermie, darling.
Hermie, fella, where the blazes you been?
Hermie, what do you mean by frightening us all like this?
Hey, what are you crying about?
Where have you been?
In there.
We were just in there looking for you.
I guess you didn't see us on account of we was in a little room.
We?
Who was with you?
The most beautiful lady I about ever saw.
Lady?
Yeah, she was all dressed in black. She gave me some figs.
Hermie, you didn't eat them.
Sure I did. I liked her a lot, and she liked me.
Did she say so?
Yes, a lot of times. She said I had the nicest white neck she ever saw.
The nicest white neck? Oh, Jack, let's get out of here.
Just a minute. Then did she let you go?
Well, a man all dressed in black came in. He took me by the hand and said you folks were waiting for me.
The man in the black robes.
And was she mad?
The man took you away?
Uh-huh. He brought me right over to the door there and showed me where you were.
Well, I'll be doggone. Sonny, maybe you wasn't seeing things after all.
Yes, and she had the reddest lips and the whitest teeth I ever saw.
Vampires.
Now that we're all together again, let's get away from this place.
Before I go, I want Hermie to show me the room where he met this woman.
Sure, I'll show you.
Jack, you don't mean you're going to take Hermie back in there?
He'll be safe enough.
Well, how about the time, Jack? It's past 7 o'clock now. It won't be too long now before it starts getting dark.
It won't be dark for another hour and a half, 2 hours.
Take a look at the sky, Jack.
Yeah, clouding over.
One of those tropical jungle storms brewing.
And then we'd be better off here than back in the plane.
You mean spend the night in this temple?
That's right. Best place in the world to get chills and fever in the tropics is to get drenching wet.
Well, I don't need to get drenching to get chills in this place.
Well, I'm taking Hermie back in the temple for a minute. Rest, you want to come?
No.
All right. Reggie, you stay out here with Sonny. Doc, you come with Hermie and me.
Well, suits me if you think it's that important.
Jack?
Well,
Look, this is dangerous. I know it. I have a feeling.
feminine intuition.
I don't care what you call it.
Reggie will look after you.
No, I didn't mean that. I mean there.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Look, you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, girl.
Come on. We won't be but a little.
Here, Hermie, maybe you better take me by the hand.
What do I want to do that for?
On account of I'm going to like it better.
Sure.
Doggone, I ain't never got over how big this thing is.
Darker in here than it was.
It sure is, feller. That's a storm and night coming on.
All right, Hermie, where's the room?
Over that way.
You sure about that?
Hermie, you must be mistaken.
No, I'm not.
But you can see for yourself. There's no room here, just the stone wall of the temple.
Well, it was here.
I reckon you're not only mixed up, but just plain turned around.
I bet you I ain't.
Did you go up or down any stairs?
No, just went into a room.
But looky now, Hermie. You see as plain as anybody. There ain't no room there.
I don't see any.
Which means there ain't any.
There's that bell again.
Hey, Jack, that's thunder.
Yeah, that's the first indication of Reggie's storm.
It didn't take no prophet to smell that one coming up.
Come on, that means rain.
Man, will you look at her come down?
Hey, Reggie, Sonny, get in here. What's the matter with you?
Right. We're coming right with you.
Hey, I never saw rain like that before.
The mother of cloudburst with tremors.
Goodness! When it rains down here, it rains.
Didn't I tell you to keep out of the wet?
Well, the wall gave us pretty good protection. Sonny didn't want to go inside.
I didn't expect anything like this.
It don't monkey around down here when it turns loose.
Will it last long?
Well, jungle rains don't usually, not this time of year.
Well, we're not going to try to get back to the place tonight.
Jack? You mean we've got to spend the night here?
Yes?
Well, where are we going to sleep?
Well, we'll figure that out when the time comes.
Well, how about those monks' cells up the stone stairway along the wall? There are stone benches in them.
You mean up on that ledge? Hey, look! Look!
Oh, Jack! Did you see that?
Hey, what's the matter?
One of those big things just floated across from one wall to the other, way up there in the air.
I didn't see anything.
Well, I did. Up there in the gloom. Must have been 40 feet above the floor.
Did it have wings?
Not a wing to his name.
No, just a great shadow floating through the air, big as a man.
Maybe it was a man.
Oh, don't talk nonsense, Hermie. Things are bad enough the way they are.
A funny thing. You remember, Sonny, when Jack and Reggie was up on that second ledge up yonder, and you and me saw one of them things float over to the same ledge?
Yeah.
But when I got up there to warn them, there wasn't a sign of anything.
But we saw it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, maybe it's just an illusion. Lights and shadows play funny tricks in a great place like this.
Hey, you know something?
Yes, Hermie.
I'm getting awful hungry.
Well, you got something there, fella. Oh, what about it, Jack? We just going to stand here all night?
Where's that bundle of food?
I have it here.
Well, open her up, Reggie. We'll all feel better with something inside us.
Are we going to eat right here?
Yeah, light better. Pick yourself a place and squat.
What light? How about flashlight?
We'll save that.
Well, here we are. Canned tomatoes, cheese, crackers, and bar chocolate.
Here, give me them cans, Reggie. I'll open them with my knife.
What's the use? We've got nothing to eat them out of.
Well, what's the matter with the cans?
Ooh-ish. Cold tomatoes out of a can.
Well, you'll be surprised how good they'll taste. Here you are, Hermie.
Thanks. Hey, this is like a picnic, ain't it?
Cheese and crackers, Sonny?
Thank you, Reggie.
Dig in, Jack.
Yeah.
Can of tomatoes for you, Sonny.
No, I don't think I want any.
Eat them.
Oh, but Jack...
Juice will keep you from getting thirsty. Tomatoes are good for you in this kind of climate.
But I really don't want...
Are you going to give us trouble?
Oh, sorry. Give them to me, Doc.
Okay, sugar.
Be careful you don't cut your jugular vein on that tin, Hermie.
Yeah, I'm watching out. Hey, fella, that's good.
Of course it is.
Fella don't get a meal like this very often.
That's so?
Not where I come from.
And where did you come from, Hermie?
Oh, around.
You and your father just bummed it around the country?
Yeah, sure.
You mean you didn't have any home at all?
Not for a long time.
Where did you and your father come from before he brought you to San Diego and stowed you away into our plane?
Texas? The old man worked in the oil fields down there for a little while, but he liked going places best.
You must have another name besides Hermie.
Yeah?
Don't you remember any other name?
Hermie's all I ever heard.
That's queer.
There now, Sonny's cleaned up her whole can of tomatoes. It wasn't so bad, was it, huh?
I ate them. Now do I have to say I liked them?
Just plain don't like tomatoes, huh?
Here, just nibble on a piece of chocolate. Take a taste out of your mouth.
Got some for me, too?
No, I'll just bet I have, Remy.
Man, is she getting dark.
More rain clouds. Looks like we're in for a real storm.
Yeah, so dark in the temple now you can't see your hand in front of you.
Well, everyone finished?
All but the chocolate?
Now bring it along. Let's get settled for the night.
Oh, where are we going?
Up the stone steps along the wall to the first ledge.
Jack, I'd rather not.
And I'd rather not be in this situation at all.
Yeah, but I'm afraid of high places.
The first ledge of cells is only 20 or 30 feet up. Besides, in the dark, you won't have any sense of height.
Well, is it really necessary?
Yes. We can all get into one of the cells. One person can stand guard, the rest get some sleep.
It makes sense, Sonny.
All right.
Come on, then.
You better give us a little of that flashlight, Jack.
All right. Here, over this way.
Have to go up single file.
Yeah. I'll lead with the flashlight. Sonny, you follow me.
All right.
Doc, you come next, and then Hermie. You bring up the rear, Reggie.
Oh, yes, that's me. Always the caboose.
Hermie, you reach back and take Reggie's hand.
Oh, I don't need any help.
Reach back and take Reggie's hand.
Yeah, sure.
That's the boy.
All right, let's go. Crowd against the wall side of the stairs, and you'll be safe enough.
Jack, I'm sorry, but I'm getting dreadfully ill.
Here, give me your hand. Now, keep coming.
I'm awfully silly about high places.
Now, don't worry. Jack's got you by the hand, and I got you by the belt of your jacket in behind. You couldn't fall if you wanted to.
Hey, we must be getting way up in the air.
We'll soon be there now.
All right, hold it. We're up on the ledge.
Did you pick out which cell we're going to use?
Yeah, the second one. It's the largest. Easy now. Keep against the wall. It's only about 3 feet to the edge. What a sheer drop.
Oh, I knew I shouldn't have eaten those tomatoes.
Hang on, Sonny. It's almost over.
All right, Remy?
Yeah. Say, I guess this is just about as dark as it ever gets any place.
I guess you're about right.
All right, now. Right in here.
Oh, I'm glad that's over.
Here, Sonny, lay down on this bench. Turn your flash over here, Jack.
Here, I'm weak in the knees.
Sure you are. Now, just lay there until you get your breath.
Say, our voices sound different here.
Yeah, they do that. No echo.
Is this where we're going to spend the night?
This is it.
I like barns better. Then you got hay to sleep on.
Reggie.
Yes, Jack.
You stay here with Sonny and Hermie. Keep your gun handy.
What are you and me going to be doing in the meantime?
We're going to explore along the ledge. Be sure we got it all to ourselves.
Good idea.
Oh, just a minute. I want to see if Sonny feels as bad as she thinks she does.
Okay, I'll wait outside.
How about trying one of these stone beds, Hermie?
Well, now, I ain't never seen a place like this before.
You have not?
Hey, who said that?
I say it.
Well, I can't see you. Where are you?
Right here beside you. No, do not reach out your hand. Do not touch me.
You can see me?
See?
Well, you sure got better eyes than I got. Who are you, anyway?
You would not know if I tell you.
Look, are you the girl who was talking to Hermie a little while ago?
Hermie?
Yeah, the little kid.
See, I talk with a little boy.
You did, huh? Well, say, what's going on here, anyway?
I do not know what you mean. What go on?
Well, what's all this business about this being the temple of vampires?
Yes, that is true.
Are you a female vampire?
That is a wicked thing to say.
Oh, hey, now, don't go getting mad. According to Hermie, you're the prettiest thing he ever seen.
So?
Yeah. He said you had the reddest lips and the sharpest, whitest teeth. What's the matter?
He say that?
He did that.
Why you think I have red lips and sharp white teeth?
You got me. Why?
Why you don't go away?
Well, got caught in a rainstorm. Have to spend the night here now.
So?
Yeah.
The little boy, he stay here too?
Sure. Hey,
What you interested in Herman for?
Interest?
Yeah, he said you was crazy about him. Kept talking about his nice white skin.
White skin.
What you trying to do, give me the shivers? And there's something else I want to ask you about. What's all them human bones doing down in that pit, down there under this here temple?
You ask that?
Well, sure, I asked that. And what about that dead Indian out there on the trail with no blood in him?
This is Temple of Vampires.
Oh, I think Jack would like to talk to you. Come here.
Look, don't let go of me.
Hey, look out. Oh, where'd you go?
Doc, who are you talking to?
Jack, that girl was here. I tried to grab her and she jumped off the ledge.
Jumped off?
Yeah, she just disappeared in the air.
Temple of Vampires.
It's your time to get some sleep, Doc.
On those stone benches? Not me.
The others seem to be making out.
Yeah, I know. How they do it's more than I can figure out. I'd rather sit out here and talk with you.
Keep your voice down. Let them get what rest they can.
Sure. Does it kind of make your stomach turn over?
What's that?
Knowing right out in front of us about 3 feet is nothing but space.
Just makes me want to keep away from it.
Uh-huh. And that female vampire, whatever she was, just jumping out into it and floating off.
You mean that's what you think she did?
I ain't a fooling, Jack. She did it.
Mm-hmm.
And all right, then, you tell me what become of her.
I don't know. But she didn't float off.
But I had a grip on her. I felt her go out, and she slipped through my fingers.
Maybe.
And more than that, I was standing between her and the steps, so... Well, she couldn't have gone down that way.
Now, you said this before.
Yeah. You and I searched every priest's cell on this blasted ledge.
That's right.
And did we find any sign of her?
No.
So there was no way for her to get off this ledge but to jump.
Doc, tell me everything you can remember about her.
Well, it was dark, of course, so I didn't see her.
Yeah, I know.
But she could see me.
Did she say so?
Yeah, she did. And even before that, I reached out my hand in the dark to feel where she was, and she stopped me. She said not to touch her.
Uh-huh. What did she want?
Well, she wanted to talk a little, the way I got it. And, Jack, she had the softest, silkiest little old voice.
Did she ask any questions?
Well, I don't think so. I asked most of the questions. Oh, wait a minute. There was one thing.
What?
Wanted to know if we'd be keeping Hermie here all night.
She made a point of asking about the boy?
Yeah, asked particularly.
Did she say why?
Seemed awful interested in his nice white skin. Maybe she likes him young.
Well, white people must be pretty exciting to them after centuries of nothing but Indians.
Huh? Meaning what?
Vampires.
Jack, you sure enough think I was talking to a little she-vampire?
Very red lips and sharp white teeth are characteristics.
Uh-huh, so I've been told.
Yeah, in storybooks. Was she barefooted, do you know?
Well, I wouldn't be knowing that. Why?
I told you about Reggie and me finding the footprints of a girl in the dust of the underground chambers.
Probably hers, all right. Unless there'd be a lot of them. You think maybe there might be?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, I asked her about them human bones down in that underground pit.
What did she say?
Nothing.
That's a great help.
Yeah.
What else did you ask her?
I don't remember much. Oh, yeah, about that dead Indian. There's no blood in him out on the path.
Yeah?
Uh-huh, and she said this is the Temple of Vampires.
Knew all about the Indian's body, huh?
Acted like it. Jack, you know, that'd explain those big man-sized things with no wings that we seen floating back and forth across the temple.
The dead Indian?
No, that vampire girl jumping off this ledge. Maybe they do it all the time.
Good trick. Make a lot of money in the circus if it's true.
Yeah, I'll tell her next time I see her. No kidding, though. It does tie up in a way.
Well, you better forget it.
Doesn't make sense, huh?
No.
Yeah.
Doc.
Huh?
What do you make of Hermie?
Darned if I know.
You like him?
Well, how can you help it? It looks to me like a little feller just ain't wanted by nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Old man was no account and got tired of having the kid around his neck, so he up and stowed him away on our airplane.
Doesn't seem to miss his father.
The way I got his father figured, he missed him all right, but it's a good miss.
Glad to be rid of him.
Yeah. You got something different figured out? Yeah. I thought so. You've been downing from the start, and that's not like you, unless you got a reason. How do you figure?
Did you notice his clothes?
Well, not much, I don't guess.
Interesting. Do you usually find an expensive and recently pressed and clean suit of clothes on the son of a tramp?
Well, I'll be rolled over and found wormy.
Hands clean, neck and ears clean. That's hard to do when you're on the bum, riding freight cars, thumbing rides.
Yeah, don't I know? Jack, maybe he got something there.
Another thing, it isn't natural for a 7-year-old not to know his last name.
You mean he's a kid from some nice home that's run away and he's not telling us the truth?
It adds up.
But that don't explain you riding him the way you've been.
I think it does. He's got coming anything he gets if he's run away from home, worrying and frightening his folks.
Oh, yeah, there's that all right.
And as far as I'm concerned, he's going to wish he'd never seen an airplane by the time I'm through with him.
He is a nice kid, though.
No kid's nice for my money who hasn't got more sense of responsibility than that.
Well, yeah, you might be wrong.
Maybe.
Hey, Jack.
No, what?
Somebody's coming down below with a torch.
No, there's 2 of them.
3, 4, 5, 6. Well, would you be looking at that now? That must be some kind of an election rally.
They're carrying something. Circling around the altar.
Must be 20 or 30 of them.
Listen.
Bunch of the rumba boys getting together.
All dressed in black robes like the man Sonny saw.
Can you see what they're carrying?
Wait.
Jack, it's the body of a man.
Oh, it's an Indian.
Yeah, nothing but a loincloth. Suppose he's dead?
Yeah, he's dead, all right. Look, they're going down the steps to the underground passages.
More bones for the pit, huh?
Looks like it. Hold it. And there goes the torch parade.
What sort of goings-on is that, anyway?
Some sort of rites for the Temple of Vampires.
Jack, you mean to sit there and say all that gang was vampires?
How do I know? At least they seem to be priests of the temple.
Yeah, robes and torches and stuff. Hey, Jack.
Now what's the matter?
Did you just now get colder? You're getting colder in here? Am I having a chill?
Must be you.
Not to give anybody the creeps.
We must be almost out on the ledge.
Watch it, Jack. Don't you go walking off that ledge with Sonny in your arms. It's 50 feet straight down.
I'm feeling my way. Yeah, here we are. Doc, you got the flashlight?
Yeah. You want it?
Flash it on. Find out where we fastened the rope.
Huh? Well, there she is. Down yonder, a little to your left.
Uh-huh. Now then, I'll put Sonny down for a minute.
Don't forget we fastened the rope up out of reach.
Yeah. Come on, step in my hand and go up after it.
Okay. Hold it.
Got it?
Yeah. There.
Now fasten it on the lower hook where I can reach it.
Okay. Ooh-wee. Boy, I don't blame Sonny for not liking high places.
Well, never mind that, Doc. Help me.
Do what?
I'm going to take Sonny across on my back.
Unconscious body's kind of awkward. Think we can do it?
Yeah. Lift her up on my back.
Uh-huh.
Up.
Here she comes.
Now hold her up while I get hold of her legs.
Check. How's that?
All right. Now back against the wall and hold her in place. Now come around in front.
Good as done.
After her legs around my waist, I'll tie them together. Now here's a piece of rope.
Oh, yeah, I get the idea.
We'll do a good job of tying. If she starts to slip going over, there'll be nothing I can do.
Yeah. There, that'll hold.
Now tie her around my neck.
Uh-huh. Jack, she's going to be a load. Hey, listen.
What is it?
I keep feeling and I hear shuffling noises all about me.
Shuffling?
Well, not exactly. More like little sucking noises. You know,
Well, that's great.
Oh, fella, how are we going to work this now?
I'll take Sonny over on this rope. You take the rope down the ledge further. Okay?
Sure.
All right, before I jump, go down and see if your rope's all right.
Good idea.
Doc, what's the matter?
I got it, Jack. I got it.
You all right?
You bet I'm all right. Did you hear the flapping of wings as he went over?
What was it? What happened?
Well, just one of them big he-bats sitting there on the ledge making sucking noises at me.
They're out on the ledge?
Well, that was one. I let him have it, and he high-dived off the ledge.
It's time we were getting out of here. Is your rope all right?
Right as rain.
All right, then let's go.
And remember to hang on to that rope like you never hung on before. You're carrying double.
Uh-huh. There. I'll get a good grip with my knees.
How's that?
All right. Now, don't waste any time, Doc. The minute I hop off, you get down and take off on your rope.
You think I won't?
Well, here I go.
Look, Jack.
Yeah.
Be seeing you.
Man, that's like high diving into space. Well, come on, Doc, my lad. We're next. Get my rope down. There. Hey, what's that? Look out! Hey,
Jack, what's the matter with Sonny?
Just fainted. Come on, get her untied and off my back.
You brought her across on that rope?
Made it all right. Here, unfasten her feet.
Well, just a minute.
Everything been all right over here?
Yes, as good as gold. Hermie's still asleep. Angelina unhappy, but behaving herself. There. There's Sonny's feet.
Now untie her hands around my neck.
Yeah, I'm getting it. What made her faint?
Fright at having to swing across.
Oh. Did you have a bad time of it? Where's Doc?
He'll be here in a minute. Swinging over on another rope.
There she is.
All right. Lift her down off my back.
Quite. There, I got her.
Now, put her on that stone bench alongside of Hermie.
There she is.
She'll be all right.
What's the matter, Jack?
Well, hello. You awake, Hermie?
I guess so.
You better go back to sleep.
Who's lying here beside me?
Sonny?
Sonny? But, Jack, I haven't got any clothes on. I don't want Sonny to see me.
Well, you've got a loincloth. That'll have to do you until morning. Besides, it's dark.
Why doesn't she say something?
Sonny? Well, she's asleep. She'll wake up pretty soon.
Well, I hope she don't until I get my clothes back.
Well, that seems to bother you a lot, youngster.
Yeah, sure it does. Fella don't feel right without clothes.
Well, you go back to sleep. We'll take care of you in the morning.
I ain't sleepy now.
We'll try.
Okay.
Jack? Isn't it queer Doc hasn't come?
Yeah, no. Wonder if he's up to something.
Well, you know Doc.
Crazy idiot. I told him to follow me right over.
What? You don't suppose anything's gone wrong?
Well, I don't see how it could. The bats were loose over there, but they couldn't get at him on the ledge. He has my flashlight, a gun.
It seems kind of queer, though.
Well, let's get out of this priest's cell.
Out on the ledge?
Yeah.
Hey, can I go too?
Hermie, you were going to sleep.
Oh, gee whiz.
Anyway, you stay right where you are. You've got enough trouble without you falling off the ledge.
Okay, fella.
Come on, Reggie.
Not a sign of him.
No. I wonder if I shouldn't go back over.
With those blood-sucking rodents loose?
Bats aren't rodents.
Well, they are for my money.
Anyway, these big things don't look like any rodents I ever saw.
Couldn't we call across to him?
No, not this distance. Echo just makes a din. I guess I'd better go.
How about letting me go over?
No, I've got the hang of the thing. Besides, I know the layout over there. If Doc's just stalling over there, I'll wring his neck.
And once for me.
Well, here I go.
Good luck.
Oh, Reggie.
Yes, Jack.
Keep a close guard on the door of the monk's cell.
I'll be watching.
All right. So long. Here goes. What's that?
What's that?
Doc, is that you?
Jack.
What's happened here?
Fella, it's like we met out here in midair.
Our ropes are all tangled together.
Yeah. What you doing out here?
I was just going back across to find you.
Well, here I am. Out here swinging 50 feet from the floor. Anyway, that far from the ceiling.
You think that's funny?
I don't think it's one blame bit funny. Hey, we're spinning. Our ropes are coming untangled.
Hang on to each other's ropes. Let's keep together for a minute.
Yeah.
What happened, Doc? We shouldn't have met out here. Our ropes are 10 or 15 feet apart.
Yeah, I know. I was swinging in a circle.
That's a big help.
I couldn't help it, Jack. Just as I got a hold of my rope, something pushed me off the ledge.
Pushed you off?
Yeah, a minute sooner, and I wouldn't have had the rope in my hands.
You didn't see what did it?
No. Anyway, I went off the ledge sideways, and that threw me in a circle. I never even come close to our edge.
Well, we're in one swell pickle.
You're telling me. Then when you come along, our ropes crossed, and here we are.
Well, we can't hang here all night, that's certain.
What if we could? Daylight wouldn't help none. Except show us how far it is to the floor.
That's great.
And down in this part of the country, I don't imagine they got any firemen with nets to jump into.
Look, Doc.
Yeah?
You think you can climb your rope?
Climb 50, 60 feet on this rope?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Can you?
I can try.
And when we've climbed it, what then?
Maybe we can climb over rafters or something. Get down.
You think so?
Whoever put these ropes up in the first place had to get up there to fasten them.
Well, the longer we just hang here, the tireder we're going to be.
All right. Let's swing apart then and start climbing.
Okay. Man, oh, man.
What's the matter?
I was just thinking. We're swinging from the end of a rope, but I wouldn't say we were hung yet.
All right. Cut loose.
Okay, every man for himself. Here goes. Good luck, Jack.
Oh, stop. Yeah? Don't try to do much climbing while the rope's swinging.
Save your breath, fella, and climb. Yes, I know, Hermie, but Jack told you to go to sleep.
I've been trying, Reggie, honest.
Just can't make it, eh?
I guess it's on account I haven't got any clothes.
Well, you got all the clothes the Indians wear.
I guess I would make a very good Indian.
You'd get used to it in time.
Where'd Jack go?
He went back across to the other ledge to look for Doc.
This is a hard place to keep folks together, ain't it?
Oh, it certainly is.
Is Sonny still asleep?
Still sleeping.
I guess the vampire lady's asleep, too.
At least pretending.
Oh, it's sure dark in here, ain't it, Reggie?
It is that. I keep stumbling. Only way I can keep track of all of you is to make the rounds and touch you.
You want to look out when you touch the vampire lady.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, she bites. They are funny people down here, don't they?
They do that. Aren't you just a little sorry now you stood when our plane came along?
No, I like you fellas.
Well, that's nice of you. Say so?
Yeah, I guess I like Sonny best of all.
Ladies' man, are you?
I'm going to stick to Sonny all the rest of my life.
Mm-hmm. Well, have you mentioned it to her?
Not yet, but I ain't got anyone else.
Well, what about your father?
Oh, he didn't want me. He said I was just one more thing he had to look after.
Well, not much of a father.
I like you fellas a lot better.
Do you? Oh, I wonder what's keeping Jack and Doc.
I guess you don't have to worry.
No?
There ain't nothing they can't do.
Oh, I don't know. We're running up against things this trip we've never experienced before. Listen. Did you hear anything?
No. Did you?
Something just made my back hair stand up on end.
Did what?
Listen. Oh, must be nerves. I think I'll step out to the door of the cell and have a look about.
Don't go very far.
No, just to the door.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be all right.
Oh, look out. Herbie, stay where you are. I've got a fight on my hands.
Temple of Vampires. 12 midnight, high on the ledge above the floor of the Temple of Vampires, somewhere in the jungles of Central America. Jack and Doc Long are facing one of the strangest, most hair-raising moments in their experience. They're out in the center of the temple, each clinging to separate ropes 50 feet in the air. There is no chance for them to swing to the high ledge where Reggie is guarding the boy Hermie, the girl Sonny, and the captive vampire priestess Angelina. There is only one chance for Jack and Doc, to climb the 50 or 60-foot rope to the ceiling of the temple. While they're attempting this, Reggie, unaware of what has happened to his two comrades, is having difficulties of his own in the doorway of the priest's cell high on the ledge. Sonny was still unconscious, and the vampire priestess pretended sleep. Reggie was sitting on the stone bench in the dark, talking softly to Hermie. Suddenly, he became uneasy, arose to his feet, and tiptoed to the door of the cell. As he did so, a fist struck out of the dark, staggering him, and he clenched with the unseen enemy.
See? That is good. You mean one of us is going over, and that one is you. Didn't do it, did you? Now I'm on top for a change. You will die on floor far below, crushed like eggshell. Well, I'll believe it when it happens. See, it will happen. Well, try this on your jaw. That's what you get for sticking your chin out. I'll drag you back into the cell. There. Another chicken in the coop.
Reggie, is that you?
No doubt about it, Hermie. We met the enemy, and he is ours.
I don't want him.
Well, we have him. We're going to keep him, too. He has a nice long cord around his middle to tie him with.
Who is it?
Well, in the dark, it's hard to say. But I think he's our old friend Manuel. We'll see as soon as I tie him up. Say, have we got a flashlight?
Jack's got one.
Oh, I know that. You haven't got a piece of paper in your pocket, have you?
I haven't got any pockets. I ain't even got any clothes.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting in the dark. The original loincloth kid.
Are you tying him up?
As a matter of fact, the job's nearly finished.
Gee whiz. I wish I could get some clothes before Sonny wakes up.
Why do you wish that, Hermie?
Hey, she's awake.
Hello, Sonny. You back with us?
Apparently. Where are we?
Hey, you better lay still. Reggie's tying up a guy.
Tying up a guy?
That's quite. And the job's complete. Now then, I'll strike a match and have a look at this chappie we just captured.
Oh, there's so much I don't know.
Oh, so it is Manuel.
What's that?
That's right. I've just tied up the high priest himself.
That is not true.
Who's that?
That's Angelina, the high priestess.
You have not got Manuel.
You don't think we have?
No, I do not think so.
Well, he'll wake up in a minute and he can tell you himself.
Where are Jack and Doc?
Still over on the ledge. Doc brought you over and then went back.
What time is it now?
Just past midnight.
Goodness, what a lot can happen in 3 hours.
Well, I wish Doc and Jack would get back. How do you feel?
All right. Hey, Reggie.
Huh?
I've never seen Angelina yet. May I?
If you want to, but it'll have to be by the light of a match.
That'll do.
What do you do?
Sonny wants to look at you.
So?
Hello.
I kill you.
Angelina, you're really beautiful.
You are blonde, no?
That's right.
No blonde woman is beautiful.
Oh, is that friendly?
I am more beautiful than you.
Yes, I think you are.
Where is Hermie?
Over on the other stone bench.
Tell Hermie to come here.
You hear that, Hermie?
What did you say?
Angelina wants you.
No, I don't like her.
He doesn't like you, he says.
That is not true. I give him figs to eat.
Girl meets boy. Girl gives boy figs. But apparently girl doesn't get boy.
She does not. Now then, let's see what's happening to Manuel. He should be coming around.
Got another match?
A whole box. Well, hello there, Manuel. You're awake, huh?
See.
Hello, Manuel.
You say hello to me?
Sure. You're a rat, but what the heck?
Look here, Manuel. How did you get over here?
Over here?
Over on this ledge. Last we heard from you, you were on the other ledge.
There is secret passage.
You mean you really don't need a rope to get up on that ledge?
That is true.
Well, now, isn't that interesting?
Tell me, where are those other two?
And the two? You mean Jack and Doc?
See.
They're still over on the other ledge.
But did not see them over there.
Just the same, that's where they are, and I wish they'd get back.
Reggie? Are you sure they're over there?
Well, of course I'm sure. I was outside when Jack swung out.
It's funny, Manuel didn't see them.
What do you intend to do with me?
Hold you right here until Jack and Doc get back.
I do not think they will come back, ever.
You'd better forget that sort of talk.
Yes, what do you mean?
They will not come back.
They just better had.
So?
Yes, because if they don't, I'll pitch you and your girlfriend off this ledge, and don't think I'm not the man who can do it.
They will not come back.
You'll start praying that they do if you know what's good for you. An eye for an eye is how we play the game. Jack?
Yes?
I gotta rest again.
All right.
How much further do you think we ought to go?
Up 10 or 15 feet, I imagine.
Yeah. My hands and arms ache like toothache.
Yeah, my hands are getting numb.
We must be about 80 or 90 feet up from the floor.
That's pleasant.
Well, what do you say, Jack?
I say that's a pleasant thought.
Oh, yeah.
Well, shall we try it again?
Might as well.
Doc,
Yeah, Jack?
better rest again.
You and me both. Made about 5 or 6 feet that time, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I got me a system of wrapping a rope around my leg so's I can kind of sit down and rest.
Yeah, it helps.
I sure hope there's some place for us to go when we get up there.
There's got to be.
Well, there better be. I don't like being 100 feet up in the air with no place to go except straight down.
Well, let's go again.
Okay. Yeah?
We must be almost up. Our rope's getting a lot steadier.
Yeah, I was beginning to feel it.
It's hardly swinging at all. Must be only 5 or 6 feet from where the rope's fastened to the ceiling.
Should make it on our next try.
Son, them's the best words I've heard in years. Feel stronger already.
Well, let's go then.
You bet, too. Hey, Jack, I'm touching it.
Good boy.
How about you?
Wait a minute. Yes.
Can you tell what the rope's fastened to?
Seems to be some kind of a rock beam.
Yeah, same here. Now we're up, what?
Get up on the beam.
Yeah, but how?
Swing our legs up and hook them around the beam, I guess.
Oh, that's great.
What's the matter with that?
Yeah, there we are, hanging head down 100 feet up in the air.
Well, I'm going to try it.
Well, you watch out, fella. You ain't allowed no mistakes up here.
Don't be so optimistic.
Well, look out below. Here I go.
Keep a grip on the rope.
Hey. Hey, Jack. What's that?
Sounds like an earthquake.
Boy, did this old temple sway.
Are you all right?
Yeah. It's a well place to watch an earthquake from, too.
As if we didn't have enough trouble without that. Hey, hang on. Hang on, Doc.
Get away. Man, oh man.
Doc, you all right?
I'm still hanging on, if that's what you mean. Well, what happened?
Part of the roof fell in.
And here we are hanging to the rest of the ceiling like a couple of flies.
Temple of Vampires. Six o'clock in the evening, the crippled airplane, somewhere in the jungles near tropical Nicaragua. After a second night of mystery and terror, the three boys, Jack, Doc, and Reggie, are together again with the girl Sonny and the youngster Hermie. During the night, an earthquake shook the Temple of Vampires so that a portion of the great roof tumbled in. Reggie freed the two captives, Manuel and Angelina, and rushed Sonny and Hermie from the temple, fearing all would be crushed in the debris. Then at 4 o'clock this morning, just after the three had been rejoined by Jack and Doc on the steps of the temple, a second earthquake set the earth to rocking and the temple to shaking. As the five filed down the jungle path to the lake, the great cathedral crumbled and tumbled in on itself, burying everything which remained inside beneath millions of tons of stone and rubble. And now at 6 o'clock in the evening of the same day, the five are resting on the ground near the airplane.
If you ask me, this is a day for a celebration. You sure enough got an idea there, Ray.
Why do you say that?
Hasn't Reggie told you?
No. What is it?
Why, he's been tinkering with the undercarriage of the plane and got it in shape for a takeoff.
No. Really, Reggie?
Well, it will be ready by the middle of the morning tomorrow.
Oh, golly, that's wonderful.
Now, how about the gasoline, Jack?
Well, we've still got to strain it before we dare take off.
But, Jack, we've looked high and low for something big enough to strain it into, and there ain't nothing.
I know it.
See, Well, I've been thinking about something. Maybe it's crazy.
Oh, what's it?
Well, don't laugh, will you?
Looky, honey, we need ideas. Sometimes the crazier they are, the better they work.
Well, what about the waterproof air mattresses? We've got 4 of them.
There you are, Jack. That's it. Well, doggone. Who says a female of the species ain't worth her weight in salt?
You mean...
Sonny, you've paid for your passage on this trip 100 times over.
It'll work?
Why, sure it'll work. Looky, Jack, we got a couple of 5-gallon cans. We can strain the gas into them and then pour the clean gas into the rubber mattresses.
Yes, each one of them should hold, 50 gallons easily.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Come on. It'll take most of the night to strain it.
Now you're talking.
I'll get up in the plane and dig out the 5-gallon cans and some chamois claws.
Can I help?
You bet your sweet life you can, son. Everybody can
Yes,
help.
the easiest way will be to drain the gas out of the tank directly into a chamois and let it run down into a can. When a can's full, pour it into the air mattress while the second tin's filling.
Hi.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
Ah, doggone it, it makes a girl feel good to find out she's worth something.
A girl don't need anything but good looks. But when she's got good looks and brains, too, she's terrific.
Here come the tin cans.
Got the chamois?
Yeah. Catch him?
I got him.
All right. I'll heave the air mattresses out as soon as I can break them up.
Okay. Well, with the gas drain and the undercarriage fixed up, I'm not bad at nobody.
Here, give me those chamois. I'll get the gas to draining.
Okay, you want some help?
No, this is one-man job. You can pour the gas into the mattresses. Bring along one of those empty tins, honey.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, what an experience.
Well, how about it? You glad you had it?
Yeah, Doc, I am. But honest to goodness, I will be glad to get back to the United States.
Hey, what about Peru and Ecuador?
Yeah, well, civilization, anyhow.
Yeah, I could sleep in a bed and put my feet under a table again at that.
I feel awful about that temple.
Oh, you mean about that there earthquake knocking it into a cocked hat?
No, not the temple, but Manuel and Angelina.
Here come the mattresses.
Okay, Jack.
All right, Doc. I've got a full can for you.
Attaboy, Reggie. Looks like I got work to do, Sonny.
Let me help if there's anything I can do.
All right, now stand back, Remy.
But I gotta learn about things, Reggie.
Just keep your eyes open.
How's it working, Reg?
Smooth as silk. Get that can empty and come back here, huh? This other one's almost full.
Sure thing. Come with me, Hermie.
Okay. You got something for me to do?
You bet. You're going to come in mighty handy. You got the mattresses ready, Jack?
Yeah, I had to clip off the metal part where you pump the air in so I could get a hole large enough to put a funnel in.
Uh-huh. All right, Hermie, come here.
Sure.
Now, looky. You hold the funnel in this hole in the mattress while I pour. Can you do that?
Of course I can. That's easy.
Attaboy. Now hold it still. Hold it still.
Yeah. Jack? I just thought of something I can do.
What's that?
Well, we got started on this before we had any dinner. How about me digging out some food and passing it around while you folks are working?
Swell idea.
All right. You hungry, Doc?
Lady, you don't know the half of it.
So am I, Sonny.
All right. Tonight's dinner is my department.
You know, Jack, she's honest to Grandma downright happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just the idea that she helped us out of her scrapes made her forget all about her being female.
Yeah, that's all of them. Well, I'll go over and give Reggie a hand.
Hey, wait a minute. How are we going to fasten these mattresses to keep the gas from leaking out?
Well, just let them lie flat. The gas levels off, it won't run out.
Uh-huh. Okay, Hermie, that's the end of that can.
Yeah.
Hermie?
You calling me, Sonny?
Uh-huh. Can you help me for a minute?
Can I go?
Sure, run along.
Yeah, I can help you.
All right, come on.
Busier than a couple of birds, dog.
What do you need me for?
Oh, well, look. Take these canteens of water while I climb down out of the plane.
Yeah, sure.
Can you reach them?
Yep, I got them.
Thank you. Here we are.
Say, you're doing all right.
Well, from you, Hermie, I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, that was almost like a fellow would do it.
All right, now we'll open some cans of tomatoes.
You gonna eat some?
Sure.
But you hate cold tomatoes out of a can.
Hermie, I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I'm getting so I love cold tomatoes out of a can.
You do?
Sure. But don't you tell Jack.
Oh, no, I won't tell anybody.
Oh, thanks.
You know something, Sonny?
What's that?
Well, gee, this has been swell.
Oh, you think so?
I mean, being with all you folks.
Oh, well, we've enjoyed you too, Hermie.
Yeah, only...
Only what?
Well, I don't know what's going to happen to me when we get back to the United States.
Oh.
Yeah, my old man doesn't want me, and anyway, I don't know where he is now.
Hermie?
Yeah?
You know the clothes you had on when we found you?
Sure.
Well, they were nice new clothes, all pressed and clean. Where did you get those?
You won't be mad at me if I tell you.
Well, of course not.
Well, just before my old man took me out to the airport, he took me into a Turkish bath and gave me the worst scrubbing I ever had.
Yeah, I noticed you were nice and clean.
Yeah. Then we went into a place, you know, where they clean and press clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we went in, and when the fellow wasn't looking, my old man grabbed a suit.
You mean stole it?
You mad?
Well, but Hermie, you didn't do it.
Well, I didn't want him to do it, but he said a kid going on a trip had to be all dressed up.
Oh, I see. And so that's how you came to us all dressed up and nice and clean.
Yeah. I guess you can be arrested for what my old man did.
Well, you just forget about that, see? That part of your life is all over.
It is?
You bet it is. Now then, how about helping me hand out the food to the workmen?
You're all right.
Now, let's see now. We'll each slip the canteen over our shoulders.
Okay.
Oh, yeah? Now, first we'll take the cocktails around.
Cocktails?
Uh-huh. cans of tomatoes.
Oh, yeah.
You take those 2 cans, and I will take these 3. You ready?
Sure.
Let's go. All right, boys. First course coming up.
Well, doggone. Now, that's what I call service.
Here's one for you, Jack.
Thanks.
Here you are, Reggie.
Ah, thank you, Emmy. Hey, look, let's drink to our takeoff tomorrow. In canned tomatoes? Well, sure, why not? Here's to heading for civilization at 12 noon tomorrow. I give you
A safe takeoff and a happy landing. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
Well, Sonny, I see you're drinking cold tomatoes out of a can and apparently liking it.
Yeah? Well, a girl can't be female all life.
Didn't I tell you? All you needed was a little experience.
That's right, Reggie. All right, Hermie, now let's go back for the cheese and the crackers and the dessert.
Dessert being a bar of chocolate.
Right, a bar of chocolate with nice warm water to wash it down.
Blamed if I ain't proud of the way she's coming along. Jack, look there.
What's that?
Look who's coming out of the jungles. Where? What doggone.
Manuel.
Manuel himself.
You fellas got your guns?
Right here in my hand.
Well, keep them that way.
It looks like we're going to have to shoot ourselves a high priest yet before we're done with this thing.
Temple of Vampires.
Reggie.
Yes, Jack.
Go over and stand with Sonny and Hermie.
Quite. I can drop him easy from here, Jack.
No. Wait.
And all the time, us a thinking him and Angelina was killed in the temple when he fell in.
Hold it. All right, Manuel. We've got you covered. Come on in.
He's coming with his hands up.
Uh-huh.
Funny.
Look out for a trick.
Hey, looky at his face.
All right, that's close enough. Doc, go and frisk him.
Yeah. I have no weapon.
Doc will make sure.
Nope, he's not carrying a thing.
All right, you can put your hands down.
I'm grateful.
Now, what are you doing here?
I have no place to go. I am fugitive. Fugitive? Well, what about all the Indian tribes in this neighborhood? I am fugitive from the Indians.
Well, that's queer. I thought you were their high priest. What about their religion?
Their religion is no more. With the fall of the Temple of Vampires, all is ended. Their medicine men say it is a sign. The medicine men have roused the Indians against me, the high priest. You mean the Indians are out to get you? See, they thirst for my blood. For many years, they have given their tribesmen as human sacrifices to the sacred vampires. Now they want revenge. Well, now, ain't you in a pickle?
Can't say as I blame them. But why do you come to us?
It is only way. If you will not give me refuge, then I am the same as dead. Well, naturally, we're not going to let the Indians kill you. We can help you. You will take me with you? Well, sure we will.
Now, wait a minute.
But looky, Jack.
Hold it. Is this the truth, Manuel?
You doubt the word of Manuel, the high priest?
Yes.
So?
Well, what do you expect us to do with you?
That I do not care. If you will take me from this place, that is all I ask.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we can do that, Jack. Take him along and drop him off at our first stop for refueling.
All right, Manuel. If you're in earnest, I'll tell you what we'll do.
See?
We can't get out until tomorrow morning sometime. Until then, you must let us tie you up.
Tie me up?
Yes, just to show your good faith.
I do not understand.
Well, for all I know, this may be some trick. If you mean what you say, you've got to let us keep you tied up until we're ready to take off.
So?
Well?
You may tie me up.
All right. Now you can have your choice. We either tie you in the plane, or if you want to be outside, to that tree over there.
Oh, hey, not in a plane, Jack. It's hotter than the inside of a boiler.
That's up to Manuel.
I prefer to be out in the open.
Okay. Reggie?
Coming.
Doc, you and Reggie take him over and tie him to that tree.
Okay.
Did you say to tie him up?
Yeah, come on. To the tree over yonder.
Right-o. Come along, Manuel, old chap.
Jack?
Hmm?
What's it all about?
Well, I'm not sure. He says the Indians are after him.
Really?
Will we see them?
Indians? Well, I hope not.
But why, Jack? What do the Indians want with him?
Well, if he's telling the truth, we're witnessing the fall of a religion. The temple was a symbol. With the symbol gone, the religion's gone.
Oh, so that's it.
Yes, and now they want the scalp of the head man. It's a sort of jungle revolution.
And Manuel has come to us for help.
That's what he says.
You're not sure?
No, maybe a trick. So you and Hermie stick close.
Oh, yes.
Well, let's get back to filtering our gasoline.
Tie him up tight?
Don't worry about that.
Sonny, you and Hermie stay right with me. Come on.
Maybe we ought to build us a fort if the Indians are coming.
If the Indians were going to bother us, they'd have done it long ago.
I hope you're right.
Better hurry and empty that can. This other one's almost full.
All right.
You stay right by Reggie, you two.
What you got your pistol laying out beside you for, Reggie?
I can reach it in a hurry.
Just when I thought all our troubles were over, and now this has to happen.
Well, maybe a good thing. We were getting kind of careless, you know. Put us on our toes.
Hey, Jack! Jack, come here!
I say.
What's the matter, Doc?
Come here, quick!
Reggie!
Here's Jack.
Watch out for Sonny and Hermie. I'm going to Doc.
Right on, let us know what it is. Over here, by the tree where we tied Manuel.
What's the matter? Is he gone?
I'll say he ain't gone. Here, look here.
What's... Yeah.
Yeah, an Indian arrow through his heart. Deader'n a skunk.
An Indian arrow through his heart.
Looks like one of his Indian friends caught up with him.
Yeah. So he was telling the truth. They were after him.
Well, that's one passenger we ain't carrying away with us tomorrow.
The end of vampire worship in this part of the world.
Just a minute, Jack. I want to make an adjustment, and then you can turn her over again.
Here she is, only 10 o'clock in the morning. We're all set to take off.
Throw up that stuff, Reggie. I'll pack it away.
All right, Jack. Here it comes.
Doc, go back in the luggage compartment. See that everything's tied down.
Quicker than you can shake a shilling.
We're going to have a rough takeoff. We don't want anything flying around the cabin. All right, hand up the tools, Reggie.
Can you reach them?
Yep. How's the undercarriage look this morning?
I went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah.
Holding up beautifully.
Good. Is that everything?
That's all.
All right, Sonny, get in your seat and buckle yourself in.
What about me, Jack?
Well, Doc will have to hold you on his lap like he did when we came down.
Okay, but only while we're getting off the ground.
Sure. After that, you can have the run of the ship.
Jack,
Hmm?
did you hear about Hermie and me?
What's that?
Well, last night we came to an understanding.
That's so?
Uh-huh. Hermie, you want to tell him?
Sure. Sonny's going to adopt me.
She is?
That's right. Hermie and I have been through quite a lot together. We got things in common.
She said she was an orphan, too.
I think that's great.
Well, gee whiz, why not? More money than I know what to do with, nothing to tie me down. Besides, Hermie's a swell kid.
And Sonny's a swell girl.
Well, may I be the first to congratulate you both.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, thanks, fella.
Here, now, what's all this?
Well, Sonny and Hermie have just filed notice of intention.
Huh? What's that mean?
Yes, they're going to adopt each other.
Well, what do you know? Romantic.
Sure. Love at first sight.
You know what I like about you, Sonny?
No, what's that?
You ain't a kissing girl.
Not a kissing girl.
I hate being kissed worse than anything.
Okay, Jack, everything's tied down back here in the luggage compartment.
All right, come on up front. Everybody fasten himself in his seat.
That's right. There's some rough ground ahead along shoreline.
No regulation runway and no joke about that.
There. All right, come on, Hermie. Let me get a good hold on you.
All ready back there?
All set.
Close the door, Reggie.
Hello. All tight and ship.
And here we go.
Running like a sewing machine. Give her the gun, Jack. And there we are. Goodbye, jungle. How's she handle, Jack?
Every bit as good as when we got her.
Hey, look down below. We're flying over the old temple.
What's left of the old temple? Looks like a pile of rock now. Man, what a time we had in that place.
Hey, Jack.
Yes, Hermie?
Will you teach me how to be a pilot?
Well, you're a little bit young yet.
Well, I gotta learn sometime.
All right, come on up here.
See, just think. 8 hours from now, we'll be back in the United States. Aren't airplanes wonderful?
Yeah, especially when they don't come down kerflop in the jungle like this one did.
Oh, yes.
The further adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you Monday at the same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York, with Mercedes McCambridge as Sonny, Louis Van Ruten as Manuel, and Sarah Fussell as Hermie. But if you don't think there can be adventure back in the United States, then listen for the Battle of the Century, coming Monday. That's Jack, Doc, and Reggie in Battle of the Century, an hilarious, two-fisted, joyous new thriller, an I Love a Mystery Sockaroo. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I Love a Mystery, a Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 5 o'clock in the evening in a Seattle hotel somewhere on the edge of Lake Union. The three comrades, Jack, Doc, and Reggie, are at the jumping-off place in their new adventure. The new adventure consisting of a manhunt with $1 million at stake. They have been assigned by a big insurance company to bring back alive Alexander Archer, declared legally dead by order of the court. The court says he's dead. The insurance company says he's alive, and the three comrades have been assigned to the task of proving the insurance company right. The trio arrived in Seattle an hour ago by Stratoliner and registered at their hotel less than 20 minutes ago.
Well, I'll tell you hombres one thing. We're working for the right people. Looky at the size of this room. You could swing a hipponoceros by the tail in here. Hey, Jack, you're sure this here's the hotel we was told to come to?
This is it.
Well, doggone, if it's going to be like this, I hope our manhunt don't go no further than right here in Seattle.
Not a chance.
What you mean, not a chance?
This afternoon or tomorrow morning,
We get a telegram from the insurance company in New York, and we're on our way.
On our way where?
Into the wilds of the Pacific Northwest.
Is that all the information we got?
Until the telegram arrives.
I say, Doc, look here. We're right over Lake Union.
We are? Well, I'll be doggone. Jack, we're on the second story right here over the lake.
How about you two getting changed?
Changed?
Well, you can't go down to dinner here looking like that.
Is the victuals we eat on the company, too?
Oh, by all means, Doc.
Well, son, just watch me do some expensive eating. Say, that insurance company don't care how it spends its money, does it?
It'll be worth it to them if we bring Alexander Archer back alive.
Yeah. Imagine them giving one man $1 million worth of insurance money.
Well, it was all right when they did it. Archer was one of the most substantial men in New York. Then last year, he lost his pants in a series of financial disasters.
Yeah, I know that. And I still say $1 million smackers is a lot to put on one man. If I had... Hey, company. I'll get it.
Oh, please. I'm sorry.
Hey, don't be sorry. Come on in.
How dare you?
Well, doggone it. What you go rapping on people's doors for if you don't want to come in?
What is it, Doc?
A babe and a honey, what I mean.
You're insulting. I made a mistake.
Oh, no, you didn't.
No.
Come on in here.
Help! Help!
There.
You let go of me.
Looky what I got me, Jack. You fellas can fish for your own.
Doc, are you crazy?
Well, look at her and ask me that again.
But I say, grabbing girls out of the hall?
What kind of gorilla have you got here anyway?
What's it all about, anyway?
I came to your door by mistake, and this...
Sippy cat's a good word, sugar.
Doc.
If you'll please open that door.
Oh, no, you don't.
Doc, behave yourself, will you?
Quite. This is no time for romance.
Romance, my grandma. This little old she-girl's carrying a shooting pistol.
That's not true.
Look at the shape and sag of her coat pocket and tell me if it's true or not, Jack.
Why did you come to our door with a gun?
I tell you, it was a mistake.
You should ought to be ashamed of yourself. Nice girl like you carrying pistols and telling lies.
You let me out of here.
Who are you?
When the management of this hotel hears about this...
Never mind the management. Who are you?
3 men kidnapping a girl.
Get her, Reggie.
Righto.
No. Let go of me.
Get the gun, Doc.
If you don't let me go, I'll scream.
Scream and we'll gag you.
Got it, son.
Anything else in her pockets?
No. Let me alone.
Yeah, here's a handful of junk.
All right. Let her go, Reggie.
You'll be sorry for this.
Sit down.
Oh.
See that she stays down, Reggie. I want to see what Doc's got here.
3 great, big, brave men.
Nevertheless, you heard what Jack said.
Nothing but a lot of female junk. Powder puff wrapped up in a hanky, lipstick, bunch of keys, compact.
Here, let me see that.
Compact?
Yes.
Help!
That's it. Keep your hand over her mouth, Reggie.
Quite. Now sit there and act like a lady.
Find anything, Jack?
Yes. Look at this. Telegram.
Telegram? What's it say?
From New York to Linda Joyce. It says, Packard, Long, and York arriving Seattle today. Will register at Crawford Arms Hotel. Stop the... Signed, Nick.
Well, what you know?
But I say, Jack, no one was supposed to know about us arriving in Seattle.
Apparently everyone knows about it. Take your hand away from her mouth.
Righto.
You're Linda Joyce, I suppose.
Supposing I am.
How did this Nick person in New York know we were arriving in Seattle?
How do I know?
Why does he want us stopped?
Yeah, and what's he mean, stop?
When the police hear about you kidnapping and manhandling me, I think you'll be stopped plenty.
This will never get to the police, and you know it.
You think not?
I know it won't. Who are you spotting for?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. You came to our door to be sure we'd arrived and to get a look at us.
That's not true.
I think it is. I also think you felt pretty certain you'd get away with that gag about coming to the wrong door. Otherwise, you'd not be carrying this telegram around with you.
Was it very smart of you, sugar?
Smart guys. Figure everything out.
I say, Jack, there's one thing I don't like.
What's that, Reggie?
I don't like the way she's taking it. We've caught her with the goods, and yet she doesn't seem a bit worried.
Yeah, what does that mean? She thinks of...
There's your answer.
Yeah, more the same kind of company.
Reggie, keep her in that chair. Put your hand over her mouth. Doc, get behind the door as I open it.
You betcha.
Yes, I'm coming. We ready? Here goes.
Good evening, sir.
What do you want?
You're Mr. Packard, aren't you?
Yes.
May I come in for a moment?
Why not?
Thank you.
Okay, you're in. What do you want?
So, my daughter is in here.
Your daughter?
That's right. By the way, would you mind having that young man standing behind me remove himself?
I'm doing okay, Grandpa.
Yes, but it makes me nervous to have someone behind me.
Frisk him, Doc.
You bet. Hold still, mister.
Pretty desperate treatment, isn't it, gentlemen?
Nothing bigger than a pocket knife on him, Jack.
All right, but keep an eye on him. Now then, who are you? What's your business?
I want you to release my daughter, naturally.
Oh, you do?
Yes, would you mind having that young man take his hand away from my daughter's mouth?
First, what's your name?
I'm Richard Cooper.
Cooper. This girl's name is Linda Joyce.
Linda Joyce? Oh, you must be mistaken.
The heck we are.
What is her name, then?
Laura Cooper. Please have that young man release her.
All right, Reggie.
Quite.
Oh, thank goodness you came, Father.
Laura, how many times have I told you to keep away from strange men?
But it was a mistake. I came to the wrong door.
I'm afraid you're a very naughty girl, Laura.
That's it. You always think the worst of me.
Past experience, my dear. Past experience. Now, if you gentlemen will allow me, I'll take her back to her room. I assure you she won't annoy you again.
You promise that?
Indeed I do.
Well, you better keep an eye on her. Doc's gone for her in a big way, and I won't be responsible.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. I've had so much trouble with this girl. Come along, my dear.
Yes, Father.
Which one of you is Doc?
That's me, Grandpa.
Red hair. Laura's very fond of red hair. Women are weak, my boy. Weak. I beg you not to take advantage of her. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, I'll be a two-tailed hipponoceros.
But I say, Jack, the telegram. That girl's more than just a flighty female.
Sure. But that was a great act they put on. Kindly old father and his wayward daughter.
Doggone if it wasn't. The old guy acting like he was on his last leg.
I say, he did look on the trembly side. I felt sorry for him.
Sorry my eye. When I went over him looking for a gun, I felt muscles like steel. That guy could lick his weight in wildcats.
But, Jack, why did you let them go?
Why not? We got everything we could out of them. We can't be bothered with prisoners.
Sure, we know the gang's on our trail, and we know what two of them look like. Hey, who you phoning to?
Listen and you'll find out. Hello. I want to send a wire. Ready? The Viking Insurance Company, 1440 Broadway, New York City. Who is Nick? He tipped off gang in Seattle of our presence. The fight's on. Signed, Jack Packard. Thank you.
Why didn't you tell him to rush them final instructions so we can get out of here?
What's the hurry? If we stick around, we may meet some more of the boys and girls.
Yeah, I wonder if they got any more little old she-gals as pretty as Linda Joyce or Laura Cooper, or whatever her name is.
Good looking, but a little bit on the scratch cat side for me.
They can be anything they want to be, just as long as they're pretty. Boy, did you notice how she filled out that dress she was wearing?
Doc, listen.
Hey, somebody's picking our lock.
Get over there by the door, Reggie. Doc, get in the bathroom.
Okay, son.
Give me the gun.
Okay. Catch.
Hey, they've got it open.
Watch.
All right, stick 'em up, you mugs.
Hello, boys.
Shut the door.
What can we do for you?
We'll take care of that. Where's the third guy?
What third guy?
I got this guy covered. Sam blasts that guy by the wall if he makes a move.
I say, a bit drastic, don't you think?
Shut up. Mac, look in the bathroom for that other mug.
3 tough boys.
Shut up. Anybody in the bathroom, Mac? I got him, Jack.
Get him. Get him, Reggie. Get that gun.
Whoopee! Got it, fella. How you coming, Reggie?
There, that does it. Now get to your feet.
Doggone, as pretty as you please.
All right, you stand up.
Hey, Jack, now we got him. What we gonna do with him?
Open the window.
The window? You mean we're gonna throw him out?
Why not? The lake won't hurt him.
Well, doggone. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Come on, help me, Doc.
You're done tooting.
Hey, I can't swim. How'd he go?
Whoopee! Man, what a dive.
Next.
Out he goes. Whee!
Is the man in the bathroom unconscious?
Out like a light.
All right, throw him out in the hall. He might drown. Who is it?
Hurry! Let me in quick!
What do you want?
They're going to kill me! They're going to kill me!
Adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Script copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. With Frank Brzee as Reggie York. Others in the cast included Jack Lester as Mr. Cooper, Corey Seaton as Laura, your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery, a Carlton E. Morse audio novel. Featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 6 o'clock in the evening in a Seattle hotel somewhere on the edge of Lake Union. The three comrades, Jack, Doc, and Reggie, are launched on $1 million manhunt. They had just overcome 3 gunmen in their hotel room when there was a knock on the door, and the girl's voice cried out, "They're going to kill me."
Get that door open. Doc, Reggie.
Hey, what's the matter?
Sprawled on the floor outside our door.
I say, is she dead?
Where do we get her inside? Give me a hand, Reggie.
Righto.
Keep an eye on the hall, Doc.
Okay. Here we go.
Easy with her. She's breathing. Shut the door, Doc.
Uh-huh. Nobody in the hall?
Right here on the bed.
Hey, will you look what we got this time? Darn her, she ain't even prettier than the other girl.
What is it, Jack? What's the matter with her?
She must have fainted. Doesn't seem to be anything else the matter.
Well, that's a relief.
Looky, son. Did you ever see anything prettier than them long eyelashes?
I'm more interested in who she is.
And why she came screaming to our door, saying they were going to kill her.
I'd just like to see anybody try killing her. You know, Jack, all my Texas chivalry...
Forget your Texas chivalry and go get a glass of water.
Just the same if I can fight for this little old gal's honor.
Will you get me a glass of water?
All right.
Help me get her out of her coat.
Right. Hold her up a bit. There we are.
See what you can find in her pockets.
Dressed a bit on the expensive side.
Yes. Look at that diamond on her finger.
Water for baby, Jack.
Yeah.
I say, Jack, here's a letter addressed to Jeanette Archer.
Archer? Here, let me see that.
Quite.
Hey, look. We're hunting for a guy named Alexander Archer.
Of course.
Wonder if Curly Locks here is any relation.
Jeanette Archer. Do either of you remember the insurance company saying anything about a girl by that name?
Heck, I don't remember half them insurance guys told us.
Pour some of that water on this towel and bathe her forehead, Doc.
Now you're talking, son. That's a job I'd really like.
I wish those final instructions from the insurance company would get here so we could get out of Seattle.
Oh, I don't know. We ain't gonna find any gals as pretty as this up yonder in the woods.
But couldn't we go without the information?
I'm going to chance it if they don't hurry up.
She ain't showing no signs of coming around.
Give her time.
Haven't we got all the important information we need? We know that Alexander Archer had $1 million insurance policy. We know that on evidence presented by his estate, he was declared dead by the courts, that the insurance company still thinks he's alive and hiding somewhere up along the Canadian coast.
Yeah, and it's our job to bring him back if he is alive.
And now we know more than that.
I say we do.
Well, we know that there's a group of people mighty anxious not to have us go on with this manhunt.
Ain't it the truth? First that pretty female girl that come in toting a pistol, and then that old guy.
Oh, look here.
Huh? What's the matter?
That chappie you knocked unconscious in the bathroom, he's still in there.
Hey, that's right.
There's too many things happening. Reggie, go throw him out in the hall.
With pleasure.
Well, there's one thing, son. We sure are popular. We've been in Seattle about an hour, and here at the hotel about half an hour, and looky at all the visitors we've had.
I wish I knew where this girl fits into the picture.
Well, if she don't fit in no place, can I have her?
You practically got her now. I didn't tell you to hold her head in your lap.
Well, dad busted, it's easier to bathe a forward this way.
Just dump him out in the hall any place, Jack.
Yes, why not? How bad is he hurt?
He's just sleeping off a sock in the kisser.
Throw him out.
Hey, you know something, Jack?
No, what's the matter?
There's something kind of indelicate maybe I ought to mention.
Indelicate?
Yeah. A real Texas gentleman don't see what he ain't supposed to see. But when we picked up this pretty little old honey out yonder in the hall...
Well, what about it?
Well, fella, to tell you the truth, if you was to look, not that I think you should, you understand, but if you was to look, I bet you money you'd find a little old stabbing knife strapped to this baby's leg just about a right knee.
You're sure?
It was an accident. I just couldn't help seeing it.
Oh, don't be a hypocrite.
Jack, I ain't no hypocrite. You don't say things like that.
Where's a knife, huh? The Linda Joyce girl carried a gun, and this one a knife.
Yeah. Looks like all the cats in the Northwest got claws, don't it?
She doesn't show any signs of consciousness yet?
Nope. Sleeping like a baby.
Jack, I say, Richard Cooper.
What about him?
He's coming down the hall.
Hey, you mean Grandpa's coming to pay us another visit?
I'm not sure. I ducked back in the room the moment I saw him.
Want I should frisk him again if he asked to come in here?
Yes. Just leave the wet cloth on the girl's brow and get over by the door.
Ain't much fun holding an unconscious girl head in your lap anyway.
I was wondering whether that was romance or your mother instinct, Doc.
How would you like a busting eye?
Doc, you're behind the door. Reggie, you open it. I'll have him covered.
Company's here.
Open up, Reggie.
Gentlemen.
I say, it's Mr. Cooper, Jack.
What does he want?
May I come in?
He wants to come in, Jack.
All right.
Please, step in, Mr. Cooper.
I'm afraid I'm getting to be an awful bother.
Hold still, fella.
Here, are you behind me again?
Looks like it, don't it?
Keep your hands out in front of you, Cooper.
Am I subjected to this indignity every time I come into this room?
It's not a bad idea.
Nope, he ain't carrying nothing, Jack.
What in the world gave you the idea that I might be armed?
Everyone else visiting us has been.
By the way, as I came down the hall, I noticed something rather unusual.
That so?
Yes. The body of an unconscious man. Rather out of place in a hotel of this distinction.
Did you call the management?
No, I never like to get mixed up in unpleasant matters of that nature. Besides, the management is upset enough as it is. 2 men dived into the bay from someplace up on this floor.
Dived in my grandma. We throwed 'em in.
Is that so? They said they dived in.
Well, never mind that. What do you want this time, Cooper?
I came for my daughter.
I say, your daughter?
Yeah, she's a little bit eccentric. She has fainting spells.
Fella, you're just lousy with eccentric daughters, ain't you?
I beg your pardon.
That's what I said. First we grab a gal carrying a gun. In her pocket's a telegram saying her name's Linda Joyce. You come along and say her name's Laura Cooper. Next we find the girl outside our door in a dead faint after yelling somebody's trying to kill her. And in her pocket's a letter saying her name's Jeanette Archer. And now you say her name's Cooper.
That's right, Brenda Cooper. Now, if you'll allow me to carry the child back to her room...
Hold it, Cooper.
You mean you're not going to let me have her?
That's right.
But this is outrageous.
Maybe.
But the child needs medical attention. Besides, I object to leaving my daughter in this room with 3 strange men.
How do you account for the fact she's carrying a letter with the name Jeanette Archer?
Easily. Jeanette Archer's a friend of hers. In fact, they're roommates at college.
That sounds silly.
My good man, are you going to let me take my daughter back to her room? Or will I be obliged to call the police?
Say, that's not a bad idea.
Now, see here. I don't want trouble with you men. I'll admit my daughters are a bit wild. I'm not holding you responsible.
Don't move or open your mouth, Cooper.
A gun?
Yes, a gun. Doc, open the door a crack. If there's any funny work, Cooper's going to be sorry.
Okay, fella. Hey, it's a bellboy. He's got a telegram.
Take it and close the door.
Sure. Thanks, son. Here you are.
Got it?
You bet you.
Reggie, look up the number of the police department. Get them on the phone.
Now, don't be hasty.
You're the one who suggested it.
I had no intention of calling them. In fact, I have every good reason for not calling.
You ain't kidding now, mister.
Yes, my daughter's names have been in the papers before. Nothing serious, you understand. Wild parties. Please save them any further notoriety.
Here it is, Jack.
Get them on the wire.
You're going to insist on it?
That's right.
I say, get me Maine 4400, please.
In that case, I shall withdraw.
Suit yourself.
I hope you realize you're breaking an old man's heart.
I suppose there's a little old gray-haired mother with a shawl around her shoulders somewhere in the background, too.
Good evening, gentlemen.
We sure bluffed him out of that one.
Bluffed nothing. What's the matter, Reggie? Haven't you got him yet?
They're on the wire, but they asked me to hold the line a moment.
Doc, let me see that telegram.
Oh, yeah. From the insurance company, you think?
Probably.
What's it say?
It's what we've been waiting for.
Oh, righto. Hold the line a moment. Here they are on the wire, Jack.
Let me take it. Hello. Listen, there's an unconscious girl by the name of Jeanette Archer up in room 232 of the Crawford Arms Hotel. Get here quick or she'll be kidnapped. Never mind who this is. Get here and step on it.
Hey, Jack, if we stick around here and get mixed up with the police...
We're not going to stick around. Reggie, tear all the sheets off the bed.
Righto.
But looky, fella.
Doc, will you stop asking questions, start tying these sheets together?
Okay, fella. But if I'm a flying hipponocer, I know why.
Be careful of those knots. They've got to hold our weight.
I say we're going out the window.
That's just what we're doing.
But doggone it, Jack, the lake's down below us.
Then we'll get our feet wet.
I'll say we will. Clean up to our necks.
Here. Move one of the beds over to the window.
Come on, Reggie. Doggone it, things ain't getting crazier in a lunatic asylum.
You fellas get out of your coats and wrap some extra clothes in them and tie them to your backs. We're going to have to swim for it.
But why the heck don't we just walk out of the place?
Because, you crazy fool, Cooper and his gang would see us. They'd see we didn't have this girl with us, and they'd break in here and grab her.
We ain't gonna take her with us?
You bet we're not. Let the police come and get her. There. That ought to hold our weight. You ready, Reggie?
Right.
Then out with you while I'm getting ready. We'll meet in those bushes over there beside the lake.
See you later. So long.
Hey, you know, that water's gonna be cold.
Never mind that. Watch Reggie. As soon as he drops into the lake, you go down.
Dad, rat it. I know these britches are gonna shrink if they get wet. Where do we go from here, son?
There. I'm ready. There's a motorboat waiting for us down on the Puget Sound.
Reggie's down. Here I go.
Hurry up.
You bet. Motorboat, huh?
Doc, they're here. Hurry up.
Hey, Jack. Something's giving way. Look out!
Oh, that's beautiful. Now I've got to dive. Well, Here goes nothing.
Oh, wee. Cuss these blame britches. They're choking me to death already.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 7 o'clock at night on the waterfront of Puget Sound, somewhere at the foot of Seattle. On evidence presented by the estate of Alexander Archer, the courts have declared him legally dead, but the insurance company believes him alive and have hired the 3 comrades to find him and bring him back alive. There's a $1 million insurance policy on his life, and there is a vicious and well-organized gang trying desperately to block the search for him. Half an hour ago, they dodged members of the gang at their hotel and are now completely enfolded in fog and darkness on the Puget Sound waterfront.
Hey, I suppose you know where we're going, Jack?
Well, we must be almost there. We keep walking along the dock until we come to a warehouse saying, Belts Iron Foundry Loading Dock.
Well, that's silly. How are we going to see Belts Iron Foundry Loading Dock when it's so dark you can't even see the hand in front of you?
That's why I stopped at the drugstore and bought these flashlights.
A lot of good they do.
We're on our way to the...
On our way where?
I don't know. The telegram said we'd find a motor launch waiting for us at the dock.
Well, if we ever find it... Hey, Dad, blast it. Oh, I went and stepped into something. Well, if there's anything for miles around to step in, I'm the fellow that steps in it.
Oh, take it easy, old boy.
Well, blast it all anyway.
You don't know where the launch is taking us?
Nope. We're going to be run across Puget Sound to some little town, and after that, we're on our own.
Sounds a bit indefinite.
Well, after all, that's our job. If the insurance company knew where Alexander Archer was, they'd go get him themselves.
Well, what makes them think he's up in this part of the country?
I don't know, but they must be right. Because if we were on the wrong track, we wouldn't be having so much trouble with the gang that doesn't want us to find him.
Hey, I hadn't thought of that.
Hold it. What's this warehouse say?
You tell me.
Well, there's something up there. I can't read it. Hey, Doc, you're the lightest. Climb up on Reggie's shoulders. Hunch over, Reggie. Come on, Doc.
Think I'm some kind of a squirrel? Hey, hold still, Reggie.
I say, get your knee out of my neck.
I'll hang on to your feet. Now, stand up.
Yeah, so when I fall, I'll light on my head.
Doc, will you stop horsing around?
All right.
Can you see?
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, it says Belt Iron Foundry.
All right, this is it. Jump down.
Yep. What we need in this outfit is a trapeze performer.
Well, there's supposed to be a pier right out the front. The launch should be tied out there.
I don't see no pier.
Well, it's there. Come on.
First thing you know, we're going to be up to our armpits in the Pacific Ocean.
Not ocean. Puget Sound.
Well, it's just as wet. We would have to pick a foggy night.
Stop grumbling, will you?
Why? That's all I want to know. Just plain why.
Because I'm tired of hearing you. That reason enough?
Reckon so, son. All you got to do is give me a reason. Hey, ain't them lights ahead? Down close to the water?
Quite. This must be it.
Watch out for steps going down to the water.
Fall down and bust your necks.
I hope you do.
Well, I probably will.
Oh, shut up.
Hey, you!
Who said that?
Here, you, Jack Packard.
That's right.
The launch is right down below. Watch the steps. Follow right behind me. Belay there. All right, into the boat with you.
Can't see a darn thing.
Just step down. You're all right.
There. Oh, yeah, here's a place to sit down.
All right, slide over.
Huh? Oh, sure.
All right, Bill. Turn her over and cast off.
Well, fellas, we're on our way.
How much of a trip is it?
You, talking to me?
Yes. How much of a trip have we got ahead of us?
Oh, a couple of hours.
As soon as we get across, we'll find a hotel and get a good night's sleep.
Hey! Hey there! Come back here! You got the wrong boat! You got the wrong boat! Come back! I got the boat you want!
Hey, what does he mean?
Yeah, what does he mean we got the wrong boat?
Crazy old fool. That's crazy French. Every time any other boat on the Sound takes out a load of passengers, he acts like that. Always trying to get a load for his boat.
Is that what it is?
That's it.
Sure acted plenty unhappy.
Can't stand here talking. Gotta go back and take over.
Jack.
Yes?
You don't suppose we could have taken the wrong boat, do you?
That's what I was thinking.
Hey, you think...
And I'm also thinking this is a fine time to find out about it.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's do something about it.
Sit down, Doc.
But look it, fella.
Sit down, will you? Let's figure this out.
Well, I didn't mind telling you, I don't like it.
This man in our boat called me Packer. So he was expecting us all right.
But see here, Jack. We haven't made a move so far that Cooper and his gang haven't known about beforehand.
I know that. But how could they have found out about our orders to come to the waterfront? We only got the telegram about 10 minutes before we left the hotel.
Well, maybe they seen the telegram before it was brought up to us.
Or that chap back in New York might have wired them. He certainly warned them about us arriving in Seattle.
Could be done all right.
Well, then, doggone it, let's make these hombres turn this boat around.
We might try.
What you mean, try? There's only 2 of them and 3 of us.
If they're part of the gang, they're armed. We're not. They could shoot us down before we could move.
In the dark? They couldn't hit the side of a barn.
What do you think, Reggie?
I'm for it.
Doggone right.
All right. Here we go.
You move and you're dead men. All of you.
Hey, who said that?
Never mind. Just don't move.
Well, you long-haired sippy cat.
Yeah, quiet.
What about it, Jack? Are we going to sit here and take that?
Looks like it.
Well, I'll be a 2-horn blue jay.
Doc.
Huh?
Cut it out.
You mean we ain't going to do nothing?
That's right.
Now you're talking sense. Just relax and enjoy the ride.
Well, I don't mind telling you, fella. I just plain don't like your face.
How do you know? You ain't never seen it.
I can tell by the tone of your voice I don't.
You talk too much.
I ain't begun to say what I'm a-thinking.
That's so.
Yeah, that's so. And there's something else I just thought of, Jack.
What's that?
Well, looky, can you see this hombre we're talking to?
Nope.
Well, neither can I. Can you, Reggie?
No, I can't. And I've barely near strained my eyes trying to.
Okay. If we can't see him, how the heck's he seeing us? Sure, and if he can't see us, how's he going to shoot us?
One of you bozos make one move.
Yeah, what do you think's going to happen?
Come on, try it. My trigger finger's just itching.
You think he's bluffing, Jack?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, why don't we chance it? At least we'll get some action for our money.
You got a hints in your pants, Doc?
Yes, I have, Dad, blame it. How you and Reggie can sit there like a couple of pumpkins.
Jack, that killed the motor.
This is where you mobs get off. How do you like it?
Get off? I don't see no land.
It's there, though. About a quarter of a mile straight down.
You mean you want us to jump overboard?
Not until you're dressed for it.
Dressed for it?
Yeah. You wouldn't want to get in the cold water unless you was dressed for it.
Hey, what the heck are you talking about? I ain't a horn to go swimming dress or no dress.
Now, you won't mind it with a sack over your head and a piece of iron bar tied to your feet. Not for long, anyway.
Well, I'll be a smelly onion if they're going to tie any arm bar to my feet.
All right, Bill, you ready?
Yeah, let's jump 'em and get out of here. Where's Jack?
He's bringing up the ropes and the hunks of iron.
How about a little light to work in?
No, any passing craft seeing a light drifting out here would get nosy. What's keeping Jake? Hey, Jake.
You better go see what's the matter.
Well, keep that rod on them fellas. They're mighty tricky.
You bozos hear that? Hey, you punks. Did you hear what I said? Hey, you guys. Joe, Jake, come here.
Well, what's the matter, Bill?
Come here. I think they've gone over this side.
What do you mean, over the side? Well, where were you and your gun?
What could I do in the dark? I didn't hear a sound. They were sitting right there.
Whoopee!
Jake, there's a hand here.
I'll give you a hand.
That's what you think. Get him. Get that man.
Hey, Jack, man overboard.
Here's some rope. Did you knock him out, Reggie?
I don't know.
Help! Help!
All right, here it comes, Bill.
Do it! I can't swim!
I did throw it.
Yes, I got it! Pull me in!
Help me, Reggie. Heave on it. That's it.
I can hear him. He's right alongside. Give me your hand, fella. There you are, you yellow-tailed polecat.
I can't swim.
I don't know why we didn't hold you under instead of pulling you out.
Tie him up, Reggie. I'm taking care of this other would-be tough guy.
Yeah, I sure landed right on his kisser.
Apparently you did. He hasn't moved since.
Hey, what about the other fella? The guy they called Jake?
He doesn't seem to like our party.
Yeah? Ain't seen hide nor hair of him.
There, that should hold our friend Bill.
All right. Let's go see what Jake has to say for himself.
You betcha. Shuckins, that other fight didn't hardly get my blood circulating.
Hey, Jake! Come on out. You might as well give up.
Yeah, fella. All's out and free.
Here, wait a minute. If we turn on some light, he'll be easier to find.
Yeah, if we know where they are. Hey, what's making them big waves?
Oh, Doc! Reggie! Jump!
Hey!
Run down!
Look out! Look out! Jack? Reggie?
Hello. Everybody all right?
Yeah. Well, I can't touch bottom if that's what you mean.
I say, what hit us?
Big freighter. Went right on. Didn't even know it.
I say, what about Bill and those other two?
Well, that's their hard luck. The question is, what about us?
Well, if we gotta drown, I don't know any prettier place than this here Puget Sound.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 7 o'clock at night, somewhere in Puget Sound off the waterfront of Seattle. Tonight, the three comrades had orders to meet a launch at the Puget Sound dock, which would carry them on the first leg of their expedition. Gangsters kidnapped them in a second launch. Out in the middle of the Sound, they were run down by a big freighter. And at the moment, Jack, Doc, and Reggie are swimming around in the dark and fog, trying to keep afloat.
Well, there goes my underdrawers. I could be arrested for what I ain't got on.
Save your breath. We're going to need it if we keep afloat.
Me and Lady Godiva, only she had a horse.
Doc, don't you realize this is serious? 2 or 3 miles out here in Puget Sound, not the faintest idea which way to swim.
You know, Jack, I ain't swum naked since I was a tadpole back in Texas.
You can think of more useless information.
Well, why not? Here we are waiting either to get rescued or drowned. Might as well talk and enjoy ourselves.
Well, go ahead if you're enjoying it.
Well, ain't you?
Never mind me. I can stick my head underwater when I get bored.
Me and my cousin Winnie Mae used to swim in flour sacks when we was kids down in Texas.
Flour sacks, huh?
Yep.
What's the matter? Didn't you have any water?
Oh, you know what I mean. Instead of store swimming suits.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there was a pond on her papa's place. Hogs used to wallow in the mud around the edge.
Oh, that's a lovely picture.
No, we didn't mind them, though. We just waded through them and out into the deep water. It'd come up to our pistol pockets in the deepest place.
Wonder you didn't catch something.
We did. Tadpoles, water snakes, things like that.
I mean disease, you dope. Germs.
Heck no. Me and Winnie Mae were so tough, germs couldn't stand the sight of us.
Hey, listen. Quick, yell. Yell your heads off.
Help!
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 Ship ahoy!
Help! Ahoy!
Ahoy there!
Did you hear that?
Ahoy! Help! Help!
I hear you. Keep yelling. I'm coming.
He says keep yelling.
All right, take turns. You first, Doc.
Help! Over this way! Help!
This way! This way! Help!
I say he's got the light on us.
Well, doggone. Looks like we ain't going to be fish bait after all.
You see us? Here we are.
I see you all right. The bat's there, right? Don't run them down now. Cut the engine. Easy. Port there. Belay there. We'll have you aboard in no time.
Hey, you got a woman aboard?
You betcha. One woman. One grand sailor, that girl.
Oh, look here.
Hey, tell her to hide her head. We're naked as babies.
Maria, those eyes. Keep them forward.
Oui, Papa.
I don't see anything so dad blame funny.
Oh, never mind, Doc. Climb aboard.
Okay.
How you doing, Reggie?
I'm already in, Jack.
Oh, all right then. Here I come.
Huh? That is all, eh?
Yeah, that's all.
Hey, what about them other 3?
What's the use? We haven't heard a word out of any of them.
3 more?
Yes, 3. We've been in the water half an hour.
Maria, start the engine. Circle round. Use the searchlight. There are 3 more.
Oui, it is too late, I think, though.
Here, you wrap up in these blankets.
Blankets? Doggone. Can I use one of them?
What happened? What you do out here?
Our launch was run down by a big freighter. They didn't even know they hit us.
You have lights on, blow whistle, and freighter hit you?
No, we didn't blow any whistle, and the lights were out.
No whistle, no lights. Oh, mon Dieu, that is bad. Why not?
Because the 3 men you're looking for now had us prisoners.
Prisoners?
Oh, by God. Your name is Jacques Packard. I bet you my life.
Hey, are you the bird that yelled to us just as we pulled away from the dock?
That is right. When you go another boat, I do not know what to do. Then I follow you.
Well, you certainly did the right thing. If you hadn't come along, we'd have been dead Indians in another hour.
Hey, Maria, these are fellas we're supposed to pick up tonight.
Oh, Papa, you tell me this?
Yeah, these fellas we look for. She's no good. We don't look no more.
We don't look for 3 other men.
No, they wicked folks. Let them go to shore best way she can.
Then how shall I set the course, Papa?
Wait, I will take the helm. Now, you fellas, make yourself comfortable. I will send Maria back.
Hey, what's he mean he's going to send Maria back? And us with nothing but blankets on.
It's the first time in your life you've been afraid of a girl.
Well, Dad busted. I ain't presentable. What about you, Reggie?
I say, tell her to keep away from me.
What's a she-woman doing on this boat anyway?
Hello?
Hey!
You boys look like Indian papoose wrapped in blankets.
Hey, would you mind sitting down over yonder by Reggie? You make me nervous.
Oh, I say, not over here.
Here, sit down here.
Oui. These are the boys. They are afraid of women?
In their present state.
I think a very good thing we come along when we do.
I know it. You're Frenchie's daughter?
That is so. He is a fine man, my papa.
Well, he seems to think you're a pretty good sailor.
I am. I go with him on his boat everywhere.
Hey, was your papa hired to take us on this trip?
Yes. Then you get the wrong boat by mistake.
You're telling us.
This man with red hair talks funny.
Hey, what you mean I talk funny?
I think it's funny.
Well, it's good old United States, and don't let anybody tell you it ain't.
This nice boy with the blonde hair, he is English, I think.
Quite. Do you mind?
Oh, no. When I was in convent, I was very much in love with English boys. Oh, but I am not anymore. I am not in love with anybody anymore.
Well, that's all very swell, lady. But will you tell us where we can get some clothes, or are we going to have to go around here with blankets on the rest of our lives?
No, I don't think you will have to do that.
You don't, huh?
No. When we reach Port Force, Papa, I will go up to the store and buy you some.
Yeah? Well, I wear a size 38 underdrawers.
I say, Doc.
Well, blame it all I do.
This Doc makes me want to laugh all the time.
Now, look out for him. He's a Texas boy, and you know how a Texas boy is about women.
Oh, really and truly?
I'm afraid so.
That is a very big place, I think.
You bet your sweet life it's a big place.
With lots of girls?
Yeah, but you have to run them down like you do jackrabbits.
Oh, me. I don't run. I don't run away from anything.
Oh, there, Maria.
Oui, Papa?
This boy, she cold. You give her a drink of brandy, huh?
No, I have not. I have forget.
Good name of Thorn. Where are you with? What kind of folks you think we are? Give it to her. Plenty much.
Oui, Papa. I will fix it. Papa is worried. He thinks you must have big spot of brandy. I will get it.
Hey, you know, I kind of like that gal.
No.
Well, doggone if I don't. Wouldn't you know I'd be wrapped up in a blanket? Something always happens to me when there's a pretty girl around.
There now. We'll fix you up plenty quick, I bet you now.
Maria, you say your father is taking us up to Port Forest?
Oui. Yes, monsieur.
Where is this Port Forest?
Way up the other side of Bellingham on the coast. We will not get there before dawn, I think. You, Monsieur Doc?
Thanks a heap, sugar. You tell your papa I think you're a swell folk.
What kind of country is it?
Oh, very wild.
Not many folks up there, huh?
No, just loggers and lumberjacks.
Lumber country?
Very much lumber. Very much trees. It is a very rough place, I can tell you those.
Doggone, I like hearing you talk.
That's funny. I like to hear you talk, and you like to hear me talk.
You know, Maria, me and you ought to hit it off all right. I mean, when I get me a pair of breeches.
You say crazy things, I think.
Oh, there, Maria.
Yes, Papa?
Come up forward, take the helm.
1 minute, I come.
Hey, you gonna leave us?
Oui. When Papa calls, poof, I go. But I will come back.
When Papa calls, poof, I go.
You know, Doc, if it wasn't for women, you'd be a top-notch sidekick.
What you talking about? I'm the best doggone sidekick a fella ever had.
Look at you. All you've got in your head is Maria.
Yeah. Well, what you hombres got in your head?
I say, not Maria.
Well, that's your hard luck. Hey, looky, I just thought of something. Have we got any money?
What do you mean, we?
Well, I ain't. Every cent I had is in my breeches pocket, floating somewhere out there.
What about you, Reggie?
I say, not a cent.
Well, ain't that a nice pickle?
Well, I guess it was lucky I was carrying our bankroll. I put it in my waterproof tobacco pouch and tied it around my neck.
Well, Jack, you're so doggone smart, it's disgusting. Sometimes I just plain don't like you.
We'll need that cash. If we're going out in the woods, we'll need supplies.
Oh, I know that. Just makes me mad, you being a wise guy all the time.
What's the matter with these fellas? She mad?
No, he's just talking through his hat. What about it, Frenchie? Maria says we won't get to Port Forest before morning.
That girl, Maria, she one smart girl. She knows this country like I do.
Well, what happens when we get to Port Forest?
You ask me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Oh, that is bad.
Why bad?
Because me, I come back here to ask you same question.
Oh, I see. You had instructions to take us to Port Forest, and that's all?
That is right. Then I am to get next information from you.
Frenchie, you know what this is all about? Why you're taking us up there?
No, I know nothing.
How would you like to make a fortune for you and Maria?
Money? You talk about money?
Lots of money.
Oh, you betcha my life. For money, I do anything.
That's a bet. You stick to us, and you'll have plenty of money.
Bon.
Now you're talking, Jack. Man, I can fight my weight in wildcats with that little old Maria looking on.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Script copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the Northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 5 o'clock in the morning at the landing dock of the tiny hamlet of Port Forest, somewhere up the coast from Seattle near the Canadian border. In their search for Alexander Archer, the $1 million corpse, the three comrades, Jack, Doc, and Reggie, have only now arrived at Port Forest. They were brought here in a tiny motor launch operated by Frenchie and his daughter Maria. Last night, the trio were kidnapped by gangsters trying to prevent them from finding Archer, and were carried out into Puget Sound in a small boat. The boat was struck in the dark by a freighter, and Jack, Doc, and Reggie thrown into the water. They were forced to shed all their clothes to keep afloat. That's how Frenchie and Maria found them and rescued them, without a stitch between the three of them. Frenchie gave them each a blanket, and now here they are, docked at Port Forest at the break of dawn, shivering in their blankets.
Here it is. Where's Frenchie and that good-looking daughter of his?
Down that little hole they call the cabin.
Well, doggone it, if there's any cabin, we should have it. We're the ones without clothes.
3 of us couldn't possibly get in it.
Well, 2 of us could. Look at the hair on my legs. Frozen stiff. Break 'em off like icicles.
Well, anyway, it's getting light enough so we can see where we are.
So that's Port Forest.
Where's Port Forest?
Well, at least there's a few buildings scattered about up there.
Don't look very appetizing to me.
Well, don't forget, we're a long way from civilization. Port Forest is the last outpost on the edge of the wilderness.
Hey there, Maria. Up on deck with you. Those fellas, she plenty hungry, I bet you.
Huh. What's he yelling about?
He said he bet we were hungry.
Of course we're hungry.
Well, will you look what's coming?
Hey, food.
You betcha my life, food. Maria, she one good cook.
I think you need something very hot to warm you up, eh?
Oh, you never said a truer word, Marie.
Then we all gather round. Plenty tea, plenty hot bread, plenty meat.
Boy, howdy. Excuse my scanty panties, but I'm hungry.
Oui, I'm quite used to you 3 in these blankets. Papa, don't eat so fast.
Maria, she very snooty young lady. She go to convent.
Ah, Reggie, did you ever taste anything so good in your life?
A bit all right at that.
You bet your Sunday britches it's all right.
You talk about the breeches?
You're darn tootin' we are. I swear to my grandma, I never did know before how much comfort a pair of pants was to a fella.
Oui. When we have finished eating, Papa and I will go to the store and buy you some more.
You mean there's a store up yonder?
Oh, one fine store. She got everything in the world. That store, everything.
This is Port Forest, isn't it?
Sure thing.
Sure don't look like much. What's up there?
Big sawmill behind those hills. Big general store. 3 liquor stores for the lumberjacks when they come into town on Saturday night.
Oh, I see.
Plenty liquor, plenty girls, plenty fun on Saturday night, you betcha my life.
Papa, we do not stay here Saturday night.
Oh, by God. What you mean we do not stay here Saturday night?
No, we put out from shore on these boats Saturday night.
Ah, that is woman for you. I send you to convent, and now you say I have no fun on Saturday night.
You know, this is a beautiful little cove, protected from the ocean.
Oh, plenty deep water, too. Big lumber schooners. She come right up to dock here.
I say, then Port Forest is simply a mill town.
That it is. All the men are at the mill or in the woods now.
Are there any other towns in this vicinity?
Not for maybe 100 miles in any direction.
Hey, this place is 100 miles from any town?
And that is not all. By boat. It is only one way to get in here.
I say, we are isolated. 100 miles from the nearest town and can only get in here by boat.
You wasn't kidding, Jack, when you said we was on the fringe of the wilderness.
Papa, we go now, eh?
Yeah, Maria. There's still tea in the pot?
No, we leave that for these 3.
Here, there's plenty more.
No, we go buy you breeches. Come, Papa.
What you do with a girl like that, huh? She thinks she's my boss, maybe, huh?
Well, wait a minute. You want some money?
Huh? Oh, you got the money?
Yes, I managed to save our grub stake. How much will it take?
For 3 outfits? $50.
Papa.
Well, for 3 outfits, $50.
Monsieur, you give me $25, I will bring you back 3 outfits.
Hey, there's a lot of difference.
Yeah, you see? That's what I get for sending these girls to convent.
Here you are, Maria.
We will not be long. Come along, Papa.
Yes, someday I show you who's boss here, I think.
I'll be smelly name if that old boy wasn't going to charge us double.
Well, we'll be all right as long as we have Maria to keep him in line.
Doggone. Ain't life wonderful?
A full stomach and pretty girl, eh, Doc?
Bet your life. There ain't nothing else a fella could want.
I'm beginning to get the lay of the land. If Alexander Archer is in this part of the world, and Port Forest is 100 miles from the nearest civilization, then he's got to come here for his supply.
Hey, then all we got to do is stick around Port Forest until he comes in to buy something.
No, it isn't going to be that easy.
Why not?
Well, first, he probably buys supplies for 6 months at a time. And then he probably doesn't come in Port Forest himself.
You think he don't?
Not if he's really in hiding. Even in this out-of-the-way place, someone might spot him. At least he'd rouse curiosity and people would talk.
Then we're just going to have to track him down.
Yeah, looks like it. I've got one hunch. It may not turn out if I can get well enough acquainted with the storekeeper up there. to get him to let me look at his books for the past 6 months.
Quite. Find all the people who have bought large amounts of groceries during the past year.
Might lead to something.
Hey, fella, what about the gang that's been trying to stop us? You think we throw them off our trail?
Well, that's too much to hope for.
What you mean too much? Shucks. Me, I hope we ain't.
You hope we haven't lost them?
Of course I do. The little set-to we had with them in Seattle and Puget Sound last night wasn't even a good beginning.
Oh, feeling your oats, huh?
Well, all I got to say is, get me a pair of breeches I can put on and then let the fireworks start.
Jack, I say, someone's coming down the dock.
Probably one of the natives.
Huh? Where? Hey, well, anyway, it's a female native.
Look at Doc's ears prick up.
Hope she's worth a looking at. Hope she comes down here where we can get a good look at her.
You're just full of hope, aren't you?
Oh, got on clothes that we look like this part of the country. Yep, she's a-coming this way. Hey, Jack, why don't you look?
Isn't one girl crazy monkey in this crowd enough?
How do you go about meeting a new girl dressed in a blanket?
She's dressed in a blanket?
No, but I am. Worse luck. Hey, Jack, I can see her face.
No.
Yes, I can. You know who she is?
No. Do you?
You're doggone right I do. She's Linda Joyce.
What's that?
As sure as I'm a-standing here barefooted, it's that little old female we met back in that Seattle hotel.
Well, there we are.
What you mean, there we are?
You asked if we were still being trailed by Cooper and his gang. It looks like they got here ahead of us.
Man, oh man, ain't we got fun.
If she didn't know it was us before, she recognizes us now.
Yeah. Howdy, honey.
Well, boys, welcome to Port Forest.
Yes, a great place, isn't it?
Wonderful country. But aren't you boys a trifle informal?
What you mean informal? Ain't this Indian country?
So I've heard.
Well, ain't you never heard when in Italy do like the Italians do?
I see. So you've taken to your blankets.
That's right. What you leaning up down that rail for? Why don't you come down and be more sociable?
Why not? Oh, wait a minute first, though. You promise not to try and take me prisoner again?
Of course not, will we, Jack?
No, we're not in the mood.
All right. Here I come.
Look out you don't slip. That plank's full of splinters.
There.
Sit down. Have a cup of tea.
No, thanks. Too bad you boys left the hotel in Seattle in such a hurry. I was hoping to see more of you.
No kidding.
Really?
Won't seeing more of us up here at Fort Forest do just as well?
Just as well.
I suppose our old friend Richard Cooper is up here too, huh?
Oh, sure, he's here.
Looky, Linda, that old grandpa ain't really your father, is he?
Of course not. We did a beautiful father and daughter act, though, didn't we?
Yeah, almost had me in tears. Cooper had plenty of gall, though. Coming into our room the second time and trying to tell us that Jeanette Archer was another of his daughters.
Well, you'll have to give him credit for trying.
Well, she's safe from your gang anyway. The police will take care of her.
Is that so?
I think so.
But I say, Miss Joyce, who is Jeanette Archer? What relation is she to Alexander Archer?
You don't know?
No, the insurance company said nothing to us about any relative by that name.
You want to make a deal?
Let's hear what it is first.
I'll tell you who Jeanette Archer is if you tell me what became of the 3 men who took you out into the Sound in that other launch last night.
You mean you're admitting that you were in on that deal to try to murder us?
All's fair in love and war.
That wasn't war. That was murder.
Apparently only attempted murder. At least the 3 of you seem to be in fairly good condition this morning.
What you mean, good condition? We ain't got a stitch of clothes to our name.
Then you admit that Cooper and you and the rest of your gang will go to any limits to get rid of us?
We're getting away from the subject. What became of the 3 men who took you out?
They're dead.
You murdered them?
Don't make me laugh.
You won't laugh very long if you killed those men.
All right. We've told you what happened to them. Who is Jeanette Archer?
She was a plant. Cooper had her put on that feigning act to get you in the room and listen to your conversation while you thought she was unconscious.
I say, she was one of the gang?
Certainly.
Hold there! Breeches for monsieur.
Hey, here comes Frenchie and Maria.
What's your hurry, Linda?
I've stayed too long now. Papa and I buy out the store. Oh, who is this woman? Hello, Frenchie. What do you do on this boat? Little cat. You want me to scratch your eyes out? You get off this boat! Hold everything. I'm going. Get off! Get off! I am so mad I'd kill you!
Hey, Maria, hold it, honey.
That woman is a bad woman. I will not have her on my boat. She's a little spitfire, boys. You're welcome to her.
The bad name. The witch. The she thing.
Hey, what's the matter with her, Frenchie? What's she got to be so wild about?
She say all women in Port Forest is bad women. She do not like bad women very much, I can tell you that.
It is not funny. She come back. I kill her dead. She bad.
You bet she's bad, Maria. Frenchie, watch out for her and for anybody you see with her.
What I do is...
Because she's part of the gang worth fighting. She's one of those who tried to have us killed last night.
By God, she do that?
And Doc, Reggie, she lied about Jeanette Archer.
I say, you know that?
Certainly. I'm enough of a doctor to know that that girl wasn't shamming. She was really unconscious.
Well, boy, howdy. We really have got a mess of fighting to do, ain't we?
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery. Created and written by Carlton E. Morse. Scripts copyrighted by Morsel Co. Incorporated. Produced and directed by story editor Jim Harmon. Featuring Les Tremaine as Jack Packard and Tony Clay as Doc Long. Consultants Frank Brzee and David Lloyd. Your announcer, Fred Foy. This presentation has come from Hollywood. I Love a Mystery. A Carlton E. Morse audio novel featuring Jack, Doc, and Reggie, specialists in crime and adventure. Now following the Northwest trail of a missing millionaire, a killer cougar, and the Phantom Castle. This is Fred Foy introducing Jim Harmon's presentation of Les Tremaine and Tony Clay in an original Carlton Morse thriller, The Fear That Creeps Like a Cat. 7 o'clock in the morning at Port Forest, a tiny lumber milling hamlet somewhere up the coast from Seattle near the Canadian border. Jack, Doc, and Reggie's search for the missing man, declared by his estate to be dead, is being hampered on every hand by a well-organized gang of men and women. The three comrades have fought their way up the coast to Port Forest, the only settlement within 100 miles in any direction and approachable only by water. Their only allies in this isolated settlement are Frenchie, who brought them here in his fishing launch, and his daughter Maria. Frenchie told the trio to meet him at the general store.
Here she come now, Bull. How there, fellows?
Well, here we are, Frenchie.
Where Maria? She do not come?
No. She said she'd stay on the launch.
Oh, she mighty fine girl, that Maria. Oh, Bull, those fellows I would tell you about. This one, she's Packard, Jacques Packard.
How are you, Bull?
Any friend of Frenchie's is a friend of mine.
Thank you.
This here, she Doc Long.
And welcome you are.
Mighty done nice of you to say so, Bull, old fella. And this here's Reggie York.
Hey, now, wait a minute, no. Who doing this, you or me?
Sorry, friend.
You betcha. Bull, white-haired kid, she is Reggie York.
How do you do, Bull?
Well, sonny, quite a lad you are, too.
And that one, she got muscles, Bull. Look out for her.
Well, what about it, boys? Pour you like a little nip?
Oh, I'm afraid not, Bull. A little too early in the morning.
Early in the morning, late at night, it's good whiskey. That's right, Frenchie, huh?
You betcha my life.
Oh, I haven't any doubt of that. But right now, Bull, I'm trying to get some information.
Well, you came to the right place, my boy. Nothing that's ever happened in Port Forest, or nothing that's going to happen, gets away from Bull McGinnis. I know every man, woman, and child in these woods for 50 miles around.
Well, then you're just the man we want to talk to.
And what is it you'd be wanting? Here, set yourselves up on the counter and be comfortable.
Yeah, thanks. Do you keep an account book of the sales in your store?
Carrie does.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie's me wife. And be careful how you speak her name, or you'll have her down on us mop and broom handle.
She nothing to laugh at, that Carrie. She one holy terror.
Hey, you talk about Bull's wife here like that?
Carrie's as fine a setup of a woman as ever wore a skirt. But I will admit a little mite handy with a broom handle. Bless her cantankerous soul.
I say.
Well, look, Bull. I'm very anxious to get a look at those books.
You ain't got a Chinaman's chance, my boy.
Why not?
Carrie just won't have it.
Couldn't you get them for us without her knowing it?
Oh, by God, you ask Bull to put his head in the lion's mouth. You ask him to face Carrie McGinnis?
Hey, she ain't as bad as that.
Not a chance, me lad, not a chance.
Well, now, how about telling us where they are and let us take care of getting them?
What I tell you, Bull, these boys, she is not afraid of anything.
Hey, looky, Jack. Bull here says he knows everything that's going on around here. Maybe he could tell us what we want to know about looking at the books.
Maybe so. How about it, Bull? Do you remember making any large sales of groceries and supplies during the past 6 months?
Well, lots of them.
But I mean really big orders. Perhaps even 6 months' rations.
There's nothing out of the usual. Prospectors, trappers, all sorts of folks living off from Port Forest get their stuff here. Only place they can get it.
I say, this isn't going to be as easy as we thought.
Well, I guess that's that. Oh, wait a minute. You say you know everyone up in these parts?
I pride myself on it.
Well, do you recall any stranger laying in heavy supplies?
Why, no, I can't say that I have.
Oh, McGinnis!
Oh, there she blows. Oh, we're sunk, all hands, and the captain.
Bull McGinnis, you no count Irishman.
Oh, yes, me darling.
Drinking up our stock of liquor.
Well, bless your loving
And at this time in the morning.
You can smell me breath.
I'll smell your breath with the whack of my broom handle.
Carrie, me love.
Whoopee!
Outside, all of you. Scum, carrion, no good.
Oh, I say.
Ah, whoopee! Every man for himself.
That's a mean broom handle.
This is far enough, boys.
Boy, this ain't half far enough.
Scalawags, now you see that you keep outside of this store.
I say, she bally near broke that broom over my head.
That's a pretty poor footwork, Reggie.
Man, what a woman. Where did Frenchie go?
He kept running. He must be down to the launch by this time.
Doggone. Hey, Bull, come here.
Yeah, it's all right, boys. Everything's under control now.
Boy, when your little old wife goes to work, she means business, don't she?
Best temper I've seen her in a week. I only got one black eye.
Yeah, you usually get two?
Yeah, but what's it all about, Bull? What do we do to make her so angry?
I've been living with that woman for 20 years now, and I still don't know what riles her.
Well, she sure was riled. No kidding about that.
Well, let's get back to business, shall we?
You see what I mean about getting the account books for you?
You betcha. And we don't blame you none either.
Hasn't there anything happened that you thought was queer?
Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, you got something?
Wait a minute now. Now, about 3 months ago...
Yes?
Jake Sims, come in here with a wad of money and bought enough supplies to stuff an elephant.
Who's Jake Sims?
No count bum. Lives on a log hut over next to the timber, down at the end of the street.
But I say, what was strange about that?
Because Jake Sims don't never work, and he's always broke.
And yet, He suddenly comes in and buys a lot of supplies?
Enough for a fella to live like a king for, 5 or 6 months.
He bought them for himself?
That's just it. Them supplies melted away. After he bought them, he went on a week's drunk, and since then he's been begging meals around just like he used to.
In other words, he bought the supplies for someone else and got drunk on the money paid him for doing it.
Well, that's the way I figure it, yeah.
Bull, where can we find Jake Sims now?
Up at his place. He never gets up before noon.
Well, just where is it?
Well, not far. Just go to the end of the street here. Over across that stoppage, you'll see a log hut. And that's it.
Thanks, Bull. If you see Frenchie again, tell him we'll be back at the launch in half an hour or so.
Yeah, stop by the store on your way back. I'd like to buy you a drink.
With Mother McGinnis and a broom standing by? Not me, fella.
Wish you'd take it too much to heart. Carries the soul of hospitality.
Well, she sure got a funny way of showing it. Shall we go, Jack?
Yeah, just a minute. Whoa. Have you noticed any strangers in Port Forest the last day or so?
Nope, I can't say I have. That is, except them show folks.
Show folks?
Yeah, they're going to put on a show down at the town hall next week. Couple of women. Half a dozen actor fellas. They're staying down at the King Charles Hotel.
Thanks. We'll be seeing you later, Bull.
Well, don't forget to stop by on your way back.
I say, Jack, actors up here?
I suppose it's possible.
It might be possible, but I'll bet money they're not. It's Cooper and his gang just as sure as shooting fish.
We'll have a look as soon as we talk to Jake Sims.
Well, here we are at the end of the street.
Some street, just one good block long, and weeds are growing up in the middle of it.
There's a log hut.
Huh? Where?
Over there, where the timber line begins.
I say, this path looks like it might lead over to...
Okay, let's go. Man, will you look at them stumps. There's sure been some big trees cut down around here.
Mm-hmm.
And all going to waste.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir, some mighty good burning wood for somebody's fireplace. Look at that. Everywhere.
Wood to burn, huh, Doc?
Okay. What do you think about this fella, Jake Sims, anyway, Jack?
He may be our man, all right.
I say, it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, buying all them supplies.
Hold it. We're getting too close.
Yeah.
Jove, what a pigsty.
Darned if Jake Sims ain't white trash of the worst sort.
What'd you expect? Bull said he was drunk all the time.
Yeah. All this pretty country and a fella has to come along and make this kind of a stinkhole in it.
Well, let's see if he's in. Hey, Jake. Jake Sims.
Probably sleeping off a binge. Why didn't we just bust in?
Might as well. There's no lock on the door.
Oh, push her open.
Is he in there?
Can't see him. We're this far. Let's go on in.
Sure.
Doesn't seem to be...
Jack, look there behind the bed.
Oh, I say.
Quick, move the bed away. That's enough. Too late. He's dead.
Stabbed in the back with a Bowie knife.
Ghastly.
Well, there's one thing. We were on the right track. But the Cooper gang got here ahead of us.
The adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie have come to you in I Love a Mystery,